The narrative commences with the awakening of an extraordinary talent, a thousandfold. Basic attacks annihilate bosses, while ultimate abilities cleanse the entire battlefield. With a sweeping motion, it vanquishes all adversaries across the cosmos. There exists no dilemma that cannot be resolved with a fireball spell. If there is, then two shall suffice. Chapter 001, Godlike Talent. Do not enter the cosmos. Do not enter the cosmos. This is an extraterrestrial conspiracy. The cosmos is a trap. Upon logging into the game, one will become a slave to aliens. The Federation government shall impose severe sanctions upon the extraterrestrial threats to Blue Star. On television, the news anchor is broadcasting the recent messages frequently promoted by the Federation government. However, this has little impact on the netizens of the Dragon Nation. After all, the people of Blue Star are well aware that the federal government has a penchant for alarmism, a historical issue that has persisted since ancient times. In Long Country, Haijo, within a certain university's male dormitory, room 315. Boys, after this meal, let's embark on our journey. The mountains remain unchanged, the waters flow eternally. Until we meet again, two male students, utilizing stainless steel bowls filled with boiled water, raise them high to clink together. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though they were valiant heroes bidding farewell over drinks. I must say, you two have been stuck in your childish fantasies for 3 years. When will you return to normal? It's merely a game, yet you act as though death is imminent. Xiao Feng exclaimed, bemused while eating. The two bowl-wielding individuals are his roommates, one named Li, who is overly dramatic about extraterrestrial beings, and the other named Zhang Fan, a fervent fantasist of martial arts. The dormitory comprises only 3 individuals, and regrettably, besides himself, the other 2 have a few screws loose. What a buzzkill. Li set down his bowl and addressed Xiao Feng. Old Xiao, don't tell me you won't participate. This cosmos is extraterrestrial technology. It requires no equipment, no internet, only your consciousness to log in. The game operates on a 10-to-1 time ratio. It's not only enjoyable, but also extends one's lifespan. The 3 of us have always displayed such synergy in our gaming sessions. You cannot opt out this time. Zhang Fan chimed in. Indeed, you cannot decline. As per tradition, Old Li will support, while I deal the damage. You shall play the tank. I shall not be your tank. Xiao Feng slammed the table, irritated. I only play as a mage. You may choose whoever you wish as a tank. After 3 years, the mere sight of a boss's belly makes me nauseated. I shall never play frontline again. Very well. This time I shall grant you an opportunity to deal damage. If you perform poorly, we will delete the account and restart. Seeing his resolute attitude, the two had no choice but to acquiesce temporarily. However, they were well aware that Xiao Feng was destined to play as a tank for life, as he had an insatiable urge to charge forward. Only a full armor build would allow him to survive a while longer. Only 1 hour until the server launches. Assume a rather flamboyant pose while lying down, as it is said to grant an SSS-level talent. After finishing their meal, the trio tidied up and prepared to enter the game. The cosmos is extraterrestrial technology that recently permeated human consciousness through dreams. According to the introduction, Experienced in Slumber, this game was developed by a super civilization known as the Supreme Divine Nation, disseminated across the universe through some unique technology. Any sentient being may enter the game world via their consciousness. The cosmos has crafted different gaming spaces for various civilizations. In the initial stages, players develop solely within their own civilizations. However, upon reaching level 255, they may transcend civilization barriers and enter the true cosmic world, where they can clash with the formidable beings of other civilizations. This game requires no equipment, no internet. As long as one's mind is sound, one can log in. Furthermore, it is entirely free, devoid of administrators, backend accounts, or transaction platforms, remaining pristine. The server is about to launch, and many await eagerly. Xiao Feng reclined on his bed, closed his eyes, and silently chanted the cosmos, establishing a connection to the game server. Welcome to the cosmic world. There are 54 minutes and 29 seconds remaining until the game launches. You may pre-create your character. A radiance blossomed in his mind, and the dormitory vanished from his perception, replaced by an expansive hall within a divine temple. Everything around him felt extraordinarily real, as though he were truly present. Before Xiao Feng stood a mirror reflecting his current appearance, a remarkably handsome youth clad in a white novice robe. I am truly handsome. Let's create a character. Please select your profession. The temple resonated with system commands, and in the mirror, several weapon options appeared, representing various professions. Initially, there are 6 professions: warrior, knight, mage, priest, assassin, and archer. Upon seeing the knight and warrior options, the eternally tank-minded Xiao Feng felt a wave of nausea. Mage. Without hesitation, he selected the staff. Immediately, his robe transformed into that of a mage, and a rickety wooden staff appeared in his hand. Please enter your name. Xiaofeng, he declared. Character naming successful. Upon verification, it has been detected that there are 790,012 characters in the cosmic world sharing your name, with 991 in this battle zone. Due to the extensive service range of the cosmos, which encompasses the entire universe, the player count exceeds imagination, thus allowing for duplicate names. The battle zone refers specifically to Blue Star. Ding. At this moment, the system emitted a crisp notification sound. Following this, a prompt appeared. Your cerebral domain width exceeds the universal average by 50. The system grants you an additional lottery opportunity. Subsequently, an enormous spinning wheel materialized before him. The wheel was divided into various colored segments, each denoting different rewards: equipment, skills, talents, special items, and even certificates for hidden professions. Each type of item is distinguished by color to indicate quality: white common, green, refined, blue, rare, purple, epic, orange, legendary, red, mythical, and multicolor, beyond mythical, possessing uniqueness. Wow, such fortune! Cerebral domain width? What on earth is that? Xiaofeng mused in bewilderment. However, he would not be foolish enough to refuse a complimentary lottery opportunity. I'll take the highest quality reward, he silently wished, giving the wheel a vigorous spin. After half a minute, the speed gradually diminished, passing through segment after segment until it finally halted. On a multicolored segment. Godlike. My heavens. Xiaofeng's heart raced, brimming with exhilaration. Ding, congratulations. You have won a random godlike talent through the lottery. Ding, your talent is Divine Might. Divine Might. All skill effects are amplified by 10,000 times. Wow. Upon witnessing the talent he had acquired, Xiaofeng was so elated that he nearly shouted aloud. Fortunately, I did not choose the Tang class. Otherwise, this talent would have gone to waste. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief. With a skill effect amplified 1,000-fold, playing as a mage meant that a single spell could obliterate an entire area. It was truly an experience akin to a private server with extraordinary enhancements. He hurried offline to share the news with his two close friends. However, both of them were engrossed in the character creation process, showing no signs of waking up. Xiaofeng opened the internet to peruse the forums related to All Heavens. Numerous individuals had posted, claiming that their brain domain breadth exceeded the cosmic average by 50, thus earning a chance to participate in a lottery. Some had won skill books, others had received equipment, and even one individual claimed to have acquired a transfer certificate for the hidden class, Ancient Sword Immortal. It was then that Xiaofeng realized that as long as one was not particularly dim-witted, inhabitants of Blue Star would generally receive such a lottery opportunity upon entering the game. However, to draw a uniquely extraordinary divine talent was an unparalleled stroke of luck. After browsing the forum for a while, time had flown by. With a sense of exhilaration, he logged back into the game, stepping into the world of All Heavens. Game server opening countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Welcome. Before the system's announcement could conclude, Xiaofeng was the first to enter the game world. Chapter 002, Basic Attacks in the Tens of Thousands. Welcome to Novice Village number 000000002. Reach level 10 to teleport to the main city for class advancement. Wishing you a delightful gaming experience. As the system notification appeared, Xiaofeng found himself surrounded by a dense throng of players. Help, I'm being crushed. Who just touched my backside? I'm a man. Hey, I'm trying to find an NPC to accept a quest. Why is everyone pushing me out of the village? Damn it. I've just been killed by a wild chicken. The air was filled with an array of strange exclamations, reminiscent of the rush hour subway in a bustling metropolis. Xiaofeng was immobilized by the crowd, struggling even to take a step. Hey brother, did the system tell you that if you die 100 times, you can unlock a hidden class? Am I the only one who knows this? He said to a nearby player, feigning innocence. Hiss, is that really true? A ripple of excitement coursed through the crowd. Soon after, several players began using the system's self-destruct feature, ending their own lives right there. After a chorus of screams, the area cleared significantly, allowing Xiaofeng to finally move. Clever as I am, he chuckled, striding confidently toward the village exit. While NPCs could offer quests to expedite leveling, the crowd was simply too overwhelming. It would be far more efficient to level up directly. On the path out of the village, Xiaofeng took a moment to review his attributes. Name, Xiaofeng. Class, Mage Apprentice. Level 1. Talent, Divine Might. Super Divine level. Health points, 108. 108. Mana points, 25. 25. Spell attack, 2. Physical defense, 2. Magical defense, 1. Strength, 1. Affects physical attack. Intelligence, 1. Affects spell attack. Vitality, 1. Affects health and physical defense. Mentality, 1. Affects mana and magical defense. Agility, 1. Affects critical hit rate. Additional attack for archers and assassins. He examined his equipment. Trial Staff, Spell Attack 1. Trial Robe, Physical Defense 1. Next, he checked his skills. The novice mage possessed only one basic skill, akin to a standard attack. Magic Missile, inflicts 110 spell damage, cooldown of 25 seconds, no mana cost. It could be deemed a rather lackluster skill, at least for ordinary players. Surely my talent should enhance this skill? Xiaofeng pondered. Upon reaching the village entrance, he noted that the throng remained substantial, with wild chickens proving scarce amidst the overwhelming numbers. Level 1 wild chickens possessed 80 health points and low attack power. But for a novice with merely 2 attack power, defeating one would take a considerable time. However, with a crowd engaged in the fray, the process could be expedited significantly. Spotting a freshly spawned wild chicken, Xiaofeng launched a magic missile. Bayou. The missile struck the wild chicken's head. 21,997. You have defeated a wild chicken and earned 5 experience points. A colossal 5-digit damage number emerged. The wild chicken, dazed before the dawn, met an untimely demise. Whoa! How did that wild chicken just drop dead? Who dealt such a blow? A nearby player exclaimed. In heavens, non-team players could not see the damage dealt by others, only inferring from the monster's health bar. The wild chicken vanished at full health, piquing the interest of a few, though it hardly caused a stir. After all, everyone had participated in lotteries, and witnessing a bit of impressive gameplay was hardly unusual. Xiaofeng confirmed the efficacy of his skill, feeling emboldened, and decided not to compete for wild chickens any longer, instead venturing further afield. Beyond the wild chicken territory lay the realm of level 3 monsters, the small forest spirits, where many players were already grouped together to battle, making it difficult to vie for kills. Xiaofeng pressed onward, arriving at the domain of level 5 small stone golems. Small stone golem, level, 5 health points, 360 physical attack, 7 physical defense, 2 magical defense, 1 skills, none. For ordinary players, a creature with 360 health points posed a significant challenge. Only a select few who had drawn exceptional lottery rewards could be found training here. Xiaofeng cast another magic missile, dealing 21,975 damage. You have defeated a small stone golem and earned 25 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 2. With a level 5 monster and a level 1 monster defeated, he had gained just enough experience to level up. For each level gained, players received 2 attribute points and an automatic increase of 1 in the 5 fundamental attributes. Xiaofeng allocated both points to intelligence, raising his intelligence to 4 and his spell attack to 5. He launched yet another magic missile. 54987. An astonishing figure appeared, and the previously lively small stone golem shattered, dropping 2 copper coins to the ground. Ah, this feels quite good. A monster every 25 seconds is far more efficient than completing novice quests. Xiaofeng beamed, embarking on a fervent leveling spree. With a 25-second cooldown for each magic missile, the pace was quite rapid. For ordinary players, this skill was merely a basic attack, slow in speed and low in damage. However, with the enhancement from his divine might talent, the results were terrifying. Even more remarkable was the fact that this skill required no mana expenditure. Bayou. Magic missiles flew one after another, annihilating everything in sight, as if he were in a realm devoid of monsters. A handful of nearby players, witnessing his astounding leveling speed, couldn't help but exclaim, incredible. He must have drawn a divine artifact. His attack power in Novice Village surpasses 400. Hey, can we team up to level together? I'm a lowly. Some even ventured to approach him, hoping to join forces. Get lost. I don't fancy 300-pound Lolis. Xiaofeng brusquely rejected them, focusing solely on leveling up. In no time, his level surged to 3, and with his intelligence boosts, his spell attack reached 8, allowing him to deal over 90,000 damage with a basic attack. As he continued battling monsters, he unwittingly ventured into the territory of level 7 forest deer. With 750 health points, even at level 10, it would take a considerable amount of time to defeat one. Yet, in Xiaofeng's eyes, they were as fragile as paper, with an average of 25 seconds per monster. Combined with the time spent searching for foes, he found himself dispatching a level 7 creature approximately every 4 seconds, sustaining no damage in return. In the vicinity, he was the sole player leveling up, as the odds of drawing high-quality rewards remained low for most. The vast majority were still below the orange, legendary, tier. Uninterrupted, the leveling process became increasingly leisurely, and his experience bar surged. Each forest deer provided 55 experience points, accumulating over 800 experience in just a minute. At such a pace, he was leveling at least 30 times faster than ordinary players. Within a mere 10 minutes, Xiaofeng reached level 6. Despite the misfortunes of the day, with no equipment gained and only a meager amount of copper coins, his attack power had ascended to an impressive 20 points, allowing a single missile to inflict a staggering 200,000 damage. Even the level 7 forest deer was no match for him now. He was ready to take on, deceive, foes of a higher caliber. As he ventured forward, he found himself amidst a dense thicket. Not a creature was in sight. For a moment, Xiaofeng wondered if he had strayed into the wrong map. However, after traversing a little further, a pitch-black tiger abruptly entered his line of sight. Recognizing the tiger as a formidable foe, Xiaofeng wasted no time and hurled a missile at it. Bayou. 218784. A terrifying damage figure appeared. Congratulations. You have defeated the novice village boss, earning 10 reputation points. Congratulations. You are the first player in this battle zone to vanquish the novice village boss, receiving an honor reward of 1 epic piece of equipment. You have defeated the black striped tiger, gaining 3,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to 7. Battle zone announcement. Player Xiao Feng has first defeated the novice village boss, earning 1 piece of epic equipment. A series of system notifications erupted around him. Xiao Feng stared in disbelief at the motionless black tiger lying on the ground, blinking in astonishment. Was this creature truly a boss? How pitifully easy it was to defeat. Chapter 003. A godlike boss, is this all? Let us see what rewards await. He opened his inventory to inspect the rare equipment he had just acquired. Honor Staff, Epic. Level, 10. Spell Attack, 32. Intelligence, 6. Constitution, 6. Special Effect, Mana Recovery, 5 chance to restore 50 mana upon casting a spell. The attributes were decent, but alas. It required level 10 to wield. Equipping this weapon would more than double his spell attack. However, he would have to wait until he reached the requisite level. The corpse of the boss gradually faded away, leaving behind 2 items that had dropped. Xiao Feng collected the 8 silver coins, with gold, silver, and copper converting at a ratio of 100 to 1, along with 2 pieces of armor and a treasure map. Black Tiger Boots, level 10, exquisite quality. Usable by all classes, maximum health 45, physical defense 2. Black Tiger Crown, level 10, exquisite quality. Usable by all classes, maximum health 55, constitution 2. Novice Village Treasure Map. An astonishing treasure has been buried in Novice Village since ancient times, said to be discoverable only by the fated. Though the 2 level 10 green gear pieces were also unwearable, the treasure map piqued Xiao Feng's interest immensely. Who knows, it could lead to a divine artifact. He mused. Upon unfolding the treasure map, a flat depiction of the landscape revealed itself. This map undoubtedly showcased an aerial view of Novice Village, with the village, meadows, and woods clearly illustrated. The treasure's location was nestled deep within the woods, within a cave at the foot of a small hill. Wasn't it obvious that the treasure was buried in the cave? There was no need for excavation. One merely had to enter. What need was there for a fated individual? Xiao Feng couldn't help but scoff. Yet, his body obediently moved toward the designated location. Within the forest roamed level 9 lynxes, resembling small tigers with formidable attack power. However, before Xiao Feng's magic missiles, they were dispatched in an instant, without so much as a pause in his stride. The cave was not far, and within a few minutes, he arrived. At the forest end lay a barren rocky hill, where a cave entrance, standing as tall as a person, caught the eye. What was even more striking was the inscription above the entrance, boldly declaring the treasure's location, more blatant than the saying "There's no silver here." It was evident that the game, designed by aliens, was somewhat lacking in sophistication. No wonder global players had a cognitive capacity exceeding the average by over 50. Xiao Feng chuckled to himself as he stepped into the cave. Inside the cave, it was tranquil, devoid of monsters. After walking over 200 meters, the space suddenly widened. A glittering mountain of gold appeared before Xiao Feng, entirely composed of coins, easily numbering in the millions. Holy smokes! Is this truly a treasure? Xiao Feng had assumed such a conspicuous treasure site would yield little of value. Yet upon entering, he was met with this spectacle. Millions of coins. If he could gather them all, he'd be wealthier than he could have ever imagined. Although the heavens and the blue star economy were not interchangeable, offline trading would remain unaffected. Millions of coins in the early game would surely be worth several billion. After a moment of astonishment, he sprang forward. However, just as he reached the mountain of gold, a voice echoed around him. Have challengers become so feeble? Not even at level 10, and yet you dare to challenge me? Suddenly, the mountain of gold collapsed. The coins vanished, replaced by a majestic golden lion, resplendent and formidable. Oh no! Xiao Feng's face darkened. My money. Upon closer inspection, the golden lion stood over 5 meters tall, resembling an elephant. Looking at its attributes, he was left dumbfounded. Golden Lion Otaku, mythical boss. Level, 50. Health, 30,000,000. Hint, the target's level exceeds your own by 30 levels. Detailed information cannot be retrieved. Aside from its name, level, and health, all other attributes remained hidden. A 50-level mythical boss. Was this truly the novice village? Xiao Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Of course, he felt merely annoyed, not afraid in the slightest. The golden lion lowered its head, gazing down at him, speaking in human tongue. Challenger, your greedy gaze betrays your intent to seize my treasure. Is there a problem? The treasure's location is plainly inscribed at the entrance. Why can't you enter? Xiao Feng retorted without hesitation. Just a level 50 mythical boss. And you're acting so high and mighty. Otaku despised greed above all, but this was the god's sanctuary. He had no desire to indiscriminately slay innocents and provoke the deities. Leave now, and I shall pretend you were never here, the golden lion proclaimed, then lazily lay down again. How amusing. A mere level 50 mythical boss, thinking so highly of itself. With the divine might bestowed upon him, Xiaofeng felt quite irked by the boss's condescending attitude. Was this merely a game? Yet here he was, being looked down upon by a monster? Without further ado, he unleashed a magic missile. Foolish. The golden lion Otaku, resting upon the ground, merely raised an eyelid to glance at him before returning to its slumber. It deemed such a basic skill as a magic missile unworthy of its attention. Even 1,000 would not breach its defenses, utterly indifferent. However, slap. The magic missile struck the golden lion squarely on the forehead. 201909. A horrifying damage figure materialized, startling Otaku, who had just been on the verge of sleep. Xiaofeng, at level 7, had already achieved a spell attack of 24 points, capable of dealing 260,000 damage. Otto, the golden lion, possesses a certain degree of damage mitigation and boasts formidable defenses, which accounts for its health being just over 200,000. Nonetheless, even with such resilience, a mere 200,000 damage managed to deplete over 5 of the boss's health. What could be the explanation? The golden lion, startled, immediately sprang to its feet. Kid, how can your magic missile hurt so much? It raised its front paw and rubbed its lion's face, evidently in pain. Xiaofeng shrugged, remarking that beauty and damage are directly proportional, leaving him equally helpless. With a swift motion, he launched another missile. Stop. Cease your attacks. No more. Otto, having endured yet another magic missile, saw its health drop by a total of 13, causing it to panic somewhat. It relinquished its proud demeanor and, in a somewhat anxious tone, declared, "Do not strike me. I can bestow upon you any treasure you desire." Xiaofeng was taken aback. What did this mean? A boss of such might, reduced to a quivering state after just 2 missiles? After all, it was a level 50 mythic boss. Even though his magic missiles inflicted considerable pain, a single counterattack could easily eradicate him. The golden lion Otto replied with a tone of grievance. You adventurers can resurrect infinitely, but I possess but a single life. You are so formidable. You must have inherited the powers of a certain supreme deity. In that case, it is reasonable that I offer you my treasure. Xiaofeng's lips twitched. Could it be that the boss feared death? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Mythic level bosses typically do not respawn or refresh, and death for them is final. Given the advanced intelligence of these creatures due to extraterrestrial technology, it was hardly surprising that they exhibited human-like traits. What treasures do you possess? And why do you say that only by inheriting the powers of the supreme deity can one obtain your treasure? Xiaofeng inquired. Otto lowered itself back to the ground, adopting a more humble posture, and explained, Otto was originally the steed of the war god Asetar. My master tragically fell to the bloody demon during the Abyssal War 3,000 years ago. The gods took pity on me and allowed me to return to the starting point with my master's legacy, seeking a suitable adventurer to inherit the power of the war god. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled. This clearly indicated a hidden class was in play. Moreover, it was a hidden class of supreme deity caliber, certainly formidable. So, you wish to bestow the legacy of the war god upon me? He said with a gleam in his eye. The golden lion Otto responded awkwardly. I do have such intentions, but you are a magician. My master's legacy is only suitable for the knight class. Unless you willingly forfeit all your current abilities and reclassify, you cannot inherit it. A knight? No thanks. Xiaofeng recoiled instinctively at the mention of a tank class. Yet, he pondered that it was a legacy from a supreme deity, making it a pity to simply let it go. Thus, he asked, is this legacy transferable? What? Otto replied, utterly perplexed. Xiaofeng clarified, I have a friend who would be more suited to inherit the war god's mantle than I am. If you hand over that legacy to me, I can deliver it to him. Friends were merely an excuse. This item would fetch an astronomical price on the market. No, my master's legacy is immensely precious. If you wish to accept it for yourself, I will certainly comply. But for anyone else, I cannot agree. The golden lion shook its head vigorously, indicating it was impossible. Oh, Xiaofeng smirked, raising his hand to cast another magic missile. 218-911. Why are you doing this? Otto exclaimed, clearly angered by the high damage spell, and stood up with a roar. Xiaofeng, aware of the creature's fear of death, spoke confidently. You know my strength, so I shall not waste words. Hand over the war god's legacy item, or I won't hesitate to extract it from your very being. How dare you? Do you really think I fear you? Otto retorted angrily, golden light emanating from its body, appearing ready to strike. Yet, it refrained from attacking. Xiaofeng chuckled. You could eliminate me in an instant, but I would merely return. It takes only a few minutes to run from the resurrection point to here. How much health could you possibly recover in that time? He felt assured. According to the laws of the game, wild bosses differ from dungeon bosses. Upon disengaging from combat, they do not instantly restore their health, but rather require a gradual process. Given the golden lion's health, it was likely to recover merely 1 per minute, equating to about 500 points per second. This time frame would not be sufficient to fully counteract the damage he inflicted. With patience, he could whittle it down to its demise. You despicable adventurer. Otto seethed. My master is the war god, and his legacy bears immense weight. It cannot be easily relinquished. Even if you slay me, I shall not yield. Bayou, 219, 813. In response, Xiao Feng cast another missile. Oh dear, that hurts. I shall retaliate. Otto, having received 4 magic missiles, was already significantly wounded. It roared and charged at Xiao Feng. Bang. 61, 891. A 5-digit damage number appeared, and with Xiao Feng's health under 300, he owed Otto 200 lives. System notification, you have died, losing 20 of your current experience points. Hey, you really did attack me? The next moment, Xiao Feng respawned in the novice village and hurriedly dashed outside. Dying once cost him 20 of his experience. But he could slay some minor monsters on his way back to replenish his experience, alleviating his concerns about leveling down. Outside the novice village, many players were training. Most were around level 34, while only a select few at level 5 were considered elite, with hardly any above level 6. Xiao Feng sprinted across several small maps. Arriving at the cave, after glancing at the time, he realized he had taken a total of 5 minutes and 21 seconds. Inside the cave, the golden lion Otto lay majestically on the ground, its health slowly regenerating. You have returned. I will not yield. Upon seeing Xiao Feng, it bellowed angrily, unleashing a burst of golden light. Simultaneously, Xiao Feng cast another magic missile, taking a moment to inspect its attributes. Golden Lion Otto, Mythic Level Boss, Health, 231, 609, 030. 000. Previously, it had 15 million health before being swiftly defeated. Now it stood at 3 million. This indicated that its automatic health recovery rate was approximately 1 per minute, averaging around 500 points per second. It could be slain, Xiao Feng thought with delight. In the next second, Otto received a damage number of 210, 000, while Xiao Feng's damage number exceeded 80, 000, leading him to respawn in the village once more. After running out of the novice village, returning to the cave, and checking the boss's health for the 3rd time, he noted it had decreased to 24 million. Around 60, 000 less than before. I will be the first to slay a mythic boss, Xiao Feng proclaimed, eagerly launching another magic missile, only to be instantly obliterated by Otto's roar skill. For the 4th time, he returned to the novice village, anxiously rushing out to head back to the cave. At this point, some casual players in the village had begun to take notice of him. What is going on with that guy? He died 4 times in 20 minutes. Did he encounter a boss? His level was 7, placing him among the strongest players, so why did he keep dying? Some expressed their confusion. However, he did not elaborate further. Xiao Feng paid no heed to these matters and ran back after a 5-minute journey, casting a magic missile that resulted in his own instantaneous demise. The health of the golden lion Otto Gu was gradually diminished at a painfully slow pace. Xiao Feng's level remained unchanged. During his time traversing the map, the experience gained from defeating monsters was precisely offset by the experience lost upon his demise. Meanwhile, other players steadily advanced, with some gradually catching up to him, even surpassing him. Another 20 minutes passed, and he had reduced the golden lion's health to 9 million. Having died for the 9th time and returned to the novice village, Xiao Feng had attracted considerable attention from casual players. This fellow must be facing a formidable boss, for he wouldn't be dying so frequently otherwise. The news was relayed to the vice president, prompting someone to follow him. If the boss proved manageable, they could seize the opportunity. After over half an hour of combat, this boss was undoubtedly fierce. The whispers of the players circulated, spreading the information. Xiao Feng was consumed by thoughts of the bountiful loot from the divine boss, oblivious to the unfolding events. 5 minutes later, he found himself back in the novice village once more. It was that person. Follow him. A few casual players, summoned over by the others, discreetly tailed Xiao Feng. He dashed out of the village, intent on returning near the cave. At that moment, a voice called out nearby, selling equipment, mage gear suitable for level 5. Come take a look. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng paused momentarily. Of course, I can purchase equipment to enhance my basic attributes. His talent could amplify damage by a staggering 10,000 times. Just a single increase in attack power would equate to an additional 10,000 points of damage. How terrifying. How foolish of me. Xiao Feng hurried toward the player advertising the wares. Hey, let me see the equipment. He spoke rapidly. Ah, okay. Look, there are 3 pieces, replied the player, a young woman named Lucky Meow, who was in her 20s and quite attractive. She showcased 3 items. Oak Staff, level 7, normal quality, spell attack 12. Grass Spirit Ring, level 5, normal quality, spell attack 2. Grass Shoes, level 3, normal quality, constitution 1. What's the price? Seeing 2 pieces that boosted spell attack, Xiao Feng was elated. Lucky Meow extended her hand, revealing 5 slender fingers, and said, 5 silver coins. That is outrageous. Someone nearby exclaimed, sharing Xiao Feng's interest in the equipment but immediately critiquing the price. At this stage, most players possessed fewer than 100 copper coins unless they were guild leaders with many allies in the novice village to gather substantial copper. Lucky Meow, aware of her exorbitant price, flushed slightly and meekly added, I have a task that requires a lot of silver coins. Do you have any more equipment that enhances spell attack? Xiao Feng inquired. Yes, I have this. She removed a necklace from around her neck. Village Chief's Blessing. Level 3, Exquisite Quality, Intelligence 2, Constitution 2. I'll take all 4 pieces. Here, 5 silver coins. Chapter 005, Is This Fate? Xiaofeng sent a trade request. Oh, thank you. Lucky Meow was taken aback, not expecting someone to accept her high asking price. She promptly completed the transaction, handing over all 4 pieces of equipment. Add me as a friend. I'll pay you back once I finish my task, okay? She suggested, feeling somewhat guilty, hoping for a chance to repay him later. But Xiaofeng had already dashed away. During his journey, he equipped the 4 new items, leading to a substantial change in his attributes. Name, Xiaofeng. Class, Mage Apprentice. Level, 7. Talent, Divine Might, Super God level. Health points, 324, 324. Mana points, 7, 777. Spell attack power, 39. Physical defense, 3. Magic defense, 2. Strength, 7. Intelligence, 21. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 7. Dexterity, 7. His spell attack had surged to 39 points, and the theoretical damage of his missiles would exceed 400,000. He exited the village. Keep up with him. A few players hastily pursued him. Xiaofeng dispatched minor monsters as he walked, restoring his own experience. 5 minutes later, he navigated through the woods and returned to the foot of the small stone mountain. Entering the cave. There's actually a cave here. A treasure location? Could there be riches inside? The followers lurking in the shadows detected something unusual and immediately began contacting their leader. Gu, prepare to meet your end. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng had entered the cave and unleashed another magic missile. Stop, stop. I concede. Please, don't strike me. With a resounding impact, the magic missile dealt 378, 112 damage. After enduring wave after wave of his assault, Gu had lost all will to fight. Its health had dwindled below 50, and the fear of death made it forego further confrontation, opting to surrender. Isn't it a tad late to surrender now? If I slay you, I'll loot everything and gain a substantial amount of experience. There's no need for negotiations. Confidently, Xiaofeng declared. As he spoke, the cooldown for the magic missile had elapsed, and he mercilessly launched another. 381,009. With this blow, the Golden Lion's health plummeted to a mere 15 million. Only 3 more strikes would suffice. I will bestow upon you my master's legacy. Spare me. If you kill me, you won't be able to obtain these treasures. The Golden Lion cried out, having entirely abandoned its dignity, desperately seeking to survive. Xiaofeng grinned, but I'm no longer interested in that so-called legacy. After all, knights are the profession I despise most. Magic missile. Buy you. 388,717. The Golden Lion shrieked in anguish as its health dropped to 760,000. Please, don't do this. That's the legacy of the God of War. After class change, your attributes will exceed others by at least tenfold. It's absolutely enticing. Gu lamented, its massive form retreating in despair. Xiaofeng smiled slyly. Tenfold is merely that. I truly have no interest. Then, as the cooldown expired, he launched yet another magic missile. You're being too cruel. You're being too cruel. Gu, witnessing its health dwindle to 370,000, was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Quickly, quickly. It's right inside. I heard the boss's roar. It's definitely a formidable creature. Xiaofeng frowned upon hearing this. Someone was approaching. This could complicate matters. However, first, I must finish the task at hand. He disregarded the potential for being seen and launched another magic missile. Gu understood its doom was imminent, yet curiously, it made no attempt to resist. It growled. Cursed human adventurer. I, the Golden Lion Gu, curse you in the name of the war god's steed. All creatures of the divine grace continent will stop at nothing to hunt you down. The followers of the gods will see you as a thorn in their side. You are a heretic, a cruel demon, and you shall face the judgment of the gods. In this world, there exists no sanctuary for you. Your malevolent name shall be eternally inscribed upon the monument of judgment. The magical missile has depleted Otto's health bar, yet he continues to wail, evidently engaged in a ritual that will not cease even in death. Ding. You have been afflicted by the curse of Golden Lion Otto. Otto's curse. You are unable to enter the temple, inherit divine professions, or gain contributions to warfare, and you automatically become the primary target of all monsters. Duration, permanent. Goodness. This curse is rather formidable, thought Xiaofeng, slightly taken aback. The first 3 effects appear quite severe, akin to losing certain functional privileges. The final effect leaves him utterly speechless. To default as the target of all monsters' attacks is effectively a super taunt. After all his efforts to evade, he has unwittingly become a tank. Is this his fate? Ding. Congratulations, you have slain the level 50 mythic boss, Golden Lion Otto, earning 10,000 reputation points. At that moment, the system notification of the boss's defeat chimed in. Congratulations. You are the first player in this battle zone to defeat a mythic level boss, receiving an honor reward of 1 piece of mythic equipment. You have vanquished the Golden Lion Auto, gaining 300,000 experience points. Congratulations, your level has risen to 33. Notice, your level has reached 10. Please proceed to the main city to advance your profession. Battle Zone Announcement. Player Xiao Feng has first defeated the Mythic level boss, receiving one piece of Mythic equipment. Battle Zone Announcement. Battle Zone Announcement. The series of system notifications left Xiao Feng in a daze. He watched his level surge from 7 to 33, his grin widening. Although he had forsaken a hidden profession transmission of a supreme deity, this level advantage was indeed cause for celebration. The server had only just opened for a little over an hour, and only a handful of players had reached level 10 to transition to the main city. Yet here he was, soaring to level 33. Moreover, he noticed an additional piece of mythic equipment in his inventory, radiating a dazzling red light. Simply exquisite. Godslayer Robe, Mythic. Honor Reward, non-tradable, non-modifiable, non-disposable, never drops. Health, 3, 500. Physical Defense, 50. Magical Defense, 100. Spirit, 50. Magic Damage Reduction, 20. Special Effect. Source, automatically restores 50 mana per second. Special Effect. Immortal Spirit. When receiving a fatal blow, negate the damage and gain a shield equal to 100 of your health, lasting up to 10 seconds. This effect has a cooldown of 24 hours. My goodness. This is extraordinary, and it has no level requirements. Xiao Feng was momentarily speechless, having never encountered such an impressive piece of equipment in his life. Without hesitation, he donned the artifact. The Godslayer robe boasted a deep azure hue, adorned with intricate white patterns that shimmered with an ethereal glow, exuding an air of understated luxury. Upon wearing the artifact, Xiao Feng found himself with 500 health and exceptionally high dual defenses, even before allocating his level 33 attribute points. Meanwhile, the individual who had just spoken had already ventured deep into the cave. President, it's right here. A sycophant-like figure called out as he led a group of over 40 individuals, all bearing the name prefix Tianxia. Members of the Tianxia Guild? His brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 006. Good Son, Truly Obedient. He was aware of this guild, one of the top 10 gaming guilds in Dragon Country, reputed for its substantial financial resources and boasting over 50,000 active members. The leader of the group was none other than the vice president of the Tianxia Guild, Tianxia Wushuang. The boss has been slain? Goodness, so many items. Could it be the one mentioned in the system announcement? Tianxia Wushuang entered the boss room and beheld Xiao Feng alongside the recently deceased Golden Lion. The immense, majestic figure of the beast was indeed awe-inspiring. Even more astonishing were the scattered coins and the glimmering array of loot upon the ground. Red light. There's a divine artifact, exclaimed one of Tianxia Wushuang's followers. Amidst the pile of gold coins lay a pair of exquisite boots radiating a brilliant red glow, overshadowing all other items. Could this truly be the one mentioned in the announcement? Tianxia Wushuang marveled. Simultaneously, several of his subordinates advanced menacingly towards Xiao Feng, asserting, "Kid, we have claimed this boss. It would be wise for you to leave." Oh, at this juncture, the ownership of the boss's loot rested solely with Xiao Feng. The items on the ground could only be collected by him. Facing the crowd that had surrounded the cave, he remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "Make way, otherwise I might find it difficult to leave." Clear a path for him, one of his companions instructed. This individual, named Tianxia Di Shuai, was rather exaggeratedly named, as he fell short of even being a standard handsome figure. Good son, truly obedient. Ha ha ha. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, completely disinclined to depart, instead turning to collect the items strewn across the ground. Coins, so many coins. He swept his hand across the ground, and the system automatically recognized the bounty, depositing all 10,000 coins into his inventory. As the golden glow dissipated, the members of the Tianxia Guild were left with ashen faces, refusing an invitation to drink and choosing a punishment instead. Brothers, quickly, eliminate him. Tianxia Di Shuai commanded. Understood. In the next moment, dozens of players launched their attacks simultaneously. Melee, ranged, and various skills rained down upon Xiao Feng. 1 Mississippi 2. 1. The damage dealt by all was a mere fraction, with not a single hit exceeding 5 points. Against the formidable defenses and health of the Godslayer robe, this group of players, none of whom had even reached level 10, appeared utterly ridiculous. Wow, these 30-level night artifact boots grant over 3,000 health, a movement speed increase of 50, and completely ignore all slow and immobilization effects. Simply perfect. Xiao Feng ignored the futile attempts to harm him, casually collecting the boss's drops while reciting the equipment's effects. Kill him, kill him. Tianxia Di Shuai seethed with jealousy. As a knight himself, those boots would drive one to madness. Magic missiles, piercing arrows, wind-splitting slashes, shield strikes, skills battered against Xiao Feng, pushing him back half a step. Yet the damage? Oh, a warrior's legendary skill book. Xiao Feng picked up a glowing orange skill book, announcing its properties. Frenzied Roar increases your attack and defense attributes by 200 for 30 seconds, during which no other skills can be used. Goodness. A basic attack dealing triple damage is indeed formidable. That's mine. A player named Tianxia Wang shouted frantically, reaching for the skill book in Xiaofeng's hands. However, due to the system's design, others could not directly seize another's items. It was merely a futile gesture, and he could not obtain it. Xiaofeng subsequently picked up another piece of equipment, murmuring to himself, level 50 priest legendary weapon, healing effect increased by 30. Accompanied by an active skill that bestows a blessing upon a designated player, granting them a 20 reduction in physical damage for a duration of 10 seconds. A few priests from the Tianxia guild couldn't help but let tears of envy trickle down their cheeks. Xiaofeng, I warn you, relinquish these items, or there shall never be a refuge for you within the realms of all heavens. Tianxia Wushuang glared at Xiaofeng with a grim expression, his voice dripping with venom. They had deduced that Xiaofeng was indeed the player mentioned in the system announcement, and the name of this mage before them perfectly matched. Yet, such threats held no sway over Xiaofeng. Tianxia Wushuang, while your guild may be formidable, I implore you to grasp the situation before you speak. Here, I hold the reins. If you desire my equipment or skill books, offer a handsome price and plead with me, perhaps in a moment of good humor. I may consider selling them to you. But to threaten me? He shook his head, clucking his tongue. Friend, open your eyes and take a good look. I am at level 33, with over 4,500 health points. Your attacks can't even breach my defenses. Is your threat of any consequence? You. Tianxia Wushuang was momentarily rendered speechless. The existence of divine artifacts and god-level bosses had momentarily clouded his judgment. It was only upon hearing Xiaofeng's words that he jolted back to reality. Indeed, even with their numbers, they could not penetrate Xiaofeng's defenses. Attempting to kill him for divine artifacts would prove exceedingly difficult. However, how could the prestigious Tianxia guild have ever suffered such humiliation? Being slapped in the face by a lone player was utterly unacceptable. Even if it takes 1 point of damage at a time, we can wear you down. With tens of thousands of members in Tianxia guild, how long can you endure? Tianxia Wushuang said coldly. The onslaught from dozens of players intensified, and Xiaofeng's health dwindled by nearly 300 points. Damn it, are they resorting to underhanded tactics? Although it was impossible for thousands of players to swarm him in this novice village, being besieged by dozens was still troublesome. With that thought, he rapidly gathered all the loot from the fallen bosses, preparing to make his escape. At that moment, a blue skill book suddenly caught his attention. Chain Lightning, rare skill. Level 10. Class requirement, Mage. Effect. Unleashes a lightning arrow that inflicts 240 of attack power as spell damage on a designated target, with a 50 chance to bounce and strike other targets within a 3-meter radius, with damage decreasing progressively and a maximum of 10 bounces. Mana cost, 20. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Upon seeing the effects of the skill book, Xiaofeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just when he was pondering how to clear the crowd, a group skill had appeared, seemingly a stroke of divine providence. Xiaofeng chuckled and unhesitatingly learned the skill. At level 33, he had yet to allocate his attribute points, and his attack power stood at a solid 70 points. As for his skill damage, Chain Lightning. Zing. A bolt of blue electricity shot forth from the tip of his staff, striking the nearest knight. The knight trembled upon impact. After touching him, the chain lightning arced and struck the nearest warrior as well. Bounce, bounce, and keep bouncing. The 50 bounce probability, under the amplification of divine might, transformed into a certainty. Zing. A series of electrical crackles erupted, and the 10 frontline members of the Tianxia guild were enveloped in black smoke as they fell one by one. 1, 699, 819. 1, 530, 010. 1, 379, 989. Numbers in the 7 digits emerged above each of their heads. The crimson figures and the terrifying effects left the members of the Tianxia guild utterly stunned. You have slain the player Tianxia Gongzhan. As you are in a state of self-defense, no evil value is accrued. The system notifications flooded the screen, and the 10 players resurrected back in the village, with one unfortunate soul losing his level 5 weapon. 170,000? Tianxia Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the rising damage numbers before him. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Am I dreaming? A level 33 player in a novice village, inflicting 7-digit damage? Damn it, even fully leveled accounts can't achieve this. This must be hacking. I must report this. After a while, the members of the Tianxia guild began clamoring, unwilling to accept the reality. Xiaofeng looked at the bewildered crowd with satisfaction and teased, still want to fight? Tianxia Wushuang. The vice president's expression was ashen, his pride thoroughly trampled into the ground. Yet, he could not swallow this humiliation. You must have used some rare item dropped by a boss. I refuse to believe you can unleash such attacks again. Brothers, he has exhausted his tricks. Let us take him down together. Tianxia Wushuang waved his hand, raising his staff to cast a magic missile. Bam! 12. Although this was significantly better than others, at least it breached his defenses, the damage was still pitifully low. Tianxia Wushuang was inwardly astonished. My weapon is a level less epic staff obtained from a lottery. How could it deal only this much damage? His defenses are simply terrifying. Ding. You are currently under malicious attack from player Tianxia Wushuang. entering self-defense mode. The system notification chimed. Good son, how considerate of you, Xiaofeng grinned. Chapter 007. I've already presented my backside. Let daddy show you how to play with magic. Xiaofeng raised his staff and cast a magic missile identical to the one his opponent had just used. Crack. 768, 910. You have slain the player Tianxia Wushuang. As you are in a state of self-defense, no evil value is accrued. In the incredulous gaze of Tianxia Wushuang, a 6-digit damage number floated above his head. The vice president of one of the top 10 guilds in Manhwa was instantly transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the novice village. He even lost 20 of his experience, plummeting from level 8 back to level 7. Vice president. The surrounding members of the Tianxia guild were frantic. And upon witnessing Xiaofeng's terrifying damage, no one dared to approach him again. Make way, make way. I'm off to change my class. I don't have time to deal with you. Xiaofeng, uninterested in squabbling with a bunch of lackeys, pushed through the crowd and exited the cave. Stop him. Don't let him escape. I'll summon more people immediately. Tianxia Wushuang, just returned to the novice village, shouted in the channel. A few members immediately rushed forward to intercept him. Xiaofeng observed that these individuals had attacked him and were in a grouped state. Thus, he could retaliate without accruing evil value. He promptly unleashed another chain lightning. ZZZ. The chain lightning pierced through 10 players, and once again, damage in the millions erupted, causing the crowd to thin out significantly. This is terrifying. The effects of 2 consecutive chain lightnings had left the members of the Tianxia guild stunned, and they no longer dared to obstruct him. Xiaofeng continued on his way, heading toward the cave entrance, and the crowd dared not pursue him. Moments later, noticing that the cooldown for chain lightning had expired, he turned to look at the crowd behind him and grinned. Raising his staff, he cast another chain lightning. Zing. Another 10 members fell. The members of the Tianxia guild. I've grown so accustomed to tanking. I always end up provoking trouble and drawing aggro. Xiaofeng awkwardly scratched his head, muttering to himself, inciting considerable ire among the dozen or so still living members of the Tianxia guild. Exiting the cave, he traversed the copse of trees, making his way back to the village. Halfway there, he encountered the formidable Tianxia Wushuang, who had returned with a throng of followers. More numerous than before, advancing with an air reminiscent of a gang. Xiaofeng, you shall not leave the novice village today, Tianxia Wushuang bellowed. He was well aware that Xiaofeng had reached level 33 and needed to head to the main city to change professions. However, such threats seemed to Xiaofeng nothing more than impotent fury. If you feel overwhelmed by experience, I wouldn't mind sending all of you back to level 1. Xiaofeng remarked coolly, toying with his newly equipped honor staff. Do you think I'm the only one with this many? Tianxia Wushuang sneered. No sooner had he spoken than several more groups emerged from the surroundings, each boasting dozens of individuals, joining in the siege against Xiaofeng. With those who had chased out from the cave, the total number had exceeded 200. Many players nearby, who were leveling up, retreated upon witnessing the scene. What is happening? Isn't that Tianxia Wushuang, the vice president of the Tianxia guild? Why is he engaging a lone player? A lone player? Dude, take a closer look. That is Xiaofeng, level 33. Clearly the expert who just killed the god-level boss mentioned in the announcement. Indeed, look at that robe he is wearing, the style? The prestige, undoubtedly a divine artifact. Yet, even with a divine artifact, being besieged by over 200 opponents would surely be dire. And there was a chance he might even drop it. Who knows? Let us just observe. As the crowd murmured, Xiaofeng glanced around. Despite the overwhelming numbers, their equipment and levels were quite average. Just a bunch of low-tier players, he scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully. You, Tianxia Wushuang fumed. Brothers, for the honor of our guild. Attack him. With a shout, he unleashed a magic missile. A meager amount of damage registered, barely affecting Xiaofeng's health bar. Chain lightning. Xiaofeng retaliated. The sound of sizzling erupted as the spell leapt through the crowd, creating a gap in their ranks. Damage figures of 2. 4 million, 2. 3 million, and 2. 1 million flashed before them. With his epic weapon equipped, Xiaofeng's attack power had surpassed 100. Such terrifying damage left the members of the Tianxia guild astonished. Even the bystanders, unable to see the damage numbers, were dumbfounded. One skill took out 10 at once. This guy is terrifying. That is chain lightning, right? He hasn't even changed professions and possesses such a formidable skill. It's over. Taking out 10 at once means the Tianxia guild doesn't have enough people to deal with him. Amidst the whispers, Tianxia Wushuang had already returned to resurrect himself. The remaining members, under the leadership of the exceedingly handsome Tianxia, charged fiercely at Xiaofeng. Shield bash, gale slash, backstab, Mississippi Xiaofeng, magic missile. 105, 666. With over 500 health points, he felt confident enough to withstand the onslaught from the Tianxia guild. Their initial barrage reduced his health by a mere 80 points. Not all could strike him due to their numbers. The second and third waves came next. Most of the opposing players' attack power was quite mediocre. Even with a few lucky ones wielding high-level skills and equipment, they couldn't deal substantial damage. Soon, the cooldown for chain lightning ended, and Xiaofeng unleashed another spell. Sizzle. Mana reduced by 20 points, but was immediately replenished by the passive effect of the God-slaying robe. 10 members of the Tianxia guild dropped dead, yet they continued their relentless assault on him. Keep it up, sons. Let us see whose experience bar can withstand more. Yours or my health bar, Xiaofeng said nonchalantly, standing firm as he endured their attacks, even taking time to peruse the items in his backpack. The members of the Tianxia guild, accustomed to their dominance, had never imagined they would be pushed to this extent by a lone player. Frustration mounted among them, each hoping to eliminate Xiaofeng at least once to reclaim their dignity. However, the reality was brutally harsh. As Xiaofeng examined his backpack, having hastily collected the boss's loot earlier, he now realized how extravagant the golden lion was. His backpack was brimming with treasures, 1 piece of divine artifact boots, 2 pieces of legendary equipment, 3 epic scrolls, 7 epic items, 3 rare skill books, and 4 bundles of potions. Thankfully, the boss hadn't dropped any low-quality gear, otherwise, he wouldn't have enough space. The equipment was primarily for levels 30 to 50, and 2 pieces of epic gear were just right for him. However, he couldn't switch gear during combat. The bundles of potions, though, brought him some delight. Holy Life Potion X30 instantly restores 5,000 health points, cooldown 60 seconds. Great Restoration Pill X30 instantly restores 5,300 health points, cooldown 60 seconds. War God Potion X10 physical attack and defense 50, lasts 30 seconds, cooldown 900 seconds. Charge Potion X10 movement speed 200, lasts 15 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Initially, he had been somewhat concerned that he wouldn't be able to withstand the relentless assaults from over 200 members of the Tianxia guild, who would resurrect immediately and take their places, wearing him down. But now, with healing potions in hand, it seemed even death would be a challenge. The charge potion would allow him to maneuver freely. In an instant, Xiaofeng was in high spirits, continuing his mockery. Put some effort in, haven't you eaten? Is this the level of the Tianxia guild? Don't be timid, face me head on. I'm ready for a real fight. The members of the Tianxia guild were nearly driven to madness, unleashing their small skills in a frenzy against him. His health bar had already dwindled significantly. We can kill him, everyone, push forward. Someone shouted encouragingly. With each chain lightning appearing every 10 seconds, 10 more lives were extinguished. The fallen players rushed back from the village, eager to return to their positions. Kill him. He down to 3,000 health. 2,000. 1,500. He on the verge of collapse. Keep it up. 1,000. The members of the Tianxia guild were elated. Among them, some had already died twice, losing 40 experience points. Having finally caught a glimpse of victory, they felt that even if it took 200 to take down one, it would be worth the price paid to regain some dignity. 500 points. We can take him down, roared the already frustrated Tianxia Wushuang amidst the crowd. As they watched Xiaofeng's health plummet to 200 points, they knew that just 2 more rounds of attacks would finish him off. At that moment, they saw Xiaofeng leisurely pull out a golden health potion and bring it to his lips. With a quick twist, his health bar instantly filled to the brim. Chapter 008. Xiaofeng harbors a grudge. What the hell? This is impossible. Damn it, why? At that moment, the members of the Tianxia guild erupted in fury. The glimmer of hope they had finally glimpsed was abruptly snuffed out. Xiaofeng raised his hand and unleashed another chain lightning, sweeping away 10 more individuals. Vice President, I no longer wish to engage in battle. Sniff. After being obliterated with over 2 million damage, I returned to the village, only to find myself demoted by 1 level. Faced with the formidable Xiaofeng, they had lost all will to fight. Yet, how could the vice president of the unparalleled guild resign himself to such defeat? He suppressed his fury and addressed his members. Do not be disheartened, for such an ultra-large healing potion must be exceedingly rare. He cannot produce another. Let us press on, and we shall surely bring him down. He possesses numerous purple and orange gear dropped by bosses, and the one who incurs the greatest loss shall receive them. The mention of purple and orange gear rekindled the fighting spirit of those who had been dismayed by their demotion. Very well, let us continue. The morale of the group soared as they surged toward the monster area outside the village. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng continued his ruthless harvest. He had already claimed nearly 200 lives. Aside from the mages, priests, and archers who remained at a safe distance, most melee fighters had been swiftly eradicated, merely returning to take their places after fleeing. Alas, if only killing yielded experience, I would surely have leveled up again, he lamented with a mock sigh, his voice deliberately loud enough for his adversaries to hear. The melee members of the unparalleled guild, like enraged bulls, resorted to manually attacking with their weapons as their skills cooled down, unleashing genuine basic attacks. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Their attack frequency soared, and once more, Xiaofeng's health dipped perilously low. He on the brink. Push harder, let us take him down, roared the unparalleled guild in the team channel. As they watched Xiaofeng's health bar diminish incrementally, an ominous realization struck. Oh no, Vice President. He has taken out that healing potion again. In the next instant, they beheld Xiaofeng produce a gleaming golden vial, draining its contents in a single gulp. 4,298. The precious health they had painstakingly chipped away was restored in an instant. Damn it, this is absurd. The unparalleled guild pounded their chests in frustration, unable to comprehend how, after merely an hour of gameplay, Xiaofeng could exhibit such an overwhelming advantage. Vice President, we, the members lamented, their spirits crushed. They, a multitude, had labored for 2 minutes merely to reduce his health, while he effortlessly replenished it in a heartbeat. How could they continue? At this rate, they could scarcely keep up with the casualties. At that moment, no more than 80 individuals could stand by Xiaofeng to engage him, while many others were still en route, unable to return swiftly. With a crackle, another chain lightning spell was unleashed, claiming 10 more members of the unparalleled guild. Stretching his limbs as if awakening from slumber, Xiaofeng yawned and remarked, I am most grateful for your enthusiastic and attentive massage service. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. Farewell. With that, he began to stride away from the crowd. Some attempted to block his path, but were swiftly dispatched by a magical missile. Xiaofeng, halt at once. The vice president of the unparalleled guild shouted from a distance for the third time, racing back. Oh, you've arrived quite swiftly. Xiaofeng chuckled, hastening toward him. What do you intend to do? The vice president, startled by Xiaofeng's approach, instinctively retreated a few steps, haunted by the memories of his previous swift defeats. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing his actions appeared overly cowardly, and advanced 2 steps, raising his staff in preparation for battle. He anticipated another swift demise. However, Xiaofeng merely laughed heartily. Unparalleled, your members truly excel at providing service. Their massages are exceedingly pleasant. Consider this a tip for your diligent efforts. As he spoke, he produced a single copper coin, flicking it toward the vice president. The crowd gasped. You bastard. The vice president nearly exploded with rage, wishing to wield his staff as a weapon to obliterate Xiaofeng. Amused by the vice president's fury, Xiaofeng grinned even wider. Good son. Daddy is off to change classes. See you when I can. With that, he consumed a charge potion, doubling his speed, and vanished from their sight in an instant. Xiaofeng, I will not rest until I have my revenge. With no means to retaliate, the vice president could only stand there, howling at the heavens. Meanwhile, those who had perished twice wore expressions of dejection, reluctantly dispersing to resume their leveling. Xiaofeng dashed back to the novice village, encountering numerous members of the unparalleled guild along the way. However, they made no attempt to intercept him, and he had no desire to waste time on further slaying. Upon returning to the village, his name remained white, entirely untainted. After a lengthy bout of defense, he approached the village elder with determination. Elder, I wish to travel to the main city. The elder welcomed him warmly, a kind smile adorning his face. Brave warrior Xiaofeng, you have reached level 10, granting you the privilege to explore a broader world. Which main city do you wish to visit? 3 options appeared before Xiaofeng: Stormwind, Moonlight City, Skybird City. What distinguishes these cities? He inquired. The elder elucidated. Each main city venerates a different deity in their faith temples. Stormwind worships the storm god. Moonlight City venerates the moon god, and Skybird City honors the bird god. Additionally, their geographical locations differ. Stormwind lies to the east, Moonlight City to the north, and Skybird City to the south. Xiaofeng sighed, realizing the elder's lengthy explanation had consumed precious time. Have you decided where you wish to go, brave warrior Xiaofeng? The elder pressed, unfazed by Xiaofeng's previous remarks. The 3 options lingered before him. I shall choose Stormwind. The name is classic and aligns with my character. Xiaofeng finally declared. Very well, I understand. Brave warrior Xiaofeng, please step into the teleportation array. As one of the first 10 warriors to reach level 10 in this village, you may travel to the main city free of charge, the elder said kindly. The prior battles against bosses and skirmishes with the unparalleled guild had consumed considerable time. A few diligent and fortunate players had already departed ahead of him. Xiaofeng approached the teleportation array, ready to embark on his journey. Just then, a voice called out from nearby. Hey, you, the foolish one with plenty of gold. Wait a moment. A female player clad in priest robes waved at him, clearly addressing Xiaofeng. Foolish one with plenty of gold? Xiaofeng turned. 3 question marks appearing above his head, his expression one of irritation. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her as the lucky cat who had sold him gear earlier. What can I do for you? He asked, standing outside the teleportation array, his tone less than cordial. The lucky cat sprinted to his side, exclaiming, I overcharged you for the gear I sold earlier, so I'm here to return the excess money. She initiated a trade request. Xiaofeng promptly declined. No need. I'm foolish and wealthy. This little amount doesn't concern me. I didn't mean it like that. Please don't be angry. The lucky cat hastily clarified upon noticing his unfriendly demeanor. Internally, Xiaofeng scoffed. Not angry. How could that be possible? I, Xiao, am not one to forget a grudge. Recalling a past incident when he played a tank and was insulted as a worthless non-damage dealer, he had retaliated with relentless control until his foe was rendered immobile, slowly dishing out 1 damage until they perished. Though the lucky cat had not wronged him in any significant way, he still felt the need to assert his displeasure. I'm truly sorry. It wasn't intentional. She apologized again, adopting a pitiful expression. She was quite beautiful, pouting her lips and furrowing her brows, her eyes shimmering with a glistening allure that was rather lethal. Unfortunately, Xiaofeng was a staunchly straight man. Upon witnessing her employ her social skills, he felt an even greater urge to depart, hastily uttering, "There's no need for that. A mere 5 silver coins. Consider it a gift for your mother. No, rather, a token for you. I bid you farewell." With that, he stepped into the teleportation array and was immediately whisked away. What a joke. Can women be regarded as creatures to befriend? They are merely stumbling blocks on the path to success, formidable obstacles on the broad avenue of triumph. Uttering a single word could lead one to utter ruin. Hey, why don't you at least add me as a friend? Lucky Meow, witnessing his hasty retreat, was left with a plethora of questions swirling in her mind. She sent a friend request, only to have it ruthlessly rejected by Xiaofeng. How infuriating. Lucky Meow fumed. Stamping her foot, she activated the game's mirror feature, gazing upon her stunning visage, reassessing her charm. After a moment, she nodded to herself, muttering, "That fellow must have a fear of women, and he's undoubtedly a gay. Otherwise, with my allure, humph." Chapter 009, Educated by an NPC. Level 3 Main City. Stormwind City. Central Teleportation Array. Xiaofeng's figure gradually solidified within this grand city. How magnificent. Before his eyes lay an expansive Western-style ancient city. The teleportation square alone was as vast as a football field. The streets in the distance could accommodate 8 vehicles side by side, spacious and pristine. At this moment, the main city had few players. The majority of the player base was likely around level 7, with those exceeding level 10 having encountered premium rewards during lotteries. Make way. Make way. Don't block the path. As Xiaofeng admired the scenery of the main city, an impatient voice abruptly interrupted him. Subsequently, he was unceremoniously shoved aside by an overwhelming force. "Hey, who dares to push me?" Xiaofeng had a rather fiery temper and instinctively wanted to retort. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that he had been pushed aside by a patrol squad of city guards clad in silver armor, wielding long spears. City Guard Commander, Legendary Boss. Level 150. Health points 5, 400, 000, 540, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve more data. City Guard Soldier Elite. Level 120. Health points 700, 000, 700, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve more data. Xiaofeng, this is madness. The game has gone insane. A group of NPCs dares to push a player? Is there no justice left? Don't they realize that players are akin to deities? Yet, these were city guards, and reasoning with them would be futile. For NPCs lack the capacity for rational thought. Moreover, offending the NPC military would likely confine him to a cell for the remainder of his life. It was better to avoid conflict. Xiaofeng's penchant for harboring grudges was forcibly subdued by the harsh realities of life, and he reluctantly swallowed his indignation. I must change my class. He left the teleportation square and jogged along. The city map marked his target location for class change, and after about 5 minutes of running, he arrived at the designated spot. Before him stood a towering temple, its grand entrance emblazoned with the words Stormwind Temple. Halt. The sacred grounds of Stormwind Temple are strictly off-limits to unclean individuals. Just as he approached the entrance, the guards stationed outside the temple advanced, blocking his path with their massive shields and lengthy lances. What in the world? Xiaofeng's eyes widened as he suddenly realized a critical issue. The curse of Auto Goo. This curse not only rendered him a prime target for all monsters due to its innate taunting effect, but it also barred him from entering the temple, preventing him from inheriting a divine class or earning contributions to the war. Initially, Xiaofeng thought that not being able to earn war contributions would be quite disheartening. However, it now appeared that he couldn't even change his class. The class change took place within the temple, and all the class instructors resided in the temple hall. If he couldn't enter, how could he change? It is widely known that the purpose of changing classes serves 2 main functions. Firstly, to enhance attribute growth rates, and secondly, to learn new skills. If he remained a mage apprentice, his attributes would inevitably lag behind others, resulting in substantial losses in both magical attack and health points, as well as mana growth. Furthermore, each class has limited basic skills, and there are no alternative routes to acquire them. The quintessential mage skills such as Fireball, Firestorm, Fire Ward, and Meteor Strike would all be beyond his reach. What sort of mage would he be? An eternal mage apprentice? Just a magic missile and a chain lightning to carry him through life? His head throbbed at the thought. Please leave immediately. The temple knights glared at him, exhibiting overt hostility towards Xiaofeng, who bore the curse of Auto Goo. Were it not for their rank requiring them to maintain decorum, they might have already skewered him with their lances. How frustrating. Xiaofeng thought. Should I just barge in and threaten the class instructor to change my class? However, upon glancing at the attributes of the temple knights, he saw high-level temple knight, legendary boss. Level 180. Health points 7, 200, 000, 720, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve more data. and there were 8 such NPCs stationed at the temple entrance. Forget it, I won't change anymore. I'll remain a mage apprentice. And if need be, I'll simply purchase some mage skill books at the player market. Besides, it's not as if he was barred from acquiring hidden classes. Perhaps one day he would stumble upon an extraordinary hidden class and outshine the pitiful instructors within the temple. With a heavy heart, Xiaofeng departed. As he strolled down the main street of the city, he gradually recognized the implications of the curse of Auto Gu. This curse caused all war-related NPCs to harbor a profound disdain for him. For instance, city guard soldiers, temple guardians, and attendants in the war hall all exhibited hostility. This underscored the monumental influence of Auto Gu, the war deity's steed. Of course, other non-war-related NPCs remained relatively amicable towards Xiaofeng. For instance, various shopkeepers in the market greeted him with their usual warm smiles. When he displayed a handful of gold coins, they nodded and bowed. Resembling merchants in real life with remarkably high realism, Xiaofeng wandered the city for a good 10 minutes. During this time, he purchased a few mid-grade health potions that restored 500 health points and some high-grade health potions that restored 1,000 health points for daily consumption. These 2 potions were merely inferior versions of the saintly health potion with interchangeable cooldown times. The saintly health potion was quite precious and unavailable in stores, serving as a lifesaver when needed. As for mana potions, he had no need for them at all. The Godslayer robe provided a natural recovery rate of 50 points per second, and the honor staff had a small chance of restoring mana, ensuring his mana would never run out. Xiaofeng ventured into the system shop to procure a selection of level 30 whiteboard gear that could be donned immediately, allowing him to make slight adjustments to his attributes. He also purchased a bundle of town return scrolls. Subsequently, he visited the warehouse to store away the precious items he currently had no use for, such as artifacts, legendary equipment, and skill books, in order to prevent his inventory from overflowing, which might hinder him when facing other divine bosses later on. With the intention of leveling up and perhaps discovering an opportunity for a hidden class advancement, he set forth from the city. The high-quality equipment would be better sold at the auction house later, when the main city was bustling and the flow of gold was more abundant, he mused. Departing from the main city, he sought out a suitable area for leveling up. At this moment, his attributes had seen considerable improvement since his time in the novice village. Name, Xiaofeng. Class, Mage Apprentice. Level, 33. Talent, Divine Might. Super Divine. Health points, 52, 555, 255. Mana points, 355. 355. Spell attack power, 192. Physical defense, 68. Magical defense, 112. Strength, 33. Intelligence, 121. Vitality, 51. Mentality, 45. Agility, 40. Potential points, 0. Having allocated all his attribute points to intelligence, Xiaofeng's attack power could only be described as terrifying. Indeed, while his stats appeared modest at first glance, multiplying the attack power by 10,000 revealed a truly alarming figure. Exiting through the eastern gate of Stormwind City, he encountered a herd of level 13 bull monsters in the wild. With 500 health points, these beasts were akin to knights clad in green armor, all focused on vitality. Xiaofeng unleashed a magic missile, which struck the bull's head, displaying a colossal damage number of 109, 199, and the creature fell slowly to the ground. What merit do I possess to slay you? The bull lamented. Xiaofeng scoffed, feeling that these monsters were far too weak, yielding pitiful experience points that could not satisfy his need for leveling up at level 33. Thus, he perused the map and set off towards the horizon. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the main city, no high-level monsters could be found. To level up, he would need to venture farther afield. He sprinted over 20 kilometers in one breath, dispatching numerous monsters along the way, yet his experience points remained stagnant at level 33. With only a negligible increase in his experience bar, the journey had consumed over an hour of his time. Checking the leaderboard, he found himself at the pinnacle with level 33, while the second-ranked player, a certain Jianzhan Songsheng, had reached level 27, boasting a truly astonishing leveling speed. The players ranked third and below lingered around level 17, their efficiency significantly lacking. This Jianzhan Songsheng seemed to have made a name for himself in the battleground announcements. Xiaofeng scrolled through the system announcements and discovered that Jianzhan Songsheng had slain a mythic boss just half an hour prior, resulting in a dramatic surge in his level. Clearly, he was not the only formidable player in all heavens. It was imperative that he continue to enhance his own abilities. Xiaofeng reflected. At last, he arrived at his chosen leveling ground. Chapter 010, the neighboring Oldly. This map, known as the Divine Wind Canyon, was teeming with monsters ranging from levels 55 to 65. With Xiaofeng's attributes, even encountering level 100 wild creatures would pose no challenge. However, the level 100 maps were exceedingly distant, and with the teleportation array not yet fully activated, traversing the distance on foot would take 3 hours, an inefficient endeavor. Thus, he decided to engage with the relatively higher-level monsters nearby to accumulate experience. The creatures in the Divine Wind Canyon fell into 2 categories: the Wind Apostles, resembling the spirits from a magic lamp, who wielded wind magic with high damage but low health, and the rock giants, who boasted high defense and substantial health. Moving sluggishly, ideal for a stationary mage to level up. Entering the canyon, Xiaofeng raised his hand and cast a magic missile. With a resounding crack, the nearest rock giant, towering at 35 meters, absorbed the tiny missile, which shattered upon impact, yielding him over 600 experience points. A mere 600 experience for a monster? Xiaofeng mused. Considering that he required over 380,000 experience points to level up, the progress seemed rather slow. Even if he dispatched 20 monsters per minute, it would take him more than half an hour to gain a single level. Nevertheless, compared to the typical leveling speed of other players, he was advancing at a commendable rate. With a crackle, a chain lightning spell struck down and wind apostle, netting him 625 experience points. The distance between the monsters was considerable. Beyond 3 meters, the chain lightning could not bounce. Xiaofeng moved closer to the horde of monsters, casually casting basic attacks to eliminate them effortlessly. He paid little attention to their health. Any contact resulted in instant death, eliminating the need for follow-up strikes. Progressing steadily, he delved deeper into the canyon, watching his experience points accumulate steadily. Ding! You have received a friend request. At that moment, the system chimed. Xiaofeng opened the notification to find it was from a player named neighboring Old Li. Li? He quickly accepted the request. Old Xiao, is that you? How on earth did you reach level 1? First kill of a divine boss. Li's astonished voice emerged from the communicator. In this battleground, there were thousands of players named Xiaofeng, making it difficult to distinguish between them without friendship ties. When Xiaofeng's name appeared in the battleground announcements, many sought to add him as a friend. However, all heavens had anticipated this issue, implementing a feature to prevent renowned players from being inundated with requests by disabling nickname searches. Therefore, the only way to connect aside from face-to-face interactions was through a unique identity serial number, akin to a social security number. This serial number was automatically bound prior to character creation. Xiaofeng and his dorm mates were well aware of each other's numbers. When Li exited the novice village and added Xiaofeng, upon seeing his level 33, he was utterly flabbergasted. Alas, there's nothing to be done. I'm just too handsome, and the system insists on showering me with experience and rewards to curry my favor. What a burden it is. In front of his dormitory brothers, Xiaofeng found it hard to resist showing off. This time, it wasn't mere pretense. He truly was exceptional. Wow, you've really become something else. Li exclaimed. Had I known you were so adept at playing a mage, I wouldn't have let you play tank before. Quick, tell me which main city you're in. I'll come find you right away. Just know that you squandered 3 years of my glorious time. You'll have to work hard to make it up to me. Xiaofeng replied with a sense of pride, then shared the name of Stormwind City. Making up for it is one thing, but there's also the option of making a girl a mother, he mused. By the way, what valuable loot dropped from the divine boss? If it's worth a lot, I wouldn't mind sharing the burden. Li jested. Xiaofeng glanced at Li's attributes. He remained true to form, having chosen the supportive class of priest, now just at level 10 and freshly out of the village. There exists a legendary weapon for level 50 priests. Yet your level is insufficient. Take your time to level up. Indeed, it truly exists. I have heard that legendary weapons are not inexpensive. The offline trading price is estimated to be around several 100,000. It seems I must have a daughter. Only by becoming your father-in-law could I repay such a debt. Li remarked earnestly. Get lost. You expect me to pay a bride price as well? Xiaofeng retorted with irritation. In truth, he had also contemplated the issue of finances. The current fervor surrounding Worlds Beyond surpasses that of all previous games, given the vast player base. The economic ecosystem of the game has become remarkably stable. Consequently, the prices of high-quality gear and skill books are bound to be exorbitant. Should he sell all the items dropped by the Golden Lion, it would suffice to secure Xiaofeng's livelihood for the remainder of his life. However, Xiaofeng is not one with a narrow perspective. He understands precisely what his talent signifies. With such a gift, he can command the winds and the rains within Worlds Beyond for a considerable time to come. Money? It is of little consequence. As long as he can manage in the real world, his family's circumstances, while not affluent, are adequate for a comfortable life. Most importantly, he must become increasingly powerful to acquire more resources. Of course, any equipment he cannot utilize should certainly be sold or given to trustworthy friends to fortify his surrounding strength. That way, should he encounter formidable opponents in the future, he can rally his allies to vanquish them. What the hell? The cost of teleporting between main cities is a staggering 10 gold coins. That is utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, a disheartened wail emanated from Li. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh heartily and said, well then, find a party to level up with. I have no intention of heading to another main city for now. We'll talk later. Alright, I'll search for old Zhang. He is in the same city as I am, so we can team up. Li replied. Yes. Good luck to you too in your romantic escapades. Oh no, a boss has appeared. I must collect the spoils, and we shall converse later. Just as Xiaofeng was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly spotted a colossal stone golem that had just spawned ahead. And his eyes lit up as he hung up the phone. What the hell? Li Li's words were left hanging in the communicator, filled with a desire to complain about how encountering a boss equated to picking up money. Approximately 80 meters ahead, a towering stone giant, standing at 10 meters tall and cloaked in a purple-brown hue, had just materialized. It struck the ground with its massive arms, producing thunderous booms. Xiaofeng glanced at its attributes. Stone Golem, Epic Boss. Level, 70. Health, 500, 000 500, 000. Target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve further data. Not bad, not bad. A boss that is essentially free. Xiaofeng remarked with a smile, wielding the honor staff as he strode forward with purpose. At 25 meters, the range of a mage. He entered this distance and unleashed a chain lightning spell. The stone golem's alert range extends to 50 meters, and as he encroached upon it, it had already risen, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. However, being merely a physical creature with short arms, it had barely begun to wind up when Xiaofeng's chain lightning struck its colossal forehead. Sizzle. 489, 188 damage. Stone golem. With a resounding crash, the gargantuan stone golem shattered into a multitude of stones, collapsing in defeat. Congratulations. You have defeated the 70-level epic boss, the stone golem, earning 550 reputation points. You have defeated the stone golem, gaining 200, 100 experience. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 34. Before the stone golem had entirely fallen, a radiant glow of leveling up enveloped Xiaofeng. The ground erupted with a bounty of gold and silver coins, alongside various pieces of equipment. Xiaofeng stepped forward to collect. Suddenly, a skill book caught his eye. Chapter 11, The Unmatched Revenge. Earth Elemental Shield, Common Skill. Level Requirement, First Transmutation. Class Requirement, Mage. Effect, summons an Earth Elemental Shield that absorbs damage equivalent to 120 attack power. This shield possesses no defensive attributes and lasts a maximum of 30 seconds. Mana cost, 10. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Incredible. Upon seeing this, Xiaofeng was overwhelmed with joy. This shield spell, under his tenfold amplification, would create a damage absorption shield exceeding 2 million in value. Moreover, with a duration of 30 seconds and a cooldown of 30 seconds, it can seamlessly connect. Originally, this skill, designed for ordinary mages, would provide only a few hundred points of shield value, equating to a mere fraction of life every 30 seconds, rendering it a rather useless skill. However, in his hands, it transformed into something profoundly extraordinary. With a shield value of 2 million, how could one possibly breach it? Though the shield itself has a defense value of 0, shattering it would require an immense number of opponents. Regrettably, it requires the first transmutation to learn, alas. The curse of Auto-Gu is truly a hindrance. Following his initial elation, vexation quickly replaced it. Such a powerful skill. Yet he was stymied by the inability to advance classes. The frustration was almost unbearable. With a sigh, Xiaofeng continued deeper into the valley to grind for experience. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. The process of battling and leveling was monotonous and tedious. After over an hour, Xiaofeng had managed to elevate his level to 36. While the majority of players had already departed from the novice village, flooding into the major cities. At that moment, a system announcement suddenly reverberated throughout the entire battle zone. Battle zone announcement. Congratulations to the player team Xiaofeng for completing the 25-level main storyline dungeon, Secret Camp. First completion players. Unmatched in the world. No thieves in the world. The most handsome in the world. The best healer in the world. The best sword in the world. Battle zone announcement. Battle zone announcement. Xiaofeng. The announcement echoed 3 times before finally subsiding, and after the third round of notifications, Xiaofeng's mood became somewhat agitated. Old Xiao. What is going on? Is the person in the announcement insulting you? Lili quickly inquired. Well, the members of the Tianxia guild are upset. They attempted to snatch my artifact in the novice village, and I eliminated over 400 of them, which has made them frantic, Xiaofeng explained. What the hell? You dared to provoke the Tianxia guild? That is quite bold. Lili couldn't help but give a thumbs up in admiration. He then asked, so what is the plan now? Are we going to deal with them, or are we going to deal with them? Can't do anything. Xiaofeng sighed. Given his vengeful nature, he certainly harbored a strong desire to rush before unmatched in the world and eliminate him back to the novice village. However, now that players were all at level 10, the number of players the Tianxia guild could summon had surged from hundreds to thousands. If he were besieged by tens of thousands, he would truly be unable to withstand it. Moreover, those like unmatched in the world, who had successfully completed the 25-level dungeon, would not be lacking in luck or strength. Currently, he could not learn the Earth Elemental Shield skill, nor did he possess any other mage skills to deal damage. If he went alone, he might eliminate a few hundred of them, but he too would be eliminated. While it is true that the artifact robe does not drop upon death, the difficulty of leveling means that losing experience at level 36 is far more detrimental than losing experience at level 20. Must I truly endure this humiliation? Old Xiao. This isn't like you at all, Lili remarked, somewhat discontented. I'll settle the score with them once I change classes. The Tianxia guild will never establish a foothold in this lifetime. Xiaofeng declared fiercely. For the time being, refraining from retaliation does not imply that he is cowardly. Once he completes his class change and acquires more skills, the nightmare for the Guild of the World will commence. A chill suddenly enveloped him. Lily shivered. Reminiscent of that unfortunate soul who found himself cornered in a dead end, enduring over 5 hours of being slapped in the face with a shield before finally succumbing. By the way, Old Lee, do you have any information regarding the hidden class for mages? I currently cannot access the temple nor undergo a class change. Which is a bit of a predicament, Xiao Feng inquired. Li, known for his penchant for browsing forums and being well-versed in various gossip and esoteric tales, responded, just a moment ago, while I was offline attending to Nature's call, I perused the forums on my phone. There are quite a few discussions about hidden classes. One poster revealed their process of acquiring a hidden class, which began with an incident involving a charming NPC lady outside the main city, leading them to transition from an assassin apprentice to a flower picker. You might find inspiration in that approach. Xiao Feng's expression froze. An inappropriate encounter with an NPC lady, and then transitioning to a flower picker? Are extraterrestrials so audacious in their game design? A surge of thoughts flooded his mind. He couldn't help but wonder if, within the realm of the game All Heavens, even content for those aged 18 and above was permissible. Perhaps he should scout a small town to test this theory. Xiao Feng immediately opened the map, searching for the nearest NPC town. The call had not yet ended when Lily overheard his mutterings and teased. I must say, old Xiao, you are quite the heartthrob. Surely, you have no need to resort to NPCs? What are you saying? Xiao Feng shot back, his eyes wide with indignation. This is merely a matter of taste. Ha. I thought you were going to claim you were a paragon of virtue, not someone eager to try this out. Lily laughed heartily and ended the call. Damn it. Xiao Feng's retort lingered unspoken. Nonetheless, Lily's words rang true. He indeed lacked any malevolent inclinations in seeking mental gratification within the game. He was merely curious if he could uncover a hidden class within the Mage series. After surveying the map, he swiftly located the nearest small town. The town was named Silvermine Town, situated at the base of a hill not far from the Godwind Canyon. Xiao Feng promptly turned around and exited the canyon, making his way towards Silvermine Town. Typically, town maps serve to provide players with health potions and mana potions while grinding in the wild or undertaking minor quests. The number of NPCs in the town is limited, and there are no formidable military guards present. Upon arriving at the town's entrance, Xiao Feng was met with the hostile glares of 2 militia guards, who appeared ready to attack. Their attributes were rather unimpressive, possessing only 500 health, easily dispatched with a single missile. However, their NPC status indicated a non-attackable friendly color, rendering him unable to teach them a lesson. This town had yet to be visited by any players, maintaining an air of pristine simplicity. A few NPC matrons were outdoors, drying herbs and weaving cloth, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. As he strolled into the town, one of the matrons approached him, inquiring, "Young adventurer, my daughter Ruth has gone missing. Could you assist me in locating her?" Ding. Do you accept the quest, the lost girl? The system prompted. Xiao Feng decisively shook his head, lacking interest. Ah, very well. My apologies for the disturbance, the matron replied, disappointment evident on her face as she departed. Xiao Feng wandered around the town, attempting to locate an NPC of the mage variety. After a comprehensive search, he found none. The town was populated solely by matronly figures, militia, and rambunctious children, leaving him thoroughly disheartened. Suddenly, a militia NPC rushed back into the town from outside, frantically exclaiming, "A horde of abyssal creatures has emerged in the silver mine cave. Many have perished. Quick, send word to the main city, or we shall all perish." Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Xiao Feng's ears. You have discovered the public quest, Crisis in Silvermine Town. Proceed to report to the Lord's Mansion or War Hall in Stormwind City to receive a reward. The task rewards were displayed below, 100,000 experience points and 10 gold coins. Xiao Feng felt a surge of temptation. However, upon reflection, he considered himself a formidable figure. Why should he travel all the way back to report? Instead, he could storm into the Silver Mine Cave and eliminate those abyssal creatures himself. Chapter 012, An Opportunity for Retaliation. With this thought, he approached the injured militia and asked, "Good sir, where is the Silver Mine Cave located?" "You vile heretic, begone. I wish not to lay eyes upon you." The militia NPC not only refused to inform him, but also shouted in fury. Xiao Feng's face darkened. It was to be expected. Currently, he bore the curse of auto, causing any soldier-type NPC to abhor him, making inquiries quite challenging. Very well, I shall inquire elsewhere. He randomly approached a matron NPC, posing the same question. The town's matrons were kind-hearted and treated him with utmost friendliness, promptly directing him. The Silver Mine Cave lay at the base of a small hill to the west of the town, a profound cavern leading into the earth. This location was not displayed on the system map, indicating it belonged to the realm of hidden maps. Such locations typically conceal commendable rewards. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng grasped his staff and rushed toward his destination. Soon, he arrived at the cave's entrance. The system narrative unfolded here, with several miners and militia sprawled about. Wailing in agony, "Young adventurer, could you fetch some healing potions from the town?" One of the miner NPCs pleaded. The system prompted another small quest confirmation window. Xiaofeng, disinterested in running errands, declined the quest, dismissing them with, "Hold on, the next group of players will come to your aid," and plunged into the depths of the cave. The next moment, ding, you have discovered the level 75 main storyline dungeon, Silver Mine Cave. Notification, the main storyline dungeon remains closed until cleared, and cannot be exited unless the entire party perishes or the dungeon is completed. What? A main storyline dungeon? Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Then, elation surged within him. By golly, how fortuitous to reclaim his honor so swiftly. Just moments ago, he had been berated thrice by the Guild of the World through battle announcements. And now he had stumbled upon a main storyline dungeon of even higher level. Should he conquer this dungeon, he would earn an opportunity for another announcement, allowing him to retaliate in kind, completely overshadowing his adversaries. Onward, Xiaofeng ventured deeper into the mine. The cavern was relatively narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. If entered as a group, only the knight could lead while the mage and archer provided support from the rear. After advancing a few dozen steps, the first wave of dungeon monsters emerged. They were a brood of lizard-like creatures, totaling 5 in number, roughly the size of small dogs, at level 70 with 10,000 health points each. The 5 creatures were closely grouped, and with a swift cast of lightning chain, he dispatched them all in a flash. You have defeated the lizard of the mine, earning 1850 experience points. You have defeated. The experience from dungeon monsters was significantly higher than that of wild creatures. Only a few levels higher, yet it exceeded that of rock giants by 3-fold. Indeed, it proves to be an excellent locale for leveling up. Xiaofeng remarked with satisfaction as he picked up several copper coins from the ground and pressed onward. The number of mining cave lizards was quite abundant. Every few dozen steps, he would encounter another wave. After vanquishing approximately 10 waves of miner foes, Xiaofeng arrived at a corner. This area served as a transit zone within the cavern, measuring about 30 to 40 meters, cluttered with mining tools. Scattered on the ground were several corpses of miners, and in the center lay an enormous lizard. Clearly, the first boss of the dungeon had manifested. Xiaofeng cast a glance at it. Cavern Lizard King, rare level boss. Level 75. Health points 250, 000, 250, 000. Target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. Weak, far too weak. Xiaofeng raised his hand and unleashed a magic missile. The imposing Lizard King barely had time to grunt before it let out a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. You have defeated the Cavern Lizard King, earning 144,000 experience points. His experience surged considerably, nearing the threshold for leveling up. Xiaofeng gathered the coins and items dropped by the boss, inspecting them only to find nothing of use, which left him somewhat disappointed. He continued onward. Beyond the corner lay a descent, and after traversing over 100 meters downward, the terrain leveled out once more. This must be the second layer of the cavern, where the environment was notably more spacious, and the monsters had changed. A new wave of minor creatures appeared ahead, and upon closer inspection, they were no longer lizards but rather small mud creatures that resembled slimes, covered in a pitch-black hue. Abyss Servant. Level 75. Health points 1250. Target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. The attributes of these minor foes were quite frail, easily dispatched with a single missile. However, as the second layer's map expanded, the density of these Abyss Servants was not as high as that of the lizards, making it impossible to utilize the chain lightning effectively. He could only eliminate them one by one. With a squelch, 2 of the small creatures managed to approach him, landing a slap on his backside. 221. Given the artifact level defense, such damage was still quite formidable. However, how dare they touch my backside? They shall pay. Xiaofeng retaliated with a magic missile, instantly slaying the offending creature. Another Abyss Servant clung to him, landing a punch on his thigh, nearly striking between his legs. Damn, these creatures are rather lewd. His face flushed with embarrassment as he could not cast a spell, and instead, he lifted his staff to resort to physical attacks. Thud. 14. His strike was forceful, yet the damage was pitifully low. The super divine talent only enhanced skills, and this pure normal attack did not benefit from any amplification. The Abyss Servant continued to swing its sticky fists menacingly, poised to strike him. Xiaofeng stepped back to evade, and just then, the cooldown for his chain lightning expired. He unleashed a powerful electric attack, reducing the creature to ashes. The second layer of the cavern was teeming with monsters, making progress somewhat time-consuming. Yet, the experience gained from dungeon monsters was triple that of the outside world, so it was still a worthwhile endeavor for leveling up. Gradually advancing, he pushed deeper into the cavern for around 2 kilometers, consuming over 30 minutes in the process. Xiaofeng successfully reached level 37, his attack power exceeding 200. After traversing the long path, he finally arrived at the second boss's chamber. Crossing a barrier, the area ahead opened up. As Xiaofeng entered the boss room, he was momentarily taken aback. For this dungeon's second boss was not just one. Abyss Servant Chief, Red, Rare Boss. Level 80. Health points, 295, 000, 295, 000. Target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. In terms of attributes, this boss was not significantly stronger than the first boss, the Lizard King. However, within this expansive boss chamber, there were a total of 4 bosses. Red, blue, green, and purple. Aside from their differing appearances, their attributes were entirely identical. For creatures, with a magic missile every 25 seconds and the occasional chain lightning, should allow him to defeat them with minimal damage taken if he acted swiftly. Xiaofeng pondered. High damage was his greatest advantage. This dungeon was inherently challenging. A typical player party of 5 would struggle to withstand and deal damage to 4 bosses simultaneously. The difficulty was evident. Yet, Xiaofeng faced none of these complications. He advanced cautiously, as the bosses roamed the room but did not initiate an attack. Time to begin. Magic Missile. Baiyu. The nearest red boss was swiftly dispatched by a single missile. With a swift movement, Xiaofeng charged towards the left side to engage the blue boss. However, at that moment, he suddenly heard a low wail from the 3 remaining bosses. Immediately, dark energy surged, and their sizes expanded significantly. Upon checking their attributes, Xiaofeng was left astounded. Abyss Servant Chief, Blue, Rare Boss. Level 80. Health points, 393, 333, 393, 333. Target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. Chapter 13. Warriors, Save Me. Their health had increased. Furthermore, by nearly 100, 000. What the hell, after defeating one boss, does its health distribute entirely to the others? Xiaofeng exclaimed. He was not truly alarmed. After all, 390, 000 health and 200, 000 health posed no difference to him. However, if an ordinary player team were to face this, wouldn't it shatter their morale? Intriguing, he suddenly found himself eager to see others attempt this dungeon. With a mischievous smile, Xiaofeng unleashed a chain lightning, obliterating the blue boss. Squelch. The remaining 2 bosses continued to wail, the dark energy surging, and their health totals swelled to a staggering 590, 000 each. The green and purple bosses approached him, one opening its sticky maw to spit forth saliva, while the other raised its fist to strike. Squelch. 586, poisoned. 799, 50, 50. Each of the 2 bosses landed a blow, reducing Xiaofeng's health by over 500 points. Fortunately, his missile had cooled down, and he released it once more, instantly slaying the green boss. Squelch. The final purple boss let out a shriek. The dark energy swelling, its health soaring to a terrifying 180, 000. Moreover, its quality had astonishingly ascended from rare to epic. Slap. The purple boss brought down a colossal hand, and Xiaofeng, having misstepped in his positioning, was unable to evade this massive strike. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall and sliding down slowly. 430. What a tremendous amount of damage. Could it be that the bosses not only transferred health, but also their attack power? Comparing the 2 instances of damage, the slap was evidently far more painful than the previous punch. Xiaofeng realized that when the bosses were divided into 4, their attack power must have been woefully inadequate. Easily withstood. However, with the transfer of attributes, its strength will only continue to grow. The correct strategy involves drawing the 4 monsters together, gradually depleting their health, and then simultaneously dispatching them. Should even one of them perish a moment too late, it would transform into this epic boss with 18 million health. Fortunately, I am an adept player, otherwise, I would truly be at a loss. Xiaofeng rose from the ground, the missile cooldown having concluded. The purple boss was poised to unleash a venomous, potent spittle upon him, but in the next instant, the missile descended. With a resounding explosion, it erupted into a splatter of goo. You have defeated the Abyss Servant Chief, gaining 282, 000 experience points. The experience awarded for merging into an epic boss is also of epic caliber, albeit lacking corresponding prestige rewards. Xiaofeng remained unaware of the utility of prestige. Thus he paid it no mind. After the boss exploded, a plethora of rewards cascaded to the ground. Yet, the absence of a system notification indicating the completion of the level suggested that another boss awaited ahead. Xiaofeng stepped forward to collect the rewards from the second boss. This time, fortune smiled upon him, yielding an epic quality 2-handed sword for warriors, boasting formidable attributes. Alas, it could only be equipped at level 75, rendering it of little value at present. Sigh, if only I could acquire a few mage skill books. Xiaofeng grimaced, feeling exceedingly vexed that despite reaching level 37, he still possessed only 2 skills. Yet, there was no alternative but to press onward. He traversed the boss chamber and descended to the 3rd level of the mine. The 3rd level of the mine became increasingly intricate, no longer a mere singular path, but a labyrinth of numerous forks. Upon examining the map, he discovered it shrouded in fog, obscuring any shortcuts. Just as he pondered which route to take, a voice suddenly pierced the air. Warrior, warrior, save me. The deep timbre and pained intonation unmistakably belonged to a minor NPC. Following the sound, Xiaofeng approached to find an NPC resembling a miner collapsed on the ground, barely clinging to life. Silver Miner Rafro. Level 50. Health 500, 075. Attack power 350. Physical defense 50. Magical defense 30. Skills: mining, fireball, magic missile. Upon seeing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but chuckle. This miner was, in fact, a mage. Are you alright, sir? He inquired of NPC Rafro's condition. Rafro gasped for breath and replied, I am gravely injured. Without a divine life potion, I fear I shan't survive. Divine life potion? I have one. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng produced a golden vial and handed it to Rafro. Though this potion was rare, he still possessed 28 of them. Thus he could afford to be generous. Oh, you possess such a miraculous elixir. Rafro exclaimed joyfully, gratefully accepting the potion and downing it in one gulp. The divine life potion only provided 5,000 healing to players. Yet upon consumption, Rafro's health bar, which had plummeted to 75,000, was instantly restored to full. He sprang back to life, vibrant and full of energy, and expressed his gratitude. Brave Xiaofeng, I cannot thank you enough. To repay your immense kindness, I am willing to guide you through the maze to locate the abyssal monsters deep within the mine. Thank you kindly, Xiaofeng nodded, finally comprehending the purpose of this NPC's existence. Possessing the divine life potion would save precious time, allowing for a swift journey to the boss. Otherwise, navigating through the myriad paths filled with uncertainty might lead to wasted time, or worse, a swift demise by traps. We shall proceed this way. I have worked in this mine for over a decade. I know it well enough to navigate with my eyes closed. Rafro led the way, with Xiaofeng following closely behind. Warrior, do exercise caution. The monster lord within is exceedingly fearsome. Many of my brethren have already fallen to its might. Had you not saved my life, I would never have dared to lead you into such peril. I hope you are strong enough to vanquish the monster lord and restore peace to the mine. If I return alive, I shall resign. Having saved enough coin to return to my hometown, marry a wife, and secure a position as a magic instructor, living out my remaining days in comfort. Oh no, monsters! Warrior, save me. Rafro, the loquacious NPC, rambled incessantly as they moved along. Upon encountering monsters, he would shriek and cower in a corner, showing none of the valor one would expect from a mage. The monsters on the third level proved more formidable than those on the second. Comprised of level 75 abyssal venom worms, capable of both close-range bites and long-range venomous sprays. Xiaofeng dispatched them swiftly and efficiently. After winding through the labyrinthine paths of the mine for several minutes, Xiaofeng finally arrived at a vast cavern. Ahead lay the lair of the abyssal lord. Initially, we had stumbled upon some magical crystals beneath the silver mine and intended to excavate them. Unexpectedly, while digging, we unearthed a portal, unleashing a horde of abyssal creatures. It is truly terrifying. Warrior, please assist us in defeating that monster lord and closing the portal to save us. Rafro continued his incessant chatter. Xiaofeng nodded slightly, preparing to enter the boss chamber and confront the third boss. However, to his surprise, the boss was even swifter. Before he could step into the chamber, a grim voice echoed from within. Foolish miner, daring to bring others to disturb the great Lord Samaka. You are clearly tired of living. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air filled the space as several tentacles resembling those of an octopus emerged from the cavern, ensnaring Rafro's limbs and yanking him inward. Help! Warrior! Save me! Chapter 014. The Insult. Rafro was being dragged by the tentacles, seemingly destined for a narrative demise. This middle-aged NPC, having slaved away for over a decade, dreaming of retirement and a life of domestic bliss, had been fated for a grim end. A sudden surge of irritation coursed through Xiaofeng. Despite Rafro's incessant chatter, he had at least guided him through the mine. Yet this boss made no inquiries, seeking only to eliminate Rafro. Was this not a direct affront to Xiaofeng? Release him, he commanded, hastening into the chamber. Rafro was pulled away at a speed slightly faster than his own, but Xiaofeng managed to keep pace. Upon entering the boss chamber, he was met by the sight of a colossal eye. It was the Eye of Magic. This chamber spanned nearly 100 meters, with a portal in the distance, and at its center lay a blue pool surrounded by eerie blue magical crystals. The boss languished within the magical crystal pool, resembling an octopus with a bald head and 8 thick, elongated tentacles. However, unlike an octopus, it possessed a single enormous eye that nearly dominated its face. Abyss Lord Samaka, Epic. Level 80. Health, 500, 000, 500, 000. Target level is too high. Additional data cannot be retrieved. Tentacle monsters are utterly revolting. Release him at once. Xiaofeng bellowed, hurling a magic missile directly at the creature. Bang. 200,0299. A staggering damage of 2 million erupted from the boss's head. Yet, it did not perish. Even after its health bar was completely depleted, the boss remained submerged in the pool, cackling with sinister delight. Foolish adventurers, do you truly believe you can vanquish me? I am the magnificent Lord Samarka, the most exquisite being of the abyss. As long as the crystal pool exists, I am immortal. No sooner had the words left its lips than the boss's health bar rapidly replenished, returning to full vitality. Brave warrior, save me. I do not wish to die. I have yet to wed. Lamented Rafro, hanging helplessly in midair. The crystal pool, you say? Thank you for the hint. Xiaofeng disregarded Rafro's pleas and instead focused on the crystal pool. To his astonishment, he discovered that the crystal pool possessed attributes of its own. Crystal pool. Health, 45000050000000. Physical defense, 0. Magical defense, 10. Quite a substantial amount of health. It was evident that the health restored to Samarka was drawn directly from the crystal pool. If he were to dismantle the crystal pool, this boss would be rendered powerless. He raised his hand and unleashed a chain of lightning, striking directly at the crystal pool. With a crackling sound, the chain of lightning exhibited a destructive force far surpassing that of a magic missile. 450000. With a single electric strike, the entire crystal pool began to boil, evaporating all the water within. Structures possess a fixed value for damage absorption. The amount of health correlates directly to the damage taken. With no overflow, Xiaofeng's strike, delivering an astounding 4.8 million in damage, effectively obliterated it in one fell swoop. No, this cannot be. The boss, Lord Samarka, was struck with terror upon realizing this horrific reality, letting out a panicked roar. The crystal pool was his source of life, and with it gone, his reliance had vanished. Oh, great bloodthirsty demon god, grant me strength, he bellowed, thrashing his tentacles. In an instant, purple-black magical runes manifested on each tentacle, seemingly enhancing his power. What a racket! Xiaofeng lifted his staff and cast a magic missile. Smack! Another 2 million in damage appeared. The great abyss lord, Samarka, had not even managed to unleash a single skill before meeting his demise. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the abyss lord Samarka, completing the level 75 main storyline dungeon, Silver Mine, for the first time. Congratulations! You have slain the epic boss, Abyss Lord Samarka, earning 800 reputation. You have defeated the Abyss Lord Samarka, gaining 282,000 experience. Congratulations! Your level has increased to 38. Please name your party, up to 8 characters. The system will announce it in the battle zone. With effortless grace, Xiaofeng cleared the dungeon solo. Rafro, free from the grip of the tentacles, expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Xiaofeng. The portal behind them continued to shimmer, indicating that while the dungeon had been cleared, the story was far from over. Xiaofeng took a moment to process the system announcement. Recalling the previous announcement from the Unparalleled Guild, he contemplated briefly before entering 8 characters. In the next moment, the system announcement resonated throughout the Blue Star server. Battle Zone announcement. Congratulations to the player Team Wusun Wushuang Dani Buta for being the first to complete the level 75 main storyline dungeon, Silver Mine. First player, Xiaofeng. Battle Zone announcement. Battle Zone announcement. In an instant, all online players within the battle zone were left bewildered by this announcement. What is going on? Who is Wushuang? Wait, no way. Did I hear that correctly? A level 75 main storyline dungeon? And it was completed by a single person. How long has it been? An hour? Just an hour ago, they cleared the level 25 dungeon, and now they've completed the level 75 one? Many players found it hard to believe. Opening the text version of the information log to verify the authenticity of the battle zone announcement. At that moment, numerous high-end players were astonished by the news of the first completion of the level 75 dungeon. Level 75. Even those who had drawn artifacts from lotteries could only gaze in awe at the attributes of level 75 epic monsters. After all, no artifact, no matter how powerful, could withstand the tremendous level disparity against a boss that had grown in every aspect. Often, sufficient attack power failed to ensure survival. An adequate survival could not provide sufficient attack. Attempting to challenge a boss 50 levels higher was an impossible feat, yet now, this individual named Xiaofeng had single-handedly conquered the level 75 main storyline dungeon. Moreover, the party name was not a promotional gimmick but a direct retort. While the Tianxia Guild's party name also contained insults, their 5 members bore the Tianxia prefix, granting them an advertising effect. At this moment, discerning individuals recognized that Xiaofeng's party name was a response to the announcement from the Tianxia Guild made an hour prior. Furthermore, his achievement was even more remarkable, as he had single-handedly cleared the level 75 dungeon, leaving the Tianxia Wushuang team far behind. Quick, investigate the background of this Xiaofeng. He was the one to achieve the first kill of the God-tier boss and the first kill of the novice village boss. And he also holds the top spot on the level leaderboard. Numerous guild leaders and top players began dispatching agents to gather information about Xiaofeng. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng's close friend, Li, also sent a message. Dude, you've struck gold. The level 75 dungeon puts you at least a week ahead of regular players. Li was in awe. Xiaofeng replied calmly, it's alright, nothing special. Just call me Dad, and I'll take you through this dungeon for free epic loot. What the heck? I thought we were brothers. And now you want me to call you Dad? Lily sent a meme of someone banging their head against a wall. But seriously, with this announcement, Tianxia Wushuang will probably be out for blood. Lily added with a serious tone. Xiaofeng nodded. That seems likely. But it doesn't matter. At his level, even with artifacts, he can't defeat me. If it weren't for his numbers, I could easily send him back to the novice village. You know how many people he has. If Tianxia Guild decides to target you, your friends might get caught in the crossfire. Lily remarked ominously. What, are you scared? Xiaofeng chuckled. Lily scoffed. Scared of what? If you don't say it, I won't say it, and old Zhang won't say it. Who would know I'm your friend? Besides, we dared to confront the Dragon Soul Guild leader back in the day. Why would we fear a mere Tianxia? Enough of that. The foolishness of getting thwarted and then being taken advantage of is something only you would do. Don't worry about Tianxia Wushuang. It's not a significant issue. Once I change my class, I'll slowly educate them. Xiaofeng stated. Lily nodded. All right then, old Zhang and I will continue leveling up. Save any good gear for us, and when we have enough gold, we'll come find you. Not a problem. I'll continue watching the story. Chapter 015, Appointment for Class Change. After closing the chat, Xiaofeng began to collect the boss's loot. As the final boss, Lord Samarka's drops were significantly more luxurious compared to the previous one. Not only did he obtain 2 pieces of epic gear, but he also discovered a dazzling legendary item. Abyssal Creature Essence, the essence of energy from abyssal beings. Wearing it allows entry into the abyss world without being repelled by its powers, becoming ineffective if stored in the backpack. Permanently effective. The item description seemed rather ordinary, lacking any distinctive features, merely a type of special item. Nevertheless, being of legendary quality, its value is undoubtedly considerable. Moreover, behind the boss's chamber lies a portal, which may very well lead to the abyssal world, a perfect opportunity indeed. In addition to this, 2 blue skill books were also dropped. Blade Shockwave, a rare skill for second-tier warriors. It enhances the attack power of all allies by 5, while simultaneously reducing the defense of all enemies by 5. With a range of 50 meters, lasting for 30 seconds, and a cooldown of 300 seconds, this status cannot be stacked nor dispelled. Ethereal Corruption, a rare skill for second-tier mages. It inflicts a status on a single target, causing them to lose 1 of their attack power per second for 15 seconds. With a cooldown of 15 seconds, this status cannot be dispelled, though the effect itself can be. One is a powerful team skill, while the other is a debilitating skill for a single target. Upon reading the description of Ethereal Corruption, Xiaofeng could not help but feel intrigued. If I were to utilize this skill, its effects would be magnified 1,000-fold. Wouldn't that render my opponent utterly impotent? For an ordinary person, the cumulative effect would only reduce their attack power by 15 after 15 seconds, necessitating a fresh application of the debuff to start anew. However, in my case, the attack power would decrease by 1 per second, translating to a staggering reduction of 10,000 per second, plunging it into the negatives, and persisting for a full 15 seconds. Even if the effect were to be dispelled, the state would remain, leading to another plunge into the negatives the very next second. Regrettably, this skill requires a second tier to learn, which is quite frustrating. I have yet to complete even the first tier, and the prospect of achieving the second tier seems nothing short of a distant dream. The other items that dropped were rather mundane, consisting of low-quality equipment and potions, all level 75 gear that held no value to him. After tidying up the battlefield, Xiaofeng turned his attention to Rovro. This NPC was originally destined for a scripted demise, yet he was fortuitously saved by Xiaofeng's swift defeat of the boss. Presently, Rovro still had half of his health remaining, posing no immediate threat to his life. Rovro, you are safe now. You can return home and marry a wife. Xiaofeng remarked with a smile. Indeed, I am immensely grateful to you, brave Xiaofeng. Rovro replied, his face aglow with joy, the feeling of having narrowly escaped death filling him with profound gratitude. Don't just thank me. Is there any tangible reward you can offer? Xiaofeng grinned, revealing his true intentions. Rovro scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly responding, aside from money, I have nothing to repay you with. And even my money is quite limited, merely enough for living expenses upon returning home. I'm not in need of money. You seem to be a mage. Could you assist me in advancing my class? Xiaofeng articulated his genuine desire. He was indifferent to rewards. At present, he required equipment and gold, but most importantly, a class advancement and skills. Rovro, taken aback, exclaimed, class advancement? You are already so formidable. How could I possibly assist you? The next class advancement is at tier 3, and players capable of clearing this dungeon must be incredibly strong, at least level 50 and tier 2 or above, with the next advancement occurring at level 100. Yet Xiaofeng was an exception. He shrugged, just take a look. I am still merely an apprentice mage, not even a full-fledged mage yet. NPCs possess the ability to view players' basic information. Rovro glanced at him, and, upon confirming that he truly was just an apprentice mage, was left utterly astonished. Is this even possible? He blinked in disbelief and asked, how did you manage to defeat the Abyssal Lord? Well, that's a long story. Let's just focus on whether you can help me advance my class, Xiaofeng replied, knowing that this NPC had a propensity for lengthy discussions. So he sought to steer the conversation towards the matter at hand. Rovro, feeling somewhat awkward and uncertain, replied, I will give it a try. My teacher is quite a powerful mage, but due to my impoverished background, I could not afford the costs of magical studies. So I abandoned my mage identity to work as a miner. He has held a grudge against me for that. I will speak with him and see if he can assist you. That would be wonderful. I am truly grateful. Xiaofeng smiled, feeling buoyant. By the way, your teacher isn't one of the stewards in the temple, is he? He suddenly wondered, his concern resurfacing. Rovro shook his head. My teacher isn't that powerful. The stewards in the temple are all legendary archmages above level 150, while my teacher is only level 130. That's a relief. Xiaofeng exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't the temple or the war hall, he would be able to enter. I shall return to the mine to prepare, Rovro said. Brave Xiaofeng. After you finish your tasks, come to the general store in Silver Mine Town to find me. With that, Rovro quickly turned and dashed away. Xiaofeng watched him depart. A smile gracing his lips, he finally had a direction for his class advancement. This talkative fellow proved not to be a wasted effort to save. He felt a surge of sentimentality. This game, compared to the online games of his past on Blue Star, offered a plethora of new experiences. Though the overall intelligence of NPCs may not be particularly high, there existed a multitude of variables. After saving Rovro, he could guide him, and after guiding him, they could encounter dangers. In turn, the decisions to save or not save could yield different outcomes. More importantly, as a low-level NPC, he possessed numerous possibilities. By treating them like real people and engaging in conversation, one could uncover a wealth of useful information. Through this experience, Xiaofeng's perception of this gaming world began to shift. Perhaps this was not merely a game. After all, with extraterrestrial technology involved, the login method was already absurd. The creation of NPCs through an evolving AI system was entirely plausible. With diligent research, he might uncover astonishing discoveries. As he pondered this, Xiaofeng could not help but recall another matter, the curse of Auto Gu. If an ordinary person like Rovro could be so vividly alive, then Auto Gu and its former master, the war god, must be even more formidable. I have slain Auto Gu and incurred a curse. It seems I may have inadvertently dug myself a grave. Originally, Auto Gu, a level 50 mythical boss, should not have been positioned in a novice village for players to confront. Rather, it was meant for a fateful encounter, allowing a fortunate individual to obtain the hidden class inheritance of the war god through their own serendipity. And here I am. Heaving a sigh, he felt a deep sense of despair. Yet, the situation had already unfolded, and it was too late for regret. He could only slowly contemplate ways to lift Auto Gu's curse. Suddenly, the boss chamber quaked. Xiaofeng initially assumed the room was about to reclaim its contents, and that the system intended to expel him. However, upon looking up, he realized that was not the case. Instead, the portal in the distance was slowly shrinking, on the verge of closing. Chapter 16, The Narcissistic Youngster. This portal leads to the abyssal world. In the game's backstory, the abyssal world is a faction that stands in opposition to the gods. The gods primarily consist of 24 main deities, corresponding to 24 major cities. Beneath the abyss, there exist numerous demon gods of considerable strength as well. According to some players' discussions on the forums, it was surmised that the abyssal world is suited for exploration by players of levels 150 to 250, with a minimum level of 100 required to enter. Otherwise, one risks instant death. However, Xiaofeng is no ordinary player. With such a grand portal before him slowly closing, he felt that failing to venture in for exploration would be an immense loss. Having no particularly valuable possessions on him, he considered the possibility of dying upon entering the abyss merely a loss of experience, with no precious items to be forfeited. With this thought, he retrieved the legendary item, Essence of Abyssal Creatures, cradling it in his left palm, while wielding his staff in his right hand. With a few determined strides, he rushed forward and plunged into the portal. With a whoosh, the portal sealed shut, and the dungeon map was reclaimed by the system, vanishing into oblivion. Before Xiaofeng, darkness enveloped him. After several long seconds, light gradually returned. Ding! You have entered the abyssal world. Notification: under the suppression of abyssal forces, all healing effects are reduced by 50, and your attack power is diminished by 10. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, Xiaofeng felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his attack power plummeting from just over 200 to 180 points. Ding ding, clang clang, cough cough. Sounds echoed around him, and a kaleidoscope of blue and purple hues caught his eye. Another mine. Xiaofeng glanced around, realizing he was still within an underground cavern. Unlike the silver mine, this place lacked torchlight. However, the surrounding ores were not silver, but rather magic crystals, emanating a ghostly blue glow. Among them were high-quality purple magic crystals, dazzling in their beauty. Several miners were tirelessly wielding their picks, producing a crisp sound of excavation, though some were coughing incessantly. Clearly in poor health, Xiaofeng examined the information of one miner. Magic Crystal Miner Jeffrey. Level 50. Health points 3, 500, 000. Attack power 160. Physical defense 40. Magical defense 40. Skills: mining, pharmacy, This miner was human, his attributes even inferior to those of Rovero, lacking any mage skills. Crack. Before Xiao Feng could scrutinize the attributes of others, a sharp crack of a whip resonated ahead, accompanied by a shrill curse. You miserable humans, no slacking off. Get to work, or I'll whip you. Looking toward the sound, he beheld a gaunt, purple-black skinned imp, standing about 1.2 meters tall, brandishing a long whip while striking a frail, elderly miner. Imp Overseer, Elite Monster. Level 100. Health points, 120,000. Target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. I cannot abide insolence before me. Xiao Feng smirked, raising his hand to cast a magic missile. Crack. The imp was struck, nearly 2 million damage erupting forth, causing it to perish instantly. What just happened? The miners expressed their astonishment, bewildered at the sudden demise of their overseer. They quickly noticed the presence of an adventurer among them. Ah, warrior. Are you sent by the gods to save us? Miner Jeffrey rushed forward, grasping Xiao Feng's arm, tears brimming in his eyes. Warrior, please save us. We have been trapped here for months. Sob, sob, sob. The NPC miners cried out, their plight truly pitiful. What is this place? Are the abyssal creatures formidable? Xiao Feng inquired. The map indicated he was in the abyssal world, yet it failed to provide specific geographical names, clearly indicating incomplete information. This is the magic crystal mine of the abyssal creatures, Jeffrey replied. Their tunnels intersect with our silver mine. We were captured miners, forced to toil for them. If we refuse, they will cast us into the blood pool of Lord Ramika, leaving us without a complete corpse. As he spoke, tears and snot mingled, amplifying his wretchedness. Intersecting tunnels? Xiao Feng scoffed. If they truly pierced through, there would be no need for a portal. A horde of monsters would storm the surface and engage in a death match with Stormwind City. Clearly, this was merely a narrative for a hidden quest. The portal was not permanently accessible and required certain conditions to be met to return the miners home. What level is Lord Ramika? Xiao Feng asked. Ramika, Samaka, they sound similar. They are likely of the same caliber, perhaps even brothers. Jeffrey shook his head. We do not know. He is too powerful, and many of our brethren have been devoured by him. Warrior, please help us. We are truly at our wits' end. Very well. Remain here for now. I shall venture out. Xiao Feng nodded. Although the system provided no quest prompt, he sensed this was indeed a quest, and a hidden one at that, likely to offer substantial rewards. Follow the tunnel outward, and you will see many abyssal creatures. There is even a powerful human being imprisoned. If you rescue him, he will assist you, Jeffrey advised. Oh, even better, thank you, Xiao Feng replied with excitement. He proceeded into the tunnel, heading toward the exit. Along the way, several imp overseers wandered, supervising the human miners at work. He dispatched them with magic missiles, the imps unable to even raise an alarm before meeting their demise. Thus, his journey remained undisturbed, evading a horde of monsters. Before long, Xiao Feng arrived at a barred gate. This gate was a terrain lock, barring his path forward. He attempted to pull it open, but it would not budge. The system notified him. Forcefully opening this door requires 500 points of strength. Xiao Feng was momentarily speechless. With only 38 points of strength, even with all his might, he could not move it. Magic missile. He attempted to cast a skill to break it open, but the missile vanished without a trace, failing to create any impact. Clearly, this gate was not destructible like the previous magic crystal pool. It seemed he would have to wait for an imp to open the door. With no other options, he remained in place. After a few minutes, 4-meter-tall imp overseers approached, one cursing loudly. Damn it, it's just a shabby sorcerer, ugly and thin, daring to act tough at level 130. If it weren't for the princess insisting he be her consort, we would have devoured him long ago. The other chimed in. Exactly. What a farce. And speaking of which, our princess is the fairest bloom in the abyss. Why would she choose a grotesque human mage over us handsome ones? It's like a flower planted in dung. Clatter. The imp overseer unlocked the gate, pushing it open. Let us grab a few human miners to vent our frustrations. We'll feast on 3 of them, the left overseer declared menacingly, as they turned to delve deeper into the mine for humans. They were abruptly met with an exceedingly grotesque human visage. Ah, sizzle. Just as the imp overseer was about to speak, a chain lightning struck, ensnaring both of them. 430 million damage erupted, reducing the 2 imp overseers to ashes, leaving no trace of their existence. However, they did leave behind 10 gold coins. These imps are quite affluent, Xiao Feng remarked with satisfaction as he collected the coins. Stepping through the barred gate, he continued his exploration outward. A cacophony of male curses echoed from outside, fierce and unrelenting. Xiao Feng listened intently, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. Could it be the male mage who was to be forcibly wed to the princess of the demon realm? Chapter 017. The infatuated sorceress and the handsome mage. Cursed be the vile creatures of the abyss. May the light of the deities judge you. You shall fall eternally into the abyss, never to see the light of day again. The great god of meteorology shall redeem me. Though my body may perish, my soul shall remain immortal. Ah! Do not touch me. Remove your filthy hands. I, Ramsdun, shall never yield to your grotesque witch. Release me, release me. A devotee of the great god of meteorology shall not be defiled. Oh, wah. Each curse and anguished cry reverberated through the mind. Xiaofeng's lips twitched as he involuntarily conjured an image of the handsome mage being forcibly subdued by the hideous sorceress. Regardless of the circumstances, he was still human. Perhaps he could extend a merciful hand to save him, Xiaofeng mused. He quickened his pace, exiting the mine and entering a chamber resembling a prison. The screams emanated from the first cell on the left. Now that he was closer, he could hear another voice from within. Little one, cease your cries. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Am I not the esteemed daughter of the bloodthirsty demon god? The noble Princess Minya? How could you possibly be unworthy of me? Oh dear, why do you bite? You display not an ounce of gentlemanly decorum. The voice was soft and melodious, quite enchanting, causing Xiaofeng to feel a twinge of intrigue. Yet, the resilient Ramsdun defiantly retorted, wretched witch. Had you not sealed my powers, I would have torn you to shreds with my meteorological magic. Ah, I shall bite you to death. Xiaofeng approached, and upon entering the cell, he beheld a male mage clad in tattered robes, disheveled and pinned against the wall. The sorceress, adorned in a black, gauzy skirt, had him cornered, her hands roaming as she occasionally whispered temptingly in his ear. The mage's face was flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and fury, yet he found himself powerless. Goodness, that silhouette is quite alluring, Xiaofeng exclaimed upon witnessing the sorceress's graceful form. However, recalling that the impish creatures had claimed their beauty, calling humans unattractive in comparison, and referring to the sorceress as a flower, he mused, perhaps she is merely a master of appearances. Magic missile. Determined to rescue the male mage, Xiaofeng raised his hand and hurled a missile toward the sorceress. With a resounding crack, an astonishing damaged figure of over 1,000,000 appeared, as if a layer of bubbles had shattered around the sorceress. Yet, she did not falter. Who? The sorceress, startled by the sudden attack, whirled around in shock. Oh no, she is still standing. Xiaofeng's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. Upon inspecting the sorceress's status, he was left in disbelief. Princess Minya of the Abyss, mythical level boss, level 120 health, 90,000,000. Target level too high to view further data. A level 120 mythical boss with a staggering 90 million health. The missile had clearly dealt over 1,000,000 damage. Yet it had not affected her in the slightest, indicating she possessed some form of protective shield. How am I to defeat her? Chain lightning. Xiaofeng, aware that time was of the essence, unleashed a bolt of chain lightning. The spell arced through the air, striking the sorceress, but was thwarted by an unseen barrier. Though it appeared to inflict over 4,000,000 damage, she remained completely unscathed. It was then that Xiaofeng caught a glimpse of the sorceress's visage. Astonishingly beautiful. Damn this human adventurer, daring to ambush me, ah? The sorceress, enraged by the two attacks, prepared to retaliate against Xiaofeng. However, the moment she laid eyes on him, she froze in place, captivated. So handsome. The sorceress stood there, entranced, her breath quickening, her entire being radiating infatuation. Xiaofeng. The two of them locked eyes, momentarily stunned. He beheld her exquisite features, so reminiscent of humanity. With crimson lips and alluring eyes, her deep purple irises brimming with magic, ensnaring him in their depths. Naturally, Xiaofeng had long since fortified his resistance to beauty. Feeling no particular stirrings, he merely found it peculiar that the impish creature's standards of beauty had not reversed this time. He had mentally prepared himself to be obliterated and respawn in Storm City. Yet, to his astonishment, she did not strike. Instead, she seemed to be enamored. Was this sorceress unhinged? At that moment, Xiaofeng's mind was a tempest of confusion, akin to 1,000 alpacas stampeding through his thoughts. What is your name? The sorceress inquired, biting her lip and speaking cautiously, as if fearing her voice might startle him away. Her purple eyes shimmered, resembling a naive girl encountering a celestial being. Her very soul quivering with excitement. Ahem, while I appreciate the compliment, there is no need for such adoration. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to, Xiaofeng declared, producing a return scroll and preparing to flee. A level 120 mythical boss with unknown defenses. He could not hope to breach her protection and thus had no choice but to retreat. As for any hidden quests, he could pursue them another time. Wait, do not leave. To his dismay, the sorceress was unwilling to let him go, unleashing a tendril of dark energy that ensnared his feet. Affected by the binding spell, he was immobilized for 10 seconds. A new message appeared in his battle log. No damage was dealt, yet he was rendered unable to move. Xiaofeng. Alas, he had been captured by the infatuated sorceress. He, Xiaofeng, would likely share the same fate as Ramsdun, imprisoned in this wretched place. His chastity was in jeopardy. Recalling what Lily had mentioned about NPCs being accosted, leading to a career as a flower thief, he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Would he, too, be subjected to such indignities? Xiaofeng. Your name is lovely, the sorceress said as she stepped out of her cell, her gaze now solely fixed upon him, devoid of any thought of Ramsdun. She approached cautiously, her alabaster hand brushing against his cheek as she whispered softly, "You are the most handsome human I have ever seen. According to our customs, you must become my consort and bear our first child together." Xiaofeng, there is truly no need for such a thing. In fact, I am a eunuch, utterly incapable in that regard. Please, spare me. Confined and unable to escape, Xiaofeng could neither return to town nor even take his own life, leaving him with no choice but to concede. Is that so? Let me verify the truth of your words. The sorceress, clearly unconvinced, let her delicate hand rest upon his left shoulder, her red lips brushing against his right ear as she exhaled softly. Then it slid down the fabric, gently traversing the chest and abdomen. "Stop it, damn it!" Xiaofeng cried out. "What's wrong?" The sorceress smiled at him, her gaze brimming with a tantalizing allure. "Please let me be. I am but a pure-hearted boy, and I cannot be defiled by an NPC." Xiaofeng lamented, his expression one of deep grievance. As a man, being accosted by a woman could be deemed acceptable. After all, given his striking looks, it was reasonable for girls to take the initiative. However, this was far from an ordinary girl. It was an NPC, to be subjected to the advances of mere game data. What a predicament. Should this scandalous incident come to light, he would be ridiculed for the rest of his life, a laughingstock mounted upon a wall. What is an imbizi? My name is Minya, daughter of the bloodthirsty demon god and princess of the abyss. The sorceress feigned innocence, her finger resting thoughtfully upon her chin as she gazed at him curiously. Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. At that moment, from within the cell, the mage Ramsdot shouted, "Wretched heretic, rebel against the gods, Xiaofeng. How dare you consort with a sorceress? Upon my return to the land bathed in divine light, I shall expose your vile nature and let the gods judge you." Chapter 018. What do you want from me? Xiaofeng. What is happening? He was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Ramsdot continued his tirade. "You sinful butcher, how dare you slay the golden lion and now entangle yourself with a sorceress? You have fallen into the abyss, becoming the lackey of the bloodthirsty demon god. Your sins are unforgivable." He proceeded with an avalanche of insults. It was then that Xiaofeng had an epiphany. It appeared that not only soldier-type NPCs despised him, but devout followers of the gods also harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. No wonder he had intended to rescue Ramsdot, only to be met with a barrage of vitriol instead. "Silence! Do not insult my man." Slap. As Ramsdot's insults grew increasingly vile, Minya could no longer tolerate it and delivered a resounding slap across Ramsdot's face from a distance. Xiaofeng couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. That slap had cost Ramsdot a staggering 100,000 health points. Weather Mage Ramsdot, Legendary Boss. Level, 130 health. 25, 500, 26, 500, Target level too high. Unable to retrieve additional data. Ramsdot was left in a state of shock. Just moments ago, the sorceress, who had been playfully teasing him, had now turned against him, striking him on behalf of another man. A tumult of emotions churned within him, leaving him at a loss for words. "Xiaofeng, dear brother, let us depart. Do not pay him any mind. To my chambers, where we shall commence our sweet life together." The sorceress Minya linked her arm with Xiaofeng's, utilizing her unknown strength, whether it be hundreds or thousands of points, to guide him towards the exit. Stop! You two lecherous dogs. The gods will judge you. You shall not die a good death." Ramsdot felt he had suffered the greatest humiliation in history and unleashed a torrent of curses. At that moment, it was not only Minya who wished to strike him. Even Xiaofeng felt an urge to deliver a blow. What did he mean by lecherous dogs? Xiaofeng was clearly the victim here. His attempts to save a life had only resulted in his own violation, and he had nowhere to voice his grievances. "Your Highness, what has transpired? Why is there such a commotion?" A voice called from outside the mine. Xiaofeng turned to see a grotesque humanoid octopus emerge from the shadows. This so-called humanoid octopus donned attire reminiscent of human clothing, yet lacked limbs, instead possessing 8 tentacles that writhed as it stood upright. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the previous dungeon boss, albeit significantly smaller, resembling a human closely. High Abyss Lord Lamaka, Legendary Boss. Level, 150 health, 47, 000. 47, 000. Target level too high. Unable to retrieve additional data. Lamaka was undoubtedly far stronger than the previous Samaka. It was likely not a mere sibling, but rather a grandparent. Of course, as long as it lacked a shield skill akin to that of the sorceress, Xiaofeng could still dispatch it with ease. Lamaka's arrival rendered Ramsdot silent, unable to utter another curse. Conversely, the sorceress appeared somewhat uneasy, loosening her grip on Xiaofeng's arm as she spoke. "It's nothing. Uncle Lamaka, I have captured a new human, and I am preparing to take him back for training." An ugly human. The repugnant Lamaka cast a glance at the handsome Xiaofeng, offering his assessment. Then, in a tone befitting an elder, he advised, "Your Highness, the great bloodthirsty demon god has proclaimed that humans are the filthiest of creatures and should not be associated with. Please hand this human over to me. I shall return him to where he belongs." The sorceress frowned slightly. No, I. Wonderful. Thank you, handsome Lord Lamaka. Please dispose of me swiftly. I wish to return to the city. I do not wish to linger here for even a second. Without allowing the sorceress to finish, Xiao Feng interjected. Faced with the sorceress's overwhelming presence, he believed it wiser to risk a 20 experience loss and return to town. After all, who knew what the sorceress might do to him? This game likely held no taboos regarding such matters. You, do not speak of such things. Minya was incensed upon hearing this, turning to Lord Lamaka and declaring, Uncle Lamaka, do not heed his nonsense. He is already my pet, and I shall take him home for training immediately. Who is your pet? I am the representative of the gods, the glory of the holy light, heir to the great war god Asada. Hurry and kill me, or I shall not spare you. Xiao Feng understood that weak pleas would yield no desired results. So he resorted to provocation, invoking the name of the abyssal demon Lord's most despised deity to enhance his hatred value. As for the names of other deities, he knew none. Thus, he simply uttered the only name he had ever heard. However, the next moment, both Lord Lamaka and the sorceress Minya's expressions shifted dramatically. What? You are the heir of Asada. In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze, enveloped in an eerie silence. Is there something wrong? Are you angry? If so, then please do away with me quickly. I would welcome it. Xiao Feng felt a sudden tightening in his chest, but quickly regained his composure and continued to plead for death. To his surprise, the two denizens of the abyss did not immediately end his life. Instead, they both exhibited a semblance of reverence. Asada is a hero, though he is our enemy. We hold him in high esteem. Your status as his successor indicates that your character is quite commendable, and you seem worthy of being the princess consort. Lamaka stated earnestly, his single eye reflecting admiration. Xiao Feng. The sensation of having dropped a boulder upon his own foot made him wish to stab himself. He suddenly recalled that the Golden Lion Otto had mentioned that the war god Asada had been slain by the bloodthirsty demon god. And the two before him were indeed subordinates of the bloodthirsty demon god. Minya was the daughter of the bloodthirsty demon god. Damn it, this was it. He was destined to be dragged back for a rather unsavory experience. Xiao Feng felt utterly despondent. So, you are the heir of the war god. This is most unexpected. Alas, no wonder you are so handsome. It is clear why I fell for you at first sight. How splendid, dear Xiao Feng. Let us hasten to meet our esteemed father and request him to officiate our wedding, so we may marry at once. Minya embraced Xiao Feng's arm, eager to drag him away. Xiao Feng was on the verge of tears. At that moment, Ramsd, imprisoned in his cell, suddenly erupted into laughter. What is so amusing? The sorceress inquired. Ramsd, appearing almost deranged, mocked. I laugh at your foolishness. Do you seek death? Lord Ramaka glared with a single eye, his tendrils twitching ominously. Rams proclaimed, this man is not the heir of the war deity at all. On the contrary, he has slain the steed of the war deity, Otto, and has thus incurred Otto's lifelong curse. How absurd that you would regard him as a virtuous soul. In truth, he is the most wicked of all. Jealousy had distorted his visage, causing him to entirely forget that the abyssal demon race was humanity's common enemy. What? Is this true? Both Minya and Lord Ramaka turned their gaze upon Xiao Feng, questioning him. Yes, indeed it was I who did it. Quickly, kill me to avenge Otto. Seeing a glimmer of hope for himself, Xiao Feng nodded fervently. The sorceress and the lord exchanged glances. After a moment, Ramaka remarked, killing Otto might indeed serve our purpose of eradicating a root cause. It is not without merit. Despair began to engulf Xiao Feng. What on earth must one do? Being good is futile, being bad is equally so. Why is it so difficult to simply seek death? However, the sorceress gazed at him and suddenly sighed. If our father were to learn of this, he might make things difficult for you. Although he personally killed Asada, he has always regarded Asada as a confidant. And he harbors great fondness for the fleeing Otto. I cannot allow you to meet him, otherwise he would surely kill you. With that, she displayed an expression of regret as she reluctantly released Xiao Feng's arm. Chapter 019, The Hidden Class of Free Riders. Xiao Feng felt a surge of joy. Truly, this was a moment of despair transforming into hope, akin to finding light amidst the darkness. Thank you. I shall not intrude further. I bid you farewell. He promptly took out a return scroll, preparing to depart. Yet, you scoundrels, you cannot simply let him go. He is a sinner, a wretched heretic. My hatred cannot be quelled without his death. Rams suddenly shouted. His words seemed disjointed, as he, a devout follower of the gods, attempted to command the demon's actions, creating an odd juxtaposition. Yet, surprisingly, Xiao Feng understood him. After all, Rams had been entangled by the sorceress Minya and nearly became the son-in-law of a demon god. It was only natural that he would perceive his relationship with the sorceress as extraordinary. However, Xiao Feng's arrival had caused the sorceress, who once adored him, to shift her affections elsewhere. This was a heavy blow for any man, regardless of his feelings towards the sorceress. In that moment, jealousy consumed Ram's entire consciousness. He was determined to use any means necessary to eliminate Xiao Feng, his rival. Well, dying once is no great matter. I have prepared for the worst. Xiao Feng shrugged nonchalantly, interrupting the reading of the scroll. Minya gazed at him intently, a fleeting look of compassion crossing her deep purple eyes. Oh, I almost forgot that you are the one cursed by Otto. Upon returning to the human world, you shall undoubtedly face great hardships and endure scorn and humiliation. Xiaofeng tilted his head, a line of question marks appearing above him. What is this? Her tone carries a hint of pity. Does she intend to bestow some divine artifact upon me for protection? So what then? He inquired. The sorceress replied, we cannot give you our magical artifacts, for that would ensnare you in even more perilous circumstances. Instead, you may utilize the items on him. She gestured toward Ramsd in the cell. Then, with a graceful motion of her delicate hand, a black orb of magic coalesced within her palm before soaring forth and merging with Ramsd's body. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Ramsd's form detonated. His physical body remained intact, yet his life force was instantly obliterated. Over 2 million health points vanished in an instant, leaving him utterly deceased. Good heavens! Xiaofeng was left dumbfounded. A level 100 mythical sorceress could annihilate a level 130 legendary mage? Was it a plot device? Or did the cell's properties grant the sorceress dominion over life and death? As Ramsd perished, a plethora of items erupted onto the ground. Although it was an NPC's demise, it appeared as though Xiaofeng, the player, had claimed victory, resulting in a bounty of loot. Hurry, collect them. He bears many items that may prove useful to you. The sorceress urged. Ah, very well. Despite feeling some sympathy for Ramsd, Xiaofeng was not foolish enough to refuse the benefits before him. He stepped into the cell and began to gather the spoils. You have acquired the legendary weapon Atmospheric Staff, level 50. You have acquired the legendary accessory, Ring of Magical Will, level 100. You have acquired the class certification item, Secret Tome of Atmospheric Mages. 2 legendary pieces of equipment, numerous epic items. Along with a class transition certification item, Xiaofeng's excitement grew with each acquisition, his astonishment mounting until he could no longer suppress a grin. Atmospheric Mage, a hidden class. Who could have anticipated that a twist of fate would lead me to such fortune? Although it was somewhat uncomfortable to be touched by the sorceress, attaining the recognition for a hidden class is indeed worth it. Thank you both. I shall take my leave. In a good mood. Xiaofeng bid farewell before retrieving the return scroll. Wait. The sorceress Minya interrupted him, approaching and producing an item from her bosom, placing it in his hand. Dear Xiaofeng, I cannot bear to see you go. Take this with you, for I shall come find you again. It was a flower, deep purple and black, reminiscent of a rose. Deep Abyss Rose. Mythical item, a token of affection from Princess Minya of the demon race. Upon use, it can summon Minya. Special item, non-tradable, non-discardable, non-droppable. Xiaofeng, you may go. Should you linger, I fear I shall find it hard to let you leave. Minya turned away, forcing herself not to look back at him. Xiaofeng wore a peculiar expression, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, he remained silent, shattering the return scroll and vanishing into thin air. As for rescuing the miners, faced with 2 immensely powerful bosses, he had no recourse. He would simply have to address it another time. Stormwind City, Teleportation Square. Xiaofeng appeared as if from nowhere, clutching the essence of abyssal demons and a deep abyss rose. Such a rich aura of the abyss. I must discover its source. The city guard NPCs approached him immediately. In haste, Xiaofeng stowed the 2 items into his backpack. After all, these guards would likely relish the opportunity to apprehend him. Should they catch him in the act, imprisonment would be inevitable. Once the items were secured, the aura of the abyss dissipated. The city guards approached, barking out a harsh command. Make way, do not block the path. They then roughly shoved Xiaofeng aside and strode away with an air of arrogance. Although he had already encountered such rudeness once before, Xiaofeng still felt a twinge of displeasure. How brazen they are. Just wait until my level is higher. I shall topple the Lord's manor. He mused inwardly. At this moment, the main city was exceedingly crowded, while it retained its spaciousness. The influx of players had reached staggering proportions, leading to severe traffic congestion. After all, the entire Blue Star War Zone boasted only 24 main cities. Yet the total number of players exceeded 1 billion, meaning each city had to accommodate tens of millions of people. The pressure was palpable. Particularly in cities like Stormwind and Dragonblood, which were exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom, the overcrowding was even more pronounced. Xiaofeng opened the level leaderboard to check the latest rankings. He was currently at level 38, still firmly at the top. The second-place player, Sword of the World, had reached level 30, progressing quite swiftly. The remaining players were mostly around levels 24 and 25. Soon, a multitude of level 30 players would emerge, and the items dropped by Otto would soon be ready for the market. But the most pressing matter at hand is still the job change. He reminded himself. He retrieved the job change item dropped by Ramsdell, preparing to undergo the transition to a hidden profession. However, the system prompted him. Job change items cannot be used directly. Please visit a job change mentor for guidance. Well, it seems I must seek an NPC after all. Fortunately, having previously rescued the miner, Rawflow, he had already paved the way for his job change. Onward to Silvermine Town. With excitement bubbling within him, Xiaofeng stored away his unnecessary items in the warehouse. He then set off towards Silvermine Town, equipped with the job change item and the skill books he could utilize. After more than an hour of running, he encountered several players engaged in leveling along the way. The world of heavens was vast, and Xiaofeng was not the only fortunate player. Numerous elite player teams were unsatisfied with the experience offered by monsters of their own level, venturing into areas inhabited by creatures of levels 40 and even 50. The monsters near Silvermine Town were level 50 to 60, yet many players had gathered there. Upon his arrival, he even witnessed someone undertaking the quest to heal injured miners, delivering medicine to the mine entrance. After he had completed the Silvermine Cave quest, it became a public experience dungeon accessible on the world map. Some bold individuals had already formed teams to explore it. However, even the strongest player teams at that time found themselves facing inevitable doom within, as even the minor creatures posed significant challenges, not to mention the terrifying level 2 and 3 bosses. The flow of people in Silvermine Town remained modest. As Xiaofeng entered through the town's main gate, he was met with the baleful glares of the militia. Having grown accustomed to it, he paid them no mind and proceeded directly to the general store. From a distance, he spotted Rafflo lounging in a recliner, engaged in cheerful banter with the store owner. "What are you up to, Rafflo? Busy flirting with the shopkeeper?" Xiaofeng teased as he stepped inside. "What nonsense. She is already married," the shopkeeper retorted playfully. Upon closer inspection, Xiaofeng noticed that the shopkeeper was indeed quite attractive, embodying the essence of Eastern beauty, with a captivating charm that lingered even in her maturity. Spotting Xiaofeng, Rafflo cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "Warrior, you're here. Let us go. I've packed my bags and am ready to depart." "All right," Xiaofeng nodded, heading straight for the door. Rafflo exchanged a few reluctant farewells with the shopkeeper, leaving one to wonder if there was something more between them. After a short while, the pair set off, leaving Silvermine Town behind. "Rafflo, where is your hometown? Is it far?" Xiaofeng inquired. "West Tower Village, a beautiful place, about 3,000 kilometers from here," Rafflo replied. 3,000 kilometers. Xiaofeng gasped, nearly choking on his words. In the game, characters could only run at a speed of about 20 kilometers per hour and would need to take breaks. 3,000 kilometers meant they would have to run until others had reached level 100 and undergone 3 job changes. "Yes, but we can take the teleportation array from Stormwind City, and it won't take long," Rafflo assured him. "Well, that's a relief," Xiaofeng sighed. So, they actually wouldn't need to travel an extensive distance. They merely had to return to Stormwind City and pay a fee of 20 gold coins to teleport to another level 3 main city, Thunder City. Nevertheless, the round trip would still consume a substantial amount of time. Along the way, Rafflo demonstrated his loquacious nature to the fullest. Xiaofeng patiently listened, feeling as though his ears might develop calluses, almost wishing to silence him with a spell. Yet, considering his need for a job change, he restrained himself. The NPCs moved slowly. What had taken them just over an hour to reach now took a full 3 hours to return. During this lengthy journey, the average player level had risen by 3 levels, nearing level 30. As the silhouette of Stormwind City came into view, they were about to board the teleportation array to reach another city when, unexpectedly, a group of players adorned with the characters for Tianxia appeared before them. "Hey there. Xiaofeng, did you expect this?" A sneering voice called out. Members of the Tianxia Guild, including the core members known as the world's most handsome and world's best healer, blocked their path. Yu Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Having accompanied Rafflo on this leisurely journey, he had encountered many players along the way. Given the influence of the Tianxia Guild, it was not surprising they had tracked him down. While he did not fear a confrontation, he was concerned about Rafflo, the low-level NPC. If he were to be killed by players, Xiaofeng would lose his opportunity for a job change. Surrounded by a throng of players, each adorned with the characters for Tianxia, the numbers swelled to no less than 500. "Warrior, what is happening? What do they want?" Rafflo asked nervously, realizing something was amiss. "Ha!" A raucous laugh erupted from the crowd. Dressed in a full set of epic gear, Tianxia Wushuang stepped forward, declaring loudly, "Xiaofeng, as a lone wanderer, if you dare confront our guild, be prepared to be sent back to the novice village." "That NPC is your quest character, Isentihi? Excellent. He is about to meet his demise. You dare kill an NPC?" Xiaofeng's expression darkened. "What is there to fear? It's only a few days in the jail." Tianxia Wushuang replied nonchalantly, turning to his members and shouting, "Brothers, a reward of 200,000 cash for the one who kills that NPC. Who's in? Haha, I'm in. Count me in." The crowd eagerly responded, each player unfazed by the prospect of a few days in jail. "They want to kill me. Warrior, save me," Rafflo cried, terrified as he hid behind Xiaofeng. However, with players surrounding them from behind, there was nowhere for him to escape. "What the hell? How do we get out of this?" Xiaofeng felt a headache coming on. Even if he were killed, he would only lose a few pieces of equipment and skill books. While he would lament the loss, it was not catastrophic. Upon resurrection, he would be in the city, free to go wherever he wished. Beyond the embarrassment of being defeated, the losses were still manageable. After all, in the realm of gaming, Combat inevitably leads to demise. No one can perpetually thrive without consequence. Yet, for NPCs, death signifies an irrevocable end. Their hard-earned opportunity for class advancement would be rendered futile. What to do? What to do? Xiao Feng paced anxiously, his mind racing with potential solutions. Nevertheless, he maintained an exterior of composure, even finding time to engage in banter. Unmatched son, it seems your attempts to eliminate me in the novice village have yet to reach their zenith. This time, I shall retaliate with fervor, regardless of the circumstances. One must never concede in the face of bravado. Ha ha ha. Even when faced with imminent death, he dares to jest. Brothers, unleash your ultimate skills and demonstrate to him the true essence of this game. Unmatched son erupted in laughter, raising his staff to cast the first spell. A fireball the size of a human head soared towards Xiao Feng, crashing against him with a resounding impact. 583, clad in epic gear. Unmatched son's attack power was nothing short of terrifying compared to that of ordinary players. Even with Xiao Feng's over 100 magic defense, he still sustained several hundred points of damage, which explained how he managed to achieve the first kill in the level 25 dungeon. Ding. You are currently under malicious attack from player Unmatched Son and have entered defense mode. The system notification chimed, turning the names of Unmatched Son's 50-man team red, indicating their capacity for attack. Chain Lightning. Xiao Feng had no intention of standing idly by to absorb damage. He cast a Chain Lightning spell that ricocheted 9 times, taking out Unmatched Son and 10 others in a single strike. What the hell? Such high damage. Unmatched Son, now sprawled on the ground, refrained from reviving immediately, still managing to utter a curse. The damage dealt to the fallen 10 ranged from 4.8 million to over 3 million, with none below 7 figures. Yet even so, they could not withstand the onslaught of hundreds of players. He has been eliminated, proclaimed the ever-dashing Unmatched Son, brandishing his shield as he charged forward, rallying the several hundred members of the Unmatched Guild to attack simultaneously. Game over. There's no way out now, Xiao Feng lamented, his head throbbing. Reluctantly, he drew forth the god-tier item, Abyssal Rose, which he had just acquired. Chapter 21. What kind of divine being is this? Buzz. As the Abyssal Rose was summoned, a black, translucent shield materialized, enveloping both him and the nearby Refuro. A deluge of first-tier skills bombarded the bubble-like shield, creating a dazzling display of light, but failing to inflict any real damage. The scene echoed Xiao Feng's previous assault on the witch, Minya. Xiao Feng, dear brother, have you missed me so soon? A voice, beguilingly enchanting, resonated in the air. Xiao Feng felt as though a delicate hand had caressed his chin. Moments later, dark tendrils coalesced before him, manifesting Minya, the alluring witch clad in a flowing black gown. What is happening? What has she done? He gasped. Wow, such a beautiful woman. Her figure, her face, those legs. Oh, dear wife, please don't strike me. She's the ugly one. The sudden appearance of Minya momentarily stunned the players of the Unmatched Guild, halting their assault. Minya surveyed the scene, her brows knitting in concern. Xiao Feng, what is the meaning of this? Are these individuals your foes? Could you perhaps assist me in resolving this predicament? Xiao Feng awkwardly inquired. He had intended to keep the Abyssal Rose hidden forever, buried in his inventory. Who would have imagined that merely 4 hours later, he would be compelled to summon it? There was no way he could protect Refuro on his own. Minya, as a level 120 mythic boss, was his only hope for ensuring their safety. This minor issue is certainly manageable. However, it seems we are within the confines of your human city. It is perilous for me to be here. If I inadvertently reveal my presence, I risk being captured by your temple and facing execution, Minya replied, a hint of dilemma crossing her face. What should I do? Xiao Feng understood she was seeking some form of compensation, but chose to feign ignorance. The witch delicately lifted his chin, her voice dripping with allure. If you agree to serve me well afterward, I shall lend you my aid this time. Xiao Feng longed to inquire whether her service was of a respectable nature, but the words caught in his throat. Hundreds were watching. If he were to voice such a thought, where would he hide his embarrassment? In adversarial circumstances, nothing is more taboo than allowing the enemy to uncover one's secrets. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly exploit it to tarnish one's reputation before the hundreds of the Unmatched Guild. If it were to be revealed that he had bartered for the assistance of a female boss through such means, he would never be able to show his face in the game again. However, at that moment, any attempts to conceal the truth were already too late. Look, that woman is a boss. A level 120 mythic boss. What the hell, who is Xiao Feng? How on earth can he summon a level 120 mythic boss? And they seem rather close. Unbelievable. The top-ranked Xiao Feng is merely a pretty boy leeching off an NPC. The forums. This must be posted on the forums. Pin it for a century. A cacophony of voices erupted around him. Fortunately, the Game's network was not directly connected to the Blue Star. Otherwise, a video of this spectacle would undoubtedly surface. Xiao Feng felt a pang of regret for summoning Minya. Enough with the noise. Minya, now visibly irked by the commotion, waved her delicate hand. A torrent of black magic surged forth, coalescing into a massive dome that enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Boom. An energy wave erupted within the dark barrier. The hundreds of players from the unmatched guild simultaneously displayed 6-digit damage numbers above their heads, all perishing without exception. Thud. A sound came from behind. Refuro had fainted from the overwhelming aura of the witch, collapsing limply onto the ground. Xiaofeng, you must flee. The Storm Temple's forces are arriving. Minya's tone shifted to one of urgency after obliterating the crowd. So soon? Xiaofeng was taken aback. The presence has been revealed. I must depart. Next time, summon me in a safer location. With a swift turn, Minya vanished without a trace. The abyssal rose reappeared in Xiaofeng's grasp, now bearing a new status. Cooldown time, 7 days. Monster, where do you think you're going? Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air, followed by a howling wind and the emergence of 4 massive tornadoes beyond the city gates. 4 formidable NPCs from the temple appeared, hovering atop the whirlwinds, surveying the surroundings. What the hell? One of them locked eyes with Xiaofeng, causing him to flinch and hastily conceal the abyssal rose. Rebel, meet your end. Boom. The NPC who had focused on Xiaofeng raised a hand, summoning a lightning bolt that descended upon him. Damn it. A level 200 NPC is bullying a mere level 38 child. Xiaofeng nearly burst into tears from frustration. Fortunately, just as the lightning was about to strike, another NPC conjured a wind shield to deflect the blow. The battle between deities and demons must not harm the innocent. Though this child is a rebel, it is not our place to execute him, the savior declared. Xiaofeng glanced at the information. Archbishop Norton, mythical leader. Level, 220. Health points, 1, 850, 000. Target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. The Archbishop admonished, I shall pursue the whereabouts of the monsters. The first to act uttered these words before vanishing from sight. Just before his disappearance, Xiaofeng caught a glimpse of his attributes. Storm General Zephyr, mythical leader. Level, 200. Health points, 2, 100, 000. Target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. Although this individual was of a lower level, his health points were significantly higher, clearly indicating a disparity owing to differing professions. Poor adventurers, rise once more. After Zephyr departed, Norton chanted an incantation in a low voice, the words incomprehensible to those present. With a wave of his hand, a cascade of white light enveloped the area. The corpses of those recently slain by Minya, who had not yet been revived, began to rise, suffering no loss of experience. Xiaofeng chuckled, huh? Now, Xiaofeng, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. The members of the unmatched guild, revived and surrounding him, laughed with unabashed bravado. Storm Cathedral, what a misfortune. Xiaofeng lamented, feeling utterly despondent. After all this effort, he had accomplished nothing and had even incurred the cost of serving the witch. What now? With the witch revealing her trump card and still unable to gain the upper hand, was he truly destined to concede defeat? The members of the unmatched guild broke into wild laughter, launching various skills toward him. Stop. Just as Xiaofeng was about to be obliterated, a fiery, elemental shield materialized around him. The shield absorbed all incoming damage. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the crowd. Rafro, what a surprise to find you here. Chapter 022, Job Change. Meteorological Mage. The unexpected arrival was an elderly mage clad in a crimson robe, wielding a staff. Ignoring Xiaofeng, he hurriedly assisted the unconscious Rafro. What is happening? Who is this? The unmatched guild leader was taken aback. He had merely sought to kill Xiaofeng for revenge, yet now the scene had shifted to witches and powerful mages. Xiaofeng, equally bewildered, glanced at the crimson-robed mage's information and quickly realized the truth. Flame Magus Uthu, legendary leader. Level, 120. Health points, 21, 000. Target level too high. Unable to retrieve further data. This timely savior was indeed the mentor Rafro had spoken of. Teacher, this cannot be a dream, can it? Is it truly you? At the sound of Uthu's voice, Rafro stirred from his stupor. Seeing his long-lost mentor, disbelief washed over him, swiftly followed by tears of emotion. Rafro, my child, you have grown so thin. You must have endured much hardship over these years, the elderly magus remarked, his heart aching at the sight of his gaunt apprentice. Vice President, what should we do? The members of the unmatched guild scratched their heads in confusion, nearly at their wits' end. Faced with a level 120 legendary boss, they dared not make a move. Let us wait and see. The leader of the unmatched guild realized they could not defeat Xiaofeng now and decided to wait for the NPCs to depart before launching their attack. As the powerful NPCs from the Storm Cathedral had seemingly vanished, the most formidable force outside the city gates was the elderly mage Uthu. After a heartfelt reunion, the teacher and students slowly regained their composure. Teacher, I apologize for leaving home and traveling so far. Oh, foolish child, the one who should apologize is I. Had I not pressured you in the past, you would have surely settled down by now, living a happy, fulfilling life rather than being lost and destitute in a foreign land. Teacher, thankfully, I have been persistent in my inquiries and finally located your whereabouts. Just now, I owe my life to the esteemed ones of the Storm Cathedral. Had you perished at the hands of the monsters, I would have carried that guilt forever. Teacher. Sob the grown man, Rafro, was unexpectedly brought to tears by his mentor's words. Xiaofeng watched from the sidelines, anxious about his own predicament while also intrigued by the poignant tale unfolding between the two NPCs. Teacher, I owe my life to the brave warrior Xiaofeng. Had he not intervened, I would have been slain by the abyssal monsters lurking in the mines. At this moment, Rofro remembered the one who had saved him and spoke up. The elderly mage Uthu turned to regard Xiaofeng, scrutinizing him with a frown. There is a rebellious aura about you. You are not a good person. Both Xiaofeng and Rofro were caught off guard. The latter quickly explained, no, teacher. He is a good person who saved the lives of everyone in the mines and even personally defeated the abyssal monster lord. Oh, is that so? Uthu, not being a member of the cathedral, did not display a strong reaction to the curse of Otto, merely harboring an aversion to Xiaofeng. After hearing his apprentice's explanation, his demeanor softened considerably. In that case, a debt of gratitude must be repaid. Speak, what is it that you desire? Before Xiaofeng could voice his request, Rafro interjected, Teacher, he wishes to officially become a mage. With your prowess, you must assist him. A job change, you say? That is a simple matter. The elderly mage raised a hand, preparing to conduct the job change ceremony for Xiaofeng. Wait. Xiaofeng had not anticipated the situation would shift so rapidly. Just a minute ago, he had been on the brink of death. And now he was poised to undergo a job change. Do you have any questions? Uthu, still holding a disdainful view of him, spoke with a tone lacking in courtesy. Master, I have brought my own job change item. Please use this to assist me. Xiaofeng retrieved the meteorological mage codex from his bag, speaking somewhat awkwardly. The hidden profession was far superior to ordinary ones, and upon transitioning to meteorological mage, his strength would undoubtedly surpass that of a typical mage, with access to a broader array of skills. Meteorological mage? This is the legacy of the god of weather, not falling under the purview of the 24 principal deities. Nevertheless, it is quite formidable. Uthu examined the job change item and nodded slightly. While the god of weather's powers did not measure up to the 24 primary deities, the legacy professions from the principal deities were merely ordinary, lacking the true essence of divine inheritance. Only the war deities' hidden professions, like the one in Otto's grasp, could surpass the meteorological mage. Calm your spirit, remain devout, and accept with humility, the magus Uthu advised Xiaofeng. He then took the meteorological mage codex, striking it with one hand, infusing it with a surge of potent magic. Whoosh! A beam of golden light shot into the heavens, coalescing above into 4 distinct patterns: wind, fire, thunder, and rain. These represented the 4 elemental skills of the meteorological mage. The 4 symbols spun in the air, solidified, and then descended, merging into Xiaofeng's being. Ding! Congratulations! You have transitioned to the hidden profession of meteorological mage. Due to this advancement, your base attributes have increased. You have acquired the exclusive talent of the meteorological mage, weather control. Ding! You have mastered the universal mage skill, fireball. Ding! You have acquired the universal mage skill, lightning arrow. Ding! You have learned the exclusive skill of the weather mage, gale. Ding! You have unlocked the exclusive skill of the weather mage, deluge. A cascade of notifications resounded in Xiaofeng's ears, filling him with exhilaration. One exclusive talent, for professional skills. How delightful. It is well known that upon the first-class transition, the ordinary mage receives only 2 foundational skills from the temple, fireball and lightning arrow. Yet, the weather mage not only possesses these 2 skills, but also gains 2 more formidable exclusive abilities. Well then, I have repaid the favor owed to Rovro. Rovro, let us depart. After assisting Xiaofeng with his class change, Yu Tu took his leave. The weather mage codex returned to Xiaofeng's possession, a relic that could be utilized 2 more times for his 2nd and 3rd transitions. However, he would need to seek guidance from another great archmage when the time came. Brave Xiaofeng, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. I must return to my teacher now. You are welcome to visit me in Zeta Village whenever you have the time. Farewell. Rovro expressed his gratitude before departing. The 2 NPCs gradually made their way towards Storm City. Meanwhile, the hundreds of members from the Tianxia guild began to stir restlessly. Hee, Xiaofeng. Let's see who will come to your rescue now. Tianxia Wushuang sneered, staff in hand, ready to unleash his skills. Xiaofeng's face bore no trace of worry. Calmly, he retrieved a skill book and addressed the crowd. You lot have 10 seconds to flee. If you do not run now, it will soon be too late. Still defiant even when death is imminent? Brothers, unleash your attacks. Tianxia Wushuang bellowed in fury, commanding an assault. At that moment, Xiaofeng had completed his learning of the skill. Chapter 023, Meteor Strike versus Fireball. Ding! You have learned the universal mage skill, Earth Elemental Shield. Without hesitation, Xiaofeng released the newly acquired magic as soon as he learned it. Crack, crack, crack. The Earth Elemental Shield manifested instantaneously, forming a translucent, earth-tone barrier composed of numerous hexagons, encasing Xiaofeng in a 360-degree protective embrace. In the next instant, The onslaught of over 200 attacks from the Tianxia guild descended upon him. 290, 322, for 18. A flurry of damage numbers erupted above his head, yet none were red. Instead, they were the white figures of shield damage. The earth elemental shield bore no defensive power. It absorbed all incoming damage. This resulted in a dazzling display of damage values, each one ferocious as a tiger. Some even reached 4-digit damage. However, based on Xiao Feng's over 200 points of spell attack and the tenfold amplification from his extraordinary talent, his earth elemental shield boasted a staggering 5 million health points. 5 million health. This was the health pool of a level 100 legendary boss, and a mere group of players in their 20s could not hope to breach it. After the first wave of attacks, the shield's health bar barely diminished by 2%, incurring negligible losses. How does it feel to hit? Are you enjoying yourselves? Xiao Feng did not retaliate, but instead watched the crowd with a smile. Tianxia Wushuang and his companions were bewildered by his indifference. Why isn't he dead? What skill is that? An elemental shield? I've seen such skills before. They're as fragile as paper, easily broken. Yet here, it seems, many were left perplexed. Yet their attacks did not cease, as they unleashed a barrage of first transition foundational skills and those learned from skill books. Fireball, armor-piercing arrow, blood stab, whirlwind slash. 515, for 109. 299, is that it? Is that all you've got? TSK, too weak. Hit harder, have you not eaten? With the earth elemental shield, Xiao Feng had become invulnerable, standing his ground and taunting, a stark contrast to his earlier frustration. How arrogant. Vice President, use your forbidden spell to blow him up. Tianxia could no longer bear it, and urged Tianxia Wushuang. All right. In a fit of rage, Tianxia Wushuang began to chant the forbidden magic he had recently learned. Oh, preparing a grand spell? Xiao Feng waited with keen interest. While the shield magic may have seemed lackluster, it possessed one advantage. It could not be interrupted. Unlike some physical shield skills that would break upon receiving a heavy blow, rendering any damage reduction ineffective. Forbidden spell, meteor strike. Tianxia Wushuang chanted for a full 10 seconds before finally unleashing his ultimate move. The sky darkened suddenly as an enormous meteor descended, hurtling straight towards Xiao Feng. It appeared quite imposing. As the duration of the earth elemental shield expired, and its cooldown reached its limit, Xiao Feng timely applied a new shield. Boom. The meteor struck after a 2-second descent, landing squarely atop Xiao Feng's head. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled as if the meteor had buried Xiao Feng within it. Yet, in truth, no significant impact was felt. 25, 919. A 5-digit damage value emerged. To be fair, this damage was indeed terrifying at this stage. No player could withstand it. However, regrettably, it struck the 5 million shield value, akin to a mere tickle. Wow, how impressive. You managed to chip away a whole one of my shield. Xiao Feng exclaimed with exaggerated praise, giving a thumbs up. You. Tianxia Wushuang nearly spat blood in disbelief. His eyes widened as he gazed at the nearly unchanged white shield health bar, feeling more miserable than if he had swallowed a fly. Have you all had your fun? Now it's my turn. Xiao Feng grinned as he slowly raised his staff. He's going to cast chain lightning. Everyone spread out. Tianxia immediately reacted, pulling away from those nearby. Haha, very unfortunate. You guessed incorrectly. Fireball. An unassuming fireball spell was unleashed. Oh wait, it was not unassuming at all. Boom. Under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, a fireball, a meter in diameter and resembling a small sun, ascended from the tip of his staff, hurtling toward Tianxia Wushuang. What an enormous fireball. He can use meteor strike too? Or is he throwing it directly from his hand? That must be the Inferno Burst. Vice President, run. Tianxia shouted. Tianxia Wushuang stared blankly, completely stunned. He wanted to flee, but he was surrounded by people and could not move. Moreover, why could Xiao Feng also use meteor strike? That was a forbidden spell he had spent over 1 million cash to acquire from a fortunate player, and logically, it should be one of a kind. Boom. Before anyone could ponder further, the colossal fireball had crossed over 20 meters, crashing down on Tianxia Wushuang's head. 5, 115, 123. 5, 113, 040. 5, 114, 929. 5 million damage, a shocking spectacle. Not just the unparalleled one perished. Every teammate within a 3-meter radius met their demise, instantly reduced to charred remains. Gulp. The sound of swallowed breath echoed as all stood in stunned disbelief. What in the world? Is this even human? 5 million, goodness. I'd need a year to achieve that. The terror of such damage was beyond comprehension. In comparison, the unparalleled one's meteor spell seemed a mere jest. And even more terrifying was the fact that Xiao Feng was already casting his next skill. Run. Someone shouted, and chaos erupted among the 100-strong team, many scattering in panic. Want to escape? Is it that simple? Torrential rain spell. Boom. A clap of thunder resounded as dark clouds suddenly veiled the sky. An area of 50 meters square was engulfed. Torrential rain spell. Chanting for 15 seconds summons rain clouds, striking all targets within a 1,010-meter range. It deals 15 of attack power and spell damage each second for 10 seconds. with a cooldown of 60 seconds and a mana cost of 80, actual range 5,050 meters. Pitter-patter. Torrential raindrops fell from the heavens, saturating every inch of land. Those standing on the ground found their heads bombarded with damage numbers in the hundreds of thousands. Collapsing on the spot. What just happened? How did I die? What kind of magic is this, with such an expansive range? You have been attacked by the torrential rain spell of player Xiaofeng. Health points, 348191. The wails of despair were incessant, within the span of merely 1 second. The 50-meter area was left with Xiaofeng as the sole survivor. However, about 100 members of the Unparalleled Guild had managed to flee the skill's coverage. Before they could even rejoice in their swift escape, Xiaofeng began casting again. Gale spell. Gale spell. Chanting for 15 seconds, summons wind elements to surround oneself, forming a tornado with a radius of 20 meters. All enemies within the skill's area suffer 25 of attack power and spell damage each second. Cooldown of 60 seconds. Mana cost of 100, actual radius 100 meters. Whoosh. A tempest suddenly erupted. The verdant winds, visible to the naked eye, rapidly expanded from his body, enveloping a 100-meter radius in an instant. This was yet another spell? I'm sickened. This range must be a super forbidden spell. Is a 1-second chant reasonable? Gale spell? On me, causing 560,000 damage. Oh, for heaven's sake. In mere seconds, not a single member of the Unparalleled Guild remained standing within the 100-meter radius. If not for the attack judgment preventing damage to friendly players, even onlookers from a distance would have been annihilated. Where the gale swept, not a blade of grass remained. Hundreds of assailants targeting Xiaofeng were thus completely obliterated, leaving behind a plethora of dropped equipment. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Alas, truly pitiful. The grandson remains a grandson. The gear you left behind, I shall graciously accept. Xiaofeng shook his head, feigning disappointment as he spoke. Chapter 024, Effects of the Second Talent. Xiaofeng, do not revel too soon. The Unparalleled One's corpse lay on the ground, seething with rage. Yet, Xiaofeng paid no heed to his fury and picked up the epic belt that had dropped. Sapphire Belt, level 20, health 150, spell defense 10, spirit 5. Mana regeneration 5 per second. Though the attributes were not exceedingly high, they far surpassed the worthless belt he currently wore and could be equipped immediately. Not bad, not bad. At least it's worth $1,000. Thank you for the treasure, little grandson. Xiaofeng chuckled mischievously. You bastard, I will not let this go. The Unparalleled One bellowed. As the vice president of the Unparalleled Guild, he had never faced such humiliation. 500 individuals, more than capable of challenging a mythical boss of the same level, were annihilated by a single player. If this got out, where would he hide his face? However, the news had already begun to spread. Stormwind City, the main hub, was bustling with players, and nothing escaped their notice. First, a clash erupted between the two sides, followed by the godly boss Minerva appearing and instantly wiping out 500 people. Then, the 4 legendary NPCs of the Stormwind Temple made a grand entrance to revive the fallen, followed by a level 120 legendary NPC conducting a live demonstration of a hidden class transfer. Finally, Xiaofeng unleashed 3 earth-shattering spells, leaving the Unparalleled Guild's members in disarray with no path to escape. Such a grand visual spectacle could hardly be concealed. It was fortunate that Heavenly Realms did not have a recording feature. Otherwise, the previous 5 minutes would have flooded the forums. Even so, the news, Unparalleled Guild's 500 members besieged the top-ranked player Xiaofeng, only to be obliterated, spread like wildfire, reaching an almost universally known and discussed level. Unparalleled, what happened? How did you get trampled by a casual player? At this moment, the Unparalleled One, lying on the ground, received a message. Big brother, I. The Unparalleled One was on the verge of tears. The sender was none other than the official president of the Unparalleled Guild, the Unmatched One. Although the Unparalleled One was arrogant, he was obedient in front of his elder brother. He recounted the events that had transpired, vividly detailing how Xiaofeng had been arrogant and how he had looked down upon the Unparalleled Guild. Finally, he added, Big brother, we cannot let this slide, otherwise we will be unable to establish ourselves in heavenly realms, forever becoming a laughingstock. Silence reigned on the other end of the line for a moment. After half a minute, the Unmatched One replied, There's no rush on this matter. We have something more crucial to attend to. Hurry, and bring your brothers to help. Huh? This isn't urgent? What could be more important than the guild's dignity? The Unparalleled One asked in confusion. What else but the outpost permit? The Unmatched One replied. What? The outpost permit? The Unparalleled One exclaimed in surprise, asking, Big brother, have you found the boss? The outpost construction permit is an essential item for guilds to apply for establishing outposts. Since the launch of Heavenly Realms, no guild has ever managed to acquire one. This item only drops from level 100 godly bosses, which current players cannot possibly confront. Even if they encounter a suitable boss, they would need to employ a human wave tactic to wear down millions of health points with 1 force damage. The losses would be unimaginable. Even large guilds are hesitant to attempt it. A level 105 boss is quite challenging. I spent 5 million to hire 5,000 players from other guilds to help whittle down its health. Now, we still need a main force. You and Ash should come over immediately. As for that Xiaofeng, we'll deal with him slowly once the outpost is established. The unmatched one spoke with calm composure. All right, big brother, we'll be there right away. Although the unparalleled one was furious, he understood the urgency of the situation. The first guild to establish an outpost within the battleground would reap immeasurable rewards, benefiting all its members. This was of utmost importance and could not be taken lightly. As for Xiaofeng, upon establishing a base, the guild members, having mastered the legion skills, were not merely toying with their newfound abilities. Xiaofeng, just you wait. Tianxia Wu Shuang bellowed in fury before reviving nearby and returning to Stormwind City. Oh, take your time, no need to see me off. Xiaofeng, still rummaging through the spoils on the ground, chuckled in response. The Tianxia guild was quite affluent, boasting over 500 members who had dropped 2 epic items, several rare ones, and hundreds of gold coins, richer than a singular epic boss. After a lengthy search, he finally departed, satisfied, once his inventory was full. At that moment, many onlookers in the streets of Stormwind City were casting admiring glances in his direction, pointing and whispering with reverence. He was none other than Xiaofeng, the protagonist of the recent Battle of Stormwind. Incredible, a one-man victory over 500 opponents, simply unfathomable. The Tianxia guild had finally been bested. How delightful. They were unsure how he managed it, especially after witnessing his recent class change to a hidden profession called the meteor mage, which sounded immensely powerful. Xiaofeng, however, paid little heed to the attention. Such is the fate of a great player. One is bound to attract a crowd wherever they wander. At this moment, he was more concerned with his attributes. Name, Xiaofeng. Profession, meteor mage. Level, 38. Talent, divine might, super god. Meteor control, legendary. Health points, 56, 205. 620 magic points, 445. 445, magic attack, 227, physical defense, 71, magic defense, 113 strength, 38, intelligence, 146, vitality, 61 mentality, 55, agility, 45, potential points, 0 having equipped 2 new items and benefiting from the bonus attribute points from his class change. His attributes had seen a modest enhancement. However, this improvement was negligible, almost trivial, as the attribute growth for the meteor mage was identical to that of an ordinary mage, offering no distinct advantages. The true distinction lay in the newly acquired talent, meteor control. Meteor control, legendary, primary form. The meteor mage summons the elements, amplifying all spell skills by 500, increasing by 500 with each class change. A 5-fold expansion of skill scale is the source of all terror. This talent is unaffected by divine might, as it is a talent in its own right, not merely a skill. However, the scale increase of 500 does not refer to the area or volume expanding 5-fold, but rather to the length and width radius expanding 5-fold. Hence, the rainstorm spell transforms from 10 meters in length and width to 50 meters. The gale spell expands from a 20-meter radius to a terrifying 100-meter radius. The fireball spell grows from the size of a human head, 20 centimeters in diameter, to a full meter in diameter. Beep, beep, beep. His friend list lit up. With the soul friend, Old Li, sending a communication request. Old Li, Xiaofeng accepted the chat. Dude, you were absolutely incredible. As soon as the connection was established, Li Li's astonished voice came through. Did the news travel that quickly to you? Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had just finished looting and returned to the city. And yet, within a mere 5 minutes, his exploits had reached the ears of his good friend in a distant main city. In an exaggerated tone, Li Li exclaimed, "You were beyond amazing. A friend just told me you single-handedly took on over 500 members of the Tianxia guild right outside Stormwind City. And you only used 3 skills, each more outrageous than the last." The tornado spell swept across several kilometers, blocking out the sun, just like a level 12 tornado. Exaggeration. Pure exaggeration. Xiaofeng quickly clarified, several kilometers? That's utterly absurd. It was only about 100 meters in radius. 100 meters? Just that? Li Li retorted, his tone dripping with disbelief. Old Xiao, stop talking. You need to come help us. We're about to be wiped out by this boss. It's simply unacceptable for you to be so formidable and not assist your brothers. Xiaofeng couldn't help but smile. All right, since I have nothing pressing at the moment, I'll come over and level up with you all. With the situation in Stormwind resolved, and his profession finally secure, he had little else to attend to. Which main city are you in? He inquired. Dragon Blood City. We just respawned, so if you come now, we can meet at the teleportation array, Li Li replied. Respawned? What happened? Did you encounter a major boss? Xiaofeng asked, intrigued. Chapter 025. This generation of girls isn't up to par. Though his 2 roommates were not as powerful as he, they were still quite skilled at the game. Facing a boss of the same tier, they should be able to challenge it with teamwork. However, Li Li responded, Old Zhang triggered an outrageous quest, requiring us to defeat a level 55 legendary boss. That boss is absurd. It not only has 900,000 health points, but can also turn invisible, taking us down one by one in mere moments. A level 55 legendary boss. Xiaofeng's interest was piqued. Alright, I'm on my way. Until now, the only boss he had personally defeated was the mythical golden lion. All others had been epic, and he had yet to encounter a legendary one. With this opportunity at hand, he certainly could not let it slip by. Thus, Xiaofeng headed straight to the teleportation array, paying a fee of 10 gold coins to transport himself to Dragonblood City. The Blue Star Battle Zone consists of 24 main cities, with 15 being level 3, 6 at level 2, and only 3 at level 1. Currently, the level 2 and 1 main cities remain inaccessible, requiring someone to trigger the corresponding main storyline to unlock them. Among the 15 level 3 main cities, only 7 belong to the Dragon Nation: Moonlight City, Flame City, Ice City, Stormwind City, Dragonblood City, Flying Bird City, and Giant Elephant City. The other 8 main cities, Sun City, Star City, Thunder City, Sky City, Earth City, Ocean City, Flower City, and Forest City, serve overseas players. The various regions and countries overseas share these 8 main cities, while the Dragon Nation enjoys exclusive access to 7. Relatively speaking, players from the Dragon Nation have a more favorable survival environment, not having to contend with players from other nations for territory right from the outset. However, once the number of players reaching the 3rd class, level 100, hits 100,000, all main city boundaries will open up, igniting a massive conflict in the Blue Star Battle Zone, with guild wars, alliance battles, and faction wars sure to ensue. The battle for control over level 2 and 1 main cities will be unprecedentedly fierce. Of course, these were not concerns for Xiaofeng. He had no fixed guild, and with his strength, as long as the main city he resided in was not seized by foreigners, he would be able to continue playing without issue. Dragonblood City, one of the 7 great main cities of the Dragon Nation, had, without a doubt, the highest influx of players due to its name. As Xiaofeng emerged from the teleportation array, the throngs of players made him momentarily feel as if he had returned to the newly launched server's beginner village. Make way, don't block the path. The familiar voices echoed around him. Before Xiaofeng could fully step out of the teleportation array, he was jostled by patrolling city guards in the plaza. Damn it, these NPC soldiers are too arrogant, Xiaofeng thought, his face a picture of frustration. This is the 3rd time. Otto's curse is rather vexing. If it remains unbroken, he will have to endure the disdainful glares of NPC soldiers daily. However, at present, he finds himself without a viable solution and must simply tolerate it. After all, dismantling the main city and defeating the city guards is beyond his current capabilities. Old Xiao. Over here, a familiar voice called from afar. Xiaofeng turned to see Li, clad in priestly robes, and Zhang Fan, outfitted in light armor. 2 female teammates awaited them, both players. A 2v2 situation, 2 pairs, Xiaofeng remarked, approaching the group and noticing both teammates were female players, prompting him to tease. Stop talking nonsense. They're just regular teammates, Zhang Fan retorted with irritation. His gaming ID, Neighbor Old Zhang, bore a striking resemblance to that of his counterpart. Neighbor Oldly. Upon seeing their IDs, Xiaofeng felt as though he were the odd one out in a dormitory filled with lights. I'm not joking. You two are a couple, while these 2 sisters are a pair of fairies, he smirked, unabashedly stating his thoughts. Damn it, Zhang Fan exclaimed, poking him with the hilt of his great sword. Such playful banter among friends was not regarded as malicious, and the NPC guards paid no heed. Upon closer inspection of the 2 female teammates, the shorter one on the left donned heavy plate armor, carrying a shield larger than her own frame. Her name was One Shield Slay You, at level 26, boasting nearly 4,000 health points, and her equipment was indeed exceptional. Yet, her appearance, a cute, lowly-like visage, was somewhat at odds with her choice of a heavy-hitting tank class. The other, taller girl was an archer, slender with long legs, named Blind Archer. Her name was peculiar, and she was level 27, dressed in a mix of blue and green armor, with only 2,000 health points. Although her weapon appeared to be of decent quality. Allow me to introduce our good brother, Old Xiao. His ID is his real name. And he is the one who just bullied the big shot of the Tianxia guild, Lily announced. But I must warn you, ladies. This guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Keep your distance. He can be quite dangerous. The Night Sister is said to be a freshman from our university, though we have yet to verify that. You can simply call her Shield. The Archer Sister is a tech-savvy player, not very talkative, but quite loyal. She is reliable as a teammate. You can call her Blind Sister. We had another mage, but he was too weak, so we kicked him out when we heard you were coming. Lily introduced the trio. Senior Xiaofeng, please take good care of us. The lowly Knight Shield playfully winked at Xiaofeng, greeting him. Blind Archer remained somewhat taciturn, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Such calm reactions, Xiaofeng mused inwardly. Despite being known as the one who just bullied a prominent figure in the Tianxia guild, they showed no sign of excitement. He had anticipated that his formidable presence would elicit screams of delight from the 2 girls, yet they simply greeted him politely, without so much as a gasp. Disappointment washed over him. The ability of this generation of girls to create an atmosphere was sorely lacking. We should set off. Let us discuss the boss situation on the way, Zhang Fan suggested, forming the team and adding each other as friends before heading out of the city. His eagerness to tackle this boss was palpable, indicating the task at hand was of considerable importance. As Xiao Feng joined the team, his level and profession were displayed. Wow. A level 38 weather mage, Senior Xiao Feng. Are you a hidden class? How did you level up so quickly? Shield exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Quickly? I haven't gained experience in 4 hours, Xiao Feng shrugged nonchalantly. His name consistently topped the leaderboard, yet the girl seemed blissfully unaware, suggesting she was an immersive player, oblivious to anything beyond her immediate surroundings. 4 hours? Just 4 hours ago, we were below level 20. Shield was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief, as if she suspected Xiao Feng was exaggerating. Xiao Feng glanced at his two companions in exasperation. Did you not inform the teammates of my strength before I arrived? We did, Lily replied matter-of-factly. Then why are they so calm? Xiao Feng questioned, perplexed. Because, compared to old Zhang's current quest, your strength is utterly inconsequential. Lily stated with an air of mystery. This piqued Xiao Feng's interest. Such grand claims. Could it be related to the goddess inheritance? He inquired with intrigue. Li Li and Zhang Fan exchanged knowing glances, speaking in hushed tones. The Buddha says, it cannot be spoken. Come on, Xiao Feng thought. But he wasn't in a hurry to ask further. He would learn the truth once they faced the boss. After exiting the city, the team quickly made their way toward the distant area populated by high-level monsters. His teammates were quite curious about Xiao Feng's hidden class, posing numerous questions. However, Xiao Feng refrained from elaborating, merely mentioning that his spells had a broader range. He then shifted the focus back to the boss they were about to confront. Zhang Fan's quest had commenced in the novice village. This was a chain quest, starting with defeating level 15 monsters in the novice village, followed by taking down level 25 elite monsters in the main city, then progressing to level 35 rare bosses, and subsequently facing level 45 epic bosses. Now, they were finally at the level 55 legendary boss. Xiao Feng was astounded that they had managed to defeat a level 45 epic boss, given that they were only around level 26. The difficulty of attempting to conquer a boss 20 levels higher was unimaginable. Upon inquiring further, he learned they had exploited the terrain, hiding in a spot where the boss could not reach, slowly whittling it down with ranged attacks. After the level 55 legendary boss, there won't be a level 65 mythical boss and a level 75 super divine boss, will there? Xiao Feng speculated. Zhang Fan assured him there wouldn't be. This was the final phase of the quest. Once completed, he would receive a token and head to the Dragonblood Cathedral to seek a promotion from the High Priest. The Dragonblood High Priest, like the Storm High Priest, was a powerful mythical NPC. Xiao Feng's interest deepened. Let us practice leveling up along the way. The journey is a bit long, Lily suggested, then cast a punishment spell on a nearby level 25 aggressive marmoset. Whoosh. Blind Sister was quick to react. As soon as the priest cast the spell, she loosed an arrow in tandem. 89, 388. 2 damage numbers popped up over the aggressive marmoset's head, reducing its health by a tenth. Yip yip. The marmoset screeched, summoning 4 or 5 nearby monsters to charge at the team. Taunt. The lowly tank shield raised her massive shield, unleashing a taunt skill that drew all the monsters aggro, then did nothing else. Pulling out some sunflower seeds purchased from the system store, preparing to munch on them while enduring the assault. Zhang Fan also readied his weapon to engage. To their astonishment, in the next moment, the 5 aggressive marmosets, screeching loudly, unexpectedly, completely bypassed shield. Ignoring her taunt, they charged directly at Xiao Feng. Senior Xiao Feng, watch out. The realization that his taunt had failed left Shield in a state of shock. He hastily discarded his sunflower seeds and rushed over to deliver a shield bash. Eager to regain the attention of the foes, the irate lemur, having received the shield bash, shot a furious glance at Shield before continuing its charge towards Xiao Feng. Shield. Xiao Feng. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Multi-shot. The blind sister unleashed her area attack, firing off 7 or 8 arrows in rapid succession, raining down upon the minions and inflicting a series of damage ranging from 200 to 400. Zhang Fan let out a bellowing whirlwind slash, sending forth a wave of sword energy that dealt over 300 damage. Old Xiao, what are you doing just standing there? Attack. Lily called out from the sidelines. Although he noticed that Xiao Feng's health was significantly high, even thicker than that of a knight, standing idly as a mage seemed rather lackluster. Oh, Xiao Feng replied, raising his staff. With a resounding thud, he brought it down upon the advancing lemur. 8. A single-digit damage appeared. What are you doing? The group turned pale, almost rushing over to join the monsters and assaulting him. 49, 38, 41. The lemurs had all surged forward, clawing and tearing at Xiao Feng with a fervor akin to a brawl among shrewish women, creating a chaotic scene. Yet, Xiao Feng showed no intention of retaliating, instead chuckling as he said, I'm merely giving you all a chance to shine. Otherwise, it would be rather dull if I intervened. Damn it, he's at it again. Lily muttered in exasperation. Courage blessing. He cast a skill upon the blind sister. With the blessing, her attack power surged by 15. her body emanating a faint holy glow as she unleashed a flurry of arrows. 459, 398, 800 critical hit. Damage numbers continued to soar as archers and assassins, with their agility enhancements, frequently displayed amplified damage figures. Zhang Fan, too, unleashed a barrage of 5 different skills, resulting in a commendable amount of damage. Xiao Feng allowed the lemurs to pummel him while observing his teammates' skill combinations. The skirmish concluded swiftly, as the group of level 25 minions could hardly withstand the relentless onslaught from 2 damage dealers. Old Xiao, that is not how you slack off. While potions may be somewhat pricey, you shouldn't be so stingy. After the minions were defeated, Li Li remarked, shaking his head. Before Xiao Feng could respond, Shield approached, her face a mask of frustration, inquiring, why did my taunt fail? Senior Xiao Feng, you can't possibly be a knight disguised in a mage's robe? The fact that a knight could not even hold the attention of mere minions was a significant blow to her confidence. Even more infuriating was that Xiao Feng had barely lifted a finger. Gazing at the adorably clueless lowly tank, Xiao Feng offered an encouraging glance, saying, don't be disheartened. With a bit of effort, you will surely be able to hold aggro. Shield. Those words were more discouraging than uplifting. Fuming. Shield continued onward with her massive shield. Another lemur appeared along the roadside. With a heavy heart, she charged forward with a skill, her enormous shield crashing like a door into the lemur's face. Shield bash. Taunt. Following up with 3 consecutive skills, although the damage was minimal, she generated a considerable amount of aggro. Then, 3 seconds passed, and as the lemur recovered from its stun, it completely ignored the fierce shield, bouncing and leaping towards Xiao Feng with a series of screeches. Shield. The others. Alas, being handsome is indeed a curse. Even the monsters wish to be close to me, Xiao Feng lamented shamelessly. He understood that this was the effect of Otto's curse, which ensured that his aggro was perpetually the highest in the party. No matter the knight's skills, even the forced taunts could not rival his own. I refused to believe this. Shield was utterly enraged. For a knight, this was nothing short of disgraceful. Don't attack it. I want to see what's wrong with these minions. The fuming lowly tank dashed back, positioning herself between Xiao Feng and the lemur. Standing so close, there was no room for the creature to bypass her and strike Xiao Feng. Yet, to everyone's bewilderment, the lemur leaped to the side, circumventing Shield, and continued its pursuit of Xiao Feng. This is infuriating. Shield was on the verge of exploding. Her earlier nonchalance was nowhere to be found as she swung her shield with a fervor. The lemur, with barely 4,000 health, seemed poised to be smashed to pieces by her knightly might, yet it remained resolute in its desire to attack Xiao Feng, utterly disregarding her fury. With a final screech, the lemur perished beneath her shield, dropping 8 copper coins and a piece of white gear. Woo-woo. Shield was left feeling wronged, nearly on the brink of tears. She glanced at Xiao Feng, whose aggro remained remarkably stable and health towering at over 5,600, and silently stowed her shield weapon, drawing forth a great sword instead. If she could not hold aggro, she would transform her role mid-battle to become a damage dealer. Knights could wield great swords and polearms, offering a variety of weapon choices. However, given her full tank build, her damage output would likely be somewhat meager. Chapter 027. Is this the power of a master? Old Xiao. Bullying your little sister is not right. The party continued onward, and Li Li stealthily approached Xiao Feng's side, voicing his grievances. Shield is a junior from our school. We see each other often. Show some respect. I don't want to, but it's beyond my control, Xiao Feng replied helplessly, recounting the curse's circumstances. No way. It can work like that? Upon hearing this, Li Li exclaimed. The teammates all listened intently to the explanation, leading the charge with her great sword. Shield turned her head to glance at Xiao Feng, her eyes filled with sorrow as she sniffled, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Subsequently, she channeled this frustration into the wild monsters. Charge. Shield bash. Taunt. Forget it. Normal attack. 61, 72, 49. Transitioning into a sword knight, Shield unleashed a flurry of strikes, gradually whittling down the health of the monsters. The blind sister fired a penetrating arrow, dealing more damage than her combined 5 or 6 skills. In that moment, Shield felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Even contemplating logging out, they were nearing their destination. As they progressed, the level of the monsters escalated. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived near their target. Zhang Fan checked the map, pointing to a valley ahead, stating, the NPC is in the valley. After conversing, we can enter the exclusive dungeon. Without hesitation, the group made a beeline for the valley. This valley, known as the Dragon's Valley, was home to giant lizard monsters ranging from levels 45 to 55. Along the way, the blind sister habitually used her ranged skills to draw a few minions for leveling. It was then that Shield remarked, these are level 50 monsters. If we pull too many, we won't be able to handle them. No worries. Old Xiao has plenty of health, Li Li quickly assured, casting courage blessing on the blind sister and tossing out a punishing blow. However, Shield wanted to voice her concern. But seeing everyone had already accepted Xiao Feng as the main tank of the team, she fell silent. Damn it, senior. Charge. Shield bash. Taunt. Normal attack. A barrage of skills struck the level 50 lizard monsters, inflicting hardly any damage. The level 50 lizard monsters boasted a health pool of 8,200, being tank-like creatures with high defense and substantial health, indicating a prolonged battle ahead. Moreover, the level is evident, and the attack power is formidable. Engaging 5 foes at once results in rapid depletion of health. Blind Sister and Zhang Fan hastily unleashed their assaults, eager to conclude the battle swiftly. However, given their damage output, eliminating such resilient monsters would require a considerable amount of time. Old Xiao, why are you hesitating to act? Must you wait for the boss to showcase your magic? Lili urged. Throughout their journey, Xiao Feng had refrained from casting a single spell, merely functioning as an emotionless taunting machine. His prior inaction stemmed from the fact that whether he engaged or not, the pace of their progress remained largely unchanged. Now, however, the tempo had evidently slowed. If he did not assist soon, they would squander precious time. Very well, I shall take action. Please, do not retreat into silence. Xiao Feng declared. Why would I retreat into silence? Zhang Fan queried, perplexed. Shield merely scoffed, indicating he was already in a state of despondency. Without offering an explanation, Xiao Feng raised his staff and casually cast a chain lightning spell. Boom. A lightning bolt, as thick as an arm, shot forth, transforming into a chain of electricity. 5. 441, 812. 5. 119, 929. 4. 891, 012. A series of damage figures floated upward. Initially, the chain lightning was slender as a finger, but under the augmentation of weather manipulation, it had grown considerably larger. All 5 small monsters perished, 4 of them reduced to ashes, while 1 emitted steam, as though it had been roasted. Upon witnessing these damage numbers, the group stood agape, momentarily frozen in astonishment. 5 million. Zhang Fan stammered, struggling to articulate his disbelief. Lili was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed, what in the world? 5 million. Old Xiao, what kind of damage is this? Even Blind Sister, who had remained silent until now, could not restrain her curiosity, asking, how did you achieve this? As for Shield, he had completely lost the ability to speak. Pouting silently, clutching his rare quality great sword, and retreating to a corner to weep in silence. Oh, it's merely a bit of enhanced output. Let us hasten our journey. Xiao Feng remarked, his vanity immensely gratified by the astonishment of his comrades. However, he would not display this satisfaction overtly, instead adopting a demeanor of nonchalance, as if it were all quite ordinary, and continued forward. His teammates followed in a mechanical manner, utterly awestruck by his damage output. Millions in damage. No wonder the threat level was so stable. Is this the prowess of a master? I finally comprehend the disparity. Oldly, do you think I can truly match Old Xiao after I change classes? Amidst the complexity of their emotions, they arrived before the task NPC. Old Zhang, let us commence the dungeon, Xiao Feng reminded. Zhang Fan cast him a lingering glance before approaching the NPC. Mr. Larnio, I, in the name of the Dragonblood High Priest, have come to assist you in suppressing the abyssal monsters. The NPC was an aged temple knight, a level 120 epic boss, his armor worn and weathered, his face etched with experience. Behind him loomed a fissure a foot wide, occasionally exuding faint tendrils of darkness. Brave warrior Zhang, you have failed once. You should be aware of the strength of the monsters within. With your current abilities, it is impossible for you to triumph, Larnio said earnestly, attempting to dissuade Zhang Fan from proceeding. We are well prepared this time and confident in our ability to defeat him, Zhang Fan affirmed. However, the NPC wished to further counsel him, but upon seeing his determination, could only say, very well, I shall open the rift for you. You may enter with a few companions. However, remember, you have only 5 chances to challenge. Should you fail all, it will indicate that you are unworthy of inheriting the powers of the Dragonblood warrior. I understand. Please proceed, Zhang Fan replied. Listening intently, Xiao Feng nodded discreetly. The Dragonblood warrior, indeed a legacy of the Overgod. The main deity worshipped in the Dragonblood temple is the Dragon God. Thus the Dragonblood warrior is a supreme inheritance, on par with the war god legacy encountered in the novice village. How is it possible that there is a traitorous scoundrel among your ranks? Larnio was about to activate the dungeon when he suddenly heard Xiao Feng's voice and could not help but glance over. Upon seeing him, his eyes widened in hostility. Xiao Feng, Old Xiao, what is the matter? Zhang Fan inquired, confused. It's still that cursed issue, Xiao Feng shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Larnio's animosity was palpable, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Zhang Fan hurriedly stepped forward to explain and persuade. After 3 minutes of discussion, he finally managed to convince this loyal follower of the Dragonblood Temple. For the sake of the High Priest, I shall grant you a chance at redemption. Enter now. This is your second challenge, Larnio huffed. He then recited an incantation, widening the crevice behind him. A temporary portal appeared within the fissure, radiating an ominous aura. Xiao Feng and the others dove into the portal, and in the next moment, they found themselves within Zhang Fan's exclusive dungeon. Chuckle, poor heir of the Dragonblood. Here to meet your demise once more. This time, I shall relish in slowly tormenting you. allowing you to feel the dread of death amidst your cries and wails. A low, ominous voice echoed from all directions. Everyone be cautious. We have entered combat. The boss is in a state of invisibility. Zhang Fan warned. This dungeon lacked minor monsters. The encounter commenced directly with the boss. Victory meant completion, while defeat would result in a return to town. Blind Sister, be careful. It will prioritize assassinating the player with the lowest health. Lily added as a reminder. Blind Sister nodded, cautiously moving to stand against the wall. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng swiftly cast a soil elemental shield upon himself. Prioritize assassinating? That should be him. Chapter 028. Who is the boss? This exclusive dungeon was not expansive. Approximately 20 meters in radius, resembling a dimly lit cave. A small opening at the top allowed a faint light to filter through. The cave was completely sealed off, and mysterious runes adorned the ceiling, preventing the boss from escaping. Zhang Fan and his companions had previously failed once, aware of the boss's might. To avoid assassination, they all stood with their backs against the wall. Given the boss's ability to strike while invisible, a hit to the back would inflict a terrifying damage exceeding 1,000,000, bypassing defenses and eliminating players instantaneously. Conversely, a hit to the front would result in merely 4-digit damage, with a chance to withstand it. The battle commenced, with Lily casting a blessing of resilience on Blind Sister, enhancing her defense. Shield activated a state of valor, distributing 20 of damage to his teammates. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. Pitiful ants, perish. Suddenly, a shadow materialized before Blind Sister, who was standing against the wall. It was a humanoid creature, possessing mantis-like arms. As soon as it appeared, it struck Blind Sister fiercely in the chest with its scythe-like arm. Blind Sister was caught off guard by the assault, unable to suppress a gasp. 988. She collapsed to the ground. Shield received over 600 damage, his health diminished. It was still insufficient to withstand the onslaught. Blind Sister was instantaneously eliminated. Letting out a resigned sigh. Old Li, your health is low. You're next. Bolster your defenses. Old Xiao, utilize area damage to flush it out. Invisibility is compromised upon receiving a certain degree of damage. Zhang Fan remained remarkably composed, issuing commands. After the boss emerged to assassinate Blind Sister, he immediately returned to a state of invisibility, vanishing from sight. Within that fleeting moment of less than a second, Xiaofeng managed to glimpse the boss's information. Abyssal Sinister Poison Blade, Legendary Boss. Level, 55. Health, 910, 000910000. Target level 2 high. Unable to retrieve additional data. You all focus on defense. Leave it to me. He instructed. Having coasted along thus far, it was finally time for him to take center stage. The fact that he had not been assassinated just moments ago caught him somewhat off guard. It appeared that the abyssal creature was unaffected by Otto's curse, rendering his overwhelming hatred ineffective. Rainstorm technique. Xiaofeng made his move. He had only 2 area skills at his disposal. After a 15-second incantation, he designated a specific area, and a thunderous roar erupted within the cavern. Immediately thereafter, a chilling wind howled, dark clouds obscured the cave's ceiling, and a torrential downpour commenced. The range of the rainstorm technique extended to 50 by 50 meters, surpassing even the area of the cave. The boss's chamber was entirely enveloped, leaving the creature with nowhere to hide, regardless of its invisibility. What in the world is this skill? The range is astounding. Zhang Fan had initially intended to randomly cast a few skills in the empty space before Li, hoping to flush out the boss. However, he was taken aback by Xiaofeng's grand display. Damn it, what is this? An enraged curse echoed from the darkness. The boss's figure materialized 5 meters away, forcibly revealed by the damage of the rainstorm technique. 249, 193. 239, 489. 241, 392. The substantial damage erupted from the boss, and after just 3 hits, it was nearly fatal. Yet the rain continued unabated for a full 7 seconds. I will kill you. The abyssal sinister let out a furious howl, a black, membrane-like shield suddenly appearing to absorb 2 instances of the rainstorm damage. At the same time, he blinked into position before Xiaofeng, thrusting his mantis blade downward with force. Old Xiao dodge. Zhang Fan shouted. Although he could not comprehend how Xiaofeng's damage output was so terrifying, such a formidable presence was crucial for their success. If he were to be eliminated, Li, at first transformation, would lack any means of resurrection and would be unable to proceed. However, when the abyssal sinister's blade descended, several teammates were left dumbfounded. Thud. The strike accurately struck Xiaofeng's chest. Not only did it hit him, but it also triggered a critical strike. 138, 193. As an assassin-type boss, a critical hit resulted in a 10-fold increase in damage, far more ferocious than that of an assassin player. The staggering damage caused Zhang Fan and the others' hearts to seize. They assumed Xiaofeng was doomed, that today would be yet another fruitless endeavor. Yet in the next moment, all 4 were left in disbelief. How is this possible? The abyssal sinister exclaimed in incredulity. Despite absorbing over 100,000 points of damage, Xiaofeng stood unscathed. The white shield value overlaying his health bar had only diminished by about 5%. Over 100,000 damage, and yet only 5%? What the hell? This is outrageous. Zhang Fan and Li Li exclaimed in unison. In the next moment, they witnessed Xiao Feng grin widely, addressing the boss. Surely no one believes themselves to be the boss here? In truth, I am the true boss. He then raised his staff, unleashing a formidable bolt of lightning. Lightning Arrow, a universal mage skill, condensing lightning elements to inflict 280 of attack power as magical damage to the designated target. With a cooldown of 10 seconds and a mana cost of 20. This was Xiao Feng's highest single target damage skill. Swish. The lightning arrow shot forth in an instant. A damage number of 4,800,000 erupted above the abyssal sinister's head, reducing him to ashes, leaving no corpse behind. This boss possessed over 20 magical damage reduction. Yet it proved utterly ineffective against Xiao Feng's terrifying amplification. Ding. You have defeated the legendary boss Abyssal Sinister Poison Blade, distributing 102,500 experience points among your party. You have defeated the legendary boss Abyssal Sinister Poison Blade, earning 3,500 reputation points. Congratulations. Level has increased to 39. Following the boss's demise, the system notification promptly rang out. The experience calculation for legendary and mythical bosses differs from that of ordinary creatures. It is based on a total experience value that is then divided among all participants. The experience shared from the 5-person party was greater than that from equivalent level epic monsters, with fewer participants yielding richer rewards. Incredible, we truly succeeded. Zhang Fan trembled with excitement. To think such a fearsome boss was dispatched so easily by his good friend. He had prepared himself for a protracted battle, intending to return to this quest at level 50, and now, to have completed it so effortlessly was almost beyond belief. Old Xiao, you are the real boss, Li Li remarked with a hint of awe. One skill dealing hundreds of thousands, even millions. Absorbing over 100,000 points of damage yet remaining unscathed. What else could he be but a boss? Not just any boss, but an extraordinary one. Quick, revive Blind Sister. The rewards are here. The Abyssal Sinister dropped a plethora of rewards, a dazzling array of colors and items. As a teammate, Blind Sister had also participated in the battle. While her contribution may have been minimal, her presence was essential for the sake of team reputation. Li Li retrieved a revival scroll, equivalent to a resurrection spell. But unusable during combat, experience penalties still apply, and revived Blind Sister. Old Xiao, you took down the boss, you should claim the loot. Zhang Fan exclaimed excitedly. His task was technically complete. The boss's rewards were merely a bonus, and he would be content to forego them entirely. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng replied, then I shall not be polite. He stepped forward to collect the loot scattered on the ground. The first item, glowing red, was a godly item. Chapter 029, an accidental discovery. Yet it was not an artifact, but rather a scroll. Godly assassination scroll, usable in combat, requiring a 3-second incantation. It applies the assassination effect to a designated target within a 100-meter range, dealing 200,000 points of physical damage, ignoring defense, but can be mitigated by damage reduction effects. Hiss, a godly scroll. Fixed damage of 200,000. Even a level 100 third transformation character could be one-shot. This item would fetch no less than 100,000 yuan in the market. The group gasped in astonishment at the formidable damage figure. However, upon reflection, compared to Xiao Feng's magic, this scroll seemed lackluster. Turning to the next item, the boss had also dropped a piece of legendary equipment. Fleet footwear, no level or class restrictions, 500 health, 20 agility. Base movement speed of 100, with the passive effect, Lightfoot, ignores all slowing effects. This was indeed an artifact, with no level or class restrictions. It meant anyone could equip it. While its additional attributes were modest, its practicality rivaled that of a true artifact. Xiao Feng also displayed a look of surprise. Old Zhang, I'll take these shoes. I'll trade you my artifact shoes later. Previously, Otto's enchanted shoes were an object of his unwavering admiration. However, due to the limitations of his class, only knights and warriors could don them, rendering his longing futile. Now, fortune smiled upon him with the arrival of a legendary pair of shoes that promised even greater speed. With this extraordinary item, his base movement speed would be double that of others, and with the application of a charging potion, it would surge to 6 times that amount. Its impact was clearly profound. Zhang Fan retorted with exasperation, what are you even contemplating changing? Just take it. Without you, we stand no chance against this boss. He added with a smirk, though, if you happen to possess any surplus artifacts or super artifacts that you wish to bestow upon me freely, I wouldn't mind at all. In that case, I shall graciously accept, Xiao Feng replied, slipping into the agile footwear immediately. His previous shoes were utterly inadequate, providing a mere 3 points of agility and 30 points of health. Upon switching, his health skyrocketed past 6,000, and his agility enhancement led to a notable increase in critical hit probability. What else is there? The others eagerly inquired. Xiao Feng continued to unveil the treasures. Among the remaining items was another legendary piece, the essence of abyssal creatures, identical to the one already nestled in Xiao Feng's bag, an excess that served no purpose. Thus he allocated it to Zhang Fan. Additionally, there were 3 pieces of 50-level epic gear, all suitable for teammates, which he promptly distributed to Li, blind sister, and shield. The remaining potions and useless gear were distributed casually, and the gold was equally divided among the 5. It's absurd. We've done nothing yet we reap so many benefits. It feels utterly embarrassing, Shield remarked, holding an epic pair of leg armor, his expression still one of existential doubt. I feel the same way, blind sister empathized. Who doesn't? Sigh. Such is the nature of teaming up with a boss. We must grow accustomed to it. For opportunities like this will surely arise again. Lily said leisurely while counting his gold, clearly at ease. Having played alongside Xiaofeng for 3 years as roommates, he felt no need for pretense. Xiaofeng smiled. Let us exit the dungeon and witness the true prowess of old Zhang's hidden class. Indeed, I must surpass old Xiao and put this arrogant fellow in his place, Lily declared fiercely. The group erupted into laughter as they exited the dungeon. Upon returning to Dragonblood Valley, Zhang Fan engaged in a brief conversation with the NPC Lanio, receiving a certificate of challenge success. Subsequently, the 5 of them activated the return scroll to Dragonblood City, heading back to the main city. Make way, don't block the path. Upon returning to the teleportation array, a familiar shout echoed in his ears, and once more, Xiaofeng was jostled aside. How does this NPC soldier manage to always pass by right when I return to the city? Xiaofeng mused in bewilderment, growing accustomed to being pushed around. This is utterly ridiculous. I'll be heading to the Divine Temple to change my class. You all can wander around the city for a bit and sell off any useless gear, Zhang Fan announced, departing briskly, his heart racing with excitement as he made his way to the Dragon Blood Temple. With nothing pressing on their agenda, Xiaofeng and the others decided to visit the marketplace. Player levels were gradually rising, and 30-level equipment was soon to become mainstream. Xiaofeng had some stock in his warehouse, ready to be sent to the auction house for consignment, although most of it was merely rare quality. Given the current market prices, a single rare item could fetch around 50 gold coins, translating to a tidy sum of 500 yuan at the exchange rate of 10 yuan per gold coin. All warehouses in the main city were interconnected, allowing him to retrieve his previously stored equipment from Dragonblood City and consign it all together. In the vast warehouse, only a few skill books and 5 pieces of equipment remained. These 5 pieces were 1. Otto's Battle Boots, mythical quality, usable by warriors and knights at level 30. 2. Staff of Sacred Words, legendary quality, usable by priests at level 50. 3. Meteorological Staff, legendary quality, an exclusive weapon for weather mages, usable at level 50. Boasting considerable attack power and additionally doubling the range of mage-exclusive skills. 4. Ring of Magical Will, legendary quality, usable by mages and priests at level 100. With average attributes, but capable of recording 3 different skills to be released when needed without occupying the caster's cooldown or consuming mana. 5. Magic Crystal Pendant, Epic Necklace. Universally usable at level 50, with a single attribute of increasing spirit by 120, making it a rare characteristic equipment worth retaining. After consigning the equipment and items, Xiaofeng also took the opportunity to purchase a pair of epic gloves from the auction house. Moonlight Gauntlets, epic gloves for level 30 mages. With a health cap of 100, intelligence of 20, magic defense of 10, and a casting speed of 5. This item cost him 600 gold coins, a bit pricey. Yet the attributes were impressive, significantly boosting his attack power and slightly enhancing his health defense. Upon exiting the auction house, Xiaofeng intended to make another trip to the warehouse to retrieve the Staff of Sacred Words, Otto's Battle Boots, and the Furious Howl, skill book, to gift to his friends. However, at that moment, he noticed a group of players adorned with the Tianxia insignia, hurriedly rushing toward the warehouse, swiftly retrieving something before making a beeline for the city exit. Old Xiao, your rivals, Lily pointed out, having spotted the scene as well. Indeed, the leaders of Tianxia and the #1 troublemaker, core members of their guild. I wonder what they are in such a rush for, Xiaofeng mused, recognizing 2 of their IDs but unable to deduce the reason behind their haste. Suddenly, Blind Sister interjected, they must have perished, they're here to replenish their equipment. Oh, how did you figure that out? Xiaofeng asked, astonished. Blind Sister nodded. Their gear is incomplete, and I overheard one of them say to hurry and buy more resurrection scrolls. The losses were stacking up. Resurrection scrolls. Xiaofeng and Lili exchanged incredulous glances, both equally shocked. The Tianxia Guild must be confronting an exceptionally formidable boss. Chapter 030, The Divine Class and Forbidden Spell. Resurrection scrolls can only be used after exiting combat, serving as a costly means of reviving on the spot. Purchasing such items is typically for convenience, sparing players the trouble of traversing back and forth. As core members of a major guild, they would usually carry a significant number of these on their persons. The necessity to purchase more under such circumstances could only imply one thing. They were facing a boss that required multiple deaths to conquer. Given the strength of the Tianxia Guild, the only adversary capable of putting them on high alert must be of mythic caliber. Blind Sister, are you certain? From this distance, you can hear them? Lily expressed disbelief. Although those from Tianxia were also retrieving items from the marketplace warehouse, they were still about 10 meters away. At that distance, speaking softly would be inaudible beyond 5 meters, let alone 10. Blind Sister nodded once more. I have excellent hearing. The game Zhutian possesses a unique feature where players' real-world skills can occasionally carry over. Hearing her remark, Xiaofeng couldn't help but inquire, are you truly blind in real life? Typically, those with exceptional hearing either possess innate talent or have developed heightened auditory senses due to visual impairment. The name Blind Archer, coupled with her demeanor, naturally led to such an assumption. Yes, Blind Sister replied succinctly, offering no further elaboration. Shield, upon hearing this, couldn't he help but display a hint of sympathy in his gaze. Xiaofeng and Li Li exchanged a glance, a moment of silence hanging between them. Ultimately, they refrained from speaking, choosing instead to conceal their sympathy to avoid being too abrupt, which might bruise the self-esteem of the Blind Sister. They decided to inquire about the activities of the Tianxia Guild, particularly any formidable bosses they were engaging. If an opportunity arose, they would certainly be inclined to teach them a lesson. Xiaofeng deftly shifted the conversation back to the Tianxia Guild. Li Li replied, leave it to me. I have numerous contacts. He then opened his friend list to commence gathering information. Old Xiao, Old Li, Blind Sister, I am on my way. At this juncture, Zhang Fan finally returned from his job change. He sprinted over from the main city avenue, exuding an air of triumph as he declared, hey, Old Xiao, take a look at my stats. How do they compare to yours? His face radiated joy, tinged with a hint of boastfulness. In the next instant, he shared his attribute panel in the team channel. Let me see. The others, intrigued by his smug demeanor, eagerly clicked on the shared attribute panel. Upon viewing it, they collectively gasped in astonishment. My heavens, how many years of bad luck did you step in? Even Xiaofeng widened his eyes, exclaiming in awe. Name, Old Zhang from next door. Class, Dragonblood Warrior. Level, 28. Talent, Dragonborn, Divine level. Permanently increases both defenses by 300, converts 10 times mana to health. Skills can be cast without mana consumption, can transform into dragon form once every 24 hours. Health points, 2, 254, 0, 22, 540. Mana points, 0, 0. Physical attack, 1122. Physical defense, 303. Magical defense, 660. Strength, 244. Intelligence, 28. Vitality, 58. Mentality, 375. Agility, 46. Equipment slots, Dragonfang Rune Sword, Mythic. Dragon Scale Armor, Mythic. Dragon Crystal Ring, Mythic. Skills, Wind Cleave, Triple Strike, Whirlwind Slash, Heroic Strike, Dragon Roar, area control damage within a 15-meter radius, Dragon Ascendance, increases speed and attack power. Dragon Transformation, talent skill that transforms the user into a dragon form, reducing damage taken by 50, increasing attack by 50, while doubling the effects of Dragonblood Warrior exclusive skills for 1 minute. Incredible. This attribute panel was nothing short of terrifying. Health points surpassed 20,000. Attack power exceeded 1,000, with exceptionally high defenses, not to mention 2 powerful exclusive skills and an even mightier talent skill. It is no exaggeration to say that within the Zhudians, there are no more than 10 players capable of defeating Zhang Fan in a one-on-one duel. 3 exclusive artifacts. With mana converted to health at a 10-fold rate, this class is utterly outrageous. His teammates were all filled with envy. Zhang Fan chuckled, during my job change, the Grand Bishop reset all my potential points. I redistributed my former vitality points entirely to mentality, resulting in overwhelming magical defense and an immense health pool. Coupled with the artifact's substantial mentality bonuses, I have truly taken flight. Of course, I still can't compare to old Xiao. Suddenly, I don't feel like giving you the artifact shoes anymore, Xiaofeng remarked with a hint of melancholy. No way you're backing out. Haha. I'm not just taking your artifact for free. I've also secured something valuable for you, Zhang Fan replied with a mischievous grin, suddenly building suspense. What valuable thing? Xiaofeng inquired. Zhang Fan produced a skill book. Behold, the Mage's legendary skill book, Meteor Strike. Xiaofeng's eyes widened in surprise. What? Isn't this the ultimate move from Tianxia Wushuang? He vividly recalled how Tianxia Wushuang had chanted for 10 seconds, dealing over 20,000 damage with that skill. The damage, the spectacle, the visual effects, utterly explosive. Upon examining the skill book, his spirits soared. Meteor Strike. Quality, legendary. Attribute requirement, intelligence 500. Class requirement, mage. Effect, condenses fire elements to summon meteors from the sky, dealing 2,000 attack power and magical damage to the designated target area, with 50 splash damage to surrounding 30 meters. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Powerful, unmatched. Xiaofeng was exhilarated. This was a legendary skill, colloquially known as the Mage's Forbidden Spell. After a 10-second chant, it unleashed an attack with 20 times the damage, while also inflicting area damage on targets within a 30-meter radius. It was simply cataclysmic. Under the dual talents of Divine Might and Atmospheric Mage, his skill S damage would reach an astounding 200,000 times the attack power. With a terrifying range of 150 meters, it would be akin to an asteroid crashing down, though he currently lacked the 500 points of intelligence required to learn the spell. Acquiring several pieces of intelligence-enhancing gear or temporary potions to boost intelligence would suffice to meet the learning requirement. If Tianxia Wushuang could achieve it, why couldn't he? Xiaofeng. Old Zhang, hurry. Bring me the shoes. Otherwise, I can't rest easy, Xiaofeng urged, eagerly activating the trading function to hand over the artifact shoes. Otto's ancient battle boots, to Zhang Fan. Haha, we're brothers now. Zhang Fan did not hesitate, understanding that the legendary skill book was of comparable value to the artifact. In fact, one could argue that Xiaofeng had gained the better deal, as lower-tier artifacts would eventually be phased out, while a forbidden spell could be utilized for a lifetime. What shall we do now? Level up? Or hunt a boss for practice? Zhang Fan inquired, feeling somewhat emboldened after his transition to Dragonblood Warrior, eager for a boss battle. Xiaofeng replied, let us await news from Old Li. I might have to play the role of the old schemer. Oh, what is going on? What did I miss? Zhang Fan's interest was piqued immediately. Before long, Li closed the friend chat and turned his attention back to his teammates. How did it go? Xiaofeng asked. Li chuckled. Old Xiao, we've struck a gold mine. What do you mean? Speak quickly. Upon witnessing his friend's expression, Xiaofeng sensed that the matter was indeed significant, and he had already begun to form suspicions in his mind. Instead of speaking directly, Li switched to the team channel and, in a tone inaudible to outsiders, declared, Tianxia Wudi is currently leading a group to assault a mythic boss above level 100. While we couldn't ascertain the boss's specific details, we can confirm they are after the construction order. Xiaofeng's eyes widened. As I suspected, his hunch was correct. What could prompt the Tianxia Guild to prepare so diligently was indeed a mythic boss. The construction order for a guild base had yet to appear in the Blue Star battle zone, and it was rumored that the Longhun Guild and the Pantheon Guild had both offered a bounty of 100 million cash just to become the first guild to establish a base. It appears that Tianxia has gotten a head start, discovering a boss above level 100 before other major guilds. Zhang Fan, astonished, remarked, the fervor surrounding Zudians is evident. Over 1 billion players in Blue Star are engaged in the game. Yet, no guild base has been established thus far. This is because guild bases are not a feature meant for the initial stages, but rather for the mid-game. The actual significance of bases will only unfold when players' average levels approach 100, at which point guild wars will be initiated. Assaulting others and defending against attacks are both predicated upon the establishment of a stronghold. With a stronghold, one can also acquire legion skills, ferociously vanquishing formidable bosses. By completing construction tasks daily, one can amass a considerable amount of experience and gold. Additionally, there will be periodic events where monsters besiege the city, often resulting in significant level gains post-battle. These are the benefits bestowed by the stronghold construction orders. Furthermore, the level of the stronghold can also be upgraded. As long as one continues to expend stronghold construction orders, the level can be perpetually enhanced, gradually transforming a humble village into a grand city. It is said that after accumulating the expenditure of over 30 stronghold construction orders, the guild stronghold can be elevated to the scale of a level 3 main city, standing proudly alongside the system's main city. Of course, the construction costs during the upgrade process are astronomical. Once completed, the mere attraction of NPCs and player merchants would yield an astonishing daily tax revenue. Old Xiao, what do you think? Zhang Fan and Li gazed at Xiaofeng, eager to discern his thoughts. Both were well aware of his nature, knowing that he held grudges deeply. The Tianxia Guild had obstructed him once in the Novice Village and again in Stormwind City, though he had retaliated successfully on both occasions. The animosity ignited by such provocations would not simply dissipate. Surely, one cannot perpetually await others to initiate conflict while passively enduring attacks, can they? Where are they? Xiaofeng inquired. Upon hearing this, Li understood that he had resolved to take action. He promptly replied, the Tianxia secrecy is commendable, yet with so many individuals, it is inevitable that some would be sighted. It can now be reasonably concluded that they are situated in either the land of Divine Fall or the Ghost Plains. At this, Xiaofeng immediately opened the world map. The land of Divine Fall and the Ghost Plains are both high-level monster maps within the Dragon Blood City region. The two areas are closely connected, with the former serving as a leveling zone for levels 100 to 120, while the latter caters to levels 80 to 100. Given the elevated levels, it is highly unlikely that many players would venture there at present, and it could even be possible to engage in boss fights without the need to clear the area. It's a bit far. I must set off immediately, lest I arrive only to find the boss defeated, Xiaofeng declared, sprinting towards the city gates. Hey, old Xiao, wait for us, Li shouted. Clad in the level-less swift boots, Xiaofeng's speed was twice that of others, and he quickly vanished from sight. The others could not keep pace, resorting to calling out to him in the team channel. Xiaofeng, however, replied, there's no need for you to come. I possess 1,000,000 shields and a massive AoE attack, so I am unafraid of a 1,000-man guild. But you, on the other hand, should not risk it. Should you fall and drop valuable items, you would surely lament. Now you're looking down on us. We are all brothers. In battle, we fight side by side. If we die, we die. It's not like it's our real bodies perishing. What is there to fear? Lili retorted, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Feeling somewhat abandoned by his comrades, Zhang Fan chimed in. I just completed my hidden class transition and was planning to enjoy a fight. You're going off alone. That's rather inconsiderate. Shields and Blind Sister remained silent, their strength far from adequate for participating in high-level team battles. And their bond with Xiao Feng was not deep enough to risk incurring the wrath of the Tianxia Guild on his behalf. Old Zhang, although your artifact is bound, you are aware of the power of a 1,000-man guild. It would be wise to develop your character further, at the very least. Equip the legendary boots of Otto before proceeding. If you wish to hone your skills, take them to farm a few epic bosses. This time, I will not take you with me, but I promise next time, Xiao Feng stated earnestly, leaving no room for negotiation. It was not that he looked down upon his friends. Rather, the nature of battles at the 1,000-man guild level was truly terrifying. Currently, with mages and archers wielding long-range attacks, in an open landscape, a lone individual facing an entire guild could potentially endure over 500 attacks simultaneously, let alone ordinary players. Even someone like Zhang Fan, who boasted over 20,000 health and high defense as a hidden class, could be swiftly annihilated in the blink of an eye. Only his earth elemental shield could withstand such fervent onslaughts. After equipping the legendary boots and epic gloves, Xiao Feng's health surged to approximately 6,200, with his attack power escalating to 250 points. At present, his overall strength greatly surpassed that of a level 50 mythical boss, Otto Gu, rendering him almost beyond conventional metrics. Engaging with the Tianxia Guild would also serve as a test of his damage absorption capabilities. Upon exiting the city, Xiao Feng unleashed his speed, racing towards the eastern part of Dragonblood City. The land of Divine Fall was exceedingly distant, spanning a full 100 kilometers. The journey would leave one utterly exhausted. Fortunately, his boots granted him double speed, allowing him to outpace ordinary players significantly, as he sprinted along the main road. It wasn't long before he encountered the Tianxia War King and the illustrious Tianxia first flirt among the throngs of players he had seen in the main city. To avoid alarming them, Xiao Feng refrained from attacking and chose to circumvent them, progressing onward. In his rush, he was disinclined to even engage in the trivial task of dispatching minor monsters, focusing solely on sprinting at full speed, fearful that the boss might succumb to the onslaught before he arrived, thus granting the Tianxia Guild an easy victory. During his journey, Lili sent him several messages. Players from the Ferocious Men Guild began to appear in the main city's resurrection area. They were likely reinforcements for Tianxia, returning after exhausting their resurrection scrolls. Members of Tianxia also gradually materialized in the resurrection circle, albeit in smaller numbers, primarily frontline classes, presumably returning due to being too far from the battlefield to resurrect immediately. Before reaching his destination, Xiao Feng had already conjured an image in his mind of a 1,000-man army besieging a boss, continuously reviving fallen comrades in a frenzy. After over an hour, he finally entered the Ghost Plains map. The backdrop of this plain was that of an ancient battlefield, where a deity and their followers had clashed with abyssal monsters. Ultimately, that deity met their demise here, and the central area of the plain became the land of Divine Fall. The followers of the deity, their spirits unyielding, lingered on the plain, guarding their god, unwilling to depart. In time, the influence of the abyss seeped into this realm, tainting the spirits and gradually transforming them into malevolent entities. Some of the high-ranking soldiers from the land of Divine Fall morphed into elite monsters, wreaking havoc upon the world. The experience from the level 80 to 100 malevolent minor monsters was still considerable. Xiao Feng casually dispatched a few using instant cast skills such as Lightning Arrow, Chain Lightning, and Magic Missile. His speed remained unabated, and his experience steadily increased. Coupled with the earnings from the earlier legendary boss, he gradually leveled up to 39. After leveling up, he finally found himself within the land of Divine Fall map. In the distance, a multitude of players congregated, a veritable sea of humanity. Amidst the throng low, thunderous roars could be heard intermittently. Xiao Feng let out a sigh of relief. Hang in there, boss. I'm coming to rescue you. Chapter 032. You are surrounded. With renewed vigor, Xiao Feng charged towards the heart of the land of Divine Fall. This area differed slightly from the plains. The ground was entirely black, as if scorched by a superlative forbidden spell, devoid of any vegetation. The sky was shrouded in gloom, thick clouds obscuring the sun, and a relentless, chilling wind swept through, steeped in an aura of death. At the region's center lay a colossal pit, approximately 15 kilometers in diameter, resembling a crater formed by a meteorite's impact. The boss that the Tianxia Guild was challenging resided there. Who goes there? This area has been claimed. Please vacate immediately. The Tianxia Guild boasts a considerable number of members. A faction is engaged in a fierce assault on the boss within the depths of the pit, while a substantial contingent awaits outside as reinforcements. Observing a player clad in a cerulean mage robe approaching, One of the junior managers among the members steps forward to obstruct him. Xiaofeng glances at the opponent's information. Tianxia Zuayer, level 25 knight, 3,800 HP. Given this level and health, he is likely of no significant import. Xiaofeng, disinterested in idle chatter, raises his hand and unleashes a magical missile. Ding! You have proactively attacked and slain the peaceful player Tianxia Zuayer, earning 50 points of infamy. A system notification pops up, announcing that over 2 million damage has been inflicted on Tianxia Zuayer, who collapses instantly. What the hell? I was killed in an instant? As a knight, Tianxia Zuayer believed himself formidable, if not among the world's top 10, at least within the top 100. Yet, being annihilated by a mere passerby leaves him utterly perplexed. Upon reviewing the battle log, he finds Xiaofeng's name alongside a staggering 7-digit damage figure, rendering him momentarily speechless. He then shouts frantically in the guild channel, "President, something's amiss. Xiaofeng has arrived." Xiaofeng, the leader of the guild, Tianxia Wudi, who is currently orchestrating an assault on the mythical boss from within the pit, furrows his brow. "Wushuang, what is going on?" He directly queries the nearby mage, Tianxia Wushuang. After all, it is Wushuang who has a direct vendetta with Xiaofeng. Upon hearing the name, Wushuang becomes somewhat agitated. After muttering a curse under his breath, he replies, "I have no idea, brother. Could he have come here on his own accord?" Tianxia Wudi ponders this possibility. "We have deployed 30,000 men. It's not surprising that a few hundred might have perished and been discovered. What should we do now? That guy is indeed infuriating, but his damage output is rather terrifying. The brothers behind us might be in for some trouble." Wushuang expresses his concern. "Fear not, no matter how formidable he may be. He is but one man." Tianxia Wudi remains unfazed, merely feeling a mild annoyance. He addresses the guild channel, "Brothers of the 4th and 5th Legions. Sweep that Xiaofeng away. The boss still has 35 health left. We cannot afford any mishaps at this juncture." "Understood." The members of the 4th and 5th Legions respond immediately. In the game Zhudiang, a legion is the largest unit of player teams. A squad consists of 5 individuals. A team comprises 50, while a legion encompasses a full 5,000. Only a guild can establish a legion. Independent players cannot do so. With a clamor, the crowd begins to move. The 2 legions, totaling 10,000 members, are mobilized by Tianxia Wudi's command, encircling Xiaofeng from all sides. The plains are scattered with numerous level 100 wild monsters that occasionally respawn, but in the face of such a colossal gathering, they are swiftly obliterated before they can even comprehend their surroundings. "Xiaofeng, you are now surrounded. If you know what is good for you, retreat to the main city. We, being magnanimous, can overlook your offense," declares the leader of the 4th Legion, Tianxia Kuangmao, in a loud voice. The scene is indeed grand as 10,000 players encircle him, their diverse armaments and skills poised to unleash, effectively trapping Xiaofeng at the center. Yet, confronted by such a formidable legion, Xiaofeng remains unperturbed. He bursts into laughter thrice, proclaiming, "I have similar words for you, Tianxia Guild Science. You are the ones who are surrounded by me. Damn it, restrain him." The onlookers regard him as if he were a fool. "Eliminate him," Tianxia Kuangmao commands with a wave of his hand. With such a vast legion, it is impossible for every individual to strike at Xiaofeng. However, if even a few hundred manage to hit their target, the resulting damage would be sufficient to obliterate any epic boss below level 50. When faced with players, the outcome is often complete annihilation. Unfortunately for them, today they are up against Xiaofeng, Earth Elemental Shield. With a flourish of his staff, a translucent, soccer-shaped, yellowish shield envelopes him. Bang! Thud! Crash! A barrage of skills descends upon him. Arrows, fireballs, sword energies, lightning, beams of light, and blunt physical attacks. An uncountable array of strikes bombarding the shield. The defenseless shield flickers ominously as damage numbers ranging from hundreds to thousands appear, creating a sense of impending collapse. After the initial wave of skills, the shield's health diminishes from 3 million to 2,800,000, sustaining 16,000 damage per second. If they are allowed to unleash their output unhampered, even my 30 seconds of shield replenishment won't suffice. Xiaofeng mentally calculates his damage absorption limits. He must compensate for his defensive shortcomings with offensive prowess, preventing them from comfortably striking him. He contemplates and begins to release his skills. Fireball, a 1-meter diameter. Enhanced Super Deluxe Fireball hurtles from the tip of his staff towards the distant ranged team. The Tianxia Guild, having clustered tightly to besiege him, finds it nearly impossible to evade the incoming skill. Upon witnessing the massive fireball, the fellow mages of Tianxia exclaim in dismay. The fireball strikes an individual, erupting instantly. Boom. Like a miniature missile explosion, flames engulf a 3-meter radius. A flurry of indecipherable high-damage figures flashes, and all within the radius collapse, with several pieces of equipment dropping as spoils. Xiaofeng does not relent. As soon as the fireball is launched, he commences chanting his next skill. Rainstorm, thunder rumbles, and dark clouds gather. A torrential downpour cascades down mercilessly. Xiaofeng designates the area of the rainstorm to encompass the ranged attackers, bypassing the nearest melee players. After all, Melee damage pales in comparison to that of ranged attackers, and their limited reach allows them to form a barrier, congesting their own backline. As the rain falls, there are no survivors within a 500-meter radius. Ding. You have proactively attacked and slain the peaceful player Tianxia, earning 50 points of infamy. Ding. You have proactively the system notifications flood the screen. After his initial strike, the entire opposing legion shifts into a defensive mode. Any attack from Xiaofeng is now deemed malicious. Following the rainstorm, his name shifts from red to black, his infamy reaching the maximum of 5,000 points. Quick, eliminate him. Destroy his artifact. Tianxia Quanma shouts. Xiaofeng's name has turned crimson, now blackened, and should he be slain, he will drop all equipable items. However, Xiaofeng remains unfazed, raising his hand once more to unleash a chain lightning spell. Crackle. The chain lightning ricochets, claiming another 10 players. Damn it, this guy's damage output is terrifying. Hurry. Don't stop. Take him down. The leaders of the 4th and 5th legions grow increasingly anxious as they witness hundreds of their ranks diminish in an instant, genuinely fearing an inability to defeat Xiaofeng. With the command to attack, the members of the Tianxia Guild begin their coordinated strike. Those positioned at a distance move closer, attempting to engage him. Unfortunately, a few eager individuals, in their haste to claim glory, plunge headlong into the rainstorm's embrace. Ah, what the hell, it hurts. Damn it. I was careless. Suddenly, an array of damage figures, each ranging from 3 to 400,000, erupted forth. And those who ventured into the downpour of spells met their demise. A group of imbeciles. Xiaofeng erupted into laughter as he unleashed lightning arrows and magical missiles with casual abandon, randomly selecting a fortunate player to deduct 20 of their experience. Damn it. Control him. The player known as Tianxia Quanma was on the verge of madness. Despite having so many allies, they struggled to even breach the shield of a solitary player, feeling as though they were confronting a level 200 boss. Chapter 033. Don't come any closer. Melee players unleashed a torrent of firepower upon Xiaofeng, continuously employing skills that inflicted control effects like shield strikes and jumping cleaves. However, the number of melee attackers that could reach him was already minimal, compounded by the fact that he was approximately 13 levels higher than the majority of them. Under the weight of this level disparity, his counter-control effects were tremendously effective, with hardly anyone able to inflict a stun upon him. Even if luck favored them and they managed to achieve a stun, it would dissipate in less than a second. With a series of skills landing, the glow of the earth elemental shield flickered while his white health bar gradually dwindled. Yet, due to the disruption caused by his skills, coupled with the emptying of the storm area, there were no attacks against him for a continuous 10 seconds, significantly reducing the rate at which his shield value was depleted, allowing it to endure long enough to support him for 30 seconds of shield regeneration. Quanma, have you dealt with him yet? Come down and rotate with Team 2. In the guild channel, Tianxia Wudi inquired about their progress. To him, eliminating a player, no matter how formidable, should be a matter of mere seconds. Tianxia Quanma felt frustrated and replied, President, this guy is quite troublesome. His shield is absurdly thick. I estimate it to be around 3 million. After several rounds, we still haven't broken through. Moreover, his output is terrifying. Whoever he targets dies instantly. Alright, enough with the excuses. Rotate down in 1 minute. Don't you have a scroll? Use it to take him out. Tianxia Wudi said impatiently. Roar. Damn adventurers. In the pit, the boss's roar grew increasingly frenzied, heralding the arrival of a powerful ability. Below, nearly 150,000 players surrounded the boss, continuously unleashing their skills. Although each attack dealt merely 1 point of damage and frequently missed, their sheer numbers meant that several hundred hits landed every second, cumulatively inflicting 2,000 to 3,000 health damage over a minute. Yet, when the boss struck, whether through normal attacks or skills, death was guaranteed for anyone caught in the fray, without exception. The distinction lay only in the fact that a normal attack claimed 1 life, while a skill could wipe out entire swathes of players. Kill, both above and below. The 2 waves of the Tianxia Guild were fervently assaulting the target at the center of the circle. The scenes on both sides were strikingly similar, save for the fact that below was a level 105 mythical boss, while above was merely a level 39 player. Quick, unleash every skill you have. Don't let the president waste time fighting the boss, Tianxia Quanma urged, determined to avoid giving the impression that he was ineffective in his duties. He promptly retrieved a precious epic scroll and activated it on the spot. With a howl, the scroll transformed into a 3-meter-tall, translucent wolf spirit, charging toward Xiaofeng. The wolf spirit's pounce inflicted a solid 5,000 points of red damage upon him. Damage that ignores the shield and strikes directly at me? Xiaofeng was somewhat taken aback. With only 6,200 health, losing 5,000 put him in a precarious situation, prompting him to hastily consume a golden, divine-grade health potion to restore his vitality. Damn, why is his health so substantial? Tianxia Quanma was speechless. Even an epic scroll couldn't bring him down, which was utterly outrageous. Fortunately, after more than 20 seconds of relentless assault, Xiaofeng's shield value finally reached its limit. Hit him now? His shield is about to break. Focus fire and take him down, Tianxia urged. Everyone rallied their strength, unleashing a torrent of firepower. Come on, I beg you to take me down. Xiao Feng gleefully taunted. Lightning arrow, chain lightning, fireball, earth elemental shield. He never ceased casting spells, while his repertoire was limited and difficult to chain seamlessly. The overall frequency remained impressive. A single wave of output eliminated dozens of enemies, and just as the cooldown for his earth elemental shield expired, he promptly cast another upon himself. Tianxia was poised to strike the moment his shield shattered, eager to reap the rewards of loot. Yet, to his astonishment, the very next second, a new turtle shell enveloped Xiao Feng once more, leaving the entire output team dumbfounded. What in the world is this skill? How can a shield of several million be reused so swiftly? Tianxia roared in fury. In his view, a skill capable of generating a 3 million shield must be of divine quality. Such skills typically boasted lengthy cooldowns, often usable only once a day. How could it be cast a second time so quickly? He found this utterly unacceptable. Then, in the next moment, something even more intolerable occurred. Gale spell. Xiao Feng had waited 30 seconds to ensure that his two large-scale skills, each with a 60-second cooldown, could be deployed on two separate shields, thereby alleviating his damage intake and preventing an uneven break of his shields. The time had come, and his maximum range skill was finally unleashed. Whoosh! The wind element coalesced around his body, swirling and expanding. In a mere 15 seconds, it enveloped a radius of 100 meters. An enormous tornado, with a diameter of 200 meters, unfurled from his position. See you in hell. Xiao Feng grinned widely. In the next instant, thousands of 6-digit damage figures erupted forth like a volcanic eruption. What the hell? Within the 100-meter radius, all players instantly perished, with not a shred of opportunity to retaliate. And this was merely the first second. Charging potion. Xiao Feng was not foolish enough to remain stationary, wasting the subsequent 4 seconds of skill time. He consumed a speed potion, causing his movement speed to surge to approximately 6 times that of an ordinary player. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward. Accompanying him was that 200-meter-wide tornado. Don't come any closer. Players who had initially stood 100 meters away watched in horror as a vast expanse opened up before them, their teammates dropping dead left and right. Following closely, the verdant tornado surged toward them. In an instant, panic ensued, and the group scattered, attempting to flee. However, the heavy formation of their entire legion made rapid movement nearly impossible, and given that their speed was already inferior to Xiao Feng's, even if they had the chance to escape, it was futile. Tianxia, your grandfather is coming. Ha! Xiao Feng laughed heartily, covering nearly 200 meters in just 4 seconds to reach the edge of the pit. As he traversed the area, the 100-meter radius tornado acted like a colossal meat grinder, claiming the lives of over 2,000 players. Chain lightning. Fireball. Clear the way for me. A few more skills dispatched the last remaining players at the edge of the pit, allowing Xiao Feng to finally glimpse the boss under siege by the Tianxia Guild. Goodness. There are so many. Below in the pit, nearly 15,000 players encircled a towering figure clad in tattered battle armor, clutching a rusted spear, and riding a skeletal warhorse, a humanoid boss standing over 5 meters tall. The health bar above the boss's head dwindled to around 30%. However, judging from the information, it should be able to sustain for a while longer. Evil Spirit General's Wicked Spear, mythical boss. Level, 105. Health points, 365, 845, 511, 800, 000. Target level too high to retrieve further data. This boss possesses a staggering total health of 11.8 million, surpassing that of the level 120 Minerva. Roar. Let them perish. The brilliance of the war god shall forever illuminate the earth. As Xiao Feng approached the edge of the pit, it was precisely the moment the boss unleashed its ultimate attack. The imposing undead general let out a thunderous roar, raising his spear high, emanating a thick cloud of black mist. The ultimate move is upon us. Retreat quickly, Tianxia shouted. Thousands of members swiftly maneuvered, retreating to provide space for their frontline teammates. Yet, they were still a moment too late. The black mist coalesced into a black dragon soaring into the sky before diving toward the ground. Boom. A tremendous explosion ensued, leaving no survivors within a 100-meter radius of the boss. What a formidable boss, its power rivals my own. Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Such a boss should yield him a substantial reward. Chapter 034. I wish to annihilate you all. How is Xiao Feng still alive? While commanding his legion in battle, Tianxia also had to keep an eye on the situation above the pit. The words shouted by Xiao Feng left Tianxia Wushuang's face pale, simultaneously confirming his unscathed condition. Hearing the president's inquiry, Tianxia Kuangma replied bitterly, President, our 4th team has lost over 2,000 men. The leader of the 5th team, Tianxia Ao Zhan, awkwardly added. The 5th team has lost over 1,300. What? Over 3,000 have perished in just 1 minute. Even Tianxia, who was usually composed, felt a surge of frustration at this revelation. It is inconceivable for such a mythical boss to eliminate so many in a mere minute. What on earth is happening? Tianxia Wudi exclaimed in anger. Before Guangma and Ao Zhan could respond, Tianxia Wushuang timidly explained, Big brother, it's just as I mentioned earlier, Xiao Feng's massive AoE skill. How can this be? Tianxia Wudi expressed disbelief. Starting the game on the same day, leveling from scratch, how could someone take down 10,000 while remaining unscathed and even retaliating against over 3,000? We should spread out. That might work, Tianxia Wushuang suggested weakly. Tianxia Wudi furrowed his brow, remarking that concentrated firepower had failed to eliminate him, so scattering would only make it harder to fight. Tianxia Wushuang dared not speak further. Deep down, he wished to ask, then how should we fight? But he kept silent. Before Tianxia Wudi could devise a strategy, Xiao Feng had already charged down the slope. Wushuang, Xiao Shui. Milk baby, Grandpa has come to see you. He called out while casting spells on the go. Fireball, chain lightning, lightning arrow, casting them as soon as they cooled down. During cooldowns, he picked off fortunate players with his missiles. Although these minor spells did not match the killing speed of his two ultimate moves, he still managed to eliminate dozens as he advanced. Witnessing Xiao Feng move through the battlefield as if it were empty, while the boss continued to slaughter melee fighters, Tianxia Wudi's usually calm demeanor began to fray. Xiao Feng, what are you planning? He shouted from a distance. Xiao Feng, with an air of nonchalance, casually reaped the lives of Tianxia guild members, responding, I have no particular plans. I'm just in a good mood today and came to pay a visit to my grandchildren. You're courting death. Tianxia Wushuang, already harboring resentment towards him, was infuriated at Xiao Feng's blatant disregard for his elder brother's face and charged at him with his staff. Tianxia Wudi restrained him, saying to Xiao Feng, what kind of hero is it to boast with mere words? You are merely ambushing us, if you have the guts. Wait until we finish off the boss and then face us honorably. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng burst into laughter. Oh Wudi, has your brain been kicked by my Wushuang grandchild? I never claimed to be a hero. If I have the chance to ambush, why should I foolishly confront you head on? Besides, it was your little friends who ambushed me, attempting to steal my mythical boss. I'm merely returning the favor. And you say to fight honorably? Please, take a good look at your over 20,000 people attacking me. A lone individual. Does that count as honorable? That is nothing short of a human sea tactic. Xiao Feng retorted without reservation. Tianxia Wudi found himself momentarily speechless from the rebuttal. After a moment, he asked, what do you want then? State your terms. Now that's more like it. Xiao Feng snapped his fingers. Before the eyes of thousands, he proclaimed loudly, I want to annihilate you all. Storm of rain. As soon as the words left his lips, he immediately began to chant the spell. The winds howled, thunder roared, and dark clouds gathered. A torrential downpour cascaded down upon Tianxia Wudi and Tianxia Wushuang. In just 1 second, not a single one of the high-ranking officials from the Tianxia guild survived. Xiao Feng. Tianxia Wushuang screamed in fury, wishing to tear him apart. Tianxia Wudi's temper also flared. Lying on the ground, he coldly declared, Xiao Feng, do you wish for a death struggle with our guild? And if so, what of it? Xiao Feng sneered, continuing to harvest the lives of Tianxia members with relentless efficiency. Many attempted to attack him, striving to eliminate him, but their efforts were as inconsequential as a mere tickle in his presence. Very well, very well. Tianxia Wudi was now thoroughly enraged. Since the establishment of the Tianxia Guild, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to confront him in such a manner. Even the titans of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 game guilds, like Longhun and Gods, maintained a polite demeanor when meeting with him, regardless of how heated the battles became. Only Xiao Feng. Not only did he show him no respect, but he also took the initiative to strike, collectively annihilating him and the guild's high-ranking officials. Everyone attack. Tianxia Wudi commanded with a low voice. The word kill echoed through the guild channel. Everyone, the members of the 1st and 2nd legions, who were battling the boss, paused in confusion. Yes, everyone. Forget about the boss. First, eliminate him. Quickly, they reacted, echoing the president's orders in the guild channel. Following that, a massive army of 20,000 surged forth, converging upon Xiao Feng. Ha ha ha, come on. Let me witness the might of the Tianxia Guild of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Feng stood unyielding, his staff raised high, as he conjured a new earth elemental shield for himself. Then, he began to chant his skill, the initial cast descending. A tremendous gale erupted. With the throng of thousands closing in, the density of the crowd was palpable. The gale spell swept through, and the wails of the fallen filled the air, claiming no less than 1,000 lives in an instant. Xiao Feng bolted forward, utilizing his speed, superior even to that of 200 ordinary players, driving the tornado into the heart of the crowd. The deep pit's terrain was inherently narrow, making retreat difficult. With Tianxia's massive army assaulting, evasion was nearly impossible. As he charged, damage numbers soared, with dozens upon dozens collapsing, far more efficient than a harvester gathering wheat. His ultimate ability lasts merely 5 seconds. Do not be afraid. Press on, Tianxia Wushuang proclaimed. He was most familiar with Xiao Feng, having endured all his skills and recognized the flaws in his opponent's strategy. If a cooldown could be considered a flaw, kill. Countless warriors brandished their weapons, attacking fiercely, whether from a distance or in close combat. Xiao Feng became the focal point of their onslaught, with damage numbers rising to double, triple, and even quadruple digits. Yet he steadfastly endured thanks to his earth elemental shield. Meanwhile, in the center of the pit, the mythical boss, previously besieged by the crowd, found respite as no one continued to assault him. The evil spirit general's patrol area was limited. As the grand army of the day surged toward Xiao Feng, most had strayed beyond his watchful gaze. The boss took a few steps, dispatching the last remaining players within his territory with a few minor skills. He then leisurely returned to the heart of his patrol zone, ambling on his skeletal warhorse, gradually restoring his health. He, the evil lance, had finally escaped peril thanks to the valiant Xiao Feng. Chapter 035, A Resounding Victory. I am utterly astonished. How can this shield be so robust? My mana is entirely depleted, and yet he hasn't even broken his shield. Is this reasonable? Do not cease, continue the assault. Kill him, charge, attack him. The cohesion of the Tianxia guild was formidable, with an army exceeding 10,000. Combining their efforts against a single Xiao Feng, an awe-inspiring spectacle. However, given that they were all first transformation players, their attack range and methods were limited, and only a few hundred could truly land a blow on him. Inflicting damage at tens of thousands per second, they methodically chipped away at Xiao Feng's shield. Just as they seemed on the brink of breaching it, he unleashed a rain of arrows, clearing the area instantaneously. Then, under the reduced pressure, he leisurely replenished his earth elemental shield, filling his health bar anew. I can't believe it. I am genuinely astounded. What kind of a tribute is this? Some sort of hack? Use your ultimate abilities, toss them at me. No matter how strong he is, he must eventually exhaust his mana and health. Even if he cannot consume all his health potions, his equipment surely has durability. Let us shatter his durability. I refuse to believe he can't die. Many high-ranking officials of the Tianxia Guild were analyzing and directing the battle. With so many people and such a vast army, failing to take down a single Xiao Feng was a profound disgrace. Originally, the guild's other vice president, Tianxia, intended to suggest retaining some players to hold the boss and prevent it from recovering health. However, seeing how much more troublesome Xiao Feng was than the boss, his health not diminishing even a drop, he refrained from speaking. Ha ha ha, children, exert yourselves. Use all the strength you can muster, as if you were in bed with Wushuang. I haven't eaten in 3 days, my limbs are weak. Yet you still cannot strike him down. Come at me, please, ladies of the Tianxia Guild, trample me with vigor. I am a masochist. While Xiao Feng obliterated enemies with his spells, he taunted with a mischievous tongue. The nearby players of the Tianxia Guild seethed with rage, wishing to tear his mocking mouth asunder. Yet, unable to breach his shield, they found it a formidable challenge even to silence his taunts. Damn it. Tianxia Wudi watched as his members fell one by one, anxiety creeping in. He had also fallen victim to a swift defeat and understood the extent of Xiao Feng's terrifying damage. Although the guild had prepared numerous resurrection scrolls, allies outside the battle could instantly revive fallen teammates. However, when too many perished in one area, it led to model congestion. There was no room for players to stand. And even the scrolls could not revive the fallen, leaving them to helplessly watch the resurrection countdown expire, forced back to the main city by the system. Thus, under the relentless barrage of Xiao Feng's skills, their numbers dwindled, with over 1,000 forced to return to the city. President, this cannot continue. His shield appears virtually limitless, and we lack scrolls capable of breaking it. We cannot kill him. Tianxia remained composed, able to analyze the current situation. However, Tianxia Wushuang had completely lost his composure, having already engaged in battle, relentlessly attacking Xiao Feng from a distance. Hearing this, he scoffed, stating, if there are no scrolls, then go purchase some. I refuse to believe that so many cannot bring him down. If that fails, let us call for outside assistance. Summon anyone capable of disregarding shields to eliminate him. 100,000, 200,000. Money is no object. I will cover it. Tianxia Wudi fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the feasibility of this plan. He opened his friends list, spotting a player named Jianzhan Songsheng, who was of notably high level. Yet, after much hesitation, he ultimately refrained from sending a message. Too far. Tianxia shook his head, replying, it would take 2 hours for him to run from the main city. While he could assist with the boss, given Xiao Feng's attack frequency, we might all perish by then. Even if we die, we must take him down with us. Tianxia Wushuang retorted angrily, beginning to chant his ultimate skill, Meteor Strike, a colossal meteor plummeting from the heavens, inflicting 5-digit damage. Tianxia continued to shake his head, choosing not to speak to Tianxia Wushuang, but instead addressing Tianxia Wudi. President, this is untenable. Should we not withdraw? No, we cannot retreat. I must kill him. Tianxia Wushuang shouted furiously upon hearing his companion's words. At that moment, Xiao Feng unleashed another gale spell. Within 100 meters, none survived. And Tianxia Wushuang was swept away as well. Are you all incapable? Have you not eaten? Do you wish for me to wait here while you go offline for a meal? Xiao Feng continued to taunt. After several rounds of his ultimate skills, The members of the Tianxia guild who perished at his hands numbered no less than 8,000. The enemies stacked upon one another, many dead members unable to resurrect. Directly sent back to the city by the system, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Enough. Just then, after a long silence, Tianxia finally spoke again. His face was ashen, fury radiating from him. Staring at the arrogant Xiaofeng, he coldly declared, "Today, your strength has triumphed. I concede defeat. Should we meet again, I shall exact vengeance and ensure your demise in this game. Brothers, retreat." With that, he crushed a return scroll and departed. Brother, President. The members of the Tianxia guild were left dumbfounded, unable to believe their leader had simply abandoned the battlefield. There were still many resurrection scrolls available to revive their comrades. United, they were willing to continue fighting. Yet, Tianxia had left, striking a severe blow to their morale. Brother, we still have the strength to fight. Why must we leave? Tianxia Wushuang privately messaged Tianxia. The latter sighed and replied, "We cannot win. Let this one go. A true man knows when to yield. With so many of us, backed by a consortium, there will surely be another opportunity to reclaim our honor." But Tianxia Wushuang felt disheartened, lamenting, "Yet we have invested so much money, so much experience, and battled the boss for 3 full hours. Must we truly abandon it? What other choice do we have? The boss still has so much health, we cannot take him down in a short time. With Xiaofeng obstructing us, we cannot withstand it. Rather than continuing to throw our lives away, it is better to cut our losses and return to the city to level up. We can seek out another boss later." Tianxia tone remained relatively calm. In truth, he felt the pain of this battle more than anyone else. Spending 5 million to hire the Brave Men Guild to chip away at the boss's health, followed by having over 20,000 players take turns to die countless times. They had finally managed to whittle it down so much. The sheer value of the experience, equipment, and potions he had sacrificed was beyond comprehension. Such a loss was intolerable to him. Yet, these grievances could not be voiced, for he was the guild leader, the esteemed elder brother. With a heart bleeding for the unparalleled realm, suddenly found himself regretting having provoked Xiaofeng in the novice village. However, upon reflection, he realized that regardless of his previous missteps, he had never been so ruthless as to act alone, obliterating the efforts of tens of thousands. Moreover, he had already faced Xiaofeng's wrath 5 or 6 times. The debts had long been settled. Yet, this individual still refused to let him go. How malicious could one be? "Xiaofeng, I shall avenge this grievance," he vowed fiercely within his heart. Subsequently, he chose to return to the city for revival, departing from the Godfall land. Seeing their guild leader and vice leader leave, the remaining members of the guild were filled with a sense of injustice. However, morale had already dissipated, and continuing the fight held little meaning. Thus, those not engaged in battle quietly shattered their return scrolls to flee back to Dragonblood City. Meanwhile, some hot-headed and impetuous individuals continued to charge at Xiaofeng with reckless abandon. Observing that the main adversary had been routed and his victory was complete, Xiaofeng gradually lost interest in further slaughter. He proclaimed, "You may leave now," halting his assault to grant them an opportunity to disengage. Chapter 036. Who are you? Elder brother? Some continued to attack him, but the frequency had notably diminished. After a while, the dispirited members of the Tianxia guild slowly opted to cease their efforts. Xiaofeng's name was now a deep crimson, yet his earth element shield remained unbroken. Those filled with helplessness and resentment awaited their disengagement, then returned to the main city. Before leaving, some even picked up the equipment dropped by their comrades, hoping to recover some losses. Xiaofeng, too, began collecting the loot. Unwilling to let the efforts of his hard-fought battle go to waste, he gathered several epic items from the ground. Though it was unfortunate that he did not come across any legendary or mythical quality gear, those were likely snatched up by their own. Let us go, let us go. The defeated members of the Tianxia guild gradually retreated from the Godfall land. Originally, they had come in numbers totaling 25,000, with an additional 5,000 external reinforcements, reaching a staggering 30,000. Although many had fallen to the boss, most were promptly revived, and their numbers had not diminished significantly. It was only after Xiaofeng's arrival that the numbers began to dwindle. Before long, the surrounding players had vacated the area. A few remained, not out of a desire to continue their struggle against Xiaofeng, but rather lamenting the folly of offending such a formidable deity. Their guild was effectively doomed. They opened the guild interface on the spot, opting to withdraw and become solo players. Then, they took out their return scrolls and departed. Xiaofeng found their actions rather amusing. In his eagerness, he had forgotten to declare the ultimate slogan of withdraw without killing, a significant oversight. He shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. Withdraw without killing. This battle cry was essential in the game world when one guild held the upper hand against a rival. Xiaofeng had single-handedly encircled over 20,000 foes, successfully vanquishing more than 10,000 and driving off the likes of Tianxia. Such an impressive achievement was beyond compare. Failing to shout the slogan was indeed a monumental loss. Oh well, next time, he mused. After all, they would need to establish their base. and he could always return to unleash a storm of chaos upon them later, when it would be most dramatic. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. In truth, with the conclusion of this battle, he had largely set aside his grievances with the Tianxia guild. As long as they did not provoke him further, he had no intention of harassing them, except for Tianxia Wushuan. This individual had insulted him in the war zone announcements, evoking a vendetta akin to a blood feud. Such enmity would never be forgotten. Old Xiao, how are things on your end? I see the main force of Tianxia Wudi has returned to the city, at least 10,000 of them. Li Li's voice echoed with concern in the team channel. Xiao Feng had not disbanded the team when leaving Dragonblood City, and they remained in a group state. However, due to the distance, his infamy would not affect his teammates. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Feng succinctly replied, a resounding victory. Wow, that's amazing. One person taking down 20,000. What a triumph. Old Xiao, you're like a brother to me. No, a mother. From now on, I'm sticking with you. I want the left thigh. No one else can have it. Li Li exclaimed, while Zhang Fan chimed in with excitement. Xiao Feng retorted dismissively. Get lost. That middle thigh is the only one I'll let you have. The trio erupted into laughter. Seizing the moment, Xiao Feng began collecting the gold coins and valuable equipment scattered across the ground. Hey, did you manage to snatch their base token? Suddenly, Shun Shun inquired. Not yet. The boss is still alive, and its health is nearly restored, Xiao Feng replied, glancing at the boss in the pit. Oh, what a pity, Shun Shun lamented. The Dragon Soul and the gods have a 100 million bounty on that base token. If you had gotten it, you could have become a billionaire. Xiao Feng scoffed at the notion. It's not absolutely necessary to steal it. I'll try to take on this boss myself and see if I can extract that little target. Although the boss boasted a horrifying health pool of 11.8 million, surpassing even the sorceress Minerva, he had observed that its skills were limited to charges, sweeping strikes, and dark dragon waves, damage-dealing abilities. Such harm could easily be mitigated by his earth element shield. Furthermore, the boss's survivability appeared inferior to Minerva's, lacking any peculiar shield that directly negated damage. Therefore, Xiao Feng believed he had a substantial chance of soloing this boss. Soloing? Old Xiao, that's a bit unfair. Why not take us with you to fight the boss? Zhang Fan protested loudly. He was a hidden class bestowed by the god of war, and nothing thrilled him more than battling bosses. Yet, Xiao Feng coldly rejected. This boss level is too high. No matter how good your attributes are, you'll perish upon contact. I'll take you next time, I promise. Wah wah wah. Zhang Fan feigned tears. Li Li also adopted a pitiful tone. Brother Xiao, you've changed. You used to love us so much. But now you won't even share experience points with us. Come on, tone it down. Don't scare Shun Shun and Blind Sister. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes and promptly closed the team channel. A level 105 mythical boss undoubtedly yielded an immense amount of experience. Such monsters required experience to be shared. Since his teammates were in Dragonblood City, it would take them 2 hours to reach him, and he simply lacked the patience to wait. Thus, he planned to claim it all for himself. Boss, I'm coming. Now is the moment for you to repay your life debt. Xiao Feng shouted as he charged towards the boss, staff in hand. The mythic boss of level 105, the General of Malevolence, wielding the sinister spear, boasts a magnificent stature. Despite his tattered armor and his steed now reduced to mere bones, he remains an imposing figure. His health bar, which had dipped to around 30, has surged back to over 70, visibly replenishing at an alarming rate. Xiao Feng, unwilling to wait for the foe to regain full vitality, charges into the boss's alert zone, preparing to unleash his skills. However, the boss is swifter. The vast 200-meter warning radius far exceeds the range of Xiao Feng's skills. Upon noticing the intrusion, the boss delivers an opening remark. Pitiful insect, dare you challenge the great deity? He then thrusts his spear, releasing a surge of dark energy that spans over 100 meters, striking Xiao Feng directly. The damage registers at 129,819. A single skill inflicts nearly 130,000 damage. Had it not been for the earth elemental shield, Xiao Feng would have already retreated to town. Such damage would be overwhelming even for a level 100 knight. He presses forward, readying his most potent single-target attack, the lightning arrow. Yet, the boss retaliates with another wave of dark energy, dealing another 130,000 damage. While exclaiming in a furious tone, "It is you. It was indeed you." Startled, Xiao Feng ponders, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" The next moment, clarity dawns upon him. The General of Malevolence raises his sinister spear and bellows. "You dare slay Otto, the most cherished steed of the Supreme God. In the name of the 10 generals of the War God Temple, I hereby pronounce your death sentence." With a roar, dark energy erupts from him, indicating he has gone berserk. What the hell? Otto again. What sins have I committed? Chapter 037. The cook boss flees? Xiao Feng nearly spits blood. The General of Malevolence charges forth on horseback, his 9-meter spear descending like a battering ram, leaving no room for evasion. Xiao Feng withstands the blow, and a white number of 289,131 appears above him, the damage exceeding double. In his berserk state, the boss's attributes have effectively increased by 50 levels. Rebellious scoundrel. Receive my spear. The general, seeing Xiao Feng still standing, goes in for a follow-up strike. Enraged, Xiao Feng retaliates with the lightning arrow. A resounding whoosh echoes as a colossal damage figure of 3,489,892 emerges. Theoretically capable of dealing 7 million damage, the lightning arrow only manifests half its potential, suggesting the boss possesses remarkably high magical damage reduction. Nonetheless, it suffices. Great war goddess Ada, bestow upon me your strength. The once fallen sinister spear, now imbued with darkness, still reveres the war goddess Ada he once followed in life. After invoking the name of his deity, his weapon glows with a dark light. With a single sweep of his arm, a massive crescent-shaped wave, 30 meters wide, is unleashed. Boom. Xiao Feng is knocked to the ground, incapacitated for 5 seconds, while suffering a staggering damage of 300,000. Though his shield lacks defensive power, such damage is absurd. Even level 100 knights would crumble. Xiao Feng is left speechless. He recognizes that the curse of Auto upon him has empowered the boss, yet he still feels a shadow of dread toward this level 105 mythic foe. Fortunately, his shield is robust. Otherwise, he would surely perish here today. During the 5 seconds of incapacitation, he cannot break free or rise. The boss, shouting slogans of loyalty to the gods, is engulfed in dark energy, spear raised high, and unleashes the devastating black dragon wave skill once more. The dark, dragon-like magical energy soars into the heavens before crashing down. Boom. A horrifying damage of 520,000 appears above Xiao Feng's head. This is simply outrageous. Xiao Feng is too exhausted to complain. Thankfully, the 5 seconds of control soon dissipate. He initiates with a fireball, swiftly following up with a magic missile. Boom. Damage figures of 3, 199, 421 and 2, 500 burn emerge, alongside 1, 587, 131. The General of Malevolence's health bar plummets, nearly emptying to just over 400,000. Just as Xiao Feng prepares to unleash a lightning chain to finish the foe, a beam of light suddenly descends from the heavens. General of the Holy Spear, your loyalty has resonated with the gods. In the name of the second war god of the Temple of War, I accept your soul's allegiance. Return, Rilio. The sacred light envelopes the General of Malevolence. His tattered armor and rusted spear shed their ancient remnants, restoring him to pristine condition. The warhorse beneath him is likewise filled with radiant golden light, appearing resurrected, once more exuding majesty. Allah, the General of Malevolence, tilts his head skyward, his roar echoing across the land as he opens his arms to embrace the divine illumination, tears of joy streaming down his face. Supreme God, you have finally remembered me. Though the war god has long since fallen, the temple remains, and faith never falters. The golden light continues to purify the General of Malevolence, while Xiao Feng discreetly hurls a lightning chain, only to see it rebound mercilessly, dealing not a single point of damage. This boss isn't going to suddenly flee on me, is he? A level 105 mythic boss, with experience beyond measure, please don't pull a stunt. Xiao Feng is exasperated, fearing the cooked duck might take flight. Gradually, the armor of the General of Malevolence transforms into a brand new form. His once dilapidated appearance now that of a strikingly handsome figure, mounted upon a majestic steed. Upon examining his status, it has entirely changed. General of the Holy Spear Rilio, mythic boss. Level 210. Health 2, 360,000,000. Target level 2 high, unable to retrieve further data. Xiao Feng, his level and health have doubled, and he is in peak condition. Continuing this battle seems quite daunting. As the divine light dissipates, the newly evolved and perfected General of the Holy Spear Rilio gazes down upon the diminutive 8-meter-tall mage, saying, "Wretched rebel, I should have annihilated you on behalf of the War Temple, but considering your strength has aided me in gaining the temple's favor, I shall spare you this time. Until we meet again, I will not be so lenient." With that, he urges his steed, which leaps into the air, soaring into the distance. "Hey, where are you going? What about my experience? My artifacts? Damn it." Xiao Feng, witnessing the boss's sudden retreat, is thrown into a panic and cannot help but curse. As Rilio ascends further into the sky, a cold scoff reverberates in his ears. "Rebel, should you wish to challenge me, come to the War City Temple. Rilio awaits you at any time." As his voice fades, the handsome knight vanishes beyond the horizon. Simultaneously, a dazzling explosion of gold and black light erupts at the spot where the boss had just stood. An array of items cascades to the ground. The sound of coins clattering, intermingled with the brilliant hues of red, orange, and purple, dazzling Xiao Feng's vision. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the mythic boss, General of Malevolence. You have earned 28,500 reputation points. Congratulations, you have triggered the activation conditions for the level 2 main city, War City. Please follow the clues to continue onward and unlock War City soon. You have vanquished the malevolent general of the evil spirits, the Wicked Spear, and have earned an astounding 21,600,000 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has ascended to level 40. Congratulations. Your level has risen to level 41. Congratulations. Your level continues to rise. Congratulations. You have reached level 57. Notification: you have now attained the requirements for a second-class advancement. Please proceed to the temple to undergo your second job change and acquire even greater power. A cascade of system notifications reverberated in Xiao Feng's ears, and he exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Thankfully, his efforts were not in vain, and the boss rewards had indeed been dispensed. The monumental 21.6 million experience points surpassed the total of all the experience he had previously accumulated. From a mere level 39, he surged an astonishing 18 levels to reach level 57, placing him significantly ahead of all other players within the battle zone. What delighted Xiao Feng the most was the plethora of treasures scattered upon the ground. A grand explosion of loot from a level 105 mythical boss, overwhelming and resplendent. Gold coins everywhere. Upon picking one up, the system displayed a staggering total of 720,000 gold coins, causing Xiao Feng's eyes to widen in disbelief. With each gold coin valued at 10 yuan, that amounted to a staggering 7.2 million. A seaside property in Haizhou, indeed. My goodness, what a windfall. And this was merely the most basic gold drop. He hastily sought out further treasures. The red glow was undeniably the most enticing. Aside from the unprecedented rainbow-hued super divine artifacts, red items represented the pinnacle of quality. 4 red items had dropped in total. However, not all were equipment. The first, and most exhilarating for Xiao Feng, was a token resembling a decree. Residence Construction Order, a mythical grade item, held by guild leaders and vice leaders, allowing them to apply for a designated area in a level 3 or higher main city to construct a residence. During the construction period, monster siege activities will occur. If the defense fails, the construction will be unsuccessful and the residence construction order will not be refunded. Without even glancing at its description, its value was evident, starting at a minimum of 100 million. If placed on the auction house for consignment, it might even fetch a higher price, though it could also fail to sell due to insufficient gold in circulation. A modest target, indeed. I adore you. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng stowed it in his backpack, fearful of it being refreshed by the system. Then he turned to the next divine artifact. Invitation from Lario. An invitation from Lario, the general of the sacred spear among the 10 generals of the War Temple. Holding this allows one to enter the War City Temple and challenge the level 210 mythical boss, Lario, prior unlocking of the 4 prerequisites. The subduers of the 4 evil spirits is required. Chapter 038, Mythical Quest. This was the subsequent storyline triggered by Lario's final words. The system notified that the activation condition for level 2 of the main city had been triggered, which was related to this item. Xiao Feng checked his quest log and discovered a new task had appeared. It was the first quest he had accepted since the opening of the server. Subdue the 4 evil spirits, mythical quest. Quest description: 3,000 years ago, the War Temple crumbled following the fall of the war goddess Ada. 4 of the 10 generals and 4 of the cardinals perished in battle against the abyssal monsters, subsequently succumbing to demonic influence and transforming into evil spirits. Quest requirement: defeat the 4 scattered evil spirits and liberate their imprisoned souls. Current progress: 14. Candidates: Evil Spirit General Demon Sword, Evil Spirit Cardinal Smoke, Evil Spirit Cardinal Blood Sea. Quest duration: 30 days, in-game days. There were no hints for the quest, and the locations of these 3 bosses remained a mystery, leaving Xiao Feng somewhat perplexed. However, given that this was a mythical quest, the rewards upon successful completion would undoubtedly be immensely rewarding. He then examined the other rewards. 2 additional red items were revealed, both of which were equipment. Evil Spirit War Spear. Quality: mythical. Level requirement: 100. Class requirement: Knight class. Physical attack: 780. Strength: 50. Constitution: 100. Special effect: Bloodthirst. Active skill that grants 10 lifesteal. Special effect: Block. Using the weapon to block can negate 70 physical damage. Active skill: Battle Song of the Blood. Damage reduction of 15. Damage increase of 25. Lasting 300 seconds. Usable once per day. Note: never wears down. Spirit Ring of Heroes. Quality: mythical. Equipment requirement: none. All attributes 10. Activated at level 10. All attributes 20, activated at level 50. All attributes 30, activated at level 100. All attributes 40, activated at level 150. Special effect: Holy Radiance. When the wearer reaches level 200, an additional 10 physical and magical attack is granted. Remarkable. Upon viewing the attributes of these 2 divine artifacts, Xiao Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The weapon was somewhat less significant, while its attributes were impressive. It was not for his use, and with a level requirement of 100, it was not particularly marketable, merely a feast for the eyes. Yet the effects of this Spirit Ring of Heroes left him momentarily speechless with delight, and he promptly donned it. This ring, when fully activated, could enhance all attributes by 100 points, equating to an astounding total of 500 attribute points. Although he was currently level 50 and could only activate the effects for levels 10 and 20, attaining all attributes at level 30 was already extraordinarily powerful, providing him with over 800 health points, a mana cap of 236 points of spell attack, and a slight increase in critical hit chance. With the divine ring adorning his finger and equipped with the weather staff, his attributes would significantly elevate, rendering his damage even more formidable and his defenses more robust. Xiao Feng felt a rush of excitement. Once he completed his second-class advancement and learned new skills, he could reassess all his attributes. Perhaps he might even consider dismantling a temple. Given that temples housed at least 4 mythical bosses at level 200, and considering the unpredictable abilities of mythical bosses like Manhwa, Xiao Feng felt it prudent to refrain from overthinking for now. At the very least, he should wait until his skill damage exceeded 20 million, allowing him to dispatch the High Cardinal in one blow before attempting such feats. Moreover, it was crucial to note that his name was currently tarnished, preventing him from entering the main city or retrieving the weather staff from his storage. Returning now would mean confronting an entire main city alone. Thousands of city guards would emerge, leaving him nowhere to flee. Thus, those exhilarating exploits would need to be postponed for the time being. Xiao Feng continued to gather items. After securing the 4 red artifacts, 8 additional legendary items lay on the ground, 4 of which were level 100 legendary equipment that held no significance for him at present and could only be stored. The other 4 included a level-less night-exclusive weapon shield, the Holy Spirit round shield, boasting minimal attack power but providing an additional 50 points to constitution and 200 points to physical defense, making it a fine weapon nonetheless. The remaining 3 were various items. Scroll of Evil Spirit Summoning, legendary. Summons an 80-level epic boss, Evil Spirit Warlord, to assist in battle. The Evil Spirit Warlord possesses 700,000 health points and an attack power of 500, lacking any skills, and may exist for a maximum of 600 seconds. Divine Light Redemption Potion 4, legendary. Can be used on any target to purify its malevolent essence. Quest item, not tradable. Essence of Divine Power. The energy essence of Temple Guardians, which allows entry into the divine realm without being repelled by its forces. The potion is essential for the 4 Great Evil Spirit Subjugators quest. However, only 3 bosses remain, thus only 3 potions are required, leaving 1 spare that may serve another purpose. The essence of divine power is similar to the abyssal creature essence, a necessary item for entering the divine realm corresponding to the abyss. Xiao Feng meticulously stowed these items away. Following this, he collected a dozen epic items and skill books. His backpack, already brimming from the equipment dropped by the Tianxia guild, now required him to discard some relatively inferior blue gear. All the epic gear was level 100, none of which were usable, thus he could only store them. Yet, among the skill books, a few stood out, suitable for gifting to Zhang Fan, Li Li, and others. Xiao Feng tidied up the scene. The next matter to contemplate was the cleansing of his red name, with a sin value of 700. How long would it take to cleanse? Xiao Feng glanced at his current sin value, feeling a headache coming on. The thrill of flaunting his prowess was fleeting, as he faced the grim consequences of his actions. The maximum sin value is 5000, and it automatically decreases by 1 point for every minute spent online. Relying solely on this would take over 3 days. However, defeating monsters and bosses also contributes to cleansing the red name. Just moments ago, a mythical boss had reduced his sin by 300 points in one fell swoop. The monsters in the Godfall realm are notably high level, making the cleansing effect even more pronounced. He could grind here for experience before returning to the main city to strategize for his second-class advancement. Xiao Feng emerged from the depths of the boss area, commencing his battle against the creatures on the scorched earth. Evil Spirit Archer, level 100, health 2, 850, 018. Evil Spirit Knight, level 110, health 2, 790, 027. Evil Spirit Mage, level 105, health 1, 910, 029. The nearby monsters were mere paper tigers to Xiao Feng, easily dispatched. Their attack power was rather high, dealing around 800 to 900 damage to him, surpassing even the most elite players. Yet, with the seamless protection of his Earth Elemental Shield, he faced no real issues. You have defeated the Evil Spirit Archer, gaining 520 experience. You have defeated the Evil Spirit Knight, gaining 905 experience. You have defeated the Evil Spirit Mage, gaining 592 experience. The system notifications continued to refresh, but Xiao Feng paid them little mind, focusing solely on his relentless combat against monsters and bosses. The Godfall realm was devoid of other players, leaving him alone amidst a sufficient number of adversaries for continuous battle. Occasionally employing Rain of Fury and Tempest spells to clear the area, traces of his bombardments were scattered across the darkened soil. Elite monsters and minor bosses occasionally emerged, but Xiao Feng paid them no heed, dispatching them in an instant without a hint of negotiation. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The time spent cleansing his red name felt interminable and tedious. Xiao Feng, growing weary, opened the leaderboard to check the latest level rankings. The hierarchy among players had solidified, with little fluctuation in the top 10. Level rankings. First, level 57 meteor, mage Xiaofeng. Second, level 44 ancient sword immortal, Jian Zhan Songshang. Third, level 40 flower whisperer, Yi Dao Yi Gebu Xian Nan. Fourth, level 39 flower picker Wang Fugui. Fifth, level 39 archer Ting Shuo, Ku, Yi Chou Jiang. Sixth, level 36 moon, which Xing Yun Miao. Seventh, level 36 star hunter Shou Do Bu, Shi Pajin Sr. Eighth, level 36 warrior Ni Min Bu Yao Zida Lo. Ninth, level 36 priest Baida. 10th, level 36 dragon knight, Dun Yut Song Xiao. Chapter 039, Sale of Construction Orders. The gradient of the leaderboard was quite intriguing. Xiaofeng and Jian Zhan Songsheng stood apart. The next 3 players around level 40 were significantly ahead of the others. Yet, it was the players at level 36 who were truly committed to leveling up. They lacked access to the legendary and mythical bosses, or simply could not defeat them. Therefore, their experience was painstakingly accrued through battling monsters and completing quests, representing the true first tier. Following the first tier was the second tier, around level 33, all elite players, largely absorbed by various guilds. Zhang Fan, Li Li, and others found themselves in the third tier, currently at level 30. However, Zhang Fan, having transitioned to a hidden class, had significantly enhanced his power and was noticeably accelerating his experience gain, gradually catching up. Alas, how dull and lonely it was. The winds in the Godfall realm were fierce, nearly driving Xiaofeng to madness. He continued to grind monsters, with his output skills reaching a frequency of 1 per second, discounting the time spent searching for foes. He could engage around 30 monsters per minute. Battling creatures 50 levels above him yielded a high cleansing efficiency, reducing his sin value by 1 point for each minor monster slain. This meant he could cleanse approximately 30 points of sin each minute while earning over 50,000 experience points. At this pace, he would cleanse his name in 2.5 hours, potentially reaching level 59. Yet, after more than 2 hours without a single soul to converse with, the solitude weighed heavily on him. Xiaofeng glanced at the dazzling array of items in his backpack, contemplating before sending a message to Li Li. Old Li, I intend to sell the construction order for the outpost at 1.2 billion. Please help me find a buyer. And if reliable, provide them with my serial number. I will inform them of the transaction location. Li Li, engaged in battling bosses with Zhang Fan and others, nearly had a cardiac arrest upon receiving this news. What the heck? You really took down a mythical boss? He exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, check the leaderboard. Wow. With 57 levels and so much experience, you're not sharing any with us? Woe is me, I'm devastated. Get lost. Don't annoy me, let us talk business. Alright. If you're looking to sell, I can reach out to some major guild leaders to see who offers the highest bid, Li Li replied, dropping the playful tone. 1.2 billion is my ideal price, but if it's too steep, 100 million would suffice, Xiaofeng stated. Wow, that's incredible. Setting daily goals like this. You're more formidable than some CEOs. Just a small feat. I still have 2 divine artifacts on me. By the way, as the saying goes, those who see should share. Once I sell the construction order, I'll gift you and old Zhang each a house, Xiaofeng chuckled. What? Li Li was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. In this day and age, housing prices eclipsed the value of life itself. One could work to the bone and still be unable to afford a home. In Haizhou, where they resided, prices started at 50,000 per square meter. And in slightly more prosperous areas, they soared above 100,000 per square meter. Not to mention ordinary university students. Even families engaged in business dared not casually claim they would purchase property. In an unexpected turn of events, Xiaofeng announced that he would generously gift each of them a complete set. This was not a mere rental. It was a purchase. Old Xiao, remain calm. Zhang Fan interjected, joining the conversation, and the trio formed a small channel to advise. Although you have excelled in this game and made a considerable profit, matters involving money must be approached with caution. Moreover, we have yet to graduate, so there is no need to rush into purchasing property. Staying on campus is both worry-free and secure, rendering any external ventures unnecessary. Upon reflection, Xiaofeng found merit in their words, and he inquired, do you have anything in mind that you desire? A luxury watch? A sports car? A young model? A celebrity? This time, I shall treat you. Haha, but such things are of little consequence. We are all gaming enthusiasts. If you wish to gift us something, just a few pieces of good equipment would suffice. Zhang Fan replied with a smile. Li Li chimed in, suggesting that once you monetize the residence decree, you could send some money home to show filial piety to your parents. Typically carefree, Li Li was nonetheless a considerate child. However, Xiaofeng disagreed, stating, transferring such a large sum of money could potentially alarm my parents, possibly leading to health concerns. Our family is relatively well off. I prefer to wait until I am in a stable position, at which point I can reveal my income to them, ensuring a more prudent approach to showing my gratitude. Earning $1 billion from gaming is something that would certainly bewilder the average person. Were it not for his own experience, Xiaofeng would have found it hard to believe. He certainly did not wish to send money only for his parents to suspect the source and report him to the authorities. leading to a familial betrayal that could see him apprehended. Indeed, it is wise to refrain from overthinking. The items will certainly be sold. But let's not take it too seriously. For now, let's cherish our university days and enjoy gaming. We can tackle future matters as they arise, Zhang Fan summarized. Well, I shall inquire with the gods and see if they are willing to meet this price, Li Li said, before reaching out to his network to contact potential buyers. By the way, old Xiao, given your current prowess, have you considered starting your own guild? Zhang Fan asked. Xiao Feng chuckled, suggesting it might be best to avoid that path, as none of us are adept at management, which would likely lead to a plethora of troublesome issues. However, we could indeed seek a casual guild as a base of operations. If others struggle against formidable bosses, we could assist and share in the rewards. Joining a prominent guild would also offer substantial benefits, with daily tasks that could accelerate our leveling by 5 times compared to others. Engaging with a guild is essential for gameplay. Otherwise, many tasks would remain inaccessible. Not all guilds engage in warfare. Many are simply casual communities. Xiao Feng preferred not to be under strict oversight, so a laid-back guild would undoubtedly suit him best. If there are no objections, I shall seek out such a guild when I have the time, ideally one with a substantial female presence, Zhang Fan chuckled. LSP. Xiao Feng expressed his disdain. Moments later, Li Li's voice resonated once more in the small channel. He reported, after inquiring, I contacted 4 major guild leaders through friends, and all offered prices exceeding 1 billion. Which guilds are these, and what amounts did they propose? Xiao Feng eagerly asked. Li Li responded, the gods and Dragon Soul had previously offered 1 billion as a bounty. Now that I have confirmed information regarding the residence decree, the gods have increased their offer to 11 billion, while Dragon Soul remains at 1 billion. Additionally offering 2 opportunities for hidden class transfers. What about the other 2? Xiao Feng pressed. Li Li continued, one is Donghai, also among the top 10, matching the gods' offer of 11 billion. The last one, a newly emerged guild named Conquer the Heavens, is the only one willing to offer 12 billion. Although the 12 billion price tag was high, Xiao Feng had not genuinely intended to sell at such a figure. The previous 3 offers were all acceptable to him. But he was surprised that one was willing to pay 12 billion. What is this Conquer the Heavens about? I have never heard of them. Both Xiao Feng and Zhang Fan queried simultaneously. Li Li elaborated. They were formerly known as the Blaze Guild, and it is said that during the launch of Heavens, they received substantial investment from a mysterious benefactor, which has led to their sudden affluence. A mysterious benefactor? Xiao Feng was even more puzzled. While he could comprehend individuals investing in a game, the notion of a secretive benefactor seemed rather far-fetched. Li Li clarified, the financier behind Conquer the Heavens is indeed enigmatic. Even the leaders of other major guilds have been unable to ascertain the identity of the investor. Some speculate that it may be a department of the Dragon Country government providing support to investigate the extraterrestrial civilization behind Heavens. There exists a similar guild in the M Federation division, reputedly even more formidable than ours. Xiao Feng and Zhang Fan were momentarily speechless. If the Dragon Country is backing them, then their support is extraordinarily formidable. If that is indeed the case, I must sell to them. Let Conquer the Heavens add me. I am currently in a red name state and require them for an outdoor trade, Xiao Feng declared, making a decision. Chapter 040, Sudden Wealth. Within a minute, Xiao Feng received a friend request. Upon opening it, he found it was from a player named Zhan Tian. Such a name must exist in the Blue Star battle zone in the tens of thousands, if not more. However, the player was quite high level, being a 35-level archer. Greetings. Esteemed Xiao Feng, I am the leader of the Conquer the Heavens Guild. After adding you as a friend, the other party began with a straightforward introduction. Xiao Feng returned the courtesy, saying, Leader Zhan Tian, I have long admired your reputation. Zhan Tian, being direct, inquired, your friend mentioned that you obtained a residence construction order. May I take a look? The game's chat function allows players to send item information directly for friends to view. Xiao Feng promptly sent the divine item, residence construction order. It was dropped half an hour ago after defeating the boss of the Tianxia guild, Xiao Feng stated plainly and openly. Oh, you dared to seize Tianxia's boss, truly impressive. Zhan Tian expressed surprise, and upon confirming the authenticity of the item information, his tone reflected a newfound delight. So, Leader Zhan Tian, will you accept it? Xiao Feng asked. Zhan Tian laughed heartily, affirming, of course, I will accept it. I have already discussed the price with your friend, 12 billion. Upon completion of the transaction, the funds will be directly transferred to your account. My associates are already at the bank counter. You need only provide your account number and corresponding information. Should you have any concerns about being scammed, I can enlist a few reputable individuals as guarantors, all of whom have assets exceeding 1 billion in reality, ensuring you will not suffer any losses. Seemingly aware of Xiao Feng's possible apprehensions, Zhan Tian added this reassurance. To be honest, given the substantial sum involved, Xiao Feng was indeed somewhat anxious about the other party taking the item without completing the transaction. However, with no official trading platform in the game, he had no alternative routes available. Since the other party had proactively suggested involving guarantors for the transaction, he found this to be reasonable and nodded in agreement. Then let us find a reliable big shot to act as a notary. I am currently in a red-name state and unable to return to the city. Please meet me at the Dragon Blood City Phantom Plane, coordinates XXXXXXXX. I will be waiting for you here. Alright, I shall be there shortly. The location is quite distant, so you may need to wait a bit. Jean Tian responded, realizing that the map was indeed an area for level 80 characters, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. No problem, if you're in a hurry. I can move back a bit, Xiaofeng offered. The two of them discussed and ultimately decided to meet in the level 60 monster area, the Cold Wind Ancient Path. Jean Tian would bring along some teammates for protection to avoid being vulnerable to wild monsters, and would also have a notary accompany him. Setting the transaction location, Xiaofeng departed from the land of Divine Fall and made his way to the Cold Wind Ancient Path. The monsters inhabiting the Cold Wind Ancient Path posed a formidable challenge even for ordinary players, yet their level was not excessively high, allowing some elite players to opt for grinding in this vicinity. He returned, bearing a name that shimmered crimson, drawing envious gazes from onlookers, captivated by his opulent gear, artifacts, legendary items, and epic equipment adorned his form. Many harbored desires to vanquish him, but a mere glance at his information, level 57 Weather Mage Xiaofeng, ranked first on the leaderboard, boasting over 8,000 health points, dampened their spirits. One bold rogue player, unable to resist temptation, chose to launch a surprise attack. With a series of skills, backstab, blood strike, and deadly poison blade, he dealt over 5,000 damage. Yet, to no avail, Xiaofeng remained unscathed, a robust shield absorbing the onslaught without so much as a scratch. Subsequently, the crimson-named Xiaofeng raised his staff and unleashed a magnificent fireball plus, a 1-meter diameter inferno that obliterated the rogue into mere ashes. Witnessing such terrifying resilience and overwhelming power, the crowd promptly reconsidered their intentions, instinctively retreating to avoid attracting the ire of this notorious player. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting at the Cold Wind Ancient Path, Jean Tian and his companions arrived. A total of 13 individuals approached, 2 5-member teams from the Conqueror Guild, identifiable by their war emblem. The remaining 3 were present as notaries, serving as guarantors. Lord Xiaofeng, your red name is rather intimidating, Jean Tian called out from a distance. How many must you have slain to achieve such notoriety? The leader of the Robbery Guild is indeed extraordinary. The accompanying bodyguards expressed their astonishment as well. These bodyguards were also renowned experts within the gaming realm, including a top 10 hidden class player known as Starry Sky Slayer, whose name was not a result of tremors. Yet, in the face of Xiaofeng's solo prowess against an entire guild, they appeared rather ordinary. Adorned with an earth elemental shield, Xiaofeng approached the group, expressing his plight. I still need to defeat several thousand high-level monsters to cleanse this notoriety. I am indeed risking being targeted by others to conduct this transaction. Ha. With your level and strength, who could possibly take you down? Jean Tian laughed heartily. Facing each other, he introduced himself. Lord Xiaofeng, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Jean Tian, the president of the Conqueror Guild. My real name is Yang Yixiao, a verifiable individual from Dragon Country Enterprises. Our entry into Conqueror is twofold: to expand our online business and to enjoy some leisure. It is an honor to meet a player of your caliber. Xiaofeng, merely a university student, lacked the eloquence and humbly replied, I am undeserving of such praise. I am simply a bit luckier than others. Jean Tian then introduced the 3 notaries. This is Su Mo, the vice president of Longyin Group, known in-game as Longyin Zhuxiao. You may verify his information online. He is a person of great credibility. This individual is the president of the 8 Desolations Guild, Ba Huang Zhanshun. You may have heard of him, a titan in the gaming world, my mentor and predecessor. And this is the proprietor of the Treasure Merchant Association, the Little God of Wealth, Gao Qian, a formidable figure whose presence resonates throughout the gaming community. Each of the 3 was more formidable than the last. Longyin Group is a prominent corporation in Dragon Country, with assets in the hundreds of billions, making the authority of its vice president quite apparent. Xiaofeng recognized the 8 Desolations Guild, one of the top 10 in Dragon Country. Although slightly lower in rank, it was still comparable to the Conqueror Guild. The fact that such a notable figure refrained from acquiring a settlement order and instead served as a guarantor for a competitor was indeed perplexing. The third individual was even more renowned. The Little God of Wealth, Gao Qian, nearing 60 yet still vibrant within the gaming realm. Over the years, every popular game on Blue Star has invariably featured the Treasure Merchant Association, which remains one of the foremost player guilds in the gaming sphere. His real-world assets are rumored to have reached the 100 billion mark, hinting at the immense wealth he has accrued from the gaming industry. With 3 such distinguished individuals as guarantors, Xiaofeng's apprehensions were finally alleviated. The transaction proceeded smoothly, with Gao Qian's credibility being the utmost assurance. Xiaofeng temporarily transferred the settlement construction order to Gao Qian and provided his banking information to Jean Tian. After logging out briefly to check his bank account, he found, to his astonishment, that within a mere 3 minutes, he had received a notification of 1.2 billion entering his account, which had also automatically upgraded to diamond status. along with a notification regarding the option to open private banking services. The lengthy string of zeros left him momentarily dizzy. He counted several times to confirm its accuracy before logging back in. Ignoring the other messages, Xiaofeng re-entered the game. The discrepancy between real-world time and game time was significant. He had only been offline for a minute, yet 10 minutes had elapsed within the game. After a prolonged wait, the others finally saw him reappear. Upon logging in, Xiaofeng noticed that everyone else's health bars were red, indicating a state of attack during his red name status, prompting him to instinctively cast a shield upon himself. Zhang Tian, observing this, chuckled. There is no need for such trepidation, Lord Xiao. You must have received the funds by now. Yes, I have, Xiaofeng replied, still grappling with his turbulent emotions. With his confirmation, Gao Qian proceeded to transfer the settlement construction order to Zhang Tian. A pleasant collaboration. Zhang Tian extended an invitation. It seems Lord Xiaofeng has yet to join a guild. Would you be interested in joining us in Conqueror for some fun? Xiaofeng politely declined, shaking his head. I do not currently have plans to join a guild, but perhaps in the future. Very well, I shall not impose further. However, the Conqueror Guild always welcomes your presence. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Tian and his companions soon shattered their return scrolls and departed. With the settlement construction order in hand, they were eager to apply for the first player territory in the Blue Star Battle Zone. The transaction had been remarkably smooth, devoid of any unforeseen issues. After sharing his elation with friends regarding the influx of wealth, Xiaofeng gradually calmed his excitement. He could now immerse himself in the game without the looming worry of post-graduation job hunting. He silently praised his fortune, feeling as though he must have saved the universe in a past life to receive such a windfall. With a stable economic foundation, Xiaofeng brimmed with confidence. Invigorated to delve deeper into the game, after cleansing his notoriety, he resolved to seek out means for his second job transfer and tackle the quest for the 4 great evil spirits. I shall unlock the level 2 city, dismantle the temple, confront the main deity, and carve a path through the heavens. I shall establish a remarkable legacy in this world, Xiaofeng vowed resolutely. While others pondered how to level up, acquire hidden professions, or gather contributions for high-tier equipment, his foremost desire was to shatter all those NPCs and temple clergy who harbored animosity toward him. Chapter 041, The Settlement Guard Battle. Sigh, how utterly dull. In the land of Divine Fall, a strikingly handsome mage clad in a resplendent azure robe whimsically unleashed spells upon a horde of unsuspecting evil spirits. Lightning arrow, magic missile, fireball, magic missile. One by one, the malevolent creatures fell, and his sin value steadily diminished. After manually defeating thousands of monsters, Xiaofeng felt as if he was on the verge of becoming an automated casting machine. Ding! Warzone announcement. The guild, Conquering the Heavens, has successfully completed the task of applying for the construction of a base and has received special permission from the Lord of Moon City to build. As the first guild in this war zone to establish a base, all members will be rewarded with double experience points for base-related tasks for 7 days in game time. And the difficulty of the first base defense battle will be reduced to 50. Suddenly, a melodious announcement echoed throughout the war zone. After more than an hour of effort, the Conquering the Heavens Guild finally completed the prerequisite tasks for their base construction and received approval for the project. This announcement resonated across the entire war zone, reaching even overseas players simultaneously. In an instant, everyone was left in awe. How formidable! The first day of the game hasn't even concluded, and they are already commencing construction on a base. It is rumored that the base construction order can only be dropped by mythical bosses above level 100. What kind of guild is Conquering the Heavens to achieve such a feat? Double experience for all tasks sounds incredibly appealing. Farewell, guild leader. I'm off to reap some experience. How envious. I want to join too, but alas, I'm the guild leader myself, sob sob. The players from Dragon Nation are truly insane. They must have overwhelmed the boss with sheer numbers, right? Throughout the Blue Star War Zone of Heavens, excitement surged. Countless players inquired about where Conquering the Heavens was recruiting, as the system announcement of double experience proved to be more effective than any advertisement, instantly garnering immense attention for the guild, with at least several million eager to join. Although this double experience effect only applies to base construction tasks and would yield around 2 million experience over the course of 7 days, it equates to the effort of an ordinary player grinding monsters for 3 hours. Xiaofeng was idly grinding monsters in the land of the fallen gods when he heard the announcement, piquing his interest. He opened his friends list and found Zhang Tian. Inquiring, Guild Leader Zhang Tian, what is the difficulty level of your base defense battle? When does it start? Zhang Tian seemed quite occupied and took a while to respond. Thanks to your influence, Xiao God, we have certainly made quite a splash. Currently, I have hundreds of people messaging me, and I can barely keep up. As for the base defense battle, it will commence in 24 hours. The specific difficulty is unknown, but the NPC Lord has dispatched a 300-member, level 100 city guard to assist us in defense, so it should be manageable. The base defense battle entails a siege by monsters. Waves of wild creatures will attack the newly constructed base from all directions. The system has a rapid building speed, Within 24 hours, a level 1 base will be completed, transforming into a small village with dimensions of 1,000 by 1,000 meters. This level of base lacks walls, only a fence, rendering its defenses exceedingly vulnerable. Should a large boss attack the base, it would be perilous, necessitating a human wall to withstand the assault. Upon hearing Zhang Tian's words, Xiaofeng furrowed his brow. Knowing the difficulty has been halved while adding 300 level 100 soldiers clearly indicates that the Lord is aware the defense battle will be challenging and believes you may not withstand it. Hence the assistance. He continued, Zhang Tian, I suggest you prepare more resurrection scrolls and damage scrolls to avoid potential mishaps. You make a valid point. I will ensure the brothers level up quickly and organize more manpower for defense. Zhang Tian acknowledged the advice. Xiaofeng added, grant me a guest qualification. If things get tough, I will assist you in the defense. After all, you have taken 2 billion from them. It wouldn't reflect well on you if they lost a base construction order due to an inability to defend. Haha, that would be a great honor. With Xiaofeng's assistance, we are bound to succeed. Zhang Tian exclaimed. He had heard through the grapevine about how Xiaofeng single-handedly drove away over 20,000 players from the Tianxia guild, understanding just how formidable this top-ranked expert was. With such a powerful ally willing to help without compensation, he was naturally elated. Their communication ended. A smirk played on Xiaofeng's lips. In truth, his desire to help was also driven by the pursuit of experience. The base defense battle, while a calamity for players of weaker strength, presented a golden opportunity for those of considerable prowess to ascend levels rapidly. On a map inundated with monsters, casting a tempest spell or unleashing a rainstorm would yield experience points at an exhilarating rate. Just the thought of it sent a thrill down his spine. The construction of the base by conquering the heavens sparked immense interest and discussion among players. Many sought to join the guild to benefit from the double experience and the defense battle event. However, while some rejoiced, others were filled with dread. As the executives of Conquering Heavens were inundated with membership applications, elsewhere, several high-ranking members of the Tianxia guild, including Tianxia Wudi, Tianxia Wushuang, and Tianxia Haojia, wore expressions as dark as coal. Guild leader, Wei found out that the base construction order was indeed purchased from Xiaofeng. The exact transaction amount was not disclosed, but it likely exceeds the bounties offered by the gods and dragon soul, one member reported to the 3 leaders. Damn it, Tianxia Wushuang seethed. This honor rightfully belonged to us, and now Xiaofeng has ruined it. In this battle, they not only failed to secure the base construction order and become the top guild in the war zone, but they also lost 3 hours of leveling time and incurred significant experience losses. All told, they had likely lost 4 to 5 levels. I'm furious. We're all playing the same game. Why is he so powerful and profiting so much while we enough? Tianxia Haojia interrupted, cutting off Wushuang's lament. This vice president, wielding equal authority, admonished, Wushuang, you should reflect on your actions. If you hadn't provoked Xiaofeng first, we wouldn't be in this predicament. This is not the time for complaints. We need to strategize on how to mitigate our losses and recover our progress. Haojia, Tianxia Wushuang, already fuming, was further incensed by the reprimand. Just as he was about to retort, he heard his older brother, Tianxia Wudi, speak solemnly. Haojia is correct. Your actions played a significant role in this situation. Brother, Tianxia Wudi, always the respected elder, softened his tone. We have been brothers for years, and I want to speak harshly. However, from now on, you must learn to be more discreet. Everyone in heavens has drawn prizes. Countless lucky players may possess hidden cards we know nothing about. Unless absolutely unavoidable, it is best not to make enemies. Having learned his lesson, Tianxia Wushuang felt increasingly aggrieved. Harboring deeper resentment towards Xiaofeng, he lowered his head, clenched his fists, and gritted his teeth. Yes, brother, I understand. Continue gathering information. Even if we lose the first place, we must secure a position within the top 3. We cannot fall behind, or we risk losing our status among the top 10 guilds. Tianxia Wudi commanded with gravity. Guild leader, what if Xiaofeng disrupts us again during our next encounter with a mythical boss? Tianxia Haojia expressed his concerns. Tianxia Wudi gazed into the distance, his expression complex, before finally saying, I will enlist a powerful expert to stand guard. With him present, Xiaofeng will not be able to stir up trouble. Is there really such a person? Both vice presidents were taken aback by this revelation. Under their curious gazes, Tianxia Wudi nodded. Yes, it is Yijian, his hidden profession. While perhaps not as formidable in group damage as Xiaofeng's, undoubtedly makes him the most potent assassin in the Blue Star battle zone when it comes to single target strikes. Indeed, it is he. The heroes of the world displayed expressions of relief, while the peerless Tianxia revealed a sinister smile, as if envisioning the scene of Xiaofeng being vanquished in a one-on-one confrontation. Chapter 042, Attributes Major Update. In the land of divine demise, Xiaofeng continued to battle. Approximately 10 minutes after the announcement of the conquest, his sin value was finally cleared. System notification, congratulations. Your level has risen to 59. As his name regained its white hue, Xiaofeng's level ascended to 59, further distancing himself from other players. At last, he could escape this cursed place. sighing in relief. Xiao Feng eagerly shattered the teleportation scroll, laden with a backpack full of exquisite equipment, and returned to Dragon Blood City. With over 700,000 gold coins in his possession, he was ready to indulge in a shopping spree at the auction house. This time, he intended to replace all his gear with epic items of level 50 and above, relishing the taste of extravagance. Upon his return to Dragon Blood City, Xiao Feng's first order of business was to endure a scolding from the patrolling city guards. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. The NPC soldiers grew increasingly aggressive, treating other players with indifference or politely requesting them to step aside. But as soon as Xiao Feng appeared, they reacted as if they had encountered a sworn enemy. Watching a squad of NPC soldiers gradually retreat, Xiao Feng began to imagine what kind of equipment they might drop upon their demise. A gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years. I shall return to dismantle your main city in a few days, he thought menacingly. He then headed straight to the marketplace. Upon reaching the warehouse area of the marketplace, Xiao Feng immediately retrieved his profession-specific weapon, the meteorological staff, from his storage. Meteorological staff. Profession-specific, non-tradable, non-modifiable, non-discardable, never drops. Quality, legendary. Level requirement, 50. Class requirement, meteorological mage. Spell attack, 195. Intelligence, 50. Constitution, 25. Special effect, mastery of fire. One chance to instantly eliminate the cooldown of the skill when using a profession-specific skill. Special effect, meteorological expansion. All spell-based skills increase in scale by 100, enhanced from the original scale. Equipping this weapon, Xiao Feng's attack power soared beyond 500. And it didn't end there. Donning all available epic and legendary gear, he filled in the gaps by purchasing from the auction house. Xiao Feng swiftly replaced his current equipment with the best quality gear available. He withdrew all the gold acquired from previously auctioned items and purchased several 50-level epic items suited to his needs. Even the recently acquired 30-level epic gloves, Moonlight Gauntlets, and the 20-level Sapphire Belt, dropped by Tianxia Wushuang, were exchanged for superior alternatives. After completing the equipment swap and distributing his attribute points, Xiao Feng's attributes had transformed remarkably. Name, Xiao Feng. Class, Meteorological Mage. Promotion available. Level, 59. Talent, Divine Might, Super God. Meteorological Control, Legendary. Health points, 98, 349, 834. Mana points, 14, 761, 476. Spell attack power, 815. Physical defense, 110. Spell defense, 180. Strength, 89. Intelligence, 297. Constitution, 139. Mentality, 264. Agility, 109. Potential points, 0. Mastered skills, Magic Missile, Chain Lightning, Fireball. Lightning Arrow, Rainstorm, Gale, Earth Element Shield. Equipment bar, Meteorological Staff, Legendary. Attack power 195, Intelligence 50, Constitution 25. Magic Crystal Pendant, Epic. Health limit 500, Mentality 100. Ethereal Sacred Ring, Mythical. All attributes 30. Fire Element Ring, Epic. Attack power 25, Intelligence 10, Physical Defense 10, additional enhancement of fire magic damage. Insignificant for Xiao Feng. God-Killing Robe, Mythical. Health limit 3600, Mentality 50, Physical Defense 50, Spell Defense 100, restores 50 mana per second. Longevity Headscarf, Epic. Health limit 450, Constitution 10, Physical Defense 20. Automatically restores 10 health every 5 seconds. Scholar's Belt, Epic. Health limit 350, Mentality 10, Spell Defense 25, automatically restores 5 mana every 5 seconds. Snow Mountain Magic Pattern Pants, Epic. Health limit 400, Constitution 10, Physical Defense 15, Spell Defense 15. Flower Princess Gloves, Epic. Health limit 250, Intelligence 20, Mentality 10. Spell Defense 15. Swift Boots, Legendary. Health limit 500, Agility 20, Movement Speed 100. The fully equipped 59-level Meteorological Mage, Xiao Feng, now boasted an extravagant attribute panel. Even without a 10,000-fold talent, he was undoubtedly an elite player. Initially, Xiao Feng contemplated forsaking health and defense entirely in favor of acquiring only attack-oriented equipment. After all, every 1 point of spell attack equated to 12,000 points of shield value. No amount of additional health or defense could compare. However, the scarcity of 50-level epic gear at the auction house compelled him to settle for relatively useful options. How fortunate the major guilds are. Tianxia Wushuang managed to learn Meteorite technique at over 20 levels, while my intelligence is still under 300 at level 59. Truly, comparing oneself to others is a source of frustration, Xiao Feng mused with a twinge of envy. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that the conquest of all realms was also a major guild. Their current influence likely surpassed that of Tianxia by a considerable margin. Perhaps he should request their assistance. With this thought in mind, he once again reached out to Zhang Tian. President Zhang Tian, I have a favor to ask of you. Xiao Feng stated directly. Please, Xiao God, speak freely. Anything within my capability is not a problem, Zhang Tian responded warmly. Xiao Feng succinctly explained his situation. I am in need of equipment that specifically enhances intelligence points, level 50, for the mage class, with as much intelligence as possible. Other attributes are irrelevant. I'm well stocked with gold, so if you have the goods, price is no issue. Only stacking intelligence. Is it to learn advanced skills? Zhang Tian, with his rich gaming experience, quickly deduced Xiao Feng's intentions. Not an issue at all. This is a simple task for our guild. Just provide me with your coordinates, and I'll send a brother your way shortly. No need to worry about payment. It's all trivial, he assured. That won't do. My demands are quite high. To outfit myself completely. Xiao Feng felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of their generosity. But Zhang Tian laughed. Aren't you just learning a skill? Once you've learned it, simply return the equipment. We conducted multi-million gold transactions together. We are partners now. I can't very well charge you rent, can I? Ah, you're right. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng felt a wave of clarity wash over him. Thank you so much, President Zhang Tian. Ha ha ha. No need for such formalities. Just call me Lao Yang, and I'll refer to you as Brother Xiao, Zhang Tian replied with great enthusiasm. This president was well aware of the immense influence top players wield in the game. He held Xiao Feng's potential in high regard. Though he could not recruit him to his side, he certainly did not wish to foster enmity. Assisting him was something that Zhang Tian even felt was to his own advantage. After all, the favor from Xiao Feng was far more significant than mere equipment. The two exchanged a few pleasantries before Zhang Tian resumed his tasks. Xiao Feng waited patiently for a good 10 minutes. Soon spotting an assassin player adorned with a battle emblem rushing toward him. Xiao Feng, my apologies for keeping you waiting. The newcomer, known as Jie Tian, who had reached level 35 and was positioned between the first and second tiers, stated, Thank you for making the trip. Xiao Feng did not assume an arrogant demeanor. Responding politely, they proceeded with the transaction, and several pieces of equipment solely enhancing intelligence were transferred to Xiao Feng. Boots of Wisdom, Epic, 30 Intelligence, 30 Intelligence. Tome of Knowledge, Epic, 100 Intelligence, Special Effect, Scholar, 50 Intelligence. Ring of the Wise, Epic, 30 Intelligence, 20 Intelligence. Necklace of the Arcane, Legendary, 150 Intelligence. All four pieces were exceptionally pure intelligence gear, possessing no other attributes of value. Such equipment was rather peculiar. It could be deemed both extraordinary and worthless, as it contributed solely to intelligence and was inherently unsuitable for the average player. However, for Xiao Feng, they were quite useful, as his attack power was essentially equivalent to his health points, rendering them reliable. Yet, since it was agreed that he was merely borrowing them, he hesitated to express a desire to purchase them. After mastering the skills, he was obliged to return them. Ding. Do you wish to learn the meteor spell skill? Upon learning, the skill book will vanish from your inventory. Chapter 043. What a coincidence. He utilized the skill book from his inventory, and the system prompted a notification. Without hesitation, Xiao Feng confirmed his choice. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned the legendary skill, Meteor Spell. Meteor Spell harnesses fire elements to summon meteors from the heavens, dealing 2,000 spell damage to a designated target area, with 50 splash damage within a 30-meter radius. Casting time, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 500. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Gazing at the newly added orange skill in his skill bar, Xiao Feng beamed with unrestrained delight. With a potential damage multiplier of 200,000 times, 815 attack points could yield an astounding damage value of 163 million, and with a 600 expansion, 5 million damage could be unleashed within a 180-meter radius. I am practically a deity, he thought, barely able to contain his eagerness to test the skill's effects. Yet, he reminded himself that transitioning to the next class was of paramount importance. The second job change marked a pivotal threshold, as all major classes would gain skills for crowd control and invulnerability, alongside enhanced attribute growth, allowing each attribute point to translate into greater final statistics. However, Xiao Feng's job change process was somewhat distinct. Although he possessed the job change item, whether Mage's secret tome, he lacked a mentor and needed to seek assistance from an NPC. The last mentor, Wu Tu, had seemingly vanished, and given his prior demeanor, it was unlikely he would assist a second time. Thus, Xiao Feng resolved to find another mentor. However, where to begin searching? Throughout the day, he had primarily been engaged in adventures, battling monsters to level up, or clashing with members of the Tianxia guild, having not completed any quests. He was consequently unfamiliar with the distribution of NPCs within the game. After some contemplation, Xiao Feng opened his friend list and tapped on Li. Old Li. You're quite well informed. Could you help me locate any mage NPCs above level 100, aside from those in the temple? I need to undergo my second job change. At that moment, Li was busy leveling up with Zhang Fan, Shun Shun, Blind Sister, and a random passerby. Upon receiving Xiao Feng's message, he promptly replied, Sure, I'll look into it. Less than 5 minutes later, he sent another message. Old Xiao, I found quite a few. I'll compile the information for you to examine at your leisure. We're about to engage a boss, so I'll chat with you later. Alright. Call me if you encounter a boss that's too strong, Xiao Feng replied. Soon after, he He received a plethora of NPC information from Li. He began to peruse the details. Wild Mage NPC information List 1. High Priestess Elena, level 175 mythical boss, located near the Ice Fortress in the Frost City. 2. Archmage Duncan, level 180 legendary boss, situated in the level 4 city of Ironhelm, one of the city's military officials. 3. Flame Sanctum Mage Larinal, level 200 mythical boss. A quest NPC located in the heart of Fire Lake, known for his solitude as he guards the lake and is quite eager to assist players. 4. Moon Poet De Fiona, level 150 mythical boss and bard, recently appeared in the level 5 town of Stone Giant Town. The list enumerated over 30 high-level mage NPCs and their respective locations. After skimming through about a dozen, Xiaofeng found it overwhelming. The sheer volume left him feeling slightly dizzy. He conducted a quick assessment from top to bottom. The first option, the Frost Fortress, sounded warlike. He would likely be stopped there, so that was a no-go. The second was similar. It was unlikely the military NPCs would assist him. The third option was worth considering. A 200-level mythical figure was undoubtedly a major player. However, the heart of Fire Lake was incredibly distant, requiring a 3-hour trek. The Moon Poet seemed promising. She would be his choice. The world of all realms was vast beyond measure, with the jurisdiction of each level 3 main city comparable to the territorial expanse of the Dragon Kingdom. Although there were some level 4 cities scattered within the jurisdiction, and teleportation arrays available, the distances between cities still exceeded 1,000 kilometers, rendering them exceedingly remote. The heart of Fire Lake, located within the territory of the Flame City, was a level 150 monster area, visited only by a handful of players undertaking quests. Xiaofeng did not wish to squander excessive time traversing. Thus he opted for the nearest destination. Stone Giant Town, let us see what I can find. He opened the world map and searched for the location. In the next moment, the map automatically indexed, pinpointing the territory of Storm City. Geographically, it lay approximately 950 kilometers northwest of Storm City, conveniently close to the level 4 city of Wind Fury City, which he could reach in about 30 minutes. Without further ado, Xiaofeng cleared his inventory, taking only the Weather Mage's secret tome, demonic infusion, and a few essential items as he embarked on his path to the second job change. After paying a fee of 10 gold coins, he returned to Storm City. Subsequently, he initiated a teleportation sequence to a small city within the jurisdiction for a cost of 1 gold coin, arriving at Wind Fury City. The scale of the level 4 city was significantly smaller than that of the level 3 main city. The teleportation square was merely the size of a basketball court, and the streets were only 3 to 4 meters wide. Compared to the expansive main city, this smaller town exuded a sense of intimacy, with a more relaxed pace of life. The number of players here was scant, due to the absence of resurrection arrays in level 4 cities. Players who died would simply return to the level 3 main city, leading to a naturally reduced population. Furthermore, the resources within the level 4 city, including NPCs, quests, and monster maps, paled in comparison to those of the main city, making it predominantly a haven for casual players. What a rarity. No one was telling me to get lost. Stepping out of the teleportation array, Xiaofeng surveyed his surroundings, surprised to find even a patrolling soldier absent, which felt oddly disconcerting. He checked the map to confirm the location of Stone Giant Town and prepared to set off on foot. At that moment, a voice of surprise suddenly emanated from beside him. It's you, the foolish and wealthy Xiaofeng. The tone was soft and melodious, yet the startled inflection combined with the content of the words rendered it somewhat off-putting. Xiaofeng turned his head to see a female player clad in a white robe, clutching a spell book, hastily approaching him. Don't run. I absolutely must return your money. She hurriedly closed the distance, spreading her arms to block his path. How on earth did I encounter this? Xiaofeng was utterly bewildered. This female player was none other than the fortunate Miao Miao, who had previously sold him 3 pieces of equipment for 5 silver coins in the novice village, then later deemed the price excessive and sought to refund him. Upon checking her information, he noted she was now level 39 and a moon which, prominently displayed on the leaderboard, her prowess undeniably impressive. With over 1 billion players, 7 major cities, and numerous level 4 towns, the odds of meeting her again were astonishing. Quickly accept the trade. After intercepting him, Miao Miao immediately sent a trade request. Xiaofeng was rendered speechless. 5 silver coins. A mere 50 cents, insufficient even to buy a bottle of mineral water. And yet she had twice blocked his path at the teleportation array. Well, if she insists on giving it back, so be it. With no other option, Xiaofeng resigned himself to the fact that encountering such a pedantic individual meant he would likely be pursued relentlessly if he attempted to flee. He accepted the trade request, and she placed 50 silver coins on the table. At the start of the game, the exchange rate for 1 gold coin was 100 yuan, and now it stood at 10. The in-game currency had depreciated tenfold. The original transaction of 5 silver coins equated to the current 50 silver coins. The actual price for those 3 pieces of equipment was roughly 50 cents, now approximately 5 silver coins, meaning he had overcharged her by 45 silver coins. However, a day had passed, and considering interest, cash flow, and regeneration issues, he decided to add an extra 5 silver coins as compensation. Click confirm, and we shall be even. She had managed to elaborate on a trivial sum of 50 silver coins. Throughout her lengthy explanation, Xiao Feng's attention drifted, and he scarcely absorbed her words. With a simple click to confirm, he received the 50 silver coins and turned to leave. Hey, add me as a friend. Meow Meow chased after him, sending a friend request. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Feng promptly declined. Why? Meow Meow inquired, perplexed. Xiao Feng's lips twitched. The last time he had rejected her was due to her calling him foolish and wealthy upon their first encounter, which had left a bitter taste. This time, however, he was genuinely intimidated. It was prudent to fear such a meticulous individual. If any financial dealings were to arise, he would likely be plagued by her incessant demands. Such a person was certainly unsuitable as a friend. Xiao Feng activated his speed boost, unleashing the full potential of his 200 movement speed, vanishing without a trace. Stop. How infuriating. Are you mentally unwell? What have I done to you? Meow Meow exclaimed, stomping her foot in frustration as she observed Xiao Feng's rapid escape. Here she was, benevolently returning his money, only to be met with his apparent disdain, as if confronting a ferocious tigress. Did she appear so fearsome? Chapter 044, The Debut of Meteor Strike. Xiao Feng exited the city, hastening towards Giant Rock Town. Along the roads outside the city, he spotted several players grinding, albeit at low levels, in a rather leisurely fashion, forming small groups to leisurely engage with monsters. Among them were both the elderly and children, the atmosphere calm and harmonious. Far removed from the violent leveling zones near the main city. Outside Wind Fury City flowed a small river, and as Xiao Feng crossed a rickety bridge, an NPC girl approached him from the opposite direction. The leisurely demeanor was not exclusive to the players. Even the NPCs mirrored it. The NPC girl, dressed in a pristine white dress and holding a bouquet of wildflowers, moved with a sprightly step, humming a tune, resembling a sprite. This scene was enchantingly dreamlike. Xiao Feng couldn't help but smile, feeling his spirits lift. However, the next moment, just as he was about to pass the NPC girl, she suddenly stumbled and fell with a loud thud. Oh no, I've fallen. The NPC girl exclaimed. Xiao Feng, what on earth? How could one fall on such a flat surface? His expression was one of disbelief. Wah. Even more astonishing was that the NPC girl had clung tightly to one of his legs, crying out, help. The adventurer has maliciously knocked me down. Come quickly. Someone is bullying a minor. What on earth was happening? Was she attempting to extort him? Xiao Feng was utterly dumbfounded, after years of gaming. He had never encountered such a scenario. Glancing down, he noted that the NPC girl was quite pretty, scoring a solid 95 out of 100. However, her character was lacking. Attempting to extort even a mere level 59 mage like him. Danis. Level 73. Health 272, 400. Magical attack 910. Physical defense 45. Magical defense 60. Skills: Windblade, Wind Wall, Levitation, Mini Wind Tornado. Upon reviewing her information, he realized that despite being only level 73, her stats were comparable to those of an epic level boss. Not weak by any means. Such a fierce little sister resorting to extortion was utterly detestable. Let go, Xiao Feng said curtly. Danis shouted defiantly. You can't just run after knocking someone down. Pay up. You won't leave without 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins? Why don't you go rob a bank? Humph, how could a beauty like me be a robber? She continued. Enough chatter. Pay up, or I'll report you. Danis' slender arms were surprisingly strong, and Xiao Feng found himself unable to break free. Glancing at the NPC girl who bore a smug expression as if daring him to retaliate, Xiao Feng's temper flared. Hey, I can't even be extorted by an NPC while playing a game? You want to let go, huh? Fine, let me show you a lesson with Meteor Strike. Just because she was an NPC, she thought her beauty gave her license to behave as she wished, setting aside the fact that she was merely a collection of data. Even if she were a real person, Xiao Feng wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Meteor Strike. Xiao Feng began the incantation for the forbidden spell on the spot. As a legendary level skill, Meteor Strike required a lengthy chant of 10 seconds. During this time, fire elements surged wildly, and a crimson object suddenly materialized in the sky, gradually taking shape. What are you doing? Is that? Danis, being a wind magic user, had some understanding of spells. Upon witnessing Xiao Feng preparing a forbidden spell, panic overtook her, and she quickly said, let us talk this over. There's no need for such drastic measures. If 1,000 gold coins is too much, we can negotiate. Release me. Xiao Feng coldly retorted. With 5 seconds remaining in the chant, Danis pleaded, how about 500 gold coins? Would that work? She still clung to his leg, attempting to haggle. With only 2 seconds left in the chant, Xiao Feng declared, you're finished. Wait. I won't extort you anymore, alright? Danis' face was filled with reluctance as she finally released him under the threat of Meteor Strike. Simultaneously, the incantation time concluded. Considering her newfound sense of propriety, Xiao Feng adjusted the spell as target to a nearby rabbit peacefully grazing by the riverbank. Wild Rabbit. Level 5. Health points 340, 340. Skills, none. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky darkened abruptly, and a fiery red meteor hovered above, shaking the air and exerting its overwhelming presence as it plummeted at high speed. What a colossal meteor! Dani scrambled to her feet, and, upon glancing upward, was astounded to see a gigantic meteor 6 times larger than the conventional meteor spell. Players outside Wind Fury City were drawn to the tremendous commotion, all turning to witness the spectacle. What is that? A shooting star? A meteor? Magic? My goodness, help! Run for your lives. Those in close proximity were frightened into fleeing. The meteor, in its descent, ignited as it scraped through the atmosphere, radiating a blinding light. In the next instant, a deafening boom resounded, shaking the very foundations of Wind Fury City. The ground trembled, water in the rivers churned violently, and people were thrown uncontrollably to the ground. The meteor struck the earth, creating an unfathomably deep crater. The shockwave radiated outward, dispersing only after traveling 180 meters. The affected area was several times larger than a football field. Amidst the cacophony, a faint, anguished cry of a small creature could be discerned. Poor little rabbit. Caught beneath the vast impact zone of the meteor spell, had no chance to escape and was reduced to ashes. 162, 999, 999. A 9-digit damage value slowly rose from the center of the impact zone. Within a 180-meter radius, numerous other damage figures, each in the millions, emerged, indicating that far more than one wild creature had perished. This is terrifying. Is this a natural phenomenon within the game? Damn, I'm utterly horrified. What on earth is this? That wretched meteor. It has taken the life of the adorable bunny. Sob sob. Players outside the city stood in stunned silence. Once the meteor spell's effects faded, Xiaofeng beheld a gaping, 5-meter deep crater at the center of the impact zone. This forbidden spell had a direct effect on the game environment. How formidable. He distinctly remembered that when Tianxia Wushuang had used a meteor to strike him, it had not caused such devastation. The magnitude of his own impact must be attributed to the meteorological mage's innate abilities, as well as his extraordinarily high damage output. Although the crater began to heal almost immediately, the shock of the event remained profound. You scared me. You owe me compensation. Dani's complexion was somewhat pale, clearly grasping the extent of the meteor spell's damage. Habitually, she opened her mouth to demand compensation. The moment she finished speaking, she immediately regretted it, waving her hands in protest. No, that is not what I meant. It's just a habit. Xiaofeng glared at her, poised to cast a lightning arrow. However, seeing her cower so quickly, he decided to let it slide. Make way, he said irritably. Pay the toll. Dani's once again instinctively opened her mouth to demand money, but her own left hand forcefully covered her mouth. The rest of her words swallowed back down. What a lunatic. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes and continued on his way. That detestable adventurer. Dani shot him a resentful glare, casting a wary glance at the distant meteor crater. She then picked up the wildflowers she had dropped, took a sniff, rubbed her eyes, and resumed her facade of a pure maiden, humming a tune as she strolled forward. Not long after, a level 39 female player emerged from the city, taking the same path and crossing a small bridge. Chapter 045, The Aging Poet. Lucky Cat was feeling rather downcast. Despite having settled a debt, her spirits remained low. Upon exiting the city and seeing the picturesque landscape of lush mountains and clear waters, her mood improved slightly. The destruction caused by the meteor had completely restored. Ahead, on the small bridge, a naive NPC girl was singing merrily, piquing her curiosity, and she decided to approach to listen to the enchanting sounds of the game. Then, with a sudden thud, oh no, I've fallen. Sob sob. The adventurer has maliciously bumped into me. Come see, they're bullying a minor. After knocking me down, they think they can escape without compensation. You want to leave today without paying me 1,000 gold coins. 20 minutes later, Xiaofeng arrived at Stone Town. This small town was comparable in size to Silver Mine Town. Though termed a town, it was more akin to a village, with only a handful of shops and scattered players. Hey there, friend, do you know where the bar Dafiona is? Xiaofeng casually inquired of a player. Wow. A level 59 powerhouse. It's the #1 ranked Xiaofeng. Yes, indeed. So do you know where Dafiona might be? Xiaofeng replied with a forced smile. Oh, mighty one. You're so impressive. Could you take me leveling up? Your gear looks fantastic. Could you give me a piece? Excuse me, I must be going. Xiaofeng decisively slipped away, abandoning his quest for directions, opting instead to search door to door. Bards of this type of NPCs typically frequented taverns. Indeed, the small town had a tavern, and upon entering, he was met with the sound of a lyre accompanied by a richly resonant baritone voice. Why is it a man? Xiaofeng checked the information and discovered the singing bard was named Algernon, level 80, clearly not the individual he sought. There were only 3 people in the tavern, the bard, the tavern owner, and a blind old woman. Xiaofeng initially intended to inquire about Dafiona's whereabouts. However, upon glancing at the old woman's information, he found exactly what he was looking for. Moon Poet Dafiona, mythical boss. Level 150. Health points 1, 370, 000,000. Target level too high. Unable to retrieve further data. My word, she is ancient. When reading the description, he had assumed this bard with such a lovely name would be a beautiful woman, perhaps no older than 35, fitting the profile of a sultry matron. Yet, upon closer inspection, her age seemed to have easily doubled. At that moment, the male bard finished his song and addressed Xiaofeng. On this splendid sunny afternoon, it is truly a pleasure to meet such a handsome warrior as yourself. Sir, would you like a poem? For just 30 copper coins, you can buy me a glass of rum. Sure. Xiaofeng nodded cheerfully, paying the 30 copper coins. The male bard plucked the strings of the lyre and began singing another song. The succinct lyrics and simple melody, paired with his deep, elegant voice, provided a delightful experience. Tavern owner, please bring some food and drink for me, this dear old lady, and the bard. Xiaofeng, possessing several 100,000 gold coins, displayed his generosity, producing a handful of gold coins. The singing bard paused momentarily at the sight of the coins. The old woman turned to glance at Xiaofeng, but said nothing. Observing her reaction, it seemed she did not have any adverse response to the curse of Autok, which relieved Xiaofeng somewhat. As long as she was not a devout follower of the gods, it was all good. Before long, the tavern owner brought forth food and drink. The game's cuisine did not confer any attributes, merely satisfying one's appetite. The old lady did not hesitate, immediately partaking in the food and drink on her table. Once the male bard finished his second song, he said, I would like to dedicate another poem to this generous adventurer. Let us raise a toast first. Taking advantage of the moment while reaching for his wine glass, he stealthily pocketed a gold coin from the table. Xiaofeng observed this silently, choosing not to comment, and continued to listen to the music. After the third song concluded, the bard seemed eager to repeat his earlier antics. At this moment, the elderly woman, Lady Fiona, finished her drink and turned to Xiaofeng, inquiring, Are you here to seek me out? Indeed, there is a matter on which I wish to request your assistance. Xiaofeng replied directly, without evasiveness. The bard, Algemin, mistakenly assumed that Xiaofeng was seated there to lavish coins upon him due to his melodious voice. Upon overhearing their conversation, he felt a sudden blow to his spirits. This scene did not escape Lady Fiona's notice, prompting her to exclaim, Ah, the life of a bard is not easy. Xiaofeng, sensing a subtle narrative unfolding, nodded in agreement. Indeed, having witnessed the myriad facets of humanity and tasted the bittersweetness of life, one can only record it through song, powerless to effect change. In addressing this aging NPC, logic dictated that he should appeal to her understanding through the lens of life's hardships to garner her empathy. As for Algemin's circumstances, Xiaofeng had no insight, merely crafting a few generic platitudes. The befuddled bard chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's not so bad, really. Aside from occasional poverty and hunger, there isn't much to complain about. Lady Fiona smiled in understanding, nodding in sympathy. Xiaofeng instantly grasped the implication. Here, take this. With this, you won't have to go hungry again. He produced 1,000 gold coins and placed them on the table as a generous tip for Algemin. Ah, what? Algemin was taken aback. 1,000 gold coins. In a world where a glass of wine costs merely 20 copper coins, a typical NPC could survive on just a few silver coins per month. 1,000 gold coins placed Xiaofeng among the ranks of the extraordinarily wealthy in this small town. This display left both Algemin and the tavern's proprietress astonished. Lady Fiona raised an eyebrow, remarking, Young man, you are quite extravagant. However, such wealth does not aid him, but rather endangers him. Could he not be robbed? Xiaofeng chuckled. The elderly lady shook her head, candidly stating, Wealth can strip one of integrity. An unexpected windfall often leads to one's downfall. Xiaofeng countered. Not everyone succumbs to such a fate. Those who are led astray by wealth lacked integrity from the outset. Oh, what brings you to such a conclusion? Lady Fiona inquired. Intrigued. I am someone who has recently come into wealth, and my fortune far exceeds a mere 1,000 gold coins, by hundreds or even thousands of times. Yet, I remain unchanged. Money has alleviated many of my burdens without blinding me. He felt justified in making such a statement, having lived through it himself. Nothing could be more authoritative than personal experience. Lady Fiona regarded him thoughtfully, eventually nodding slightly. You are commendable, truly exceptional. No wonder you are destined to become a meteorological mage. With that, they were poised to delve into the crux of the matter. Xiaofeng feigned a rueful smile. Alas, having offended the gods, I find myself without the opportunity for advancement. I have come to seek your guidance in becoming a grand mage. Chapter 046, The Divine Spring. Each stage of career advancement has its own nomenclature. Below level 10. One is an apprentice, at level 10, a first-tier mage, at level 50, a grand mage, at level 100, a magus, at level 150, a grand magus, and at level 200, a sanctified mage. Lady Fiona had long discerned Xiaofeng's potential, nodding in acknowledgement. I can assist you with this, but there is a condition. Please, speak. You may not be aware, but I have a deep-seated conflict with the lunar temple. The high priestess of the moon is sending many to secretly track my whereabouts. Intent on eliminating me, Lady Fiona explained. Xiaofeng was puzzled. Wasn't this elderly lady the moon bard? How could she be at odds with the lunar temple? Both factions revered the same lunar deity and should ideally coexist harmoniously. Recently, The lunar temple has produced several new heirs who have inherited the legacies of the Moon Witch, the Dark Moon Archer, and the Shadow Assassin. These individuals will soon come to assassinate me, and I need your help to fend them off. In return, I will facilitate your career transition. Ding. Do you accept the quest, expel the heirs of the lunar temple? The system prompted. A flash of insight struck Xiaofeng. It dawned on him that the lucky cat, who inherited the Moon Witch's vocation, was also en route to Giant Stone Town to seek out this NPC. However, her intentions were not to request assistance, but rather to eliminate her. Not a problem. This trifling task is well within my capabilities, he proclaimed, only to reconsider. But wait. With your level 150 prowess, why would you fear a group of mere children? He patted his chest confidently, yet midway through, he felt an odd sensation. Lady Fiona sighed and shook her head. I have grown old. Despite my formidable strength, I now struggle to walk and have little energy left for casting spells. Very well. Though she lacked the strength to cast spells, her ability to assist with the career transition was evident. Indeed, the character's persona was consistent, regardless of how awkward it might appear. Xiaofeng inwardly scoffed. The quest was accepted, with the objective being to expel 3 heirs of the lunar temple, and the reward explicitly stated as a second-tier career advancement. It seemed he would need to bide his time here. In the interim, Algemin had consumed some food while the two conversed. He did not take all the gold on the table, but only pocketed 10 coins. Upon seeing this, Lady Fiona inquired about his reasoning. He replied, I do not consider myself capable of treating wealth as mere refuse like this valiant gentleman. Therefore, I prefer to carry only a modest sum. Enough for a journey afar, enough to stave off hunger and ensure warmth is sufficient. This statement earned Algemin newfound respect from both Xiaofeng and Lady Fiona. Brave sir. Dear lady, allow me to regale you with another poem, he offered, taking a hearty swig of wine before resuming his lute and song. Once there was a brave warrior. His name was Xiaofeng. The bard's verses flowed forth, transforming Xiaofeng into a formidable hero, unyielding in the face of wealth. After the poem concluded, a knock resonated at the tavern's door. Lady Fiona frowned. She has arrived. Shortly thereafter, Xiaofeng beheld the player named Lucky Cat entering. Good day, tavern keeper. I am searching for someone named, Xiaofeng. You are here. She had scoured various establishments, inquiring habitually, only to encounter the very individual who had bested her twice. Are you here to kill her? Xiaofeng pointed toward the elderly lady. Lucky Cat glanced at the NPC's information and, upon realizing it was indeed Lady Fiona, exclaimed, How did you know? Xiaofeng shrugged. My duty is to protect her. According to the quest description, I am required to eliminate 3 players like yourself. What? Lucky Cat's face contorted in disbelief. Then her expression shifted to fury. Are you deliberately provoking me? You refuse to return my coins, reject my friend request, and just now arranged for an NPC to confront me, and now you wish to oppose me as well. You have gone too far. How am I at fault? You were the one who first insulted me, claiming I was foolish and wealthy. Xiaofeng protested innocently, feeling somewhat exasperated. You were also accosted by that NPC? What do you mean also? That Danes was undoubtedly your arrangement. She admitted it herself. Lucky Cat was seething with rage, barely restraining the urge to strike. Xiaofeng was left utterly perplexed by her words. What did she mean? Can NPCs really pin the blame on others? When did I ever arrange for her? It was she who sought to entrap me, only to be frightened away by my forbidden spell. I am merely an ordinary player. I have no power to command NPCs. Upon hearing this, Lucky Cat felt there might be some merit to his reasoning. However, she remained indignant and queried. Then why did she claim it was you who instructed her to deal with me? She extorted 1,000 gold coins from me, and my total assets barely exceed 2,000. Her tone was laden with grievance. Being swindled by an NPC is an experience not everyone encounters. Xiaofeng, possessing formidable strength, had frightened Danes into retreat with a meteor spell, yet she was far from his caliber. Despite her possession of divine artifacts and decent attributes in the face of Danes, a cunning level 73 epic opponent, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage, compelled to surrender the 1,000 gold coins as medical fees. Xiaofeng remarked in exasperation. She must have been terrified and sought to smear my reputation. Had I known she would spread such falsehoods, I should have dispatched her with a lightning arrow. Humph. After hearing the explanation, Lucky Cat was largely convinced. Nevertheless, she felt quite dissatisfied, her lips pouting high. Little girl. It was the high priestess who sent you to eliminate me, interjected the moon poet, Dafiona. Lucky Cat, having observed her attributes, realized that a mythical boss with over 10 million health was beyond her capability to defeat, thus momentarily abandoning her quest. She replied, The moon high priestess claims you betrayed the supreme deity and stole the artifact, the moonlight orb, hence she ordered your execution to reclaim the lost artifact. Dafiona shook her head with a bitter smile. I have never betrayed the supreme deity. I merely grew weary of the temple's grotesque facade and sought to live my own life. As for taking the moonlight orb, it was to ensure my survival. Lucky Cat was at a loss for how to respond to this statement. To survive? What do you mean? Xiaofeng inquired. Dafiona explained, my body has deteriorated. Only the divine power within the artifact can sustain my life. Unless I can obtain the divine essence, I will perish the moment I lose it. Uh-huh. There lies a clue. Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat, known novices themselves, quickly grasped the implication, in unison asking, what is the divine essence? Where can it be found? Following logical deduction, if they could procure this divine essence for Dafiona, allowing her to regain her health, she should then relinquish the moonlight orb. Although this matter held little significance for Xiaofeng, he was still intrigued. Dafiona elucidated, the divine essence is a treasure imbued with miraculous power, possessing immense vitality that can revive withered plants and rejuvenate the elderly on the brink of death. This item must be rather difficult to procure, Xiaofeng remarked. Reviving the dead and restoring youth. Just hearing the description indicates it is a divine object of considerable worth, not easily acquired. Dafiona nodded, indeed. I have searched for over 20 years and have yet to find it. It is said that there are only 3 locations in the world where the divine essence exists, and my strength is insufficient to explore these places. What are the 3 locations? Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat hastily inquired. They had already caught the scent of a quest. Dapiana listed the 3 sites, the Divine Realm, the Abyss, and the Tower of the Heavens. Chapter 047, Seizing a Quest. Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat exchanged glances, both surprised. Lucky Cat remarked, the Divine Realm and the Abyss are likely unreachable for us at our current level. What is this Tower of the Heavens? The Abyss is intended for those above level 150, while the Divine Realm is a map for those above level 250. Both locations not only require high levels, but also have stringent entry prerequisites. They cannot be accessed by mere desire, but must be entered via teleportation. Consequently, both believed the Tower of the Heavens was the most suitable place to seek the divine essence. However, they were mistaken. Dafiona explained. The Tower of the Heavens is a unique trial ground constructed by the creator deity. It lacks a specific location. One can only enter when the opportunity arises. Legend has it that the tower consists of 9,999 floors, each presenting a trial, and only by passing these trials can one attain rewards and ascend to the next floor. The Moon High Priestess once entered and managed to reach the 100th floor before being halted. It is said that even the supreme deity can only reach the 1,000th floor. Upon hearing this, the two were left dumbfounded. A total of 9,999 floors. The supreme deity only reached the 1,000th floor. What level of strength would be required to reach the end? At which floor can the divine essence be obtained? Xiaofeng asked. Dafiona was uncertain, merely stating, I once perused the records in the Moon Temple, which mentioned that the divine essence appeared on the 84th floor. A level 220 high priestess possesses strength equivalent to the 100th floor, while the 84th floor would correspond to a strength of roughly 84 of a high priestess, rounding to a level 185 mythical boss capable of traversing it. Lucky Cat pondered this and decisively shook her head. Too difficult. All 3 locations were exceedingly challenging, far beyond her current capabilities. Moreover, the entrance to the Tower of the Heavens was unknown, rendering any attempt futile. Dafiona, this task may be insurmountable. It's not something that can be accomplished in a short time. I will soon undergo my second class change, and if I fail to bring back the Moonlight Orb, the High Priestess will not permit my transition, Lucky Cat stated, her tone tinged with a hint of pleading. Dafiona responded, if you are willing to assist me, I can facilitate your class change. Upon completion, I could even grant you the Moonlight Orb directly, allowing you to possess it without having to surrender it to the temple. It appeared she was quite eager for Lucky Cat to undertake this task. Yet, Lucky Cat found the challenge daunting. The allure of a mere artifact held little appeal for her. She was inclined to refuse. At that moment, Xiaofeng suddenly said, I actually have a way to enter the abyss, and given my current strength, it should not pose much difficulty to venture there. What do you mean? Are you offering to help me? Lucky Cat asked, somewhat astonished and pleasantly surprised. What are you thinking? Are you dreaming? Xiaofeng retorted, seeking to clarify. I am merely seizing the quest for myself. The artifact you look down upon is quite precious to me. Both Lucky Cat and Zhang Fan had inherited the legacy of the supreme deity, receiving 3 pieces of unranked bound mythical equipment upon their class change. Therefore, in her eyes, an artifact was not particularly enticing. Her class change quest held greater importance. However, Xiaofeng held a different perspective. Even the most mediocre artifact is a treasure, capable of fetching a handsome sum. Moreover, judging by Dafiona's discourse, this Moonlight Orb is assuredly no ordinary artifact. It possesses the ability to extend life and bestow vitality, categorizing it among the finest of treasures. It may even be a divine-grade artifact. After all, in the eyes of NPCs, mythical equipment does not equate to an artifact. The latter is superior. What is wrong with you? Upon hearing Xiaofeng's explanation, Lucky Cat felt a mix of anger and grievance. While I am merely undertaking a class change quest, you obstruct me and even seize my side quest. How unreasonable can you be? Coincidentally, I revel in being unreasonable. Xiaofeng grinned. He was thick-skinned and completely unfazed by any criticism. How infuriating. The fortunate cat, in a fit of anger, stomped her foot and exclaimed, I merely wish to avoid conflicts with others. Do not presume I fear you. I am a proud deity, equipped with 3 divine artifacts. even if your level is higher. It will not matter. In battle, you shall certainly find yourself outmatched. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Presently, he possessed a forbidden spell capable of inflicting over 100 million in damage, while even his minor skills dealt tens of millions. A level 100 mythical boss would tremble before him, and yet here stood a mere level 39 girl, utterly oblivious to her own limits. The fortunate cat, incensed by his mockery, brandished her weapon, ready to engage. Just then, Fiona suddenly furrowed her brow and announced, "Another has arrived. More intruders." This implied that yet another hidden class player from the Moon Temple was seeking to assassinate her. "Leave this to me." Xiaofeng drew his staff, fixating on the entrance. As the door swung open, a male archer clad in leather armor stepped inside. Without uttering a word, Xiaofeng launched an attack. Lightning arrow. Sizzle. What the hell? Am I dead? The archer, named Cheng Chun, intended to inquire something but was cut off as a lightning arrow struck his head. A colossal damage figure of 22,800,000 flashed into view, rendering his world into shades of black and white. "This place does not welcome those from the Moon Temple. Please leave," Xiaofeng declared, his name turning red. The fallen archer, in a tone of innocence, protested, "I was merely passing through to gather information," which bold fellow acted so tyrannically. Over 20 million damage? This is preposterous. He had initially intended to voice his lack of hostility, but upon seeing the damage he had just sustained, his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Over 20 million? The fortunate cat gasped, her eyes widening in terror. "Now you understand? Quickly depart," Xiaofeng urged once more. "All right, I am leaving right away." The archer, Cheng Chun, was thoroughly frightened and hastily returned to town to resurrect, not daring to linger. The fortunate cat discreetly stowed away her weapon, her earlier resolve vanishing without a trace. With such damage output, who could fathom how he accomplished it? Engaging in combat with someone like him would yield her no chance of victory. The tavern fell silent once again. "Fiona, esteemed elder, you have witnessed my prowess. Traversing the abyss and the divine realm poses no challenge for me. You may entrust the quest for the divine spring to me," Xiaofeng said, a cheerful smile adorning his face. "You might as well have it written on your forehead that you covet divine artifacts," Fiona mused, being a high-level mythical boss herself. She could easily discern the terrifying nature of Xiaofeng's attack power. She nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, you are quite extraordinary, and your future potential is boundless. However, the Moonlight Orb is an artifact exclusively for followers of the Moon God. Even if you were to acquire it, you would be unable to wield it." The first part of her statement brought Xiaofeng joy, yet the latter struck a disheartening chord. "Perhaps you could offer another artifact instead. I am not particular," he replied. Unabashedly, Fiona shook her head with a smile. "The total number of artifacts in the world barely amounts to a few dozen. I possess the only one." "A few dozen?" Both Xiaofeng and the fortunate cat were taken aback. They exchanged glances, and Xiaofeng's previous thought resurfaced. It appeared that the Moonlight Orb was not merely a mythical item coveted by players, but rather a divine-related object of transcendent quality. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be only a handful throughout the entire world. Given the current number of hidden class players, along with the various channels for lottery, drops, and so forth, the quantity of mythical equipment should easily reach into the dozens. Transcendent quality. Thus far, the only transcendent quality he had encountered was his own talent. His transcendent talent far surpassed that of his roommate, Zhang Fan's divine-level talent. This clearly indicated that transcendent quality gear must exceed mythical quality by an order of magnitude. While the two were in shock, Fiona spoke again. "Xiaofeng, brave warrior, if you truly wish to assist me, I can promise you a reward worth as much as an artifact upon the successful completion of this task." "Worth as much as an artifact? What might that entail?" Xiaofeng inquired eagerly. Fiona did not elaborate, but simply stated, "Rest assured, you will not be disappointed." "Very well, if that is your promise, I shall accept the task." Xiaofeng nodded decisively. "Wait." The fortunate cat suddenly panicked. "What about me? I am the one who needs the Moonlight Orb the most." Chapter 048, Team Mission. Seeing her most crucial class change mission about to be snatched away, the fortunate cat was on the verge of tears. Since the launch of the game, she had been remarkably lucky, achieving the best outcomes in all her endeavors. She had anticipated this task to be a mere formality in her preparation for the class change, only to discover the harsh reality. Watching Xiaofeng's gleeful expression nearly brought her to tears. Feeling aggrieved, she pleaded, "Xiaofeng, I have not offended you. This is truly excessive." Xiaofeng, a steadfast man, was entirely immune to her emotional pleas. With a cheerful grin, he remarked, "Thank you for the compliment. Elder Moonlight Poet, please assign the task to me, and I shall handle her departure while you assist me with my second class change." The latter statement was directed at Fiona. The task had yet to be officially assigned, despite their verbal agreement to exchange the divine spring for a reward equivalent to an artifact. The system had not yet issued the task, indicating that the verbal arrangement lacked sufficient weight. Fiona observed Xiaofeng, then glanced at the fortunate cat, who was on the brink of tears. Suddenly, she smiled and suggested, "How about this? You both assist me in locating the divine spring. If you succeed, I shall grant you both the items you desire. However, as a condition, you will need to complete this task in a shorter time frame. Do you accept the team mission Seek the Divine Spring? This task must be completed within 7 days, game days. The system notification popped up once more. A team mission? Xiaofeng frowned, feeling resistant. He had no objections to teaming up for tasks, provided it was with a male player. Female players can be troublesome and overly talkative, which he found utterly intolerable, especially with someone who was so meticulous. He promptly rejected. No, this is a task for a super high-level map. I am not entirely confident going alone. Bringing along a deadweight would be a nightmare. Please retract your command and assign me a solo mission. He was unperturbed by the 7-day time constraint. Given his current growth rate, he would likely be able to defeat even the chief deity within that time frame. However, the thought of embarking on a journey with a novice female player, particularly one who constantly tallied scores, was enough to give him a headache. Thus, he had to firmly refuse. The fortunate cat, feeling belittled by his disdain, retorted, both aggrieved and angry, I am not deadweight. I am a powerful hidden class support, capable of both dealing damage and healing, along with numerous powerful buffs. How could I possibly be inadequate? Yet her tone had softened considerably. Clearly, she recognized that completing this task on her own was impossible, and she would need to rely on Xiaofeng's damage output. Furthermore, the task's requirements mandated teamwork. The system's directive was unchangeable. In pursuit of her class change, she had no choice but to amend her attitude, hoping to secure a place in his party. Powerful buffs? Just how powerful are they? Xiaofeng scoffed dismissively, paying no heed to such remarks. You join the team, and I shall show you a thing or two. Lucky Meow huffed lightly, sending a party invitation with an air of determination to prove herself. Having just slain another player, Xiaofeng had already become infamous with a red name. Without forming a party, she could not provide any buffs. Acknowledging her words, he nodded and temporarily accepted her invitation. Teammate Lucky Meow cast, Moonlight Blessing upon you. Teammate Lucky Meow cast, Ruler of the Night, upon you. Teammate Lucky Meow cast, Moonlight Shield upon you. As soon as they entered the party, Lucky Meow unleashed 3 skills upon him. Xiaofeng opened his status bar, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Moonlight Blessing increases attack power by 10, grants 10 physical and magical defense, and restores 50 health points per second for 30 seconds. Ruler of the Night increases attack power by 30, movement speed by 30, and critical hit rate by 30 for 20 seconds. Moonlight Shield increases physical and magical defense by 30, absorbing 1 instance of damage for 30 seconds. These buffs are indeed formidable. His output was already remarkably high. With the addition of Moonlight Blessing and Ruler of the Night, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. How about that? Impressive, isn't it? Lucky Meow said with a smirk, her pride evident. Simultaneously, her act of buffing Xiaofeng also marked her with a red name. It's merely a trivial matter, Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. Although these buffs were undeniably powerful, he was confident in his ability to defeat the bosses even without them. Seeing her efforts go unappreciated, Lucky Meow pouted. Come on. Don't be stubborn. If we tackle this quest together, we can both smoothly transition to our next class without any loss. If you think I'm a liability, I'll give you all the rewards I earn and even compensate you with an additional 500 gold coins. That's all I have left anyway. Her tone had softened considerably, tinged with a sense of humility and concession. Upon hearing her words, Xiaofeng's steely heart softened slightly. It was true that he had initially seized the quest, and Lucky Meow was not being unreasonable. She was merely seeking an amicable resolution. If he persisted in his obstinacy, he would merely be the one acting unjustly. Hey, don't be upset. I didn't mean to provoke you earlier. It was simply to settle our debts, nothing more. And, to be fair, you did initiate the conflict over the quest. Lucky Meow, noticing his silence, offered further clarification. Her gaze was earnest, filled with sincerity. This made Xiaofeng feel somewhat awkward. In their banter, victory did not belong to the one who held out the longest, but rather to the one who exhibited generosity. All right then, I begrudgingly accept you as my liability. But remember, you declared that all rewards belong to me. Xiaofeng stated. Awkwardness aside, he would not forfeit what was rightfully his. This time, he knew Lucky Meow would be of little assistance, effectively allowing him to carry her through the quest without demanding her 500 gold coins, a gesture of goodwill on his part. Yes, I want nothing. Lucky Meow beamed. Her spirits lifted now that he had relented. DA Fiona looked on with a benevolent smile at the 2 young players, saying, then it is settled. Off you go. Do not waste any more time. With a wave of her hand, a beam of moonlight enveloped them. Before they could comprehend what was happening, they found themselves teleported from the tavern to a desolate wilderness. Wait, we're accepting the quest just like that? Both were taken aback. They had not even had a chance to make their selections when DA Fiona had already assigned them the task. Upon inspecting the map, they discovered their coordinates placed them between Wind Fury City and Stone Town, precisely along the path they had traversed earlier. The teleportation distance was astounding. Such was the terrifying prowess of a level 150 mythic boss. Check the quest details, Lucky Meow urged. Xiaofeng's previous task, Exile the Moon Temple heir, had vanished, its rewards merged into the new quest. Seek the Divine Dew Spring, Mythic Quest. Quest details, together with your designated teammate Lucky Meow. Venture to the Divine Realm or the Abyss to locate the item, Divine Dew Spring, and return it to the Moon Bar de Fiona at the Stone Town Tavern. Quest duration, 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Quest rewards, second class advancement, mysterious rewards. Note, the collection of Divine Dew Spring must be completed while in a duo party. Goodness, it seems I can't just abandon you and collect it alone. Xiaofeng thought to himself, feeling a tinge of exasperation. He had initially considered that, given his strength, he could handle the quest solo and simply bring this little liability along to hand in the task. To his surprise, the system insisted that Lucky Meow accompany him. Why would you want to leave me behind? I can be of help too. Lucky Meow protested, her expression one of indignation. All right then. Let us get on with the quest, Xiaofeng declared, retrieving a return scroll to set off. Hey, you're still marked red. Lucky Meow reminded him. Xiaofeng faltered, momentarily forgetting the implications of his recent kill. If he returned to town, would he not land in prison at lightning speed? Chapter 49, Regaining Honor Ding. You have a new friend request. The system prompted. Suddenly, Lucky Meow sent him a friend request. This marked the third time. The first was in the novice village when her indiscreet comment about him being foolish and rich had incensed Xiaofeng, prompting him to refuse her request in anger. Earlier in Wind Fury City, he had also declined her request, wishing to avoid the annoyance of such a bothersome female player. However, given that they were now required to complete a quest together, rejecting her again would seem rather deliberate. After some contemplation, Xiaofeng chose to accept. Let us clear your red status first. Once that's done, we can tackle the quest together, Lucky Meow suggested. The red name status would prevent him from entering any city or utilizing teleportation arrays, rendering him utterly incapable of accomplishing anything. Fine, Xiaofeng nodded. He generally preferred not to play alongside women unless accompanied by friends like Li or Zhang Fan, as otherwise, he would feel quite awkward. However, considering that this quest was instigated by Lucky Meow and that he had effectively stolen her task, it would be unreasonable to exclude her. Moreover, the quest description explicitly stated that they must work together. If he completed it alone, he would face the frustrating possibility of the NPC not recognizing his efforts. I know a route to the Abyss, but we'll need to wait for an hour due to the dungeon cooldown, he informed her. I'll take you there afterward. Just don't start calculating silver coins or inflation again, or I might just explode. Xiaofeng vocalized his concerns. He had a connection to the 75-level dungeon, Silver Mine, which had a portal leading directly to the Abyss world. However, the main story dungeon could only be accessed once per day, and they would need to wait for over an hour before the cooldown reset. Understood, Lucky Meow chuckled lightly, grasping that he was annoyed by her calculations and nodding in agreement. Captain, she said, transferring the team leadership to Xiaofeng. The duo remained in their party and sought out a map to farm monsters. The creatures near Wind Fury City were generally of low level, and with one of them at level 39 and the other at level 59, defeating level 20 to 30 monsters to clear the red name status would take an eternity. Thus, they had no choice but to venture further to a map inhabited by level 50 monsters. As she walked along the path, Lucky Cat inhaled the refreshing air for a moment, her spirits gradually lifting, the gloom from the earlier encounter dissipating. Upon arriving at the wild monster area, she produced her spellbook and unleashed several moonlight skills with a flick of her wrist. Damage numbers flashed, 75626, 74522, 79231. Each foe fell before her in an instant. Well, impressive indeed, remarked Xiaofeng, nodding in approval. Of course. Otherwise, how do you think I leveled up? Lucky Cat replied, a hint of pride curling her lips. Although her level did not match Xiaofeng's, she was still a notable presence in the rankings. As a god-tier class, her attack attributes were remarkably high, bolstered by 3 pieces of mythical gear, making her no less formidable than Zhang Fan. At this stage, the skills available to any class were quite limited, and everyone had only a handful of offensive abilities. With the skill gap yet to widen, her output as a priest was still commendable. In her prior training, she had been grinding levels alone, yet her pace surpassed that of others who were in parties. She even exploited terrain bugs to claim a legendary boss, skyrocketing her experience and securing her place in the rankings. Had she not crossed paths with the top-ranked player, Xiaofeng, her prowess would have kept her from being the one reliant on others. However, in the face of abyss monsters, she was hardly a match. You're nothing but a pushover against them, Xiaofeng bluntly critiqued. Lucky Cat huffed in response, unable to counter his words. The abyss monsters were predominantly over level 100, a significant disparity that rendered her inability to defeat them unsurprising. And what about you? How much can you deal? She queried. Oh, I'm just average, Xiaofeng replied, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. With a swift wave of his staff, he unleashed a series of spells. Lightning Arrow, Fireball, Magic Missile. The damage numbers erupted. 319-71991, 298-10012, 1409-1983. He rapidly cast several skills, each dealing colossal damage to the monsters. The small creatures, with less than 10,000 health, could not withstand such overwhelming force, perishing without a trace. Lucky Cat was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she heard a city spring claim to have suffered over 20 million damage, yet witnessing Xiao Feng's prowess firsthand as a teammate rendered her disbelief futile. This is outrageous. She marveled inwardly. Xiao Feng strode confidently, seeking out monsters and dealing damage with an air of self-assuredness. His capabilities were terrifying. No teammate could maintain composure after witnessing his might. It is no exaggeration to say that those who had teamed with him would fondly recall the days of reaping experience by merely following in his wake. He observed Lucky Cat's reaction, noting the shock mirrored that of Zhang Fan and others before her. It was no wonder, as there was but one player as striking and powerful as him in the entire region. As they walked and cast spells, their efficiency in defeating monsters soared. Xiao Feng would dispatch one monster with each skill, occasionally unleashing torrential rains and gales to cleanse the entire map. Lucky Cat's output skills were primarily single-target. Though her area of effect was limited, she could still eliminate monsters instantly, providing valuable assistance. In her idle moments, she would bestow upon him 3 potent buff spells, enhancing his performance. The 3 auxiliary skills of the moon which, aside from the Night Ruler which had a 40-second cooldown, could seamlessly interlink every 30 seconds, ensuring a constant flow of support. Thus, with Lucky Cat at his side, Xiao Feng's sustained attack power increased by 10, reaching an impressive 896 points, while both annihilated monsters. The difference between slaying with 10 million damage and 11 million was a distinct experience. The accumulation of 50 sin points was relatively swift, within a mere 10 minutes. Xiao Feng had restored his white name. Where to next? Lucky Cat inquired. Xiao Feng glanced at the system clock and responded, there's still an hour until the next reset. So we can't enter the dungeon yet. Let us do something else in the meantime. Which dungeon are you referring to? Is it difficult? Lucky Cat questioned, puzzled. He explained the connection between the silver mine and the abyss world. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed, oh, I see. That silver mine was your first kill, right? I saw it on the announcements. Basic skills, nothing remarkable, Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Since we have an hour, why don't we find someone in the meantime? Lucky Cat suddenly smiled, a thought occurring to her. Find someone. Who? Xiao Feng asked. Dainies, she said mischievously, her lips curling into a smirk. Xiao Feng was taken aback. Dainies was the NPC girl known for her incessant demands for money and penchant for scamming players. Lucky Cat had been swindled once, and now it seemed she sought to reclaim her losses. You deal the damage, help me subdue her, and we'll split the recovered funds evenly, she proposed as they walked. Splitting the money isn't necessary. It's just a trivial task, Xiao Feng replied dismissively, unimpressed by the prospect of 500 gold coins. No way. I want to take advantage of others. If you help, you must accept a reward. Fine, fine. It's your call, he conceded, recalling her past encounters where she had gone to great lengths for a mere 5 silver coins. Moments later, the windswept city was within sight. On a small bridge outside the town, Dainies, clad in a white dress and holding a bouquet of wildflowers, merrily strolled back and forth, humming an unknown tune. Lucky Cat clenched her fists, snorting, that insufferable NPC, still trying to act cute. Xiao Feng, let us go teach her a lesson. Chapter 050, Confronting the Scam NPC. The two approached. As the girl in the white dress noticed their approach, she instinctively bounced over. Just as she was about to trip, she caught sight of their faces, her expression shifting to one of disappointment. Oh, it's you too. Since I've seen you today, I'll let you off this time. Xiao Feng's lips twitched. This scam artist had a code. She wouldn't swindle the same person twice. Give me back my money, you scoundrel. Lucky Cat shouted angrily. What money? What are you talking about? I don't understand, Dainies replied with wide, innocent blue eyes, tilting her head in feigned confusion. Stop playing dumb. Hand over 1,000 gold coins, and not a single one less. Lucky Cat insisted, fuming. This NPC girl was insufferable. Not only had she scammed her, but she had also attacked her with magic, displaying an exceedingly rude attitude. As a player, Lucky Cat could not accept such behavior. She had to reclaim her dignity. I didn't scam your money. You willingly gave me that for medical fees. Dainies retorted defiantly. Humph. It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Xiao Feng, attack her. Lucky Cat, furious, cast all 3 of her status skills on a Xiao Feng. What do you two want from me? Dainies stammered, her bravado faltering. Dainies felt an intuitive sense of danger as Xiao Feng approached, prompting her to instinctively retreat. Meteor spell. Xiao Feng, ever considerate of his allies, unleashed the recently cooled forbidden incantation without hesitation. The air vibrated with a low hum as fire elements began to coalesce high above, commencing a 10-second chant countdown. You're using that again. How infuriating. Dainies shrieked in terror, turning to flee. Is running away going to help? Xiao Feng chuckled lightly. The designated strike range of the meteor spell spanned 100 meters, with an additional 180-meter diffusion radius, unless she could escape 280 meters within 10 seconds. Any direction she chose to run would be futile. Dainey's speed was evidently insufficient to achieve such a feat with a resounding boom. The fire elements intensified, darkening the sky. Players outside the city, leisurely leveling and battling, were taken aback by the spectacle. It's happening again, it's back. It seems to be targeting that troublesome NPC. Finally, someone is here to enact justice. Crush her, it will be a delight. The countdown for the meteor spell dwindled to 5 seconds. Dainey's managed a few frantic steps before realizing her escape was futile, and panic overtook her. I was wrong. I'm sorry, please spare me, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Pay me back, Xiaofeng shouted. I will. Please, don't. Dainey's wept openly. That's more like it, Xiaofeng remarked with a smirk as the countdown concluded. He adjusted the designated strike zone and aimed at a nearby wild rabbit. Boom. With a thunderous crash, a colossal meteor descended, obliterating the innocent rabbit into nothingness. The shockwave reverberated across nearly 200 meters, shaking the earth and sending river waters tumbling. Gasp. Lucky Meow watched in awe as a series of damage notifications exceeding 200 million and 100 million appeared in the distance, unable to suppress a shiver of fear. Meanwhile, Dainey's found herself trembling on the ground, overcome with fear and sobbing uncontrollably. Observing her pitiable state, Lucky Meow felt no sympathy. Instead, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. Pay me back. She stepped forward, extending her hand. Oh. Reluctantly, Dainey's produced a pouch of coins containing exactly 1,000 gold pieces. Lucky Meow bent down to retrieve it. Wait. At that moment, Xiaofeng called out to her. What is it? Xiaofeng approached, towering over the golden-haired girl seated on the ground. With a grin, he remarked. Little sister, you must be earning quite well from your constant scamming here. Oh, what? What are you talking about? Dainey's feigned ignorance, bewildered. Xiaofeng weighed the coin pouch in his hand and shook his head. This is far too little. Your actions today have startled both me and my teammates not once, but twice, causing us significant psychological distress. I hereby formally demand 1 million gold pieces in compensation for emotional damages. You may choose to pay immediately, or I can send you to meet the divine with a lightning arrow, where your deeds will be judged. Huh. Lucky Meow tilted her head, a row of question marks appearing above her. She merely wished to reclaim her 1,000 gold pieces. Yet here was Xiaofeng, extorting the NPC. Dainey's was similarly flabbergasted, glancing at the man with ill intentions and anxiously protesting. You can't do this. How can you demand 1 million when I've only earned 1,000 from you? That's impossible, is it? Xiaofeng slowly raised his staff. You ought to know my strength. Even without using forbidden spells, I could defeat you in an instant. Wah. Dainey's began to sob again, sitting on the ground and wailing. You vile adventurers are bullying me. I will not let this go. I will report to the Mother Goddess and have her cast you into the abyss, where you shall never see the light of the sun again. The Mother Goddess? Lucky Meow was taken aback, curiosity piqued regarding Dainey's identity. However, Xiaofeng remained unfazed, his hand outstretched. Stop your prattling. 1 million gold pieces. Pay now, or I shall end you. You're threatening me. Oh, Mother Goddess, someone is bullying me. Dainey's cries grew louder and more fervent, directed towards the heavens. Cease your shouting. No one will come to your aid, regardless of how loud you scream. Hurry up and pay, Xiaofeng retorted, irritated by the commotion. A woman's wailing was the most exasperating of sounds. Were it not for the repercussions of killing an NPC, which would hinder entry into the city, he would have already dispatched Dainey's with a lightning arrow. Mother Goddess, save me, Dainey's cried, yet her pleas were in vain. Thud. Xiaofeng delivered a sharp rap to her forehead, commanding, enough. Be quiet. Wah. Dainey's, realizing her cries had only led to punishment, became even more tearful. With her delicate and charming appearance, her tear-streaked visage was quite moving, likely to soften the heart of any normal man. Alas, Xiaofeng was unmoved, a hardened realist. I will pay, I will. Dainey sobbed, recognizing her ploy for sympathy had failed. Slowly, though reluctantly, she withdrew another coin pouch. This pouch, a game currency vessel, regardless of quantity, appeared the same size. Inside were precisely 35,000 gold pieces, a considerable sum. Lucky Meow, upon seeing this, was taken aback. Her gaze towards Xiaofeng shifting dramatically. Extorting an NPC had proven successful, and they had acquired a staggering amount of wealth. 35,000 gold pieces equated to 350,000 in cash. This was a true windfall. Is this all? You scam daily. You shouldn't be this impoverished. Xiaofeng scrutinized the coin pouch, still somewhat dissatisfied. Dainey's, witnessing his apparent discontent, cried, this is all I have. Even if you kill me, I cannot produce more. Very well, for now, this will suffice. I shall take the money as a lesson for you. In the future, conduct yourself properly as an NPC and refrain from bullying the weak, pitiful players. Should I hear of you doing so again, I will ensure you are punished every time I see you. Xiaofeng chastised fiercely, seizing both coin pouches and dividing them, leaving 18,000 gold pieces for himself and Lucky Meow each. Wah, just wait. I will have the Mother Goddess take revenge on you. Dainese lamented, embracing herself. Vowing in frustration. Be at ease. When your mother goddess arrives, do ensure she brings ample funds or artifacts. I revel in a grand display of riches exploding everywhere. Xiaofeng calmly replied, utterly unconcerned by her threats. Whether or not Dainese had backing was irrelevant. Even if a deity existed, Xiaofeng felt no fear. Worst case, he could obliterate the god with another meteor spell. Chapter 051, Re-entering the Abyss World. You truly possess a knack for dealing with NPCs. Upon returning to Wine Fury City, Lucky Meow regarded Xiaofeng with newfound respect. Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly, what is the big deal? It's merely a low-level NPC. After all, he was a formidable figure capable of manipulating over 20,000 players from the world's top guild. This was trivial in comparison. Let us head to the Abyss. The time is ripe. The two utilized the teleportation array to return to Stormwind City, then, guided by Xiaofeng, made their way towards Silver Mine Town. Are we not gathering a few more people for a team? The Abyss is indeed a map of elevated difficulty. It is said that even the weakest of the minor creatures are at least level 100, with bosses above level 150 lurking everywhere. Lucky Meow expressed her concerns. Xiaofeng shook his head, replying, there's no need for that. Fewer people are preferable. Entering the Abyss requires specific items. And if you call for others without the necessary tools, it will only complicate matters. He considered inviting a few more, like Old Li and Old Zhang, but lamented that the strength of the others was insufficient, and they would merely hinder progress. Moreover, to enter the Abyss, one must carry abyssal essence. Otherwise, not only would their attributes be significantly diminished, but they would also be expelled from the Abyss within a short time, randomly deposited in an unknown location. Xiaofeng possessed only a single abyssal essence. Defeating another boss would yield a second, but that would suffice for only 2 individuals. Very well, Lucky Meow conceded. Recognizing his formidable prowess, which surpassed that of an entire team, and refrained from further protests, the two journeyed to Silver Mine Town. With the elevation of player levels, the discovery of various hidden quests, and the emergence of special classes, overall strength was rapidly advancing. Now, the vicinity around Silver Mine Town had become populated with numerous players at the 60-level training zone, and even the Silver Mine Cave dungeon had seen its share of adventurers. However, entering was one thing. Whether they could prevail was another matter entirely, as the second and third bosses within the mine were no trifles, posing a considerable challenge even for a typical level 50 party. The two formed a team and entered the Silver Mine Cave dungeon. The cramped tunnels were no different from the first time they had come. Follow my lead, Xiaofeng said, navigating with practiced ease. Now, he possessed several more skills than during their initial foray. Without pausing, they surged forward at full speed. Upon encountering minor creatures, he unleashed lightning chains and small AoE fireballs. In less than 3 minutes, they arrived at the chamber of the first boss, the Lizard King. Just as Lucky Meow was beginning to comprehend the appearance of the boss, a colossal fireball struck, inflicting tens of millions in damage and obliterating the boss, leaving a scattering of blue and green gear. This guy is absurdly powerful, Lucky Meow exclaimed, realizing they had just defeated a boss and leveling up to 40 in the process. Xiaofeng paid her no heed as he descended to the second level, maintaining a rapid pace as if they were merely skimming the surface. Before long, they encountered the second boss, the abyssal servant leader in red, blue, green, and purple hues, appearing quite menacing. Yet, with a flurry of skills, lightning arrows, magic missiles, fireballs, and lightning chains, the bosses scarcely had time to transfer their health before they all perished, converting into experience points. Lucky Meow was left numbed by the barrage of 2 to 3 million damage instances, mechanically trailing behind to collect loot like a devoted follower. The duo continued down to the third level. The third layer of the dungeon bore slight differences from their initial exploration, lacking the half-dead miner, Rovro, who had previously guided them. They had to rely solely on their own wits to find the boss. Relying on his memory, Xiaofeng retraced their earlier path and found it entirely accurate, leading them directly to the final boss chamber. Before entering, he heard a familiar voice. Foolish humans, daring to disturb the great Lord Samaka, prepare to meet your doom. The voice of the abyssal lord boomed from within, followed by 2 tentacles reaching out towards Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow. Be careful. The enormous and grotesque tentacles sent Lucky Meow into a panic, retreating a good 30 meters. Xiaofeng, however, stood his ground, unleashing a lightning chain. Sizzle. The abyssal lord Samaka howled in pain. Damn humans, how dare you resist? Within the boss chamber, Samaka writhed, seemingly attempting to extend more tentacles for an assault. Xiaofeng activated his swift boots, charging forward with a magical missile that dismantled the crystal pool in one fell swoop. Following up with a lightning arrow, he reduced the abyssal lord to mere remnants. Cursed. I shall return. Samaka roared as he fell in a final, defiant cry. You have defeated the abyssal lord Samaka and gained 282,000 experience. Upon the boss's demise, an epic item and a plethora of blue and green gear dropped. Xiaofeng quickly seized the sole orange item on the ground, abyssal essence. and tossed it to Lucky Meow. Let us go, into the portal. With that, he stepped into the portal, transporting himself to the abyss. That was exceedingly swift. Lucky Meow lamented as she gazed at the unclaimed blue and green gear on the ground, feeling a pang of regret. The portal would soon shrink and vanish. So she dared not linger in the boss chamber, hastily following suit. Ding. You have entered the abyss. All healing effects decreased by 50, attack power reduced by 10. As the two emerged from the portal, a system notification instantly appeared. Although they carried abyssal essence, their attributes were still slightly suppressed. So this is the abyss? Lucky Meow surveyed her surroundings, noting it bore little distinction from the dungeon. This is originally a mine. Stepping outside is what leads to the abyssal realm, Xiaofeng clarified. The mine radiated a blue-violet glow, and the pleasant sounds of mining echoed around them. Brave warrior, you have returned. A voice called from nearby. It was Jeffrey, the miner who had previously implored Xiaofeng for aid. His face lit up with joy upon seeing Xiaofeng. Warrior Xiaofeng, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. Please, save us. You know the NPCs here? Lucky Meow inquired, astonished. Xiaofeng nodded, having met them during his last visit. They were human miners forced into labor, and he aimed to rescue them if possible. Lucky Meow muttered, they're merely low-level NPCs. Sometimes they're just killed off for plot purposes. Implicitly, she suggested that such lowly NPCs did not require special rescue, as there would be no reward. However, Xiaofeng countered, that is precisely why they deserve saving. His sentiments towards NPCs in all realms differed from those of other players. The fearful Rovro, the lovesick Minya, the opportunistic Danis. Each character felt vivid and alive, as if he were conversing with real individuals. Thus, he wished to approach these characters with a different attitude than that which he had in past games. Let us go? We must defeat Lord Lamaka. To rescue the miners, they first needed to confront Lord Lamaka, a level 150 legendary boss, which posed no challenge for Xiaofeng, as he could handle it with a single skill. The only concern he harbored was for the abyssal princess Minya, a boss capable of disregarding skill attacks. Chapter 052, The Abyssal City. Speaking of which, Minya had gone to Storm City to assist in a crisis and had been pursued by the Storm General Xavier. It was uncertain whether she had managed to escape. With a touch of curiosity, Xiaofeng proceeded towards the mine's exit. A few minor demon overseers roamed within the cavern, and he dispatched them with casual skills without causing any disturbance. Lucky Meow trailed behind, occasionally casting buffs on him, finding little need to engage directly. The two arrived at the gate leading outside the mine. This time, the gate was astonishingly ajar, allowing for an immediate exit without the need for any waiting. Beyond the gate lay a dungeon, patrolled by several mischievous imps. Upon spotting the figures of Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, one of the leaders bellowed, "How dare you! Hideous human miner, escape!" and swung a whip to initiate an attack. Lightning chain. Xiaofeng unleashed his skill, and a bolt of electricity shot forth from the tip of his staff. Within the confines of the narrow dungeon, the lightning chain ricocheted perfectly 9 times, instantaneously obliterating all the imps. From the raucous uproar to utter silence, the entire ordeal transpired in less than 2 seconds. I only ventured here last time. Beyond this point, I was unaware of what lay ahead. Xiaofeng elucidated the situation. Let us investigate, Lucky Meow suggested. The dungeon contained numerous cells, and Xiaofeng took care to inspect each one, hoping to find human NPCs imprisoned like Ramsdell. However, he was met with emptiness. Not a soul was present. The duo pushed open the next door and continued their journey outward. No longer were they traversing the narrow and rugged mine tunnels. Instead, they found themselves in a flat, dimly lit corridor. Xiaofeng donned an earth elemental shield, leading the way. He was keenly aware that the Lord Ramaka had entered the dungeon via this corridor, and he wished to avoid an encounter with the boss that could lead to his untimely demise due to negligence. After proceeding several paces along the corridor, they encountered a staircase ascending into the shadows above. As they continued, the sudden sound of slithering tentacles reached their ears, accompanied by the murmur of abyssal creatures. Captain Jigil, you have arrived. What are your orders? One creature inquired. By the command of Lord Ramaka, capture 10 humans and deliver them to Princess Minya's palace. Oh, is the princess preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony? But why select humans instead of enough? Speak no more of such filth. The princess is not of your sordid ilk. She has been injured and requires the essence of humans to heal. Wait, the princess is injured? She is the daughter of the great bloodthirsty demon god. Who would dare harm her? That, I cannot say. It is rumored she was wounded by a human divine general, and only the demon god himself intervened to rescue her. Hiss. The great bloodthirsty demon god intervened personally. The last time was 3,000 years ago. Enough of this chatter. I must go capture humans, you lot. Come assist in escorting them. As footsteps approached, a cacophony of sounds echoed. Some creatures walked, while others slithered. Xiaofeng listened intently to their conversation, pondering the fate of Minya. It appeared she had not escaped the pursuit of the storm god General Zeviel after leaving Storm City and had nearly met her end. Fortunately, the bloodthirsty demon god had acted to save her. Given the demon god's capacity to vanquish the god of war, Dealing with a divine general was surely trivial. Yet, Xiaofeng wondered about the severity of Minya's injuries, requiring human essence for restoration. The footsteps drew closer, and figures of abyssal creatures emerged ahead. Not good. The humans have escaped. The leading tentacled creature exclaimed. Quickly seize them. Yes, Captain. The other imps chorused, raising their weapons and charging forward. Xiaofeng took a moment to glance at the attributes of the leader. Abyssal Dungeon Guard Captain Jigil, Rare Boss, Level, 120 health points, 178-40017, 8400, Target Level 2 high. Unable to retrieve additional data, too weak. With a single lightning chain, he unleashed it from his staff. In the petite passageway, the 3-meter ricochet range proved ample to deliver maximum impact. The lightning chain bounced multiple times, and several abyssal creatures collapsed, some reduced to ashes. Captain, a grave situation. A powerful human has invaded. Quickly report to Lord Ramika. From further down the corridor, additional abyssal creatures were yet to arrive. Hearing the commotion, they peered curiously, only to witness their comrades and superior being annihilated. Panic ensued, and they fled to raise the alarm. This is dire. A minion has alerted the others. We may soon be surrounded. Lucky Meow fretted. Fear not, Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. As long as they are not mythic-level bosses, I can handle them all. As he spoke, he gathered the loot dropped by Jigil and the abyssal creatures and pressed onward. Not long after traversing the corridor, they arrived at a sturdy door. Crafted from stone and exceedingly heavy. Xiaofeng attempted to push it, but it remained immovable. Lucky Meow stepped forward to assist, yet with both being magic-oriented classes, their feeble strength yielded no progress. What shall we do? Lucky Meow frowned. I shall see if I can blast it open. Xiaofeng retreated a few steps, muttering the incantation for fireball and conjuring a colossal fireball with a diameter of 1 meter. Boom! The fireball shot forth, colliding with the stone door and triggering a violent explosion. When the flames subsided, the door lay in ruins, scattered upon the ground. Peering outside, Xiaofeng beheld a street bustling with abyssal creatures armed and poised for battle. So much experience, he thought gleefully, casting a new earth elemental shield upon himself. He urged Lucky Meow to step back as he approached the threshold. Outside the stone door, night had fallen, a resplendent moon illuminating the landscape. This moon, particularly radiant, cast its glow upon everything, rendering it vividly visible. Beneath the moonlight stood a stone-built abyssal city perched on a hillside, its scale modest compared to Storm City, and even smaller than the Level 4 city, Wind Fury. The thoroughfares of the city intertwined, with one particularly broad street nearly 10 meters wide, extending from the city's entrance to the base of the mountain behind it. At this moment, Xiaofeng emerged from the cave at the mountain's foot, stepping onto the main thoroughfare. Bold human, how dare you trespass into the abyssal realm? In the name of the bloodthirsty demon god and Lord Ramika, you are under arrest. Surrender your weapons, or we shall drown you in our spit. A throng of over a dozen abyssal beings, all over level 100, gathered, vociferously shouting. The number of abyssal creatures continued to swell, as many abyssal soldiers rushed toward them. Xiaofeng did not immediately retaliate. Instead, he awaited the creatures to congregate, planning to utilize a gale spell to sweep them away en masse. However, the abyssal beings, perceiving the low levels of Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, could not contain their eagerness and charged forward. Capture him. This male human is particularly grotesque. Princess will surely admire him. No, he must not be offered to the princess. He must be slain. Yes, kill him. This wretched human, so ugly yet daring to entice our abyssal demonesses, is utterly detestable. Eliminate him. A cacophony of hideous creatures shrieked as they launched their assault. Chapter 053, Lord Ramika. Why are they so eager to deliver themselves? Xiaofeng mused in disbelief, as more than a dozen abyssal creatures charged at him, some resembling slimes, others akin to octopuses, and a few resembling overindulgent red goblins. He found their proximity quite unbearable. Thus, he unleashed his attack. Fireball. The enhanced luxury plus fireball whistled forth, detonating amidst the horde of abyssal creatures. Boom. Fiery sparks erupted, accompanied by anguished cries that echoed through the air. The abyssal beings at the forefront met their tragic demise. Damn, how could he be so formidable? A level 59 human obliterated a group of level 100 beings in a single strike, leaving the abyssal creatures on the street in utter disbelief. What followed was even more unfathomable. With numbers sufficiently amassed, gale force. Upon witnessing the gathering of over 100 abyssal beings in the streets, Xiaofeng, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed his ultimate skill. Whoosh. The winds stirred violently, forming a swirling vortex. An enormous tornado, spanning 240 meters in diameter, took shape in a mere 15 seconds. In the next instant, damage figures skyrocketed. 2, 106, 348. 2, 067, 664. 2, 098, 464. Each damage value exceeded 2 million, and not a single abyssal creature could withstand it. They perished within seconds. Moreover, the colossal winds toppled nearby buildings. The residences of the abyssal beings lining the streets were obliterated, as if a cataclysmic disaster had descended, creating a scene of terror. Ah, help! Humans are terrifying. Great Demon Lord, save us. The nearby abyssal creatures fell in an instant, transforming into an abundance of experience points. Although Lucky Meow had witnessed the effects of gale force before, the astonishing efficiency of experience accumulation still left her astounded. After 5 seconds, gale force came to an end. There were no abyssal creatures left within a 100-meter radius. The area was completely cleared. At that moment, a furious shout reverberated. Audacious human! How dare you wreak havoc in the abyss? Whoosh! The sound of the wind howled as tentacles, each over 20 meters long, surged forth. Shortly thereafter, a colossal tentacled monster materialized not far ahead of Xiaofeng. High-level Abyssal Lord Ramika, legendary boss. Level 150. Health 47,000,000, 470,000. Target level too high to obtain further data. The most formidable being in this small abyssal city had appeared. It's you. Upon recognizing the troublemaking human as Xiaofeng, Ramika's enormous eye narrowed slightly. I spared your life last time for the sake of the princess, and yet you dare return. Ramika seethed, its massive tentacles thrashing with ferocity. Xiaofeng merely scoffed. I didn't ask you to let me go. I was actually pleading for you to finish me off back then. Cunning human. You escaped in your weakness by exploiting the princess's naivety, and now you return to flaunt your newfound strength? Ridiculous, utterly laughable. Ramika coldly retorted, looking down upon Xiaofeng's actions with disdain. There's no need for such harsh words. I am actually here in search of something, Xiaofeng replied, initially unfazed. But Ramika's words made him feel slightly guilty for his previous conduct. Thus, he momentarily set aside thoughts of combat to address serious matters. What is it? Ramika huffed disdainfully. It is something called Divine Dew, which can bestow vitality, Xiaofeng stated. Divine Dew, you say? Ramika pondered for a moment, recalling the name and significance of this item in the abyss. In an instant, its massive eye widened, and it roared, You are courting death. Swish, swish, swish. It struck without warning. Accompanied by its roar, the sky darkened abruptly, and black raindrops poured down in torrents. Each droplet solidified into a black blade, akin to razor-sharp edges. 15,819. 17,193. 16,818. White damage numbers began to appear above Xiaofeng's head as his shield value gradually diminished. A single drop of black rain inflicted over 10,000 damage, and with many droplets falling upon him, the shield's integrity eroded swiftly. Indeed, a level 150 legendary boss was formidable, Xiaofeng mused, before shouting, Ramika, for the sake of Manhwaedit, I grant you a chance to spare your life. Stand down and depart. I will not trouble you. Presumptuous. Ramika, a dignified high abyssal lord, had never been so scorned by a mere human. Enraged, it lashed out with 4 tentacles towards Xiaofeng. Simultaneously, a more powerful skill was silently unleashed, as a crimson ray shot forth from its enormous single eye. Zing! This laser-like beam struck him, and Xiaofeng's earth element shield began to visibly deteriorate. 100,000. 100,000. 100,000. Each strike dealt 100,000 damage. With 3 jumps per second, the damage output was fearsome. Moonlight Shield, Night's Sovereign, Lucky Meow, hidden within a cave, quickly cast buffs upon Xiaofeng. With a pop, the Moonlight Shield's accompanying Holy Barrier shattered, absorbing a portion of the 100,000 damage. Bang! Ramika's tentacle reached him, delivering a blow that inflicted over 100,000 damage, sending Xiaofeng hurtling away, crashing into a mountainside. Ouch, that hurt. The impact caused him to lose several thousand health points, and his earth element shield had absorbed over 200,000 damage, diminishing by approximately 15. At this rate, Ramika could easily breach his earth element shield within 30 seconds. Now it is my turn. Xiaofeng wiped the dirt from his face and rose from the ground. Lightning arrow. With his staff raised, a bolt of electricity as thick as an arm surged forth from its tip. Ramika's enormous eye was filled with disdain as it scoffed. Is this all you can muster? Such a pitiful display of magic. Pop. It too had a holy barrier effect, and the lightning arrow shattered the shield, but dealt no damage. Try again. Xiaofeng, aware from Lucky Meow's skill effects that this special shield had limited uses, felt no hesitation. Magic missile. The spell struck Ramika's colossal form. Pop. Boom. The second layer of the shield shattered, and as Xiaofeng received another lash, his earth element shield sustained over 100,000 damage. Fireball. Whoosh. A massive fireball roared forth. Ramika continued to mock Xiaofeng's weakness, focusing on offense and neglecting defense. The next moment, boom, the fireball struck Ramika's bald head, erupting into a blaze of flames. 24,883, 911 critical hit. A massive crimson damage figure surged forth. Ramika's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Boom. Its immense body toppled down, akin to a collapsing skyscraper, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow heard a melodious notification simultaneously. Ding. Your party has defeated the level 150 legendary boss, High Abyssal Lord Ramika, earning 20 for 150 reputation. Your party has defeated High Abyssal Lord Ramika, receiving a shared experience of 4,636,000. Their levels rose concurrently. Xiaofeng ascended 3 levels to become level 62, while Lucky Meow surged from level 40 to 46, soaring to 3rd place on the leaderboard, trailing only behind Xiaofeng and sword slashing the cosmos. Lord Ramika has perished. The Lord has been slain by humans. Everyone, flee at once. Hurry, informed General Krim. With the death of Ramika, the abyssal creatures that had been watching from afar scattered in panic. However, Xiaofeng did not pursue them. It was not out of mercy, nor was it due to a lack of desire for experience points. Rather, he had discovered several extraordinary items that had fallen from Ramika's corpse. Chapter 054, The Affluent Lord Ramika. Red items. The brilliance of the red glow was dazzling. A true emblem of mythical quality. The ground was strewn with an array of treasures, with gold coins being the most abundant, followed by purple items. And then orange and blue. The red items were the rarest, with only 2 in total. Xiaofeng stepped forward to gather them one by one. A staggering 1,040,000 gold coins, surpassing even the wealth of the mythical boss, the general of evil spirits, had been acquired, equivalent to the purchase of 2 homes. Next, he examined the red items. Crimson Domain Scroll, mythical. After chanting for 3 seconds, it creates a crimson domain with a radius of 1,000 meters and a height of 100 meters, causing all characters within the area, except for the user, to experience a 50 reduction in all attributes. The domain can persist for a maximum of 300 seconds. And this effect is ineffective against legendary or higher lords and players above the 4th transfer. Heart of the Demon, mythical. Upon use, grants a permanent increase of 50 points in strength. Similar items of higher quality can overwrite those of lower quality, and only one effect can be active at a time. Both red items were consumables with staggeringly powerful effects. The Crimson Domain Scroll was a strategic treasure that would prove vital in battles for territory. If an assassin could stealthily infiltrate the enemy ranks and unleash it, the entire enemy force would be rendered ineffective, their attributes halved. The Heart of the Demon was equally outrageous, providing a free boost of 50 points in strength, comparable to the potential points gained from 25 levels of upgrades. Even accounting for the automatic attribute growth from each level, it was akin to being at level 17, albeit limited to strengthening strength alone. There were numerous legendary quality items as well, with 4 or 5 pieces of equipment, though none of them had no level requirements, and were thus currently unusable. Additionally, there was a legendary quality scroll of significant importance, Directional Teleportation Scroll. When used, it opens a portal that allows teleportation to a designated location. The portal lasts for a maximum of 60 seconds, with the current designated location being the Silver Mine Town in Stormwind. This scroll was the key to rescuing the miners trapped in the magic crystal mine. The other items, such as the essence of abyssal creatures, lacked substantial appeal. However, among the epic quality items, 2 notable treasures emerged. Mass Resurrection, epic. Usable by all 3rd transfer priest classes, it instantly revives all teammates within a 50-meter radius, restoring 20 of their health and mana. It requires a 5-second chant, and has a cooldown of 600 seconds. Random Teleportation Scroll, epic. Instantaneous. It randomly teleports the user to any location. Lucky Cat's eyes sparkled with anticipation upon seeing the epic skill book that had dropped for her class, her mouth watering at the prospect. However, she had already vowed not to take anything, and at that moment, her pride made it difficult to ask. Mass Resurrection was a skill she could learn, and so could Li. This skill could revive up to 4 teammates. A significant boon and a dream skill for every priest. Although it required the 3rd transfer to acquire, obtaining it now would alleviate future concerns. Moreover, this was not a skill given away freely by the system. Even after playing for half a year, only a select few priests would encounter it. This book is needed by my brother, so I want to give it to you, Xiaofeng remarked. Oh, all right, Lucky Cat replied, feeling a tad disappointed but reluctant to say more. As she gazed at the multitude of precious items on the ground, Xiaofeng casually tossed her a rare skill book usable by priests. Here, take a small share of the spoils. Don't go around saying I'm stingy. The skill book was Mass Purification. While it might not hold the same value as Mass Resurrection, it could dispel negative statuses from all teammates, making it an exceptional skill for both PvP and PvE. Thank you, Great One, Lucky Cat exclaimed. Her initial expectation of leaving empty-handed transformed into joy as she clutched the book, her eyes sparkling with delight. Xiaofeng gathered the remaining spoils into his backpack. Let us first rescue the miners, and then we will continue our search for the Divine Spring. Having collected the items, he did not head towards the Abyssal City, but instead turned back into the mine. Isn't that a bit hasty? Lucky Cat asked, surprised that his first action after defeating a boss was to return and rescue NPCs. As they ventured deeper into the cave, winding through the passages, they arrived at the bottom of the mining tunnel. Xiaofeng, brave warrior, you have returned. How did it go? Is there danger outside? Jeffrey and the other miners awaited his news with bated breath. Xiaofeng produced the directional teleportation scroll and proclaimed, "I have slain Ramika. You are safe now. You can return home." He then opened the scroll, creating a portal. "Ah, my heavens. This is real," the miners exclaimed in unison, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "We are free. We are free." Jeffrey fell to his knees, expressing his gratitude. "Brave Xiaofeng, we cannot thank you enough. Without you, we might have been devoured by the abyssal monsters. Even if we survived, we would have spent our lives in this dark, desolate place. You have saved us. Please accept our sincerest thanks. Indeed, you have saved our lives." The miners echoed, kneeling in unison to express their appreciation. Xiaofeng quickly helped Jeffrey to his feet and urged, "There is no need for such formality. Hurry and leave. The portal can only remain open for a minute. If you delay, you will be trapped." These miners were merely common NPCs, and he did not expect any rewards. His decision to return to save them was not for personal gain, but out of concern that, should he delve deeper into the abyss, the creatures might seek retribution against the miners for his absence, endangering their lives. "You are right, brave Xiaofeng. We should leave here at once. Upon our return, we will petition the Lord to reward you." Jeffrey and the others quickly stood up, expressing their gratitude once more before one by one stepping through the portal. Counting carefully, there were about 40 to 50 human miners. If they had lingered much longer, the portal would have surely closed. Once the miners departed, silence enveloped the area. The sounds of mining ceased. You treat NPCs as if they were real people, not only conversing with them, but also showing genuine concern for their well-being, Lucky Cat marveled. They are indeed like real people, possessing their own personalities and stories. Just because they are ordinary NPCs does not mean they lack connections to mythical bosses or legendary figures. Xiaofeng replied calmly. After encountering Lovelore, he had gained a fresh perspective on the game. Some truths were not written on the surface. NPCs represented not merely tasks and rewards, but also the deeper narratives the game designers wished to convey to the players, perhaps even profound insights. "Let us continue our quest for the Divine Spring." Xiaofeng led the way as they stepped out of the mine. As they walked, he remarked, "Earlier, the boss reacted with great anxiety upon hearing about the Divine Spring. It seems that treasure is highly coveted in the abyss and not easily obtained. Indeed, the fact that Defiona was willing to trade an artifact for it is a testament to its value. A consumable item comparable to an artifact, one can only imagine how precious it truly is. It seems a bit noisy outside. Could the monsters have returned?" As he neared the exit, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. Lucky Meow furrowed her brow, instinctively casting 3 buff skills upon Xiaofeng. Moments ago, it seemed some minor creatures had mentioned reporting to a certain general. Could it be that they had arrived so soon? Xiaofeng pondered. The title of general sounded significantly more prestigious than that of a high-ranking lord. Could it be akin to a mythic boss, a 200-level divine general? If so, this could indeed be intriguing. With a sense of excitement, Xiaofeng donned the earth elemental shield and hastened outside. Before long, he found himself back at the site of his earlier battle with Ramika. Roar! Just as he stepped outside, an enraged roar echoed from above. Looking up, he beheld a dozen colossal wolves, each sporting wings, soaring through the air. Upon their backs sat several brutish figures from the demon race, their green faces adorned with menacing fangs. "So it was you who killed Ramika?" the leading figure exclaimed, surveying Xiaofeng and his companion from on high, as if they were insignificant ants. Chapter 055, 13 Bosses at Once. "Indeed, it was us. Do you have a problem with that?" Xiaofeng responded calmly, unfazed. He glanced at the enemy's information. Winged Wolf, Elite. Level, 110 health. 103,000, 103,000. Leader of the Abyssal Warriors, Epic. Level, 150 health. 12,785,000, 12,785,000. Mythic Abyssal General Myo, Legendary. Level, 180 health. 6,205,000, 6,205,000. The disparity among the mounts, minions, and bosses was staggering. One legendary boss accompanied by 12 epic bosses made for an explosive encounter, far exceeding the solitary fight against Ramika. Thus, their aura was even more imposing. Moreover, with Ramika being a long-established lord, his death at the hands of humans would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the abyssal powers. Glaring at the 2 low-level humans, the abyssal general's fury ignited as he declared, "Then you shall die. I will bring your corpses back to General Clem." With a sweeping gesture, the 12 epic bosses launched an assault in unison. "Xiaofeng, be careful," Lucky Meow warned, swiftly retreating into the corridor. Her survivability was too low. Facing such a multitude of high-level bosses, even a glancing blow could lead to her demise and a return to the city. 12 bosses unleashed their attacks upon Xiaofeng, and the earth elemental shield was already in place, bracing for the onslaught. The ground beneath him trembled with the impact of 12 powerful energy strikes. Each attack inflicted over 70,000 damage, totaling more than 1,000,000. "This is formidable. I might just perish here." Xiaofeng gasped, feeling the weight of urgency. Without a moment's hesitation, he retaliated. Chain lightning. A bolt of lightning surged forth, aiming directly at the nearest abyssal warrior leader. The speed of the lightning was unmatched, leaving no room for evasion. With a crackle, the chain lightning struck, dealing a staggering 20 million damage, instantly obliterating the foe. However, being airborne and distanced from his comrades, the enemy could not retaliate. Impossible. How can he be this powerful? The group of epic bosses, witnessing the instant demise of one of their own, erupted in shock and fury. They unleashed their ultimate abilities, all directed at Xiaofeng. Quagmire, Abyssal Blade Slash, Bloody Plunder. As these formidable skills descended, the glow of Xiaofeng's earth elemental shield flickered ominously. Damage numbers flashed rapidly. 28, 938 slow, 179, 892, 72, 894. Just as Xiaofeng prepared to unleash another skill to vanquish his opponents, an abyssal warrior leader leaped from his mount and dove down for a strike. He was suddenly rendered stunned. Moreover, the duration of the stun lasted an excruciating 5 seconds. What the? Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Soon after, several more skills struck him, inflicting a plethora of negative statuses: slow, stun, immobilization, paralysis, and silencing. It seemed he was destined to be infinitely controlled until his demise. In terror, Xiaofeng realized he was completely immobilized and unable to cast a single skill. Purification. At that moment, Lucky Meow, hidden in the corridor, cast a signature priest skill. In an instant, all negative statuses and control effects on Xiaofeng were cleared, and he entered a 5-second invulnerability state. Well done. Xiaofeng laughed heartily, feeling the crisis lift as he prepared to strike back. Storm of rain. Boom. Thunder roared, and winds surged. A torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens, covering an area of 60 meters in width and length. The raindrops fell in a deluge. 7 of the 12 epic bosses found themselves ensnared within the deluge. In an instant, cries of agony filled the air. What is this? It hurts. Help me, Deputy Commander. Curse it, I can't hold on. Ugh. With damage soaring to 1,000,000 per second, the epic bosses were utterly incapable of withstanding such onslaught. In a mere 2 seconds, 7 of them perished, transforming into a rain of gold and equipment, cascading down with the storm. Damn humans. The abyssal general watched in horror as 2/3 of his subordinates were obliterated in an instant, his rage boiling over. Die, he bellowed, leaping from the sky. A 3-meter-long war blade materialized in his hand, descending with the force of 1,000 pounds, aimed directly at Xiaofeng's head. This was a lock-on skill. Xiaofeng could not evade and was forced to endure the blow. However, he was no fool to simply stand and take it. He had to strike back. Lightning arrow. Bang. Whoosh. The warblade and the lightning struck simultaneously. A staggering 870,000 damage appeared above Xiaofeng's head. Yet, the abyssal general merely had a layer of his shield shattered, suffering no actual damage. The failure to slay Xiaofeng left the general astounded. He did not relent, his body glowing with bloodlust as he prepared an even more powerful strike. This damage was something even a 180 level knight in full epic gear could not withstand. Crack. The enormous warblade descended, delivering another blow that dealt 1,000,000 level damage. The earth elemental shield was severely compromised, having lost 1/3 of its value. This boss was indeed remarkably strong, far surpassing the 105 level Revenant Knight. Truly formidable, yet he would still meet his end. Magic Missile. Fireball. Xiaofeng, having adapted to the unique shield effects of high-level bosses, did not dawdle in his casting. Instead, he unleashed several instant cast spells simultaneously. The missile struck, breaching a layer of the shield. The fireball exploded, shattering another layer. That made 3 layers. Gale Force. Seeing the boss still standing and his invulnerability time drawing to a close, Xiaofeng began to channel his ultimate move once more. Meanwhile, he found himself besieged by the abyssal warlord and several other surviving epic bosses, with his shield value plummeting to 50. With a deep breath, he unleashed the Gale spell, which howled and spiraled to form a colossal azure tornado. Once again, a layer of the abyssal warlord's shield shattered, 4 layers in total. The cooldown on Xiaofeng's magic missile concluded, striking at close range with instantaneous precision. The damage registered at 3,998, 123. His basic attack finally dealt damage, albeit approximately half of what he had anticipated, failing to vanquish the boss in a single blow. Nevertheless, the abyssal warlord was filled with dread, hastily exclaiming, "Bloody shield." A crimson barrier suddenly materialized around him. This shield bore a striking resemblance to the earth elemental shield, serving as a defensive barrier against damage. The Gale spell whipped around, revealing a white 1,000,000 above the boss's head, alongside a red 1,099,892, causing the shield to shatter instantly. Impossible, this cannot be. The abyssal warlord was gripped by terror, unable to fathom that a mere level 62 human could bring him to such a state of disarray. In the next instant, a gale struck again, and another damage value of 2,000,000 emerged, depleting his health entirely. No. With a roar, the abyssal warlord exploded into a shower of gold and equipment. As for the other epic bosses, they were swiftly torn to shreds by the Gale spell. You have defeated the epic boss, Abyssal Warlord Leader, earning 755 reputation points. A notification chimed. You have vanquished the legendary boss, Abyssal Warlord Mio, and received 500 reputation points. Your party has defeated Abyssal Warlord Mio, earning a shared experience of 950,000. Your party has defeated the Abyssal Warlord Leader, gaining 500 experience points. The system messages flooded the screen. 12 epic bosses and 1 legendary boss bestowed upon Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow a staggering total of 20 million experience points. In an instant, Xiaofeng's level surged dramatically to 67. Even Lucky Meow ascended to level 57, rapidly closing the gap and claiming the second spot on the leaderboard. My heavens. I just jumped 16 levels in one go. Staring at his suddenly inflated level, Lucky Meow was momentarily stunned. Xiaofeng, however, was not overly surprised, remarking, "It's quite reasonable. Defeating high-level monsters grants substantial experience, but it slows down considerably as you progress." The ground was littered with gold and equipment. An assortment of purple and orange items scattered about. There was even a solitary piece of red equipment. Chapter 056, The Tri-Layered Holy Shield. Xiaofeng eagerly lunged for the singular red item and picked it up. Bloody Power Crown Mythical. Level requirement, none. Class requirement, Priest, Mage. Health points, 2500. Physical defense, 100. Constitution, 50. Special effect, Bloody Power, automatically restores 50 health points per second. Special effect, Bloody Shield, automatically grants a layer of blood shield every 300 seconds. Stacking up to 3 layers simultaneously. Each layer can absorb 1 attack and can only activate once per second. This was an unparalleled mythical item. The base health and physical defense it provided were exceedingly significant, far surpassing his previous epic headgear. Moreover, the automatic health regeneration of 50 points per second was akin to having a priest at his side. Even more astonishingly, it could stack the blood shield effect. A blood shield, this was a holy shield. I finally have a holy shield. Xiaofeng rejoiced. He had long envied the capability that allowed Minya to disregard his attacks. And now he had finally acquired it for himself. After reviewing the equipment's effects, he grasped the mechanism of the holy shield. In truth, even with such a shield, it could not completely nullify damage. If attacked multiple times within a second, one could be taken down instantly, for regardless of how many layers were present. It could only activate once per second. He promptly allocated this mythical quality crown to himself, replacing his previous gear and donning it. With the mythical helmet equipped and his new attribute points assigned, his health surged to 12,958 points, while his physical defense overtook his magical defense, reaching 198. Although these improvements were impressive, they did not quite match the utility of an earth elemental shield. The ground was strewn with gold. And as several bosses had fallen in a somewhat scattered manner, both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow meticulously gathered the spoils, ultimately amassing a total of 930,000 gold coins. Comparatively, this was less than what they had obtained from the Lord of Ramika, the level 180 legendary boss, Abyssal Warlord, along with his 12 subordinates. Had yielded far less wealth than the single boss Ramika, with only slightly more epic gear to show for it. This was likely due to Ramika's status as a lord, possessing greater riches, while the Abyssal Warlord and his ilk were mere soldiers with limited opportunities to accumulate wealth. In addition to the equipment, the ground was littered with various scrolls, potions, and sundry items. After rummaging for quite some time, Xiaofeng discovered that his inventory was overflowing, forcing him to discard anything of blue quality or lower, leaving only epic items and valuable skill books for himself. We came here to complete a quest, yet we ended up with so many treasures. Xiaofeng, thank you. Lucky Meow exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she gazed at the heap of spoils. As someone who desired nothing for herself, merely collecting the items that Xiaofeng could not fit in his backpack had already netted her a plethora of items, which, when sold back in the main city, would easily fetch at least 10,000 gold coins. That was a windfall of 100,000 cash. This was a tremendous profit. Before meeting Xiaofeng, her entire fortune barely exceeded 2,000 gold coins. After being matched with Fiona to form a party, she first extorted a sum from Danes alongside Xiaofeng, earning a small fortune. Then, coming to the abyssal world, she encountered unimaginable wealth that she had never dared to dream of. A staggering 2 million gold coins, nearly 10 pieces of legendary equipment, dozens of epic items, an abundance of high-quality scrolls, potions, and skill books. The cumulative value of these items was astronomical, certainly worth several tens of millions in cash. For someone from an ordinary background like Lucky Meow, this was an astronomical figure, and this was merely the beginning. Xiaofeng retrieved several pieces of quality priest epic equipment and handed them to Lucky Meow, saying, "Here, I'll gift you a couple of useful items. Your purification spell just saved my life. Consider it a token of gratitude." Although these items were commendable, their level requirements were somewhat high, rendering them temporarily unusable. He had not forgotten about Old Li's equipment needs, with legendary quality items lying in his backpack. The value of the items he offered to Lucky Meow was relatively minor, perhaps around one of the total, yet for her, it was incredibly generous. Oh. This Lucky Meow was momentarily speechless. Such an abundance of exquisite gear was something she would never receive even if she joined a raid against a major boss. Yet now, Xiaofeng was merely allowing her to take a fraction, which far exceeded anything she could have hoped for. She was deeply astonished, and after a lengthy pause, she weakly protested, "But I only came along to tag along for the quest. I cannot accept so much. Taking them is nothing. This is merely a fraction. The Divine Dew Spring has yet to be attained, and we haven't even tackled the mythical bosses," Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. Ever since he obtained the construction permit for the base, his attitude towards valuable items in the game had become considerably more indifferent. Encountering a coveted artifact that proves advantageous naturally brings immense joy. As for those that are unusable, in his eyes, they are merely surplus stock for the warehouse. At best to be sold for a modest profit, shared with teammates without any pangs of regret. After all, he himself is still the primary beneficiary, with only a fraction being distributed. However, this is simply excessive. All these rewards were earned from bosses he personally vanquished, while I hardly contributed. Lucky Cat felt a twinge of guilt for accepting such a bounty. Stop dawdling. Let us seek out General Clem. Having fought swiftly without inquiring about the news of the Divine Spring, they had no choice but to continue their search. Xiaofeng interrupted her hesitation and made a beeline for the city outskirts. He had indeed contemplated sharing some spoils with Lucky Cat. This young lady is currently an exceptionally powerful support, capable not only of bestowing buffs, but also of dispelling control effects and providing substantial assistance during boss encounters. Should they encounter a more formidable boss battle later, her support would prove invaluable. Otherwise, should he fall victim to a barrage of control effects from the boss, even his impressive output would be rendered meaningless. If he were to die and respawn in Stormwind, it would be a delay until tomorrow. Offering her some benefits could be seen as a form of remuneration for her efforts. In that case, I shall graciously comply. Hey Xiaofeng, slow down. Wait for me. The two of them proceeded along the wide path, heading toward the city's exit. The name of this city is Ramika, though it remains unclear whether Ramika was named after the city or vice versa. The system's map function is significantly restricted in the abyssal world, rendering the world map inaccessible. Only upon reaching a specific location can one discern its name. The denizens of the abyss in Ramika have been cowed into submission by Xiaofeng's formidable prowess, and the roads are eerily devoid of any demons. Xiaofeng, uninterested in leisurely hunting lesser monsters for experience, sprinted straight to the city gates. Ramika is perched atop a mountain, and the entrance is situated at a scenic foothill. Under the bright moonlight, one can gaze into the distance and behold a vast plain below, akin to farmland, where unique crops of the abyssal world are cultivated. Further afield, there are numerous mountaintop cities reminiscent of Ramika, varying in size, with most being smaller, although a few are comparably sized. The only city larger than Ramika is situated atop a grand mountain, 30 kilometers away. It appears magnificent and somewhat smaller than a level 3 main city, yet significantly larger than a level 4 city. That must be General Clem's city. Let us head in that direction, Xiaofeng deduced, analyzing the surrounding terrain. The journey ahead is quite lengthy, requiring some time to traverse. As they advanced along the path, the fog on the map gradually dissipated, revealing its details. Suddenly, they spotted a structure in the distance that differed markedly in architectural style from the other mountaintop buildings. Xiaofeng, look, that city over there resembles a human settlement. Lucky Cat remarked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Xiaofeng also took note of the opulent, castle-like edifice. Its design starkly contrasted with that of the abyssal demons, embodying the aesthetics of human civilization. The entire city stood majestically atop the mountain, where abyssal soldiers could be seen patrolling its perimeter. Above the castle, a flag fluttered in the breeze, prominently displaying a rose motif. A rose, a castle. Could it be that this is the palace of Minya? He mused, reflecting on the snippets of information he had overheard from the abyssal creatures. Chapter 057. Lucky Cat was profoundly astonished. Minya? Is she the abyssal princess you mentioned? Having heard about this NPC from him on several occasions, she was aware of her existence. Xiaofeng nodded, stating, last time she came to my aid, she seemed to have sustained quite a bit of injury. Since we're passing by, let us pay her a visit. With his growing strength, he now felt unafraid of Minya. Though this infatuated sorceress possessed commendable abilities, she would undoubtedly be no match for him in combat. Moreover, as a princess of the abyss, she would surely possess invaluable information, particularly concerning the Divine Spring. Xiaofeng altered their course, directing them toward the castle. As they traversed the plains of the abyss, the surrounding map began to illuminate, revealing the geographical names. This expanse of land is known as Clem's domain, named after General Clem himself. The nearby smaller cities bore various names, predominantly named after their respective lords, similar to Ramika. Trouble. Humans are here. Run. Within the abyssal farmlands. Encountering a few abyssal creatures sent them scampering away in fear. Just as human civilians dread demons, so too do these denizens fear humans. Xiaofeng, uninterested in engaging with these low-level abyssal beings, made no move against them. After a half-hour of travel, he and Lucky Cat arrived at the gates of the castle, which was suspected to be Minya's palace. The castle sprawled over an area exceeding 2 football fields, with its front gates situated at the mountainous base, making it easily identifiable. Outside the gates, a contingent of 120-level abyssal warriors stood guard. Upon seeing Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat approach, the warriors immediately assumed a defensive stance. How dare you, audacious humans, trespass into the abyss? You've come at a fortuitous time. Seize them and feed them to Her Highness. Several abyssal warriors brandished their weapons and charged forward. Xiaofeng had intended to inquire further, but found that the adversaries had already revealed their intentions. This was indeed Minya's residence. Let us venture inside. He held no regard for the abyssal soldiers. With a flick of his wrist, a chain of lightning was unleashed, obliterating one foe entirely. What? So powerful? Witnessing his comrades reduced to mere ash, the nearby castle guards were taken aback. A diminutive demon leader shouted, "Quickly, notify General Clem. A human powerhouse is attempting to ambush Princess Minya." Another demon cried out, "We shall defend Her Highness with our lives. Engage them." Immediately, a swarm of abyssal creatures surged forth from the castle, resembling a nest of hornets, rushing toward Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat. Such abundant experience. Xiaofeng chuckled nonchalantly as he unleashed a torrential rain of spells. The lethal downpour rained down mercilessly, and those caught in its grasp perished instantly, causing his experience to surge, even claiming the life of the messenger. Although these creatures were all Minya's subordinates, Xiaofeng bore no ill will toward her. However, having arrived, he could not simply stand by while the demons eagerly sought to confront him. Paying a visit to Minya and leveling up were not mutually exclusive. Since all the abyssal beings were hostile, if he refrained from striking back, it would be akin to being overly benevolent. Following a deluge of spells, very few monsters remained standing. At the entrance of the castle hall, a green-skinned high-ranking demon, witnessing their ferocity, cautioned, "Halt. This is the palace of Princess Minya, the beloved of the bloody demon god. Should you dare to enter, the demon god will unleash his wrath, and you shall surely meet your demise. Not even your revered deity can save you." Xiaofeng glanced at the information of the figure before him. Butler Ninit of the Rose Castle, epic boss, level, 150 health, 13, 840, 000, target level 2 high, unable to retrieve further data. This is a named high-level monster, possessing a substantial amount of health. However, it poses no threat to Xiaofeng, the abyssal rose of Rose Castle. Upon noticing this information, Xiaofeng recalled that he still possessed a token of love from Minya. He retrieved it from his backpack and declared, "I have come to seek your highness, the princess." As the purple-black abyssal rose materialized in his hand, a waft of pure, noble demonic essence permeated the air. The diminutive creatures that had intended to continue their assault abruptly halted their actions, their gazes fixated on the abyssal rose, falling silent as they cast down their weapons and prostrated themselves. This was a manifestation of bloodline suppression. Lower-tier demons instinctively succumbed to fear in the presence of higher-tier ones, kneeling in submission and silence. However, the castle steward, Nut, did not kneel, but rather wore a look of astonishment, exclaiming incredulously, "That aura is your highness's essence. You possess the essence of Her Highness." Stunned, the earlier bravado that had threatened vanished in an instant, and the entire castle fell into a hush. Observing this, Xiaofeng smirked. "Had I known this item was so effective, I would have unveiled it upon my arrival in the abyss." The mere appearance of the abyssal rose caused all the minions to kneel, awaiting my experience harvest. It was simply delightful. Just then, the grand hall doors swung open, and a shadow swiftly glided forth, arriving before Xiaofeng in the blink of an eye. "Xiaofeng, my dear brother, you have come to see me." The sultry, mellifluous voice was utterly enchanting. Xiaofeng felt a sudden weight, an overwhelming force bearing down on him, causing him to involuntarily lean back slightly. Hey, what are you doing?" This which had leapt into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, nuzzling against him. A bewildering fragrance filled his nostrils, as the witch's head nestled closely against his neck, tenderly rubbing against him. Their posture was intimately affectionate, reminiscent of lovers reunited after a long separation. But that was not the end of it. In the fleeting moment that Xiaofeng was taken aback by the witch's audacity, Minya lifted her head from his embrace and, with lightning speed, pecked him gently on the lips. "Mua, I love you. Xiaofeng, my first kiss." In an instant, Xiaofeng's mind buzzed, as if thunderclaps were resonating in his ears, and a stampede of llamas surged through his thoughts. He had just been forcefully kissed by an NPC. Although he was aware of Minya's infatuation, he never anticipated their reunion would unfold in such a manner. You all?" Lucky Cat, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Witnessing a level 120 mythic boss charging forth with a substantial health bar, she had prepared to buff up and retreat, allowing Xiaofeng to face the boss alone. Yet, to her astonishment, this boss, moving with such swiftness, did not attack upon reaching Xiaofeng. Instead, she bestowed upon him a kiss. I love you. At that moment, Lucky Cat's worldview shattered. Wasn't the red-named creature a monster? Were monsters not meant to be slain? How could it be so affectionate? Xiaofeng, my dear brother, she called so sweetly. Was that an address a boss should use for a player? This was utterly illogical. Even more absurd was the fact that the typically ferocious Xiaofeng, who would obliterate monsters on sight, showed no resistance to her. Xiaofeng, my dear brother, it was worth the risk of venturing into the human city for you. I am so happy that you came to see me so soon. Minya clung to Xiaofeng without letting go, tilting her head slightly to gaze up at the bewildered young mage, her beautiful eyes sparkling with joy. As for Xiaofeng, well, he had momentarily forgotten what he was about to say. Initially intent on serious matters, he found himself utterly flummoxed by the witch's sudden assault. Minya, noticing his distraction, smiled radiantly and said, if you've forgotten, then forget it. Let us go to my chamber. After all, you promised me that as long as I assisted you, you would take good care of me. With that, she grasped one of Xiaofeng's hands and led him toward the castle. Chapter 058. This unfathomable hostility. Wait a moment. Lucky Cat exclaimed, suddenly anxious, shouting at Xiaofeng. We came here for serious business. Why are you flirting with an NPC? NPC? What does that mean? Minya displayed a puzzled expression. Glancing at Lucky Cat, she turned to Xiaofeng and asked, Xiaofeng, is she your friend? She seems to carry the faint aura of a certain deity, albeit weak. Xiaofeng regained his composure and clarified his thoughts. Looking at the joy radiating from Minya's face, which also bore a hint of paleness, he said, well, Minya, I am truly grateful for your assistance the last time. I heard that you were injured, and I brought some healing potions for you. I hope they will be of some use. With that, he produced several shimmering golden life potions. Minya glanced at them, promptly taking all of them and tossing them into an unknown location. Then, beaming, she said, you care for me, how wonderful. Xiaofeng, you need not worry, my injuries are not severe. It's merely physical damage, my essence remains intact. A few months of recuperation will suffice. Well, as long as it's not serious. Xiaofeng didn't quite grasp whether her response indicated severity or not, merely responding politely. He then continued, our purpose in coming to the Abyss is also to seek something. As the Princess of the Abyss, you should know much. Could you perhaps share some information with us? Upon hearing this, Minya furrowed her brow slightly. Is there another purpose? I thought you had come solely to see me. Her tone bore a hint of disappointment. Lucky Cat, now completely flabbergasted, sensed that this NPC was not feigning intimacy, but genuinely harbored special feelings for Xiaofeng. The intensity was almost obsessive. This was absurd, Lucky Cat mused. Even though Xiaofeng was indeed handsome and powerful, this abyssal princess was an NPC. An NPC infatuated with a player. What kind of madness was this? Did she not realize she was merely a string of data? Even if she perceived herself as a real person, the game had only been live for a little over a day. How had she managed to fall so deeply in love with a male player in such a short span? Such an outrageous situation was beyond Lucky Cat's comprehension. Yet it was unfolding right before her eyes. Your Highness, Your Highness. At that moment, Steward Nutnut approached, having something to report. What is it? Minya asked, her brow knitting in displeasure. She despised being interrupted while speaking to someone she cherished. Out of respect for Nutnut's unwavering loyalty, she refrained from expressing her anger. The castle steward cautiously stepped closer and said, Your Highness, this man and woman have just slain Lord Ramika and Vice Commander Mio. They are our enemies in the Abyss. You should not be so close to them. Minya's brow furrowed even deeper upon hearing this, and she retorted angrily, Silence. Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? I dare not. Nutnut immediately bowed his head. Withdraw. But Your Highness, do not let me repeat myself. In the presence of her subordinates, Minerva exhibited a formidable side, utterly unassailable. With a resigned demeanor, Nunit led his subordinates away from the public eye. The surroundings quickly fell into a desolate silence, leaving only Xiaofeng, Lucky Meow, and Minerva in their midst. Once her subordinates had departed, Minerva furrowed her brow and earnestly inquired, Xiaofeng, is it true? Did you slay Uncle Ramika? That is indeed the case. Xiaofeng was not accustomed to deceit. And given the multitude of witnesses in Ramika City, he had no choice but to concede. Upon hearing this, Minerva sighed, her gaze now tinged with reproach. She spoke slowly. Uncle Ramika was an old soldier who had followed my father long ago. Though not exceptionally powerful, his experience was invaluable. During my years of exile here, I have been greatly indebted to his care. To have killed Uncle Ramika is a grave matter. As the Princess of the Abyss, I must uphold the iron laws of the Abyss and cannot allow you to leave. What does that mean? Xiaofeng asked, perplexed. Minerva pondered for a moment before responding. According to the rules, your actions warrant a death sentence, one that entails being devoured alive. However, as you are to be my future husband and the son-in-law of the demon god, such a cruel punishment cannot be inflicted upon you. Instead, I decree that you shall serve as my male servant in my rose castle for 10 years, attending to my every need. Xiaofeng, so after all this, it still comes down to wanting my body. With a resigned tone, he replied, Your Highness Minerva, I am grateful for your affection. However, I am but an ordinary player and truly do not deserve the honor of being the son-in-law of the demon god. I have come today to express my gratitude for your previous assistance in Storm City, as well as to inquire about the divine dew spring. As for remaining here as a male servant, that is simply out of the question. Xiaofeng's tone was exceedingly polite. Had he been facing a female player, he would not have been so courteous, swiftly dispatching her with a skill. Yet, NPCs differ from players. Their thought processes are shaped by the game designers. When matters of mutual benefit arise, it is prudent to show respect, thus maximizing their potential value. Otherwise, given Minerva's level and strength, even uninjured, she would not withstand the onslaught of his skills. Despite his politeness, Minerva was visibly displeased with Xiaofeng's response. You are unwilling to remain as my male servant. It seems you harbor no feelings for me at all. I understand now. It must be because of her, right? She is human and has received the blessings of the supreme deity, a status that naturally makes her appealing to you. The expression of the sorceress darkened. Resembling someone who had just suffered heartbreak, her pitiful demeanor evoking sympathy. Yet, in an instant, her expression turned cold and fierce. But I still cannot allow you to leave, Minerva declared. The once gentle and alluring sorceress transformed, her eyes alight with a fierce glimmer. Whether driven by my duty as a princess of the abyss or my personal feelings for you, I cannot let you go. As for her, she scoffed, daring to vie for my man, she shall meet her demise. With that, she swiftly seized Lucky Meow's neck with her delicate, alabaster fingers. Lucky Meow? Ah, it hurts. What did I do wrong? Why are you suddenly trying to kill me? The sorcerer's strength was formidable, and Lucky Meow, caught by the neck, was in considerable pain. Lucky Meow felt utterly wronged. She was merely an ordinary teammate, seeking to complete a quest and gain experience. Unexpectedly, she stumbled upon a scandalous affair between an NPC and a player. And now, the NPC, rejected by the player, had turned her into an imagined enemy, seeking to eliminate her. Was there a more absurd situation than this? Xiaofeng found this scene both amusing and exasperating. Minerva, please do not entertain such wild thoughts. I am simply a player earnestly engaged in the game, harboring no strange affections for you, nor any particular feelings for Lucky Meow. Let us converse amicably. If we cannot be lovers, surely we can at least be friends. His tone was sincere. Is that so? Are you certain you are not deceiving me? Minerva asked, her skepticism evident. Cough, I can hardly breathe. Please let me down, I beg you. Lucky Meow, akin to a fledgling chick, dangled in the air, her face turning crimson. Observing her near demise and noting that Xiaofeng did not display any urgency towards his beloved, Minerva finally acquiesced, releasing Lucky Meow onto the ground. The spiteful sorceress. Lucky Meow silently harbored grievances from her fall. Let us sit down and have a serious discussion, Xiaofeng proposed. Minerva regarded him, her eyes still reflecting infatuation, though notably more lucid than before. She nodded. Very well, let us have a proper conversation. It is not too late for you to change your mind. With that, she led the two of them into the castle. Chapter 059, The Essence of Divine Dew Spring. The interior of the Rose Castle was spacious and opulent, akin to a royal palace. The attendants serving Minerva were not grotesque denizens of the abyss, but rather ordinary human servants. Most of these servants were NPCs below level 80, having been captured and deprived of their freedom in the abyss. However, they appeared to have suffered no excessive cruelty, their limbs were intact, and their bodies bore no signs of prolonged abuse. Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow followed Minerva into the lounge. Minerva elegantly seated herself in the position of honor, her noble black gauze dress concealing half her body, revealing her long, graceful legs and delicate arms. What brings you to the abyss? Minerva inquired. Xiaofeng reiterated his previous statements. His true purpose was, of course, the divine dew spring. Visiting Minerva was merely a fortuitous detour. Naturally, he would still show respect to the sorceress, presenting both matters in tandem. However, Minerva, being somewhat infatuated, responded to his words with a wistful tone. If you do not like me, why would you risk peril to travel so far to see me? You are playing hard to get, teasing my affections. You scoundrel. Yet I find myself willing to accept this side of you. As she spoke, her previous fierceness dissipated, leaving behind a giddy disposition. Xiaofeng was at a loss for words. Lucky Meow, perceiving his exasperation, interjected, That is not the case, Your Highness. In truth, Xiaofeng is gay, and he does not fancy women. His treatment of you is merely a matter of politeness. Xiaofeng. While explanations are fine, why must she tarnish his reputation? He, Xiaofeng, was a steely man. How could he possibly be attracted to other men? Fortunately, Minerva, as an NPC, did not comprehend the term gay. Instead, she merely smiled and shook her head, saying, You are speaking nonsense. I do not believe you. Just now, when I embraced Xiaofeng and kissed him, his heart raced. It is clear he has feelings for me. Is that true? Lucky Meow asked, casting a dubious glance. Feeling a bit as though she was witnessing something unsettling, Xiaofeng responded with an impassive face, I was merely startled. To prevent the two women from straying further into this topic, he decisively redirected the conversation, saying, Let us discuss the divine dew spring instead. Minerva, Can you provide me with information about this item? I am in dire need of it. Without it, I cannot advance to the second tier, and my growth and strength will be severely hindered. Well, Minerva displayed a look of distress. After a brief moment, she spoke. It is not impossible to share this with you, but this item is exceedingly precious, and even I cannot bestow it upon you. Its significance is such that it can only be obtained with my father's consent. Xiaofeng felt a stir of curiosity. When he had inquired about the divine spring from Ramika, the latter had exhibited extraordinary excitement and acted without hesitation. Now, with Minerva exhibiting such seriousness, it appeared that the divine spring was indeed not an easily obtainable treasure. What exactly was it? What benefits did it confer? Where could it be acquired? Xiaofeng bombarded her with questions. Minerva elucidated, the divine spring is a term used in the realm of gods. In our abyss, it is referred to as the primordial essence. Primordial essence? Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow were taken aback. The name sounded remarkably formidable. Minerva nodded, indeed. The primordial essence is a treasure of immense value, highly esteemed by both divine and demonic races. It can enhance the quality of one's bloodline and amplify potential. For instance, evolved from a high-ranking demon to a perfect pure-blood demon precisely because I absorbed a substantial amount of primordial essence in my youth, which granted me an immaculate appearance. In addition to enhancing bloodlines, it also extends lifespan. Each drop of primordial essence can augment one's life by a decade. The more one consumes, the stronger the effect, with a maximum extension of up to 10,000 years. Its rarity places it among the most coveted treasures across the world. For both the abyss and the divine realm, it is a vital heirloom, not to be divulged. Anyone who covets it will face relentless retribution. Her explanation allowed Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow to finally grasp the significance of the divine spring, enhancing bloodline quality and prolonging life. This item was undoubtedly extraordinary, ranking among the finest treasures in the entire game. Although unaware of its effects on players, Xiaofeng could still sense the formidable challenge of acquiring it. He pondered for a moment and said, "You evolved from a high-ranking demon to a pure-blood demon through the use of substantial amounts of primordial essence. A mere drop, which only extends life by 10 years, does not seem overly powerful. If I were to request just a few drops, would that be possible?" Minerva shook her head. "It is impossible. My father would never permit the primordial essence to be distributed to humans. Even if you were to seek out the gods in the divine realm, they would similarly refuse. What then? If we cannot obtain this item, we will be unable to advance to the second tier, and our progress will inevitably lag behind." Lucky Meow's brow furrowed, anxiety creeping in. She knew acquiring the divine spring would be arduous, but she had not anticipated it to be this insurmountable. This treasure was highly coveted even by the great demon lords. For two players yet to reach level 100, obtaining it seemed virtually impossible. Minerva, unfazed by Lucky Meow's distress, noticed Xiaofeng's furrowed brow and felt compelled to assist. She inquired, "What is your purpose in seeking this item? Who sent you to obtain the primordial essence?" "It is an elderly poet named Defiona. She was once affiliated with the Moon Temple, but later." Xiaofeng explained the circumstances. Upon hearing this, the witch frowned. "Xiaofeng, my dear brother, how naive you are. You do not need to rely solely on her for your advancement. Surely you can find another. As for the Moon Witch, why not simply eliminate her and seize her artifact? Surely that would be a straightforward task." Lucky Meow interjected, "I initially thought that way, but I believe I cannot defeat her. If I wait until I grow stronger, I will no longer require her artifact. Moreover, Xiaofeng needs her assistance for class advancement. Defiona has issued a team quest, and we have come together for that purpose." Xiaofeng felt a tinge of embarrassment as he replied, "I merely wish to acquire an extraordinary artifact for enjoyment. I never anticipated that the divine spring would be so challenging to obtain. Furthermore, what if I were to kill Defiona and she did not drop the artifact? When playing games, the most important aspect is the thrill." Tempted by the allure of a reward akin to a super artifact, he was certainly willing to exert effort for it. A journey to the abyss posed no significant challenge for him, so upon Defiona's stipulation, he dashed over eagerly. Yet reality was harsh. After Minerva's explanation, he profoundly recognized the absurd difficulty of acquiring the divine spring. Defiona was truly a pitfall. Minerva could not help but smile, gazing at Xiaofeng with a fond expression. She chuckled, "Silly brother, if you desire treasures, come to me. Although our demonic race cannot forge artifacts, we have dispatched numerous gods and high-ranking divine emissaries over the years, acquiring many artifacts from them. As long as you ask nicely and agree to serve me well, as my man, I can provide you with whatever you desire." Chapter 060, A Substitute? Upon hearing this, both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow froze. Xiaofeng awkwardly replied, "Could you please refrain from making such peculiar requests? Although my level is low, I am quite capable and do not need to rely on others for sustenance. I have dignity and boundaries. Please do not bring this up again." Yet, what she expressed was from the heart. The witch spoke earnestly. Lucky Meow, witnessing the exchange, felt increasingly awkward. However, if serving an NPC could yield numerous artifacts, even a super artifact, it did not seem entirely unacceptable. Perhaps it was quite advantageous. Enough. I am the mightiest man in the heavens, and my mind is quite clear. I will never exchange my body and dignity for virtual items. Xiaofeng replied with some impatience. Minerva's infatuation genuinely vexed him. Had it not been for the assistance of this NPC, with his fiery temper, he would have long since unleashed his skills to eliminate her. Minerva, I must inquire once more. If I were to insist on acquiring the primordial essence, where should I seek it? He rose, asking one final time. Minerva shook her head. Do not dwell on it. There is no opportunity. Its sole source is the ancient mountain range at the very center of the endless abyss. There, my father and 2 other demon lords, 3 major avatars, guard it. Even if a main god were to descend, they would gain nothing. Very well, then I shall abandon this pursuit. Xiaofeng sighed, expressing his resignation. The power of demon lords was comparable to that of main gods. With his current abilities, he might have some chance against divine generals of the temple. But to confront true gods was still beyond his means. Lucky Meow, let us depart. Xiaofeng produced a return scroll, preparing to leave. Yet, upon hearing this, Lucky Meow grew anxious regarding the quest item. Xiaofeng could forego Defiona's reward and seek assistance from another NPC for his second-tier advancement, but she could not. Only the High Priestess of the Moon and Defiona could facilitate her advancement. If she did not complete this quest, she would be unable to learn advanced skills. No matter how far ahead she was now, she would eventually be caught up. Xiaofeng suggested. You could form a party to eliminate Defiona and then proceed with the temple quest for advancement. She appears frail and on the brink of death. It likely won't be too difficult. However, Lucky Meow still felt conflicted. The challenge of a level 150 mythical boss remained exceedingly high, and she was uncertain of her ability to prevail. At that moment, Minerva suddenly interjected, I happen to possess something that may assist you in completing this task. What do you mean? Did you not say that the primordial essence cannot be given to us? Xiaofeng asked, perplexed. Minerva shook her head. Of course. I cannot give you the primordial essence, but the person you mentioned, does she not merely wish to extend her life? Prolonging life does not necessarily require the primordial essence. That seems to make sense. Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow paused, then nodded vigorously in agreement. Minia addressed the two, saying, In our abyss lies a treasure known as the Fountain of Youth, which possesses the ability to prolong life. A single draught from this fountain can extend your lifespan by 2 centuries, sufficient for you to report back. Xiaofeng, elated, inquired, Where might this wondrous elixir be? We shall seek it at once. Lucky Cat's eyes also sparkled with renewed hope. However, just as their enthusiasm surged, Minia began to tease them. With arms crossed, in a leisurely tone, she remarked, There are no free benefits in this world. What do you desire in return? Xiaofeng questioned. Minia. Her amethyst eyes fixed upon him, smiled enigmatically without uttering a word. Lucky Cat, understanding instantly, chimed in, You only need to serve her for 1 night. Xiaofeng, taken aback, retorted, Farewell. Such an absurd condition was utterly unacceptable to him. He promptly produced a return scroll, prepared to depart. Do not leave. We can negotiate. Minia, sensing his firm rejection, grew anxious and swiftly cast a binding spell, immobilizing him. Though Xiaofeng found himself unable to move, his tongue remained unrestrained as he adamantly refused. I am a respectable player, not here to engage in any lascivious antics. Oh, it's perfectly fine. You won't lose anything. I shall keep it a secret. And once you leave here, you will be as pure as a driven snow, Lucky Cat insisted, unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. How dare you betray me? Xiaofeng thought furiously, wishing to strike her down with a lightning arrow. Minia, having faced rejection multiple times, felt her confidence severely shaken. Observing his resolute demeanor, she could only sigh, Very well, you are right. A forced fruit is never sweet. Here, take this, and tossed a beautifully crafted metal vial to him. What is this? Xiaofeng looked closely, his spirits soaring. Fountain of Youth, mythical. Upon use, permanently increases life limit by 10,000 points. Each character may use it only once. This item not only extends the lifespan of NPCs, but also enhances player attributes, rivaling that of a piece of divine armor. Alas, it was too scant for personal use. It could only serve as a quest item. Thank you, Minia. Xiaofeng expressed his gratitude hastily. Humph. The once fiery sorceress now resembled a sulking bride. Turning her back and ignoring him, Xiaofeng felt a twinge of awkwardness but had nothing further to say. He stowed away the Fountain of Youth and thanked her once more before departing. Cursed man, Minia lamented, feeling deeply wounded as she watched Xiaofeng walk away without a backward glance. Yet moments later, a smile crept onto her face as she murmured to herself. My judgment is indeed astute. Xiaofeng is not only handsome, but possesses remarkable integrity, principles, and boundaries. A man like him is not easily obtainable. I must strive harder. Upon exiting the Rose Castle, Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat promptly shattered their return scrolls, reappearing in Stormwind City. Step aside. Don't block the way. Familiar shouts echoed in their ears. The surface environment was indeed more comfortable. Bathed in sunlight, Xiaofeng stretched lazily, indifferent to the city guard NPCs. Meanwhile, Lucky Cat regarded him with curiosity and genuine interest, asking, What is it about you that captivates her so? Why does Minia obsess over you? Xiaofeng shrugged. How would I know? She was enamored with an NPC before, yet upon seeing me, she immediately shifted her affections, leaving me utterly embarrassed. Could it be that I am simply too handsome? Quite the predicament. Perhaps that is merely her character, Lucky Cat mused, chuckling. This game is becoming increasingly enjoyable. Enjoyable, indeed. Now let us go turn in the quest, Xiaofeng said, eager to move on from the topic as he headed directly to the small teleportation array. Paying the 2 gold fee, the two of them teleported as a team to Wind Fury City. They then retraced their previous steps toward Boulder Town. Outside the city, the con artist, Danes, had vanished. It remained unclear whether she had scampered home to weep after being exposed or had relocated to ensnare others. They made rapid progress and soon reached Boulder Town. Elder Daphne, we have returned. Back at the tavern, Daphne sat in her original spot. And the bard Algernon had not departed either. So soon. Is the task too daunting, and you wish to abandon it? Daphne inquired, puzzled. The time since they had been teleported from the tavern had only passed 3 hours. Such a brief duration hardly sufficed for a deep abyss mission, making it evident that they could not have successfully completed the task. She suspected they had returned to plead for a reduction in difficulty. Thus, she shook her head. Though this matter is indeed challenging, the rewards I offer are undoubtedly worth it. I shall not change my mind. You must think of another plan. Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat exchanged glances and smiled. Elder Daphne, I believe you have misunderstood. Although we could not procure the divine dew of the spring, we have discovered another treasure that can also prolong life. Given your current health condition, it should yield similar effects. With that, he retrieved the exquisite vial containing the fountain of youth from his backpack. Another treasure? What could possibly substitute for the divine dew of the spring? Daphne expressed skepticism. She accepted the vial and scrutinized it closely. After uncorking it and inhaling its fragrance, she was astonished. What is this? It harbors such immense vitality. Xiaofeng elaborated. It is called the Fountain of Youth, originating from the abyssal realm. Consuming it grants an extension of 2 centuries to one's life, an item of mythic caliber. Elder, this is equivalent to 20 drops of divine dew of the spring. Are you not satisfied? Indeed, it is a splendid item, truly remarkable. Daphne's murky old eyes sparkled with excitement, and her aged visage appeared to regain some vitality. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, lifted the vial, and tilted it back to drink the entire contents of the Fountain of Youth. At long last, I can escape the shadow of death. Thank you, brave Xiaofeng and courageous Lucky Cat. No need for thanks, Elder. We all benefit in this arrangement, Xiaofeng replied eagerly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of his second-class advancement. Following the second-class transition, he would not only acquire additional skills, but also witness an evolution of his class talents, expanding his skill set further. When next encountering a raid, he would not be limited to battling 20 or 30,000 foes. Even 50 or 100,000 would be mere trifles for him. Lucky Cat was equally thrilled. Her class was arguably more formidable than Xiaofeng's, merely lacking an exponential talent. Once she achieved her second-class advancement, it would be a qualitative leap. However, just as the two were poised to embrace their transitions, Daphne, having consumed the Fountain of Youth, suddenly let out a cold laugh, her expression shifting. What do you mean by mutual benefit? I tasked you with finding the divine dew of the spring. This Fountain of Youth is a gift you have bestowed upon me, not the quest item I entrusted you to procure. Now that the divine dew of the spring has not materialized, your task remains unfulfilled. On what grounds do you demand my assistance for your class transition? Simultaneously, her appearance began to transform at an astonishing rate, aging visibly in reverse, until she resembled a 30-something dark-robed sorceress. What do you mean by that? Hearing Daphne's words, Xiaofeng and Lucky Cat were both taken aback. This NPC intended to renege on their agreement. Battle of the 061 SD word. Level 200 mythical. What does this mean? Ha ha ha, foolish adventurers. Fiona slowly rose, her dark robe transforming as intricate magical patterns emerged. Simultaneously, a staff, adorned with ethereal azure gemstones, materialized in her grasp. Fiona, the holy mage of the moon, mythical boss. Level 200. Health points 1, 745, 000. Target level too high, unable to retrieve further data. A brand new set of data appeared. This was Fiona's true form. Observing the bewildered expressions of Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, she laughed arrogantly. I once believed my life had reached its conclusion, yet fate has spared me, sending you 2 fools to rescue me. Now that my strength is restored, my sister, the High Priestess, and I shall continue our battle. As a token of gratitude, I shall grant you a death devoid of suffering. With that, she waved her staff, unleashing a beam of moonlight that shot forth like a blade towards Lucky Meow. Watch out! Xiaofeng sidestepped, shielding his teammate, as the earth elemental shield surged forth to protect him. With a resounding thud, the moonlight blade struck, absorbed by the blood shield inherent to the mythical hat. This wretched game. How can an NPC deceive players? It is utterly revolting. Lucky Meow exclaimed, taking refuge behind Xiaofeng. Her fury palpable. She was furious, But Xiaofeng was even angrier. Had he known things would escalate to this, he would have assisted Lucky Meow in dispatching that old hag sooner. However, it was too late for regrets. The situation had spiraled out of control, and the precious fountain of youth had been squandered, irretrievable. They could only eliminate Defiona to reclaim their honor. Lightning arrow, magic missile. He retaliated with 2 swift spells, only to have them nullified by an invisible shield. In the tavern, Algernon and the innkeeper cowered beneath the table, trembling in fear. Such pitiful creatures attempting to resist? Defiona scoffed at Xiaofeng's defiance. With a gesture of her left hand, an overwhelming surge of magic erupted forth. In the next instant, boom, a torrent of white moonlight burst forth, radiating from her form and obliterating the tavern in an instant, with surrounding buildings crumbling at an alarming rate. What is happening? Help! The unfortunate innkeeper and bard were struck down, their health points obliterated by the moonlight shockwave, leading to their immediate demise. Boom! Xiaofeng's blood shield shattered, leaving only the final layer intact. Lucky Meow, sheltered behind him, remained unscathed. The moonlight shockwave expanded until it reached 500 meters, leaving devastation in its wake. All players and NPC civilians perished, save for a few slightly stronger militia who survived. Damn it, this lunatic even slaughters innocent NPCs. Xiaofeng thought, his heart heavy with shock and guilt. It was his fault. Otherwise, Defiona would never have descended to such madness. It seemed he alone must clean up this mess. Deluge, Xiaofeng chanted, unleashing a large-scale area spell centered around himself, engulfing Defiona within its reach. You little thing still alive? Defiona expressed surprise at his resilience after enduring both a moonlight blade and a shockwave. The deluge spell successfully cast. Raindrops accompanied by magic missiles and fireballs rained down upon Defiona. In the same heartbeat, 3 separate damage outputs registered. Even the holy shield would falter. Yet, a white spherical protective barrier enveloped Defiona, rendering his spells completely ineffective. This was the passive skill from the Moon Temple's 5th class advancement, Eternal Moonlight. Granting immunity to all damage for 3 seconds, Lucky Meow explained. So powerful, I wish I had that. It could be an invincibility lasting 30,000 seconds, Xiaofeng mused. Realizing that his damage would be ineffective, he and Lucky Meow retreated, distancing themselves from Defiona. Your struggles are quite adorable. I suppose I'll entertain myself a bit. Defiona remarked with a cat-and-mouse demeanor, swinging her staff as a barrage of damaging spells flew toward the two. Xiaofeng, be careful. Moonlight Blessing. Night's Sovereign. Moonlight Shield. Lucky Meow swiftly cast 3 enhancement buffs upon Xiaofeng, stating, my survival capabilities are lacking. I fear I may perish. If I fall, I shall resurrect immediately at the Moon Temple to summon help. Hold on. No need for that. Who falls first remains to be seen. Xiaofeng retorted coldly. Being deceived by an NPC was a grave affront to his intelligence. He was determined to eliminate Defiona to satiate his wrath. NPCs issuing quests, players completing them. This was a standard expectation, and no one anticipated NPCs would resort to trickery. Yet, what was done was done. Overthinking served no purpose, and only battle remained. Bang, bang, bang. The Moonlight spell struck, depleting the last layer of his blood shield and the protective effects of Moonlight Shield. With a crack, he endured an attack that dealt a staggering 310,000 damage. A level 200, 5th class mythical boss, her power had reached its zenith. Even a basic attack inflicted 20 to 30,000 damage, illustrating just how formidable she was. However, Xiaofeng possessed a million-point shield and remained undaunted. The 3 seconds elapsed. Prepare to meet your end. Counting down the moments, he observed the Moonlight Shield dissipate from Defiona and immediately struck again. First, a magic missile, followed by a gale spell. The deluge still poured, and gales rose in tandem. The surrounding space became a tempest of wind and rain, unleashing horrific damage that obliterated the already ravaged structures. A mere novice mage dares to challenge a domain's champion. How laughable. Defiona scoffed. She chanted for a brief second, as a radiant white moon ascended behind her, emanating boundless brilliance and coalescing into a beam directed at Xiaofeng. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. The beam struck, each interval inflicting 300,000 damage. Yet, simultaneously, Xiaofeng's skills bore down upon Defiona. Snap. 169, 192. 1, 378, 198. 268, 981. The damage from Deluge, Magic Missile, and Gale manifested. Compared to Xiaofeng's nearly 1/200 attack power, the results appeared anomalous, amounting to only about 1/10 of theoretical damage. Her damage reduction was an astonishing 90. Xiaofeng was taken aback. He had anticipated that a few skills would suffice to vanquish Defiona, but her resilience proved to be a considerable challenge. Meteor. Xiaofeng's mind raced, and he promptly resolved to unleash his ultimate skill. The cooldown for Meteor had long since expired, taking advantage of the ongoing storm. He began to chant the most potent spell. Under the cover of the tempest, fire elements began to coalesce. Meanwhile, his previous skill damage had captured Defiona's full attention. You little brat, under the suppression of a domain champion, you dare inflict such substantial damage upon me. Seeking to use a forbidden spell? You are courting death. The narrow eyes suddenly narrowed, realizing that Xiaofeng had commenced chanting a forbidden spell. Without hesitation, Daphne unleashed a barrage of 3 consecutive high-damage single-target skills. Boom. Bang. Hiss. 2, 193, 829. 1, 887, 919. 2, 409, 919. The terrifying figures exceeding 1,000,000 in damage left both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow pale with fear. Fortunately, the Earth Elemental Shield remained remarkably resilient. Despite sustaining such grievous damage, it did not shatter and retained a small fraction of its health. It's still alive? Daphne was taken aback. Confident in her own strength, she believed no one beneath the holy domain could withstand her relentless assaults unscathed. Yet, before this seemingly feeble adventurer, she had failed, not even breaching the elemental shield. This is impossible. I shall try again. Daphne thought in frustration, casting another powerful spell. A round moon appeared out of thin air, casting a multitude of moonlight. An indiscriminate attack within a 100-meter radius. Lucky Meow was struck by the moonlight, letting out a wail as 800,000 damage popped up above its head, collapsing on the spot. Xiaofeng's shield also registered a staggering 900,000 damage. Persisting for a full 5 seconds, the Earth Elemental Shield had been breached. Chapter 062. Even a meteor can't kill. As Xiaofeng chanted the meteor spell, he found himself unable to unleash any other skills. Furthermore, the cooldown for the Earth Elemental Shield had not yet elapsed. Just 3 seconds more, merely 3 seconds. Damn it. I refuse to accept this. Xiaofeng's heart raced with anxiety, yet he was powerless to halt his spell for other actions. You little brat, prepare to die? Daphne sneered as she saw him devoid of any defensive means, her expression turning savage. With a wave of her staff, a singular moonlight blade sliced toward him. Purification. At that moment, Xiaofeng was astonished to see Lucky Meow, who had just been slain, rise once more and bestow upon him a state of invulnerability. However, the invulnerability state doesn't reduce damage. He would still take the hit and perish. Moonlight Guardian. Lucky Meow cast a new buff skill. Pop. The moonlight blade approached, and the shield effect of Moonlight Guardian shattered, perfectly countering the attack. Your skill has no cooldown? How can it be so fast? Xiaofeng exclaimed in disbelief. It hasn't even been 30 seconds. How can the skill have cooled down so quickly? Without waiting for Lucky Meow's response, another moonlight blade came hurtling toward them. Only 2 seconds left. Now he was truly out of skills. Xiaofeng, I did my best. Lucky Meow dashed forward, arms outstretched to shield him. Thud. The moonlight blade struck, inflicting over 200,000 damage, and the freshly revived Lucky Meow fell once more. Oh, how tragic. Witnessing his companion fall twice in quick succession left Xiaofeng feeling deeply pained. The meteor spell was merely 1 second away from release. Yet Daphne's next skill was already upon them. It's over, it's over. He had no skills left to conjure another shield. And the blood shield effect from the divine helmet would take over 4 minutes to regenerate. What a wasted effort. Swoosh. An attack struck him, causing a sharp pain in his chest, and his vision darkened momentarily. Yet he did not perish. Unyielding Spirit. A status effect shimmered above his head. His health bar remained full, and he had gained an additional shield identical to his health value. Unyielding Spirit. The passive effect of the Godslayer robe. By the heavens. I nearly forgot I had such a life-saving passive. Xiaofeng was instantly elated. At this moment, the chanting of the meteor spell finally concluded. Boom. The sky trembled. Flames illuminating the ground. Damn it. How could he have managed this? Daphne cursed, astonished that 2 insignificant weaklings could prove so challenging. The forbidden spell, Meteor, descended. She had already experienced Xiaofeng's offensive capabilities, having lost over 3 million health after a full barrage of storm and rain. Now, witnessing the colossal meteor in the sky, 6 times larger than a standard meteor, she understood she could not withstand it head-on. Quickly, she cast defensive magic, erecting 3 layers of protective shields. The meteor plummeted from the heavens, igniting in a fiery blaze as it collided with the air. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the meteor struck the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 layers of holy shields surrounding Daphne shattered in rapid succession. 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 20, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. 30, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. The 3 shields absorbed a staggering 60 million damage, a truly terrifying effect. However, this moment's meteor spell dealt an astonishing 2.4 billion damage. After breaching the 3 shields, the meteor spell continued to rain down upon Daphne. Moon Goddess's body. Daphne invoked her final life-saving skill. Boom. The earth quaked, and shockwaves radiated outward. A crater formed where the tavern once stood, with Daphne herself being buried beneath the meteor's impact. 12, 398, 299. A significantly smaller damage number than anticipated appeared above her head. She was still alive. By the heavens, this is absurdly resilient. Xiaofeng could hardly believe it. A skill dealing over 200 million damage couldn't kill her, achieving a staggering 95 damage reduction. Haha. From the depths of the pit, Daphne erupted into maniacal laughter. At this moment, her health was reduced to less than 2 million. Yet, she had survived. Stumbling out of the pit in a somewhat disheveled state, she derided. Weaklings will always be weaklings, in the true holy domain. Before she could finish, a lightning bolt, a projectile, and a fireball struck her in succession. 1, 672, 892, 900, 918. 2 damage figures appeared. The fireball spell completely expended. Daphne's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the young mage not far away, filled with regret. Not dead yet. Why aren't you finishing me off? How foolish to waste time with taunts. The mocking voice echoed in her ears. In the next moment, Daphne lost consciousness, her body plummeting back to the bottom of the crater. Crash. In an instant, a massive array of items erupted from her form, nearly filling the entire bottom of the crater. Simultaneously, a melodious system notification resonated in the ears of Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow. Ding. You have defeated the level 200 mythical boss, Moon Saint Mage Daphne, and gained 98,750 reputation. Congratulations. You are the first player in this battle zone to slay a holy domain boss, earning an honor reward, a mythical skill book for your class. Your party has defeated the Moon Saint Mage Daphne, collectively earning 92,650,000 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 68. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 69. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 85. Battle Zone Announcement. Players Xiao Feng and Lucky Meow have first defeated the Holy Domain boss, earning a mythical skill book for their class. Battle Zone Announcement. Battle Zone Announcement. In an instant, the resounding announcements echoed through the ears of all players in the battle zone. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Holy Domain boss. Isn't that a mythical creature above level 200? Goodness, 2 individuals managed to vanquish a level 200 mythical boss. Can anyone enlighten me on this extraordinary situation? A mythical skill book. Oh, how I yearn for one as well. Look at the leaderboard. Those 2 have skyrocketed. It has barely been 2 days since the server launched, and some players are still unfamiliar with the significance of the term sanctuary boss. It denotes a boss above level 200 of mythical caliber. Merely reaching level 200 without attaining mythical strength does not count. Yet, at this moment, someone has actually defeated such a formidable boss, leaving all players in utter astonishment. Upon inspecting the leaderboard, the first place, Xiao Feng, has astonishingly surged to level 85. The second, Lucky Meow, has also reached level 82, far ahead of everyone else. The third, Sword Slashing the World, has only just attained level 50, while those ranked 4th and below have not even reached level 45. It's utterly outrageous. Throughout the battleground, countless players are lamenting this occurrence. Xiao Feng has received numerous messages and friend requests from his acquaintances, yet he has ignored them all. For it is the time for looting. The crater from the meteor spell will soon be repaired, and if he delays, what if the items dropped by the boss become buried beneath the earth? Without a second thought for Lucky Meow, still sprawled on the ground, he leaped into the depths of the crater and began to frantically collect all the dropped items. Red, red, and more red. Hiss. There's even a rainbow-colored item. At that moment, Xiao Feng was overwhelmed with astonishment. Chapter 063, the Super Artifact and Divine Punishment Skill. Within a mere minute, Xiao Feng had deposited all the items into the public inventory of the team. Lucky Meow, opting not to resurrect in the main city, remained on the ground awaiting the outcome of her battle. Upon seeing the additional items in the public inventory, she gasped, "Ah, a super artifact drop." The multicolored radiance was so distinctive, presenting a performance unlike any other quality item. As the light shimmered, a perfectly round white orb appeared before their eyes, radiating boundless allure. The battle was not in vain. A super artifact, exhilarating. Xiao Feng exclaimed with laughter. He climbed out of the pit and retrieved a resurrection scroll, pulling Lucky Meow to her feet. "You're incredible. Being able to defeat a level 200 mythical boss is simply unbelievable," Lucky Meow marveled. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed anyone could accomplish such a feat gazing at the bounty in the inventory. Her mind buzzed, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. The dazzling multicolored light compelled her to examine its attributes. Moonlight orb, beyond mythical. Soulbound, and will never drop once bound. Equipment requirement. Follower of the moon god, designated player Lucky Meow, serial number XXXXXXXXXX. Special effects. Might, grants level 80 spell attack power. Special effects. Solemnity grants level 1000 health points. Special effects. All beings, all healing effects are doubled. Special effects. Wisdom, allows the learning of all class skills regardless of level. Special effects. Divine Grace, has a small chance to trigger a double effect when using skills. Active effect. Wrath of the Moon God, summons a radiant moon, projecting scorching moonlight over a designated area with a radius of 100 meters, inflicting 200 of spell damage per second for 10 seconds, usable once daily. Active effect. Night punishment, designates a target, blinding them for 60 seconds. This effect cannot be dispelled, usable once daily. 5 special effects, 2 active skills. Both Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow were left speechless. This was an equipment piece devoid of base attributes, yet the first 2 special effects surpassed any conventional stat. Any level 50 player equipped with this super artifact would gain 4,000 attack power and 50,000 health points. It's worth noting that when Xiaofeng was level 60, his attack power barely exceeded 800. With this super artifact in hand, even without a hidden class or special talents, one could effortlessly dominate the battlefield. Not to mention, the subsequent effects were increasingly formidable, with the active skill, Wrath of the Moon God, dealing total damage of 2,000, akin to an incantation-free forbidden spell. This is the power of the super artifact. However, such an extraordinary super artifact could only be wielded by a follower of the Moon God, and upon its emergence, it was immediately bound to Lucky Meow, leaving him no opportunity whatsoever. Xiaofeng's demeanor crumbled. Sister Meow, shall we swap accounts? He implored pitifully. Lucky Meow, still entranced by the terrifying effects of the super artifact, instinctively replied, we can't switch, how would we change accounts? Xiaofeng was nearly in tears. After such a struggle to obtain a super artifact, only to find it unusable by himself, was an unbearable disappointment. Slowly regaining her composure, Lucky Meow felt elated to have unexpectedly acquired an invincible super artifact. Observing Xiaofeng's woeful expression, she couldn't help but chuckle. Don't wear such a sorrowful face. You still possess numerous mythical quality items, each with immense value. Alas, having seen the moonlight orb, everything else now seems like rubbish, Xiaofeng lamented. What cruel fate! That such exceptional equipment would be bestowed upon a mere support player instead of the primary damage dealer. Where's the justice in this? The joy of achieving the first kill on a level 200 mythical boss was overshadowed, leaving only frustration in his heart. Yet, to be fair, he was somewhat prepared for this. After all, Fiona had already mentioned before embarking on quests that even if the moonlight orb were given to him, he would be unable to utilize it. Now, having witnessed its effects firsthand, he could only resign himself to the reality. Let us examine the other items instead. Out of sight, out of mind, he collected the items. The moonlight orb had not passed through his hands. The system automatically allocated it to Lucky Meow. Xiaofeng, thank you for helping me with my job change and for securing this equipment. Lucky Meow exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in delight at the acquisition of the super artifact. Feeling the need to express her gratitude further, she added, should you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to call upon me. Even if it involves battling the Moon Temple, I will assist you unconditionally. No, even if it's an offline brawl, I'll fly over to cheer you on. Very well, Xiaofeng nodded, feeling a little better in his heart. Regardless, this encounter at least yielded a friend. With Lucky Meow in possession of the super artifact, she had firmly secured her position as the top support in the realm of heavens. As for himself, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would undoubtedly be the premier damage dealer in heavens. Together, they would surely be able to conquer all bosses within the realm. At that time, they would undoubtedly uncover even more super artifacts. As for offline brawls, he was merely a university student, not a street fighter. What a far-fetched notion. Let us inspect the other loot. In the public inventory, the amount of gold was somewhat lacking, totaling only 200,000 gold coins. Clearly, Fiona was financially challenged. This sum was merely the system's guaranteed monetary reward. However, the item rewards were quite plentiful. A total of 6 red quality items appeared. Among them, 3 were equipment pieces, all requiring the 4th job advancement, necessitating level 150 for use. While their attributes were impressive, for the time being, they could only be stored away. The other 3 items are rather impressive. Firstly, there is the Site Construction Order, a guaranteed drop from mythic bosses above level 100. It has been less than a day since the commencement of the battle across the heavens to establish a base. The value of this construction order remains extraordinarily high. Even if it doesn't fetch the exorbitant price of 100 million, selling it for 30 to 40 million should pose no issue. Secondly, there exists a unique item that is neither equipment nor a consumable, but rather a class transition item. The Moonlight Priest's Manual. Possessing this item allows one to transition to the Moonlight Priest class, a hidden priest-type profession, at the Moon Temple. This item is perfectly suited for Old Li, Xiaofeng used. However, he pondered which was stronger, the Moonlight Priest or the Moon Witch. The last red item is the Heart of the Divine, a miraculous potion that permanently increases intelligence by 50 points. Xiaofeng consumed it immediately, boosting his attributes. In addition to these, his inventory held a plethora of legendary and epic quality items. Among them, there were 5 skill books, but Xiaofeng could only utilize one. The Blade of the Gale unleashes a wind blade that advances forward, dealing 200 spell damage based on attack power to enemies in its path, dissipating after covering 30 meters or inflicting damage 10 times, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. This skill is influenced by the meteorologist's talent, allowing it to cut through a full 180 meters. However, the 10-hit damage cap, much like the bouncing limit of chain lightning, does not benefit from amplification. Thus, it can only serve as a supplementary skill to fill in the gaps. Additionally, There was a god-tier skill book as a first kill reward. Xiaofeng suddenly noticed a glimmer of red light in his inventory. Lucky Meow also took note. Mythic skills are the ultimate skills, even more potent than legendary ones. While legendary skills are akin to forbidden spells, mythic skills are unequivocally the apex of power, commonly referred to as divine retribution. The two simultaneously unveiled the mythic skill books awarded by the system. Cataclysm, mythic. The ultimate skill of the meteorologist, unleashing a storm of fire, hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and thunderstorms in succession, covering a radius of 1,000 meters around oneself, with each weather effect lasting 10 seconds. It requires a 5-second chant, during which movement is impossible. Though it grants immunity to control effects, consuming 2,000 mana per second, and can be used once every 7 days. Doom Sacrifice, mythic. The ultimate skill of the Moon Witch. Sacrificing all personal attributes to unleash the final moonlight in a 500-meter radius, restoring 200 of the sum of all friendly characters' attributes as health, while inflicting damage equal to 200 of the sum of all personal attributes on all enemies. The chant lasts 3 seconds, and after casting, all attributes are reduced to 1 for 24 hours, consuming 5,000 mana. Usable once every 7 days. Chapter 064. Who is Lucky Meow? Both gazed at the descriptions of the skill books, enveloped in silence. Truly formidable. After a long while, Xiaofeng finally managed to utter a remark. Indeed, Lucky Meow was utterly at a loss for words. These two skills are the strongest in their respective classes, with a lengthy cooldown of 7 days. Their effects are indisputable, essentially capable of sweeping the battlefield. Alas, the mana cost is prohibitively high, rendering them unusable at present, Xiaofeng lamented. His situation was somewhat better, as he could quickly gather 2,000 mana. However, Lucky Meow would likely struggle to meet the 5,000 mana requirement, even at level 100. Let us learn them anyway. They will undoubtedly prove useful eventually, Lucky Meow suggested. Both skill books were bound, so not learning them would still occupy inventory space. They promptly used the skill books, incorporating these potent abilities into their skill slots. With matters settled and their bags full, it was time to return to the main city. Xiaofeng realized that his inventory could no longer accommodate the vast array of items dropped by Fiona. He had yet to store the spoils from his previous ventures into the abyss, and thus, this multitude of equipment had to be temporarily discarded into the communal storage. However, Lucky Meow frowned and inquired, "Can we return to the main city now?" Glancing around, they observed that the entire stone town had been devastated, with numerous NPCs perished. Although much of the destruction was wrought by Fiona, Xiaofeng's subsequent gale and meteor spells also inflicted considerable damage to the surroundings, leaving them uncertain if they would be wanted by the authorities. Just then, the previously frightened townsfolk began to regain their composure. A few battered militia members approached Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Brave warriors, although we are unsure of what just transpired, we must thank you for saving us. The wicked sorceress has been vanquished by your hands, and we shall petition the city lord for your commendation." Xiaofeng felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. It seemed they would not be labeled as fugitives. Moreover, the formerly hostile militia now exhibited a much friendlier demeanor. Clearly, good deeds do reap rewards. Let us head back to the city. After exchanging a few words with the town's NPCs, Xiaofeng and Lucky Meow shattered their return scrolls, teleporting directly back to Stormwind City. "Make way, don't block the path." The patrolling soldiers in Stormwind City were as boisterous as ever. Xiaofeng had long since grown accustomed to their arrogance and chose to ignore them. The two made their way to the market district, reaching the warehouse to securely store their valuable items, also retrieving the contents from the communal storage to distribute to Xiaofeng. Though their journey to Stone Town did not culminate in a second-class transition, the rewards were nonetheless substantial. Both had surpassed level 80, drawing closer to their third transition. After organizing her inventory, Lucky Meow addressed Xiaofeng, "With Fiona dead, I shall return to Moonlight City to undergo my class transition. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to play together again in the future." Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. "Go ahead. I should also accompany a friend to the Moon Temple later. Please speak well of me to your Archbishop. Perhaps he will grant me entry to assist with my second transition." After several hours of cooperative combat, his attitude towards Lucky Meow had improved significantly. He no longer found her as bothersome as before. After all, without this reliable teammate's assistance, it would have been exceedingly challenging for him to defeat so many formidable bosses in succession. "No problem, I'm off. Farewell." Lucky Meow exited the party, bidding him goodbye as she departed from Stormwind City. Xiaofeng then made a trip to the auction house, carrying various epic gear that neither he nor his roommates could utilize. Each piece of equipment was priced according to its level, and he entrusted the system to assist with the listings. As for legendary and mythic items, he refrained from consigning them, worrying that players might not have enough gold at this stage to afford them, thus avoiding wasted listing fees. The items he had previously consigned to the auction house had all sold, and his accumulated gold now totaled 2.5 million. With so much currency and no real need for it himself, he contemplated selling it off. Currently, players primarily spent gold on equipment and health potions. For someone like him who neither needed to purchase health potions nor equipment, keeping a few tens of thousands of gold was more than sufficient. Keeping too much could lead to losses if the value of gold were to depreciate. With 250 gold and a site construction order, he could make another substantial transaction. It had been less than 24 hours since his last cash influx, and he was astonished at how quickly he could amass wealth once more. Heavenly Realms was truly a place where one could effortlessly collect riches. Xiao Feng reveled in this thought. He decided to contact Old Li to sell off his items before logging off for a brief rest. After playing for so long, he was feeling quite famished. Approximately 36 hours have elapsed since the server launch, and nearly 4 hours have passed in the real world. It is now evening. After logging off to have a meal and take a brief respite, the game time will transition to the following day. The garrison defense battle in the realm of celestial warfare is likely to commence around that time, perfectly aligning with my return to assist in the defense of the city. Old Li. Xiao Feng opened his friends list and initiated a call with Li Li. However, upon tapping Li Li's avatar, he was immediately bombarded by a cacophony of voice messages that nearly deafened him. Wow, old Xiao, you're incredible. You can even tackle a level 200 mythic boss. Quickly, tell the brothers what epic artifacts you obtained. Be sure to save any priest for me. Wait a minute, this can't be right. You're actually farming bosses with a girl, and you didn't bring us along. This is unacceptable. Hurry up and tell me who that lucky cat is. I want to challenge her one-on-one. We agreed to be single dogs together, yet you secretly found a girlfriend. This is truly heartbreaking. Hey, at least reply to me. You can't be so busy charming girls that you ignore me for this long, can you? A torrent of voice messages had been sent since they had just vanquished Fiona, with the most recent one arriving a minute ago. Xiao Feng found himself both amused and exasperated, hastily responding, "She's just an ordinary teammate. We happened to encounter the boss while completing a quest. What are you all up to? I've gathered some skill books and equipment for you. Come to the Stormwind City warehouse to collect them." Damn, you finally decided to reply. Stormwind City, right? We'll be there in a moment. Tell that lucky cat not to leave. I want to meet my sister-in-law. Lily replied promptly. Sister-in-law? If you don't want her, then don't come. If you speak another word, I won't give you even a single copper coin. Xiao Feng retorted irritably. I'm sorry. Brother Xiao, please wait a moment. We'll be right there. Seeing Xiao Feng's unfriendly tone, Lily quickly backed down. What a fool, Xiao Feng sighed. After scrolling through his friends list, he noticed he had received quite a few messages. Aside from his roommates Li Li and Zhang Fan, Zhang Tian and Gao Kaishan had also sent inquiries. The primary reason was that Xiao Feng had just defeated a level 200 mythic boss, and they all knew such bosses were guaranteed to drop garrison construction orders. So they were eager to inquire whether he would be willing to part with one. Initially, Xiao Feng had planned to ask Li Li for help in finding a buyer. But seeing that Gao Kaishan had already made the first move, he decided to respond to the esteemed businessman directly. Mr. Gao? I was busy earlier and didn't reply promptly. I sincerely apologize. Xiao Feng sent a courteous message. The response came swiftly. I understand. It's common to be busy after defeating a boss, what with distributing loot and all. So, Mr. Gao, you mentioned you were interested in acting as an agent to sell my garrison construction order? Xiao Feng cut straight to the point. Gao Kaishan, hearing this, laughed heartily. Indeed. Great God Xiao, you must know that our treasure guild intends to establish a lasting presence in celestial realms. At this early stage of the game, to enhance our influence, it is essential for us to collect some valuable items for sale to boost our visibility. The rarity of the garrison construction order is well known. Yours should be the third one in the game, holding significant value. If you hand it over to us for auction, we won't charge a single penny in fees. Chapter 065, The Second Pot of Gold. The second garrison construction order appeared 2 hours ago, dropped by the Dragon Soul Guild, which has since established a garrison as well. But their double experience benefit period is 2 days shorter than the first. Well, Xiao Feng pretended to hesitate, fearing he might not be enticed. Gao Kaishan added, the system auction house charges a hefty fee of 5, and transactions must be made in gold coins. If the buyer lacks sufficient funds, they won't be able to secure a good price. Even if sold, considering the rarity of the garrison order, the fees alone could amount to millions of cash. Just thinking about it is painful. However, if you entrust it to us, you won't have to worry about not getting a good price. And we can convert it directly into cash deposited to your account, without concerns about fees or the devaluation of gold coins. Xiao Feng was quite tempted. The auction house fees were indeed exorbitant. For the epic and legendary equipment he had previously auctioned off, he had lost several thousand gold coins in fees, equivalent to tens of thousands in cash. Though he was now financially comfortable, losing such a substantial amount at once still stung. Since Mr. Gao is so graciously inviting me, I would be remiss not to comply. Xiao Feng agreed. Before Gao Kaishan could speak, he added, by the way, Mr. Gao, I have not only the garrison construction order, but also several high-level mythic and legendary items. Additionally, I would like to sell off some of the gold coins I have accumulated. No problem. The more business, the better. Every item from Great God Xiao is a treasure. We are honored. For today's collaboration, I'll waive all fees for you. and I'll buy your gold coins at the best current price. In the early stages of the game, the most pressing need for a guild was liquidity. Xiao Feng's willingness to sell a large quantity of gold coins was far more pleasing to him than merely hosting the auction for the garrison construction order. Let us set a location to meet, Gao Kaishan suggested. Xiao Feng arranged for him to come to Stormwind City. Before long, Li Li and Zhang Fan arrived alongside their teammates, Shun Shun and Blind Sister, to meet Xiao Feng. Gao Kaishan soon followed, and the group gathered in a lively atmosphere. Great God Xiao, it's good to see you again, Gao Kaishan exclaimed, arriving at the market district with 2 assistants. Li Li and Zhang Fan had also just arrived and were playfully bantering with Xiao Feng. Upon seeing this magnate of the gaming world, everyone couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Feng's growing influence. Old Xiao has really made a name for himself. He's doing business with big bosses even before graduation. I envy him, but we're not doing too shabby ourselves. Having such a formidable roommate means we also benefit from gear and skill books. Their admiration was devoid of jealousy, as just a minute ago, Xiao Feng had generously gifted each of them 2 pieces of legendary equipment, several pieces of epic gear for future use, and 2 skill books of considerable quality. These items could easily fetch no less than 100,000 gold coins at this stage, equivalent to $1 million in cash, underscoring their immense value. For such a lavish and generous roommate, jealousy was simply out of the question. Great God Xiao's friends are also impressive. A blood knight with 30,000 HP, a priest clad in epic gear, and the 2 young ladies are quite formidable as well. Gao Kaishan greeted Li Li and the others with a smile. Among the 4 companions, Zhang Fan stood out the most, boasting attributes that surpassed even Xiao Feng's. As a businessman, Gao Kaishan was eager to forge connections with high-level players and naturally wouldn't overlook this group. Mr. Gao, let us get down to business, Xiao Feng suggested. He temporarily created a team, merging Gao Kaishan's group with his friends, and shared a plethora of item information in the team channel. Naturally, the first item was the garrison construction order, a striking crimson item that instantly drew everyone's attention. Following that, he presented several mythic quality items: Scarlet Domain Scroll, Mythic Scroll, dropped by Lamaka; Godly Assassination Scroll, Mythic Scroll, dropped by Abyssal Enforcer; Heart of the Demon, permanently increases strength by 50 points, dropped by Lamaka; Wraith Spear, level 100 Knight Mythic Weapon, dropped by Wraith Knight; Moonfall Bow, level 150 Archer Mythic Weapon, dropped by Defiona; Light Chaser Boots, level 150 Archer and Assassin Mythic Footwear, dropped by Defiona; Night Bard Robe, level 150 Mage Mythic Garment, dropped by Defiona; Scroll of Summoning Evil Spirits, a legendary scroll, dropped by the Evil Spirit Knight; Knight's Round Shield, a legendary weapon of the Knight without level restrictions, dropped by the Evil Spirit Knight; Knight Demon Dagger, a legendary weapon of the Assassin without level restrictions, dropped by Defiona; Heaven Splitting 10 Strikes, an epic skill book for assassins, dropped by Ramika. A barrage of item information flooded the team channel, overwhelming the screen. For pieces of mythical gear, 2 legendary weapons devoid of level restrictions, along with several other mythical items. At this moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. This was simply extravagant. Li Li opened his mouth, momentarily rendered speechless by the display. Even Gao Qian and his 2 aides, seasoned veterans of turbulent experiences, found themselves shaken at this sight. If it had been late game, revealing such a treasure trove would have elicited a calm demeanor, but the server had only been live for less than 2 days. To acquire such a plethora of divine items in such a brief span was utterly absurd. Oh, I apologize for posting 1 extra item. The Heart of the Demon is intended for old Zhang. My mistake, my mistake. Xiao Feng quickly scanned the items he had shared, suddenly noticing the Heart of the Demon, and hastily informed the others that this particular item did not count, directly trading it to his friend Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was taken aback. Old Xiao. This must not be inexpensive. Gao Qian, upon witnessing this, was also somewhat astonished. With 50 points in attributes, equivalent to a full strength growth at level 17. Its market value was likely no less than 100,000 gold coins. TSK. Upon hearing this, everyone cast envious glances at Zhang Fan. Under the scrutiny of their gazes, Zhang Fan took a nervous step back, looking at Xiao Feng with a mix of trepidation and astonishment, exclaiming, "Old Xiao, you are far too generous to me. It seems I must ensure I am properly prepared for your company tonight. Get lost. If you don't want it, just return it." Before he could finish, Xiao Feng had already given him a swift kick, sending him flying. Ha! Laughter erupted among the group, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Gao Qian meticulously examined each item, addressing the group. These items, aside from the 3 troublesome level 150 mythical pieces, are all quite sellable. I estimate that if we auction them individually, we could fetch at least 4.5 million gold coins. Coupled with the base construction order, the total should amount to approximately 8 to 9 million gold coins. None of these items were ordinary. The least valuable was likely the God-level Assassination Scroll, capable of eliminating a single target, albeit with limited effect. However, it could still be instrumental in swiftly dispatching key figures, holding a value starting at 100,000 gold coins. Each of the 4 mythical pieces was worth 1,000,000 gold coins, and reaching level 100 would be swift. Level 150 could be achieved in just a month or 2. So they wouldn't linger in storage for too long. That aligns closely with my estimates. Boss Gao, considering these items alongside my 5,000,000 gold coins, how much do you anticipate I could receive offline? Xiao Feng inquired. Gao Qian pondered for a moment before responding. Currently, the price of gold is beginning to decline, with 1 gold dropping from around 10 to approximately 8. With your items and gold combined, I estimate around 100 million, with fluctuations not exceeding 10. Lily suggested. Perhaps it would be best if Boss Gao directly purchased them, allowing your merchant guild to handle the sales. This way, old Xiao can avoid a lot of hassle. And if you market them well, you could make a tidy profit. Gao Qian, feeling tempted, hesitated, unsure of Xiao Feng's thoughts, and refrained from speaking immediately. Xiao Feng considered the situation. The price of gold would undoubtedly continue to fall. The longer he held onto it, the more he would lose. Usable items would follow the same trend. The high-level mythical gear might appreciate in value once player levels increased, but that would take time. Thus, he nodded. I think that could work. If Boss Gao agrees, this method would be the simplest for the transaction. Well, if that is the case, I can authorize the purchase of these items in gold from you, Lord Xiao. Gao Qian, as the major proprietor, could make such decisions independently without needing the approval of other executives. The 2 parties quickly reached an agreement and executed the transaction on the spot. Trusting in Gao Qian's credibility, Xiao Feng transferred the items and gold without fear of deceit. Shortly after, he received a bank notification confirming the receipt of 100 million, bringing his balance to a staggering 220 million. I'll have to make a trip to the tax office with this much money. I wonder how much tax Xiao Feng used. He returned to the game, confirming the completion of the transaction. Gao Qian presented him with a card, stating, Lord Xiao, this is our Treasure Merchant Guild's Diamond VIP card. In the future, should you have any items for consignment, simply come to our guild. The service fee is only 1, and you'll have priority in bidding. We have storefronts in all major cities. Thank you very much, Boss Gao. Xiao Feng accepted gratefully. Gao Qian continued. The rarity of the base construction order lies in its timing. We will hold an auction in 20 minutes at the Dragon Blood City storefront, inviting the bosses of major guilds to attend. This auction will be primarily focused on you. All these items will be up for bid. If you're not too busy, Lord Xiao, you might enjoy watching the spectacle. 20 minutes? I'll catch the show and then grab a bite to eat. Xiao Feng replied after a moment of thought, nodding in agreement. With the influence of the Treasure Merchant Guild, 20 minutes would be sufficient to gather the core executives of the top 10 guilds in the Dragon Nation. When the prominent figures convened, he was eager to see who would ultimately claim his treasures. Moreover, since the Tianxia Guild had been thwarted by him once, he had not heard of any significant moves from them since. Their member levels lagged behind by about 3 levels, likely leaving them little time to pursue the base construction order. This auction would likely see the Tianxia Guild vying for the coveted 3rd place. While Xiao Feng had no intention of pursuing further conflict with the Tianxia Guild, it wouldn't hurt to keep an eye on them. If they were successful in their bidding, it would essentially be a windfall for him. A delightful prospect indeed. Gao Qian and his aides teleported away. With only 20 minutes to spare, Xiao Feng decided against leaving the city, opting instead to engage in casual conversation with his friends and exchange gaming insights. Currently, the majority of players had reached around level 35, with the top players on the leaderboard nearing level 43. It was likely that before the day concluded, a new wave of second transformation players would emerge. However, after level 50, the pace of leveling would slow significantly. While achieving second transformation in 2 days was feasible, reaching third transformation at level 100 would require at least 10 days or more, excluding exceptional cases like Xiao Feng. Li Li and the other 4 were all at level 35, while Zhang Fan donned the auto ancient battle boots, having upgraded to a complete set of level 30 gear, with his health nearing an astonishing 30,000. After consuming the heart of the demon gifted by Xiao Feng, his attack power rose to around 1,300, with his attribute panel reaching approximately 23 times that of an average player. Yet, in comparison to the fortunate Miao who had acquired the Moonlight Law Pearl, this was merely a trifle. Old Li, I have a splendid item for you. After chatting for a while, Xiao Feng recalled he still had a god-level item that he hadn't utilized, and he retrieved it from his backpack, initiating a trade request with Li Li. What good item? Whoa, a red one. Wait, what the? This is a hidden class. Li Li had initially taken it lightly, but upon viewing the item description in the trade interface, he was instantly dumbfounded. God-level quality. A hidden class advancement item. This was precisely the coveted treasure that everyone yearned for. Remain calm. Remain calm. It's merely a hidden profession. In this day and age, who isn't a hidden profession? Zhang Fan remarked with an air of tranquility. The prowess of Xiao Feng was well recognized by all. Regardless of what he produced, no one would be astonished. However, for Li Li, the situation was quite different. He had accepted the trade and, trembling with excitement while clutching the class change item, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Old Xiao, you truly are like a brother to me. Ever since Zhang here changed his class, he has looked down upon me. But now, I can finally reclaim my dignity. I expected you to be overwhelmed with gratitude and introduce your sister to me. And this is all I get? Xiaofeng teased. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. Among the 3 roommates, he was the only one without a hidden profession, which was rather disheartening. Let us seize the opportunity and make a trip to Moon City, Xiaofeng declared, bidding farewell to his 2 friends before they departed. Shun Shun and Blind Sister did not follow. Their friendship with Xiaofeng wasn't particularly deep. They had merely teamed up once. Having acquired a few epic items along the way, they felt it inappropriate to continue trailing him. The 3 gentlemen teleported to Moon City. Making a beeline for the Moon Temple, Xiaofeng adorned 3 divine artifacts, while Zhang Fan bore 4. One possessed an extraordinarily high level, and the other had an astonishing health pool, attracting the attention of countless players as they traversed the streets. Li, feeling somewhat invisible alongside them, lamented, "Thank goodness I'll soon change classes. Otherwise, being with you 2 would render me utterly transparent, and I wouldn't even be able to attract a sister." Xiaofeng chuckled. "Once you transform into a hidden profession as a healer, you will have a throng of ladies vying for your attention. Yes, I suggest Old Li find a damage-dealing sister to pair with. In the game, she will benefit from your healing, and offline, you can enjoy her company." Zhang Fan chimed in mischievously. "2 irreverent fools. How shameful to be in your company." Li retorted with mock annoyance, quickening his pace towards the temple. Before long, the trio arrived at the temple entrance. "Halt. This is sacred ground. No unclean individuals are permitted to approach." Xiaofeng was once again obstructed, as the temple guard knight assumed a lofty demeanor. Clearly, the flattering words of Lucky Cat had not borne fruit. A mere level 180 legendary boss, how audacious. Xiaofeng felt a surge of irritation, and thoughts of demolishing the temple resurfaced. However, such matters required patience. If he were to destroy anything, it would be the temples of foreign main cities. "You 2 go ahead. I'll wait outside," he conceded, temporarily stepping back to allow his friends to enter the temple for their class change. Li and Zhang Fan proceeded into the Moon Temple, while Xiaofeng waited beneath a nearby statue. After a brief interval, the sound of Li's boisterous laughter emanated from the temple. "Haha, I've finally transformed into a hidden profession. Incredible, simply incredible. Hey miss, why are you at low health? Come here, let me heal you." The newly transformed Li, exuberant as if he had won a lottery, could not contain himself, shouting as he walked and casting healing spells on passing players with low health. Xiaofeng couldn't help but facepalm. "Old Xiao, come and try my healing spell." The 2 raced toward Xiaofeng, and from a distance of several meters, Li excitedly shouted, casting 2 skills into the air. Though Xiaofeng's health was full, the effects of the healing spells were still visible. 4882, 19281, 2 green numbers materialized. The first was the basic first-tier priest skill, Minor Heal, while the second was the exclusive skill of the Moonlight Priest, Moon Goddess Prayer. The healing amount was impressive. What tier of hidden profession was this? Xiaofeng inquired. Hidden professions were categorized into various tiers. The lowest tier was weaker than ordinary professions, possessing only some uniqueness. The mid-tier was comparable to regular professions, but came equipped with a couple of additional skills and an epic item. The high tier not only featured more skills, but also provided legendary gear, and some even granted a special talent effect. The next higher tier included professions like the meteorological mage, colloquially referred to as legendary professions, which conferred a legendary talent with distinctly powerful skills. And at the very pinnacle were the professions passed down from deities, boasting numerous skills, divine talents, and the gift of mythic equipment. Truly formidable, Zhang Fan replied. "It's on par with yours, but luckier. In addition to the talent, he received a mythic weapon." "Ah, you've struck gold, haven't you?" Xiaofeng remarked with surprise. No wonder the healing was so substantial. The mythic weapon must be the reason. Otherwise, the previously Li could barely manage a healing spell that reached around 1,000, and he wouldn't be able to fully heal Xiaofeng and Zhang Fan, both of whom had massive health pools. "Here, take a look at the effects," Li said, his face beaming with pride as he shared his attributes and mythic weapon. The attribute growth panel for the Moonlight Priest was superior to that of a regular priest, with both health and healing capacity heightened by 10. This advantage was not immediately evident in the early stages, as the panel remained fairly standard. It was primarily the talent and divine artifact that stood out. Pure Soul, legendary talent. Increases base healing effect by 50, enhances all support skills by 30, and grants a 10 chance to instantly break control effects and gain 3 seconds of invulnerability when under control. This effect can trigger only once every 15 seconds. Moonlight Chanting Staff, level S exclusive mythic weapon. Spell attack 750, healing power 200, spirit 50, healing effectiveness increased by 30. Passive, Faith Rejuvenation, restores an equal amount of health to oneself when using healing skills on others. Together, these attributes allowed Li's base healing output to reach 3,000. And when casting a higher coefficient healing skill, his healing amounts surged dramatically. Well, not bad. Healing 2,000 times rivals my shield's effectiveness. It's a solid profession. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, appearing genuinely impressed. Hey, you freak, who can compare to you? Li, still reveling in his newfound abilities, felt a heavy blow to his spirits upon hearing Xiao Feng's comment. Ah, Xiao Feng, a soft voice suddenly called from beside them. Turning around, he saw Lucky Cat, who they had parted from only moments ago. What a coincidence, you're here too, Xiao Feng greeted her. I just finished learning my skills. Are you discussing healing amounts? She asked with a cheerful smile. My brother just changed to a hidden profession and is showing off, Xiao Feng chuckled, gesturing toward Li. Why don't you heal him a bit to open his eyes? Huh, what do you mean? Li was momentarily confused, but upon seeing Lucky Cat's name, a realization struck him. Could it be? In the next moment, Lucky Cat produced a moon-white crystal orb in her left hand, and with a gentle wave of her right hand, white moonlight cascaded down, causing a green number to rise above Li's head. 146312 double. Li, a 6-digit healing effect left him utterly stunned. What the hell? How is this even possible? The earlier bravado had evaporated, replaced by confusion and shock. Lucky Cat smiled as she explained, this is a 4th-tier healing skill, Holy Healing. With a base healing coefficient of 480. My attack power is 7050, with strong healing at 115, so one cast results in over 70,000 healing. Just now, I happened to trigger the double healing effect, hence the astonishing result. Over 7,000 attack power. In that instant, both Li and Zhang Fan were taken aback. Even a divine-level profession like the Dragon Blood Warrior, equipped with a set of 3 divine artifacts, did not boast such terrifying attack power. It is scarcely 1/5 of her. How is this possible? This defies logic. The two inquired incredulously. Xiao Feng, aware of the moonlight orb's effects, remained unfazed and simply asked, did the high priest not confiscate the moonlight orb? Lucky Meow shook her head and replied, the high priest mentioned she intended to give it to me all along. I had underestimated her generosity. Now, I have mastered all the skills from levels 2 to 4, but the level 5 holy domain skills have attribute point requirements. So I am currently unable to learn them. Have you truly learned all the skills from levels 2 to 4? Are you even human? Upon hearing this, Li and Zhang Fan were even more incredulous, disregarding the fact that the person before them was a girl, and began to vent their astonishment. Lucky Meow offered a shy smile and responded, the high priest insisted on giving it to me. I had no choice. Goodness, the disparity is infuriating. Alas, I'm off to log out and sleep. Both were deeply disheartened. Xiao Feng felt a twinge of envy. This girl was extraordinarily fortunate. Her name was indeed well suited. With such a powerful profession and an extraordinary artifact in her possession, if it weren't for his own exceptional abilities, few in the game could rival Lucky Meow's overall strength. With over 7,000 magic attack power, a mere use of a penalizing skill could obliterate foes. In the future, when her mana was sufficient to unleash a devastating sacrifice, totaling attributes in the hundreds of thousands and inflicting damage in the range of 300,000 to 400,000. She would be able to annihilate all within a 500-meter radius while her allies remained at full health. Truly terrifying. Moreover, this was purely the result of her own serendipity. Even without encountering Xiao Feng, had she undertaken the Defiona quest herself, she would have achieved similar results. Are these two your friends? Lucky Meow inquired. Xiao Feng nodded. University roommates. He then introduced the three to one another. Greetings, sister-in-law. Wishing you fortune. Li and Zhang Fan, snapping out of their astonishment, were momentarily taken aback by Lucky Meow's beauty and her previous collaboration with Xiao Feng against a boss, activating their inherent flirtatious nature. Feeling a bit awkward from their attention, Lucky Meow quickly clarified, Xiao Feng and I are merely ordinary friends. We've only known each other for a few hours. Well, every relationship has to start somewhere. Understandable, indeed. The progress is quite rapid. It feels like you've known each other for a month already. The two continued their banter. Enough of this nonsense. Xiao Feng interjected, giving each of them a kick that sent them flying. Turning to Lucky Meow, he said, we are about to attend an auction. We shall not keep you any longer. Until next time. All right, I also have some quests to attend to. Lucky Meow nodded. Sister-in-law, until we meet again, do visit our university when you have the chance. Haizhou University. Department of Classical Literature, Xiao Feng, phone number 18. The two continued their playful banter as Xiao Feng forcibly dragged one of them away. Lucky Meow watched the trio depart, unable to suppress her laughter. So he was still a student at Haizhou. It was not far at all. Chapter 068, The Esteemed Figures. The auction at the Treasure Merchant Guild had commenced, and Xiao Feng and his companions teleported to Dragon Blood City, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the Treasure Merchant Guild. Wow, what a grand establishment. This place must have cost a fortune. Li marveled at the imposing and magnificent facade of the guild. This building surpassed even the system auction house in opulence, standing as one of Dragon Blood City's most iconic structures. To acquire ownership from an NPC would require at least several million gold coins. However, the Treasure Merchant Guild was affluent enough not to be concerned about such sums. Level 85 meteorologist is the great Xiao Feng. As soon as the trio arrived at the entrance, a player employee from the Treasure Merchant Guild approached them, stating, Great Xiao Feng, the auction for the construction orders has already begun. Please follow me. Thank you for your assistance, Xiao Feng nodded, saving himself the trouble of locating the bidding room. The first floor of the guild was dedicated to the sale of potions, scrolls, and ordinary equipment for quick transactions, all at fixed prices. The second floor housed the auction hall, divided into 12 rooms, akin to a cinema, where auctions were held in batches and by category. Following the attendant, the trio entered auction hall number 1 through the back door. The hall was not particularly large, accommodating around 100 participants, with 10 sets of seating in the front, each set capable of seating 4 individuals, while the rear was filled with ordinary seats. As Xiao Feng and his companions were not participating in the bidding, they settled into the guest seats in the outer area. At that moment, 5 items were displayed on the auction stage, all being bid upon simultaneously. The patrons in their seats each held a remote-like device, allowing them to specify any item on the stage for bidding. This method greatly expedited the auction process, saving time and eliminating the need for raising paddles to place bids in a tedious manner. Of course, this collective bidding approach was only suitable for ordinary items, designed to accommodate the fast-paced atmosphere of online gaming. For truly valuable items, the auction would proceed in a more ceremonial manner, allowing for a gradual and respectful bidding process. The hall was quite populated, with several familiar faces present. As soon as the trio settled in, Lily scanned the VIP seats and remarked, "Look who's at seat number 1, the president of the Divine Guild, the God Emperor, along with his right-hand men, the God of Killing and the God of Frenzy." Xiao Feng glanced at seat number 1. The Divine Guild had consistently overshadowed others in the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom, although there was no official ranking. Many regarded them as the best. The God Emperor appeared to be in his late 30s, with a stern visage and an aristocratic demeanor reminiscent of ancient nobility. His class was that of a thunder envoy, a mage type, suggesting he was also a formidable profession. His companions, the God of Killing and the God of Frenzy, exuded an aura of menace, rumored to have engaged in specialized professions in real life, carrying blood on their hands. The guild's background was rather enigmatic. Some speculated that the God Emperor was the illegitimate son of a super consortium's owner who lacked the qualifications to inherit the family fortune, thus resorting to extravagance within the game. Others claimed he built his empire from the ground up without any backing from a consortium. In any case, he was a formidable figure, having dominated previous iterations of games and even brought glory to his nation by winning several world-class national wars. At seat No. 2 sat the Dragon Soul Guild, who had already secured their residency orders, thus attending merely for the excitement. The attendant continued with his introductions. The main figure at seat number 2 was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with kind eyes and a friendly demeanor. Lily glanced over and rubbed his hands together, saying, "Ironhead Dragon has shown up. Let us showcase our trio's strength to him later. Perhaps we should hold off for today. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Xiao Feng chuckled. The leader of the Dragon Soul Guild, known as Candle Dragon, was often referred to as Ironhead Dragon due to his tanking profession and remarkable resilience. In the previous game, a member of the Dragon Soul Guild had stolen a boss from Li, who, unable to contain his frustration, confronted Candle Dragon. In the end, Candle Dragon stood his ground, only losing less than 10 of his health, while Li met his demise due to reflected damage, leaving him quite embarrassed. However, this was merely a minor grievance. Candle Dragon later personally compensated for the loss, and Xiao Feng's trio bore no grudges, instead developing a favorable impression of him. Seat No. 3 was occupied by members of the Conquerors of the Heavens Guild, who were also present for the excitement. Primarily drawn by the rumors of the great Xiao Feng having valuable goods for sale, the attendant continued with his introductions. Xiao Feng glanced towards seat number 3, where he recognized the presence of Zhang Tian and a player known as Shaking Hands, not Parkinson S, a marksman who ranked on the leaderboard. This auction features a mythical bow of level 150, and it is anticipated that Zhang Tian will make a move for it, as Zhang Fan analyzed. The individual known as Parkinson is a principal damage dealer in the realm of celestial battles, a top-tier archer within the country, possessing formidable awareness and skills. Furthermore, he has recently acquired a remarkably powerful hidden class, garnering significant acclaim. The 4th seat is occupied by a member of the Great Flag Guild, whose president, Iron-Blooded Determination, is also present and is likely a principal bidder. The 5th seat belongs to the Prosperity Guild, although their president, Prosperity Morning Song, was unable to attend due to prior commitments. However, they are assuredly well-funded for bidding. The 6th seat is taken by members of the Heavenly Guild, and it is presumed that Xiao Deshun is quite familiar with them. As his gaze swept across the room, it settled on the 6th seat. There are 4 individuals present, unrivaled under heaven, peerless under heaven, and heroes of the world, each of whom Xiao Feng has encountered before. Yet, there is one more individual whose presence is rather astonishing. The 54-level ancient sword immortal, sword slaying, all life. Old Xiao. Isn't that the master who previously held the 2nd position on the leaderboard? Zhang Fan exclaimed upon spotting the individual's information. Xiao Feng, too, had noticed. He had kept a slight watch on this name, as it consistently ranked above others, with a notably steady rate of advancement. Sword slaying all life is a young man of unremarkable appearance, exuding an aloof demeanor, clad in simple cloth attire, devoid of any legendary artifacts or auras. From a distance, he emanates a vibe reminiscent of an ancient chivalrous figure returning to simplicity. His health points exceed 20,000, making him more resilient than Xiaofeng. Though slightly inferior to Zhang Fan, Lily furrowed his brow and remarked, I have heard of this individual. He acquired the Ancient Sword Immortal class through a lottery at the game's launch. The game's backdrop is of Western fantasy. Yet he uniquely plays a class rooted in Eastern mysticism, which has afforded him a sense of superiority. His prowess is formidable. He has single-handedly slain mythical bosses of level 50 and above, and is said to possess the ability to fly with his sword, enabling him to escape even in the face of defeat, a rather audacious feat. Flying with a sword? That is impressive. Xiaofeng responded with astonishment. However, upon further reflection, he considered that a mage, after reaching the second class transition, could potentially learn wind-based spells such as levitation, allowing for brief flight, which renders it less extraordinary. Indeed, it is remarkable. In terms of prestige, he undoubtedly ranks among the top in this game. Yet, in terms of actual strength compared to you, old Xiao, there seems to be a slight disparity. He can only be considered second or third, Lily added. One must not underestimate him, Xiaofeng pondered. Such a master aligning with the Heavenly Guild raises questions of coincidence. Perhaps this is a contingency plan orchestrated by unrivaled Underheaven to seek retribution against him, Xiaofeng. Nonetheless, Xiaofeng harbors no fear. His strength is on an entirely different plane compared to ordinary players, even if given the opportunity to strike first. Attempting to eliminate him would be as challenging as scaling the heavens. Level 1 is the Ancient Sword Immortal, level 30 remains the Ancient Sword Immortal, and level 50 is still the Ancient Sword Immortal. This individual seems to require no class transition, which is quite enviable. Xiaofeng observed a small glimmer of intrigue and sighed. Typically, upon reaching level 50, one would undertake a minor quest before transitioning to the second class. At level 85, with a first-class profession, he stands alone in this game. Once this auction concludes, and after assisting in the defense of the realm, he must hasten to find the next NPC for his own class transition. Otherwise, after defeating a few more bosses, he may well reach level 100. Chapter 069, A Gesture of Respect. The auctioneer continued to introduce the other individuals seated around the room. The top 10 guilds of the Dragon Country, alongside the newly emerging power of celestial battles, are all represented. The auction process proceeded swiftly. Xiaofeng's legendary artifact without level, alongside 2 divine scrolls, was sold in short order. The divine assassination scroll turned out to be the least expensive item, fetching a mere 80,000 gold coins. The 2 legendary weapons without levels and the epic skill book were sold for around 150,000 gold coins each. The blood-type domain scroll, possessing significant strategic importance, commanded a high price of 210,000. Considering these miscellaneous items, it appears that the Treasure Merchant Guild has made a modest profit. The 4 pieces of mythical equipment were auctioned individually, one after another. The Evil Spirit War Spear, which can be used soon, was fiercely contested, and the Knight Player Iron-Headed Dragon secured it for an astonishing 1.25 million gold coins, leaving the audience in shock. The other 3 pieces of level 150 mythical equipment, though not immediately usable, are expected to be beneficial for a longer duration in the future, and thus each sold for around 1 million gold coins, with only the boots fetching a slightly lower price. Soon, the main attraction of this auction, the Base Construction Order, made its appearance. Esteemed guild leaders and honored guests, this is the 3rd Base Construction Order of Celestial Realms, provided by our top-ranked player, Xiaofeng. The auctioneer began by recounting the item's provenance. Its purpose is well understood by all present. He continued, as per our previously established rules, game equipment shall be traded in gold coins. While this base construction order will be auctioned for cash, bids will be made in gold coins, with 1 gold coin equating to 10,000 cash. The starting bid is set at 10 million, which translates to 1,000 tokens, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100 tokens. The auction is now open. Given the current phase of the game and the relatively low total amount of gold coins in circulation, even the guild leaders find it challenging to amass over 10 million gold coins for the entirety of this auction. Thus, the Treasure Merchant Guild established a special rule to separate the base construction order, conducting its auction via cash transactions to prevent the guild leaders from feeling constrained at the outset. As the word begin was uttered, the price display on the stage immediately refreshed. Unrivaled Under Heaven pressed a device in hand to input a bid of 2,000 tokens, instantly elevating the price to 20 million. The other guild leaders, eager to establish their bases, were not to be outdone, with bids rapidly increasing by 100 tokens at a time, soon surpassing 3,000. It seems the final price for the base construction order will exceed our expectations. Old Xiao may take a loss on this one, Lily mused, observing the swiftly escalating price of the item with a hint of regret. Xiaofeng chuckled. Those in business must bear the risks, and earning profit is only fair. The sale prices of the equipment and items aligned closely with expectations. And should the base construction order yield no profit, would it not render their efforts futile? You seem quite philosophical. The two brothers shared a knowing smile. Xiaofeng smiled silently. This was not merely a matter of being philosophical. It was a sense of contentment. Earning over 200 million in just over a day. He felt thoroughly satisfied. Whether it was 10 million more or less, it had become less significant to him. 500 tokens. 700 tokens. 800 tokens. The price continued to rise. The guild leaders need not speak. As long as they possess sufficient gold coins, they can utilize the bidding functionality within the auction room to increase their bids. After the price reached 4,000 tokens, the number of bidders began to dwindle. The Emperor of the Divine Guild raised the bid to 4,500 tokens, effectively suppressing many competitors and bringing the fluctuating numbers to their first halt. 45 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? If not, this base construction order will belong to the Emperor, the auctioneer proclaimed loudly. The Prosperity and Great Flag guilds have already conceded. This price is simply not worthwhile for them. After all, within a day or two of game time, the majority of players will reach the second transition at level 60, at which point a large army can easily contend with level 100 mythical bosses. Spending several tens of millions for just a few hours of real time is simply not justifiable. Only the Divine Guild has the financial muscle to compete. Previously, they offered 100 million for the first base construction order. Now, although they have fallen to third, they can still afford several tens of millions. 45 million once. 45 million. Twice. The auctioneer raised his gavel, poised to finalize the outcome. At that moment, the formidable contender at seat 6, known as Invincible, unexpectedly refreshed his bid. 46 million. The price leapt once again. The God Emperor frowned slightly and remarked, Invincible, my friend, is this truly necessary? He promptly elevated the bid to 48 million. It was evident that he was resolute in his pursuit, undeterred by any challengers. The expression on Invincible's face darkened. At 48 million. Further bidding would push the total beyond 50 million. Beside him, the hero of the realm muttered, President, it's unwise to contend with the gods. Offending them could lead to considerable trouble. The unparalleled one also urged, Indeed, brother, this residence token is a product of that scoundrel Xiaofeng. There's no need for us to inflate the price. I understand. Invincible gritted his teeth, addressing both men. However, we endured a significant setback yesterday. If we fail to secure this token, our guild's cohesion and morale will falter. For the sake of our future development, this expenditure is essential. With that, he raised the bid once more. 50 million. President Invincible bids 50 million. The auctioneer exclaimed, visibly thrilled. As an auctioneer, if the items exceeded the anticipated price, he would earn a handsome commission. Upon witnessing the price breach 50 million, the God Emperor's brow furrowed further, and he said with a hint of menace, Invincible, it appears you are genuinely intent on contending with us gods. Invincible replied, God Emperor, I harbor no desire for conflict with you. It is merely that our guild is in dire need of this residence token. I implore you to be magnanimous this once, and rest assured, our guild will express our gratitude in due course. The God Emperor shook his head slightly, picking up the bidding device to raise the price once more. Suddenly, he received a friend request notification. Upon opening it, a smile crept across his face. Very well, since you have asked so earnestly, I shall grant you this favor and forfeit. Thank you. Invincible exhaled deeply, relieved. Among the powerful guild leaders present, he feared the gods and the Dragon Soul the most. While Dragon Soul had already secured a residence and posed no threat, he knew he could not compete with the gods if they chose to engage. Fortunately, with the God Emperor's voluntary withdrawal, he managed to set his mind at ease. 50 million once. 50 million twice. 50 million thrice. Sold. The auctioneer's gavel struck decisively, concluding the auction successfully. President Invincible, the auctioned item has been automatically dispatched to your inventory. The 5,000 gold will be refunded shortly, and our representatives from the Treasure Merchant Association will be in touch with you, the auctioneer announced. Haha, there's no need to refund the gold. I've already arranged for the offline representatives. We must proceed with the residence purchase task. Farewell. Invincible, elated with the acquisition of the residence token, bid farewell to the others before shattering the scroll to return to town. Chapter 070, the Third Guild. Various esteemed guests departed the auction, some having secured items, while others left empty-handed. The fact that the gods had forfeited surprised many, benefiting the realm instead. As the third seat, Zhang Fan sighed. Due to Xiaofeng's influence, they held little affection for the realm guild. Li Li, however, shook his head. I suspect it is not as simple as it seems. The God Emperor is an exceedingly formidable individual. With his wealth, he would not easily concede. Xiaofeng and Zhang Fan were not well acquainted with the leaders of various factions. But Li Li was different. His life revolved around navigating the underbelly of society, and he possessed an intricate understanding of the myriad powers and experts within the vast realm of online gaming. He even had his own modest intelligence network. Upon hearing his words, Xiaofeng couldn't help but speculate. Was it possible that the gods had already secured the residence token, prompting the God Emperor's sudden withdrawal? That is plausible. Both Zhang Fan and Li Li nodded in agreement. While the three deliberated, someone approached them. Li Ergo, doing quite well, I see. Having climbed the ranks alongside the top-level deity, the newcomer was Zhu Long, the president of the Dragon Soul Guild. He referred to Li Li by his former name. And among the trio, only Li Li was familiar with him. Upon hearing this, Li Li scoffed. What do you mean climbing the ranks? Old Xiao has always been my brother. Had he not been occupied last time, I would have already dealt with you. Zhu Long chuckled. I truly regret missing that opportunity to be bested. Regret is unnecessary. You can still be defeated now. Li Li retorted sharply. Xiaofeng felt a wave of exasperation. Li Li was indeed one to hold grudges, and despite their past grievances being long resolved, he had not shed his penchant for banter. President Zhu Long, a pleasure. Xiaofeng greeted, extending a hand. Zhu Long shook it, his expression conveying admiration as he remarked, God Xiao, I have heard of your exploits. You single-handedly educated over 20,000 members of the Invincible Guild. What an incredible feat. Just now, the announcement of your vanquishing a level 200 mythic boss astonished us all. Merely luck. It was hardly a matter of skill, Xiaofeng humbly replied. Luck is indeed a component of strength. God Xiao, I see that neither of you three has yet joined a guild. Have you considered finding a place to rest? Zhu Long suddenly extended an invitation, offering. Our dragon soul holds a respectable standing domestically. Given your hidden class strengths, should you choose to join us, I can guarantee a monthly salary of 100,000. Without restricting your freedom, just be available for major battles. These words ignited visions of wealth in the minds of Xiaofeng and his companions. To receive such a salary without obligation, merely for being present during large-scale battles, seemed an opportunity too good to refuse. After all, significant battles in the game were infrequent, perhaps occurring once or twice a month. Who would turn down such a lucrative offer? Yet, Zhu Long had targeted Xiaofeng and Li Li specifically. Xiaofeng replied apologetically. President Zhu Long, your generous offer is indeed enticing, but I personally do not wish to align with any faction at this time, perhaps in the future. Li Li bluntly rejected the proposition. What are you thinking? My goal is to outmaneuver you. You prickly porcupine. Why would I ever become your subordinate? Seeing both companions decline, Zhang Fan naturally shook his head in refusal as well. A salary of 100,000 would have previously sent their hearts racing, compelling them to join the Dragon Soul. However, circumstances had shifted. Xiaofeng was no longer in need of wealth, and the items Li Li and Zhang Fan had obtained from him had long surpassed a value of 1 million. Despite the allure of the salary, they were unwilling to easily compromise. Freedom to play without joining a major guild had always been their shared understanding. For 3 years during university, this had been their consensus. Very well, what a pity, Zhu Long sighed. However, should opportunities arise in the future, I still hope for collaboration. The charm of God Xiao is truly admirable. Xiaofeng humbly replied, President Zhu Long, you flatter me. They exchanged friend requests, and Zhu Long soon departed with his entourage. As the auction hall emptied, Xiaofeng and his companions were seen off by the high deity of wealth. Following this auction, the Treasure Merchant Association had profited handsomely, and as a supplier, Xiaofeng naturally received ample respect. After a round of pleasantries, nearly 30 minutes of gaming had elapsed. Xiaofeng and his companions departed from the Treasure Merchant Association. Preparing to log off. Old Xiao, you've struck it rich this time. You must treat us to a splendid meal. Li Li chuckled, seizing the opportunity to take advantage of the wealthy player. Xiaofeng responded with a hearty laugh. No problem. However, let's not squander too much time offline for the sake of our progress. We should dine near the school instead of at some lavish hotel. Zhang Fan suggested. Isn't there a seafood buffet outside the school? It's 158 per person, and I reckon it's quite decent. 158? For the three of us. That's just over 400, too cheap for old Xiao. No, we must invite a few more, including our classmates and the younger sister Shun Shun. Li Li insisted, determined not to let Xiaofeng off easily. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng quickly shook his head. Let's not. We should refrain from broadcasting our successes in the game, lest the news leaks and draws envy. Moreover, there are many adversaries in the game. If they seek revenge offline, it could pose a danger. As for inviting the younger sister Shun Shun, if you wish to include her, feel free. I have no objection. But let me be clear, no drinking at dinner. We mustn't bully the little sister. Come on, am I that kind of person? I merely wish to meet my teammates from the game. Li Li lamented, feeling his character was unjustly maligned. The trio reached an agreement, and Li Li inquired if Shun Shun would like to join them for dinner. However, she declined without hesitation, expressing her shyness and suggesting they could perhaps meet another time. Reluctantly, the three roommates accepted that they would dine alone together. Just as they were about to log off, an announcement suddenly echoed throughout the game. Battle Zone announcement. The Guild Gods has successfully completed the application task for establishing a base and has received special approval from the Lord of Dragon Blood City to build. As the third guild in this battle zone to establish a base, all members will receive double experience for base tasks for 3 days in game time. and the difficulty of the first base defense battle will be reduced to 75. Upon hearing this news, many players within the game erupted with excitement. The third one. And it's another from Manhwa. The players from Manhwa are simply insane. Conquest, Dragon Soul, Gods. These are surely the three major guilds of heavens in the future. Countless players, both domestically and internationally, were astounded by the announcement. Just as Xiao Feng and his companions were preparing to log off, they burst into laughter simultaneously. Impressive, impressive. The Divine Emperor truly lives up to his name, completing the application ahead of everyone else. It's tragic, so tragic. If I were Tianxia, I would ensure a lifelong vendetta against the Divine Emperor. They roared with laughter. Meanwhile, in another location, at the Lord S Mansion in Stormwind City, Tianxia and a few companions rushed frantically to present their final task items to the city lord. Suddenly, they were stunned by the announcement. What is happening? Gods? Impossible. This can't be happening. Why? Why is this happening? Wasn't the Divine Emperor still bidding just now? How could they establish a base so quickly? Could it be that his withdrawal was due to this? Damn it, this infuriates me. The damned gods will never be forgiven. They exclaimed, their fury unabated. The faces of Tianxia and his companions shifted dramatically, from shock to rage, then from rage to helplessness, ultimately settling into a profound silence. He submitted the task item, and the application for the base was successful. 100,000 guild members received the news of the successful establishment of the base along with its coordinates. The city lord would dispatch craftsmen to the designated location to assist in construction, which would be completed within 24 hours. However, there was no battle zone announcement. No additional rewards, and no benefits, nothing at all. Even the difficulty of the base defense battle remained at a full 100. Sighs of disappointment echoed among many. Originally, they should have been the first guild to establish a base. Yet now, Chapter 071, International Server Dynamics. The expressions of Tianxia and his companions must be quite entertaining. How delightful, haha. This round, the gods are the MVPs, fantastic. Offline, Xiao Feng and his companions enjoyed their seafood buffet, laughing joyfully. The buffet restaurant had a large screen television connected to the internet, currently displaying a scrolling feed of news related to Heavens. Heavens was exceptionally popular by noon. Over 1 billion people had entered the game by evening. Whether students or office workers, many found a plethora of engaging gameplay within. The tenfold difference in game time allowed those with previously hectic lives to find relief. While most did not comprehend why the time within the game could be 10 times slower than reality, the majority embraced and accepted this peculiarity with enthusiasm. At that moment, the television screen displayed the news of the Gods Guild acquiring their base, with many commenters expressing their congratulations and sharing their thoughts. Some insiders revealed that the Tianxia Guild had purchased their base merely 1 minute after the gods, eliciting mockery and sympathy from many. Tianxia's misfortune is quite significant. During one afternoon in reality, they were first schooled by old Xiao, and then they were duped by the gods. The loss in player morale will likely lead to hundreds of withdrawals. Lily chuckled as he peeled shrimp. Xiao Feng toyed with an empty conch shell. I almost feel sorry for them. It's quite tragic for such a large guild to be in such a predicament. Spare the sympathy. They might be plotting their revenge against you, Zhang Fan countered, shaking his head. Fair point. Let us check the news from abroad. I wonder how the foreigners are faring. Xiao Feng suggested. They switched the television to the international news channel, where a flurry of headlines emerged. Federation's super expert Dark Lord soloed the 80-level mythic boss. The top player on the international server, Battle Axe, challenges Manhwa. We will conquer you, at level 100. Bug fell down the stairs and lost 50,000 health. Some news garnered significant attention, while others remained relatively obscure. Foreign players tended to be lone wolves or small groups, lacking the execution efficiency of large-scale operations like Manhwa. Though they had not taken down the 100-level mythic boss to establish a base, there were still numerous skilled players among them. Currently, the top player on the international server, Battle Axe, had reached level 76, having attained this level without defeating many mythic or legendary bosses, indicating an exceptionally rapid leveling pace. Additionally, several renowned professional players, seasoned veterans, and international tournament champions were thriving and achieving remarkable feats. The announcements within the entire Blue Star battle zone had surged into the dozens, with the number of announcements on the international server significantly surpassing that of the Manhwa server. The first clears of various main storyline dungeons at all levels were predominantly claimed by international players. This was primarily due to the difficulty in locating main storyline dungeons, which required luck to trigger. Otherwise, with Xiao Feng's abilities, reaching level 155 from level 25 would be a mere trifle. Furthermore, a mysterious player on the international server had revealed the attributes of an extraordinary artifact. According to the described attributes, it is a staff capable of augmenting spell power by a staggering 10,000 points, accompanied by an apocalyptic active skill that, when unleashed, can level an entire map single-handedly. While some skeptics question its authenticity, Xiao Feng harbors a strong belief in its truthfulness. However, the individual in question did not disclose their in-game ID. leaving everyone in a state of uncertainty, merely speculating based on performances observed within the game. The chasm between the gaming world and the internet renders many in-game messages and scenarios intangible, resulting in a significant disappointment for those yet to log in, who are left eagerly anticipating the experience without the possibility of an early glimpse. Fortunately, the end of work and classes is imminent. After dinner, Zhutian will welcome a fresh wave of players, and the major cities will undoubtedly become even more vibrant. Enough eating. Let us hurry back to the dormitory and continue the game. Initially savoring their meal, Xiao Feng and his companions found themselves increasingly restless after consuming a wealth of information. Eager to log in. Thus, they hastily returned to campus, quickly freshened up, addressed their physiological needs, and then reclined on their beds, reconnecting their consciousness to the game server. Welcome back to the world of Zhutian. You have created a character and can log into the game at any time. On the login screen, Xiao Feng beheld a striking male mage wielding a meteorological staff. I must say, I am quite handsome. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he stepped into his character. A dazzling display of light and shadow enveloped him, and he soon found himself in the bustling streets of Dragon Blood City. Old Li, Old Zhang. His two roommates had already logged in, and the trio remained in a party. Old Xiao, what shall we do now? Shall we train a bit? Li, having satisfied his hunger, brimmed with enthusiasm. All right, someone is calling for me. Just as Xiao Feng was about to respond, a message from a friend interrupted him. Brother Xiao Feng, you have finally returned. Please come and assist us. Our base is on the verge of being breached. The message came from the president of the Conquest Guild, Zhan Tian. His tone conveyed a palpable urgency, clearly indicating a significant predicament. Has it started? Xiao Feng inquired. It began nearly an hour ago. The monsters are of such high level that it takes numerous skills to defeat each one. Our members have perished several times. And we are now relying solely on the NPC army to hold the line, Zhan Tian lamented. Send me the coordinates. I'm on my way. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Feng quickly replied. Head to Moonlight City and use the small teleportation array to reach Conquest Zhutian. I've already granted you teleportation privileges, Zhan Tian responded promptly. Please extend the same privileges to my two friends. We shall go together. Their serial numbers are XXX. After relaying his instructions, Xiao Feng hurried his two companions towards the teleportation array. They teleported from Dragon Blood City to Moonlight City, and then from the small teleportation array in Moonlight City to the Conquest Zhutian base. Alert! The target area is currently engaged in warfare. Do you wish to confirm teleportation? Due to the unique circumstances of the target location, the system sought additional confirmation during the teleportation process. Confirm. The three of them paid the teleportation fees and arrived directly at the Guild's base, embroiled in a fierce defensive battle. Boom, crack, roar. Upon arriving, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the distance. Xiao Feng and his companions gazed around, realizing they were situated in a rudimentary village with minimal structures, consisting only of wooden walls and a few essential buildings. Within the confines of the 1,000 by 1,000 meter base, players surged forth, resurrected and recklessly charging towards the outer walls to engage in battle with the monsters. Outside the base loomed a monstrous tide, a veritable sea of beasts. Creatures of varying sizes barreled towards the base, overwhelming the players, who found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught for more than 3 seconds. Their damage against the monsters appeared feeble and ineffective. Priests, focus on healing the NPCs. Knights and warriors, use potions. We can die, but the NPCs cannot. Otherwise, we will surely fall. Old Bai, go fetch more supplies from the NPC pharmacy. The healing potions are nearly depleted. Those who have lost their weapons, head to the warehouse for replacements. Forget about armor for now. Killing monsters comes first. Zhan Tian's booming voice echoed within the base as he stood at the entrance of the makeshift meeting hall, directing the overall strategy. The building behind him represented the true core of the guild. Should the monsters breach the walls and invade this hall, the defensive battle would be deemed a failure. Old Yang, which section of the wall is under the most pressure? I'll go assist. After quickly assessing the situation, Xiao Feng entered a state of readiness. Calling out to Zhan Tian, Brother Xiao Feng, your timing is impeccable. The Eastern Front is currently under the most strain. I'm counting on you. Zhan Tian exclaimed upon seeing him, his spirits lifting instantly. Xiao Feng nodded to his two companions, Old Li, Old Zhang, let us go. They swiftly maneuvered through the crowd towards the eastern wall. Finally, I can show off alongside Old Xiao. Li exclaimed joyfully. He can show off. We'll just soak up the experience, Zhang Fan remarked with a hint of self-awareness. Oh please, with so many monsters, can he really take all the glory? Li encouraged with a laugh. You should just transform and show off a bit yourself. The crowd within the base was somewhat congested, but the space was limited. And soon they reached the city gate. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as a massive, 4-meter-tall wooden wall was struck by a giant rampaging bull monster, resonating with a deafening crash. Level 105 Epic Boss, the Bull King. This is insane, Li exclaimed, glancing at the boss information in awe. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning descended, and the once formidable Bull King let out a piercing cry as it collapsed. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding members of the Conquest Guild gasped in astonishment. Who unleashed that lightning arrow? It's incredible. In the next moment, they all beheld a striking male mage clad in a deep blue robe, standing atop the highest point of the wall. Level 85 meteorological mage, Xiaofeng. The great Xiaofeng has arrived. Our powerful ally is here. Ha ha ha. Monsters, prepare to meet your doom. Let us kill them. The 200-level mythic boss was taken down by the great Xiaofeng. These pathetic creatures don't stand a chance. 1 down, 2 down. Xiaofeng's arrival triggered a chain reaction. The morale of the Conquest Guild members, previously diminished after numerous deaths, surged once more, rekindling their fighting spirit. Quick! Bestow buffs upon the great mage. Blessing of courage. Stone skin. Rejuvenation. In no time, a plethora of beneficial states enveloped Xiaofeng, further amplifying his attributes. However, just as everyone turned their attention to him, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air. The southern section of the eastern wall suddenly suffered a violent impact, resulting in a 1-meter-wide breach. Oh no! Quickly, hold the line, cried the commander of the army stationed on the wall. What had breached the wall was a legendary boss. The prismatic giant python, a colossal serpent measuring over 30 meters in length and as thick as a water barrel. With a single swing of its tail, it could claim multiple lives, and even the skills of NPC soldiers proved futile against it. Faced with such a terrifying boss, ordinary players, averaging around level 38, found themselves utterly powerless to resist. Moreover, at the same time, thousands of smaller monsters were assaulting the city walls, leaving them little energy to confront the boss. The sound of splintering wood echoed incessantly as the entire fortification trembled on the brink of collapse. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaofeng understood that he could no longer remain hidden. He shouted, "You hold the walls. Focus on exterminating the small monsters. Leave the boss to me." With that, he consumed a charge potion, his speed surging to 6 times that of an ordinary person as he dashed towards the colossal serpent boss. Xiaofeng, the great deity, had made his move. Quickly, heed his command. "We must first eliminate the small monsters. We cannot allow them to breach the fort," shouted the players, priests and knights. Ensure the protection of the great deity Xiaofeng. The crowd reacted swiftly, springing into action. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng had already approached the giant serpent boss with several agile strides. Colorful giant serpent, legendary boss. Level, 120. Health, 21, 891, 724, 500, 000. The boss was only at half health because the difficulty of this siege had been halved, resulting in all summoned monsters suffering a 50 reduction in health, attack power, and defense. Yet, even so, under the pressure of level disparity, the challenge remained formidable. Magic missile. Noticing the boss's diminished health, Xiaofeng deemed it unnecessary to use his more powerful skills and simply unleashed a basic attack. Bayu, a single missile, lost among a myriad of vibrant spells, appeared unremarkable. However, upon impact, the once arrogant serpent, which had been thrashing its tail against the walls, emitted a shriek, stiffened, swayed left and right, and slowly toppled over. You have participated in defeating the legendary boss, colorful giant serpent, earning a shared experience of 189, 130 and 1. 890 reputation points. The system announced. Although the experience was modest, as it was divided among many attackers, Xiaofeng paid it no mind. In the siege battle, the experience from the boss was negligible compared to the vast number of smaller monsters, which constituted the real prize. Downpour. Having dispatched the boss, before the members of the Conquest Guild could celebrate, Xiaofeng had already begun casting an area of effect spell. With a thunderous clap, the winds began to swirl ominously. Soon, a vast expanse of dark clouds enveloped the sky, and torrential rain cascaded down. Spanning 60 meters, it directly covered a significant portion of the city walls. Where the deluge fell, countless small monsters perished instantly, unable to withstand even a second. Even the small bosses mingling among them were obliterated in an instant. Yielding experience and dropping equipment. You have defeated the Peach Tree Spirit, earning 168 experience. You have defeated the elite monster, Demonized Giant Tiger, earning 47, 890 experience. The system notifications flooded the screen, and with a single spell, the number of slain monsters soared past 100. And this was merely the beginning. Xiaofeng, the great deity, was invincible. So powerful, so powerful. One spell wipes out an entire area. High damage, wide range. This is divine. With such a swift and decisive execution of the boss and the mass extermination of smaller monsters, the members of the Conquest Guild were instantly invigorated, erupting into cheers. Chain lightning, fireball, gale blade, magic missile. Ignoring the exuberant shouts of the crowd, Xiaofeng leaped from the walls, charging into the fray, breaching the line of knight players outside the fort and plunging into the horde of monsters. Be careful, great deity Xiaofeng. The monsters have high attack power. Priests of Team 9, keep up and heal the great deity. The sight of him fearlessly diving into the throng of monsters left everyone astonished, prompting them to prepare for support. Yet, Xiaofeng shouted, Don't worry about me, I won't fall. Just take care of the stragglers. With that, he accelerated once more, vanishing into the mass of creatures. Is he really that reckless? The crowd marveled at his audacity. At this moment, Li and Zhang Fan, witnessing Xiao Feng's exploits, could no longer remain passive. Damn it, old Xiao is showing off without us. Zhang, transform quickly, I need to heal you. Li declared fiercely. All right, Zhang Fan, ever the straightforward one, wasted no time activating his talent skill and transforming into dragon form. With a low roar, his stature surged. His body adorned with a layer of dragon scales, significantly enhancing his attributes. I'm in. Mimicking Xiao Feng, he leaped from the walls and plunged into the horde of monsters. How majestic! What skill is that? Players nearby expressed their envy at his formidable appearance and valiant stance. As Zhang Fan entered the fray, he swung his legendary sword, unleashing the exclusive skills of the Dragon Blood Warrior. Damage in 4-digit figures erupted above the monsters' heads, a sight pleasing to the eye. Although he couldn't eliminate monsters as swiftly as Xiao Feng, many injured and half-health foes fell before him. Die! A humanoid boss spotted Zhang Fan and charged at him. Weapon raised, ready to strike. However, as a skill landed on Zhang Fan, it only dealt a few hundred points of damage, which Li promptly healed back to full. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn to shine. Zhang Fan laughed heartily, reveling in the moment as he prepared to face the humanoid boss solo. Just then, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Look over there. What a huge tornado. It's the great deity Xiao Feng. He unleashing his ultimate move. Chapter 073, A One-Man Army. With a whoosh, the tornado spiraled into existence, heralding the return of the windstorm spell. Xiao Feng, adorned with a soil element shield, deliberately plunged deep into the monster horde, positioning himself surrounded by a throng of creatures. Then, in this perilous locale, he unleashed his ultimate skill. With a swish, the winds surged, and within a radius of 120 meters, nearly every monster perished in an instant. The sheer number of creatures within such a vast area was staggering, numbering in the thousands. Utterly incalculable. Yet, only he reaped the experience. His experience bar surged visibly, skyrocketing by nearly 1 million points in the span of a single second. Charge. With 4 seconds remaining on the windstorm spell, he was unwilling to waste the opportunity, dashing forward. The tornado followed in his wake, advancing along with him. In those 4 seconds, he covered 30 meters, taking down another wave of small monsters. A clearing emerged outside the east wall, littered with silver coins, gold, and ordinary equipment. However, countless monsters remained, quickly replenishing their ranks. System notifications echoed in the nearby regional channel, indicating that this was only the 12th wave of monsters. With a total of 24 waves yet to come, there was still much to endure. Thud, thud, thud. Numerous small monsters assaulted Xiao Feng, with the earth element shield in place. His health remained intact, but he was occasionally stunned, which proved somewhat bothersome. How I wish I could use the apocalypse of catastrophe, Xiao Feng mused. His current mana was just over 700 points, still shy of the minimum requirement of 2,000, let alone sustaining the full release of the apocalypse of catastrophe. Never mind, let us momentarily elevate our minor skills. With the Tempest unleashed, the only formidable spell remaining at his disposal is the Meteor Strike. However, considering the more formidable adversaries that lie ahead, he resolves to conserve this ultimate ability for later, opting to wait for the cooldown of the Meteor Strike. A minute passes swiftly. He first employs Fireball, Windblade, and Chain Lightning, 3 lesser area damage spells, to clear out some elite monsters, bosses, and to execute some minor foes with basic attacks and Chain Lightning, effectively alleviating the pressure. Whoosh, boom, swish. Each skill is unleashed with fervor. Although the spectacle lacks the grandeur of his ultimate abilities, the outcome remains undeniable. Every foe meets their demise without exception. Initially beleaguered, the eastern city wall gradually stabilizes with the addition of Xiao Feng, who dispatches the bosses, ultimately allowing it to hold firm. Old Li, heal me. I can't hold on any longer. Zhang Fan, transformed into a dragon man, is besieged by a horde of level 100 monsters. His health plummeting as the ordinary priest struggles to keep up with the healing. Li's skills fall one after another, barely managing to stabilize his health. Everyone hold on. Our supply reinforcements are on the way, and numerous large scrolls will assist in clearing the field. The commander of the Conquest Guild rallies the troops, each member undeterred, dying only to resurrect and press on, refusing to let the monsters encroach even a single step. The Conquest Guild, affluent and resourceful, swiftly replenishes the equipment lost upon death and the potions consumed, continuously providing for its members. To meet the escalating demands, they even contacted the Treasure Merchant Association for supplies, pouring substantial funds into the endeavor. This wave of the monster siege must be held, otherwise, all previous efforts will be in vain. The stronghold will collapse and be reclaimed by the system, rendering everything futile. Brother Xiao Feng, the pressure from the east has alleviated for the moment. Please assist in the south to deal with the boss. Our brothers are struggling. The commander, Jingtian, oversees the battlefield, acutely aware of where the pressure is most intense. As Xiao Feng and his companions enter the fray, a few large area of effect spells transform the previously beleaguered eastern wall into the least pressured location. He cannot help but admire Xiao Feng's prowess while seizing the opportunity to direct this formidable fighter where he is most needed. No problem. Xiao Feng readily complies, receiving the message and immediately heading south from outside the city. He even forgoes entering the city, barreling forward with the earth elemental shield intact. Although occasionally hindered by monsters along the way, his progress remains swift. Soon, Xiao Feng arrives outside the southern city. A colossal lizard, towering over 6 meters, is relentlessly assaulting the wooden wall, having already dispatched 2 NPC soldiers. Now, a level 150 NPC captain stands in defense. Ironclad Dragon King, legendary boss, level 160, health 31, 778, 287, 650, 000. This beast is exceptionally resilient, its health rivaling that of mythical bosses. Even with its attributes halved, it remains an insurmountable challenge for ordinary players, dealing merely 1 damage per skill. Even the NPC army's archers and mages, unleashing a relentless barrage, inflict only meager damage. Xiao Feng. This monster possesses high physical defense, but lower magical defense. We are counting on you. Parkinson, a core damage dealer from the Conquest Guild specializing in the Stargazer class, stands in the south, wielding a level-less legendary weapon and frantically unleashing skills, yet his damage barely reaches 3 digits, insignificant against the Ironclad Dragon King's 3 million health. Xiao Feng, upon arriving nearby, wastes no time and launches a lightning arrow. Whoosh! A flash of electricity erupts, dealing immense damage. The once menacing Ironclad Dragon King, which had been crashing against the city wall, collapses with a resounding thud, scattering coins and equipment across the ground. A level 160 legendary boss, dispatched in an instant. What the hell? Incredible! Gasps of astonishment echo among the onlookers, their eyes wide as they behold the bounty of gold and epic gear strewn about. Even Parkinson, who had previously considered himself quite formidable, stands speechless, awestruck by Xiao Feng's terrifying damage output. Xiao Feng refrains from collecting the items on the ground. The spoils from the stronghold defense battle are automatically allocated to the guild's treasury without the need for manual collection. As an auxiliary, he deems it inappropriate to unilaterally claim the spoils. If he desires anything, he can simply request it from Jingtian after the battle concludes. Are there any more bosses? I need your mages to bombard the bosses with fireball and direct me. After obliterating the Ironclad Dragon King, Xiao Feng calls out. The battlefield is chaos incarnate, with combat raging everywhere, the brilliance of skills and effects nearly obscuring the city walls. At this moment, Xiao Feng cannot discern the whereabouts of any remaining bosses and must rely on the Conquest members for assistance in locating them. Fireball to guide. The commander on the wall immediately comprehends, broadcasting through the guild channel. All team mages, in 10 seconds, concentrate Fireball on the nearest boss monster to signal Xiao Feng. The cooldown of Fireball is relatively brief, allowing for another cast shortly. Upon receiving the command, the mages prepare to unleash a barrage of fireballs. Now, with the guild leader's order, thousands of fireballs soar towards several bosses outside the city walls. The brilliant flames erupt, illuminating the forms of the bosses. Received. Xiao Feng instantly acknowledges the signal, weaving through the throng of monsters, charging toward the nearest boss. Fireball. A superlative version of the fireball is launched, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Amidst the cacophony, a level 135 epic boss is obliterated, yielding experience and prestige. Without pausing, Xiao Feng forges ahead, slaying bosses along his path. Rainstorm. Gale. As the cooldown for his major skills concludes, he deftly selects the most densely populated area of monsters to unleash his ultimate abilities. These 2 area skills with a 60-second cooldown effectively reduce the pressure on the city walls, clearing swathes of monsters. In just a few short minutes, the pressure from the south is also alleviated. Xiao Feng, hurry to the west. There's a mythical boss over there. Jingtian sends another urgent message. Upon hearing this news, a smile brightens Xiao Feng's face. Leave it to me. Chapter 074, The Second Malevolent Spirit. The battle rages on. The stronghold defense struggle is somewhat torturous for the players of the Conquest Guild, as deaths are exceedingly frequent. Although the vast amounts of monster experience can offset level losses, the constant cycle of dying weighs heavily on morale. Were it not for the unwavering spirit of the guild's numerous players, many would have succumbed to the urge to flee. In contrast, Xiao Feng stands as the sole individual among them who relishes the onslaught of monsters. West City. I have arrived. In no time, Xiao Feng reaches the outskirts of the West City. Where's the mythical boss? He calls out. Over here. The commander on the western front, a female mage, stands atop the high wall, unleashing a dark thundercloud that rains down lightning on the boss, guiding Xiao Feng. Following her voice, Xiao Feng observes a humanoid figure draped in a black robe, towering over 4 meters, with decayed skin revealing its skeletal structure, resembling a grotesque zombie. Although the distance prevents him from seeing the boss's information, it feels oddly familiar, as if he has encountered it before. Be destroyed, you insignificant ants. The boss spread his arms and began chanting a spell. Black energy surged from his body, forming a massive black evil dragon that swept across the city walls. Boom, 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 boom. The fragile wooden walls couldn't withstand the boss's assault, cracking open a 3-meter-wide gap. Even the NPC soldiers couldn't resist such overwhelming force. One by one, they spat blood and fell from the walls, their fates uncertain. Commander, we can't hold them off. The guild members in the battle shouted, utterly helpless. Xiaofeng is here. At that moment, someone cried out in alarm. Xiaofeng swiftly ran through the dense crowd of monsters and reached the boss. Scanning the information, a look of delight appeared on his face. Evil Spirit Bishop Feng Yan, Mythic Boss, level 110 HP, 500, 391, 910, 600, 000, target level 2 high. Cannot retrieve more data. It was one of the 4 great evil spirit bosses. After defeating the evil knight, he had received a mythic main quest to defeat the 4 scattered evil spirit bosses in the world and release their souls. Completing that would unlock the level 2 capital war city and grant eligibility to challenge the level 220 mythic boss, Holy Spear, General Relio. He had been worried about where to find the other 3 evil spirit bosses, but today, he unexpectedly ran into one. Prepare to die? Seeing the mythic boss, Xiaofeng's eyes glinted like a hungry wolf spotting prey. He summoned a new earth element shield and charged forward. Fireball. He unleashed a massive fireball, akin to a supercharged explosion spell. The 12-meter diameter fireball hurtled toward the towering evil spirit boss. Boom. The fireball exploded, sparks flying in all directions. The boss let out a piercing scream, taking 15 million damage instantly. Even at full HP, this damage would have been catastrophic. Now, at half HP, it was devastating. The explosion knocked the boss out of combat, his health locked at 300,000 HP. God Terrence returns to your embrace. The boss didn't fall, locked in place. He lifted his head and let out a deep, hoarse cry toward the sky. A beam of golden light descended from above. A soft female voice echoed, Warsong Bishop, your soul shall be redeemed. In the name of the second war god of the War God Temple, I welcome you return, Terrence. Under the golden light, the boss's rotting body gradually restored to health. His black robe slowly turned bright red, resembling roaring flames. The entire transformation mirrored that of Holy Spear, General Relio. Soon, the boss was reborn, and his stats doubled instantly. Warsong Bishop Terrence, Mythic Boss, level 220 HP, 2, 120, 000, 021, 200, 000, target level 2 high. Cannot retrieve more data. Young warrior, thank you for clearing my corrupted body and freeing my soul. Although I despise you for killing Otto, your reward will not be lessened. Relio and I await you at the War God Temple. Your prize is there. After speaking, Terrence floated into the air and flew toward the western horizon, disappearing quickly. Ding. Congratulations. You defeated the mythic boss Evil Spirit Bishop Feng Yan and gained 31,700 reputation. Subdue the 4 evil spirits. Quest progress updated. Continue forward to unlock War City. You participated in defeating Evil Spirit Bishop Feng Yan and gained 800,000 shared experience. Congratulations, your level increased to 86. Coins and loot rained down from the surroundings, millions of gold. And 2 pieces of mythic equipment appeared. Xiaofeng noticed one item was classless, and his eyes glinted with envy. Endless Smoke Belt, Mythic, Level Requirement, None Class Requirement, None HP 2000 Physical Defense, 50 Magic Defense, 50 Physical Damage Reduction, 15 Magic Damage Reduction, 15 Special Effect. Endless Smoke. In battle, each enemy killed increases your attack and defense by 1, stacking up to 15 layers. Exits combat. Effect lost. Not bad, although it had only 1 effect. Clearing some mobs constantly could raise attack and defense by 15. Very practical. Guild leader, a mythic belt dropped here. It suits me. Check it out. Xiaofeng messaged Zhang Tian, the guild leader. Zhang Tian had already learned from other members that 2 pieces of mythic gear dropped. Seeing Xiaofeng reach out, he promptly replied, Brother Xiaofeng, take it directly. He knew just how crucial Xiaofeng's help was in this siege. Even taking all the loot wouldn't be excessive. Then I won't hold back. Xiaofeng laughed, scooping up the endless smoke belt and storing it in his backpack. He couldn't equip it mid-battle yet. The fight continued. Waves 13 and 14 of monsters arrived, and more bosses loomed in the distance. Leveraging his high damage output, Xiaofeng assisted wherever possible, picking off bosses. When rainstorm and gale spells came off cooldown, he used them in the densest monster clusters, greatly alleviating the guild's pressure. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes wave after wave of monsters appeared, placing enormous pressure on all 4 city walls. Xiaofeng tirelessly moved, providing aid north, south, east, and west. Alone, his presence exerted a power greater than thousands of soldiers, stabilizing an otherwise dire situation. With each boss slain and each wave cleared, his experience surged. When the final wave appeared, the system alert chimed. Xiaofeng had reached level 89. His leveling speed rivaled 40-level guild members, with no signs of slowing down at higher levels. After 2 hours of fierce battle, the NPC soldiers were almost entirely wiped out. Only the members' desperate resistance kept the line standing. Wave 24 of minor monsters was finally cleared. Everyone collapsed, exhausted, gasping for breath. Yet the battle was not over. Boom, boom, boom. With footsteps like drum beats, a boss the size of a mountain slowly advanced from the distance toward the northern city. Guarantee there are only 24 waves? Why is there another boss? Everyone was puzzled, but no one panicked. After witnessing Xiao Feng effortlessly one-shotting multiple bosses, the players no longer feared any boss. No matter how strong or tanky it was in front of Xiao Feng, it was as fragile as paper. Chapter 075. Welfare Boss. The colossal boss gradually approached the defensive perimeter of the encampment, resembling a gargantuan elephant, towering at an impressive height of approximately 20 meters. Its entire body was a rich shade of earthy yellow, adorned with long, flowing golden fur, while its enormous trunk resembled an inverted pagoda. This was truly astounding. The previously encountered level 180 legendary boss paled in comparison to this behemoth. Could it possibly be a mythical boss of level 200 or higher? The multitude of thousands from the Conquest Guild gazed upon this monstrous creature with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Brother Xiaofeng, can we defeat it? Zhang Tian had just exited the council hall and stood atop the northern city wall. Let's check its attributes. This boss is enormous, and I'm not entirely confident. Xiaofeng replied. He leaped from the wall, donned a soil elemental shield, and ventured forth. Just as he intended to take a closer look at the boss's data, a regional announcement echoed through the air. Congratulations to all members of the Conquest Guild. Your outstanding performance in this encampment defense has granted you an additional opportunity for a welfare boss reward. The welfare boss, War Elephant, has been summoned and will begin calculating damage in 120 seconds. Welfare battle duration, 60 seconds. A gentle reminder, this boss possesses infinite health. The damage dealt within 1 minute will be transformed into 100 times experience points, distributed evenly among all participants in this defensive battle. Upon hearing the announcement, everyone momentarily froze, followed by a cacophony of voices from the crowd. A welfare boss? Such a mechanism exists? Within a brief minute, the implications became clear. Any damage output within 60 seconds would be converted into a 100-fold experience, shared among all. My goodness. If each person inflicts 500 damage per second, that amounts to 30,000 damage in 1 minute, equating to an average of 300,000 experience points for each participant. 500 damage per second? Who do you think you're looking down on? At least 520. Wait, have you forgotten about the great Xiaofeng? In an instant, countless eyes turned towards the dashing mage outside the city. Xiaofeng, momentarily taken aback, contemplated the implications of infinite output, where the damage he inflicted would multiply into experience. If he were not required to share with others, he could potentially reach level 200 in one go. At the very least, level 150 would be guaranteed. If only he could monopolize this opportunity. Alas, the crowd's determination included all participants from today's battle. Even if he were to chase everyone else away, it would be futile. The war elephant stood motionless, 100 meters away, awaiting its fate. Xiaofeng approached to examine its details. War elephant, special creature. Level, 1 health. Physical defense, 100 magical defense, 100 skills, professional target. Effective damage can be dealt by releasing any attack skill within a range of 1,000 meters without the need for a physical strike. With a dual defense of 100, it was reasonable to assume that any class other than pure meat shield knights could inflict around 500 damage per second. This could yield a substantial amount of experience. Brother Xiaofeng. Zhang Tian leaped down from the wall and swiftly approached. Zhang Fan, Li Li, and Parkinson followed closely behind. Old Yang, what is the plan? Xiaofeng inquired. There's still over a minute of preparation time. We can strategize briefly, Zhang Tian replied. Your output is phenomenal, almost absurd. I intend to apply all types of support skills from our guild to you, maximizing your damage output. Others will focus on damage at the front, with priests in the back, surrounding the boss and dealing as much damage as possible. Exactly what I was thinking, Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Despite the boss's massive size and the 1,000-meter attack range, with over 100,000 players present, it was still impossible for everyone to strike it. To optimize their gains, pure tank knights and healers needed to position themselves slightly back, allowing damage-dealing classes to stand at the forefront and unleash their buffs for maximum output. Time is of the essence. I must quickly organize all guild members into formation. You'll join Parkinson's team, and he will handle the buffs. Zhang Tian instructed before beginning to arrange the guild's formation. Everyone mobilize. With little time for rest, the tens of thousands of members were once again rallied to assemble in the open space outside the city. Xiaofeng and his 2 brothers joined Parkinson's team, and soon a throng of teammates converged around them. Each team consisted of 50 members, and within 10 seconds, they were fully assembled. Aside from Xiaofeng, Zhang Fan, Parkinson, and a rogue named Big Hammer 80, everyone else was of the priest class, there solely to bolster the 4 damage dealers with buffs. Teams 1 and 2 will focus on maintaining an eye on Xiaofeng's buff status. Teams 3 and 4 will assist me. Teams 5 and 6 will support Old Zhang. Teams 7 and 8 will aid Big Hammer. Teams 9 and 10 will provide all special buffs to Xiaofeng, ensuring no overlaps to achieve maximum damage output. Parkinson swiftly allocated the buff assignments. As the arrangements were finalized, the countdown for the welfare boss reached 30 seconds. All members were in position. Zhang Tian had also managed to organize the guild members briefly. Thousands of damage classes were now surrounding the boss, ready to engage. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. The system initiated the countdown, swiftly reaching the final 3 seconds. Buffs up, Zhang Tian bellowed. In the next moment, thousands of priest players unleashed a myriad of skills. Xiaofeng's combat information panel lit up with notifications. Player Healing Overflow has cast Blessing of Courage on you. Player Oldly Next Door has bestowed the gift of the Moon Goddess upon you. Player Sobbing has cast Blade Blessing on you. Player A Sudden Death has activated the Horn of Charge on you. A flurry of buffs flooded his status bar, dramatically boosting his attack power to an astounding level. Originally, his spell attack, at level 89, hovered just above 1200. Now, it surged to an astonishing 2750, accompanied by a 25 critical hit rate and a 10 enhancement to spell damage. Brother Xiaofeng, it's time for your performance, Zhang Tian exclaimed, and countless players simultaneously unleashed their skills. He turned his gaze towards Xiaofeng, anticipating the awe-inspiring display from this godly figure capable of annihilating the boss. However, to everyone's bewilderment, Xiaofeng did not immediately commence his spellcasting. Old Xiao, what are you doing? Li, having completed his buffs, questioned Xiaofeng's stillness. Xiaofeng remained silent, focused intently on chanting his spell. Meteor Strike. He had hesitated to use a skill meant for clearing lesser monsters, but the moment had finally arrived. Gazing at his attribute interface, showcasing over 2,700 in attack power, Xiaofeng felt a tremor of exhilaration. This would be his most formidable strike to date. Buzz. The fire element began to coalesce as a vast expanse of fiery clouds rapidly formed in the sky. Everyone, look at the heavens. Many, initially perplexed by Xiaofeng's inactivity, even felt frustrated, lamenting the waste of so many buffs. Yet soon, someone noticed the peculiar spectacle and looked skyward. What a magnificent display of fire clouds. This was a forbidden spell, a spell of forbidden magic. The great Xiaofeng was unleashing his ultimate move. Truly, his ultimate attack. In that moment, excitement surged among the crowd. They had witnessed Xiaofeng's gale and deluge spells, believing those to be his strongest abilities. However, witnessing him chant the spell now left everyone utterly astonished and trembling with excitement. A forbidden spell, a mere skill capable of annihilating a boss in an instant. And now he was unleashing a forbidden incantation. The damage would be nothing short of extraordinary. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The chant for the meteor spell was drawing to a close. Come on. The skill's incantation concluded swiftly, and an immense meteor appeared in the sky. With a flick of his staff, Xiaofeng caused the meteor to tremble slightly, transforming into a blaze of fire as it hurtled towards the war elephant. Chapter 076. The Damage of Xiaofeng. 906, 1071, 1293. Damage figures erupted from the war elephant, each second revealing thousands upon thousands of damage numbers at an astonishing pace. Were it not for the seemingly boundless health of the war elephant, such a rapid loss of health, tens of millions each second, would have swiftly vanquished a mythic boss. The meteor spell, indeed, was the meteor spell. As Xiaofeng unleashed his forbidden incantation, the colossal meteor descended, radiating blinding flames. Oh my, how terrifying! Would it obliterate us as well? Someone shouted in alarm, feeling immense psychological pressure as the meteor plummeted toward them. Before anyone could ponder further, the meteor struck the ground. The searing flames collided with the towering giant, resulting in an unprecedented explosion that shocked everyone present. The meteor impacted the war elephant, forcing its massive form into the ground. A shockwave radiated outward, akin to tidal waves, shaking the earth and extending for 180 meters before dissipating. Though the frontline damage dealers were unharmed, they were still staggered by the force of the shockwave, nearly losing their footing. Everyone, look at the damage, someone exclaimed. All eyes turned to the top of the boss. A staggering damage figure slowly floated into view. 907654851 critical hit. 900 million, a full 900 million in critical damage. My heavens. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed throughout the vicinity. Everyone was left in a daze, including Xiaofeng himself. One skill, 900 million damage. The boss with the highest health they had encountered thus far had barely exceeded 20 million. With this one meteor strike, even a level 220 temple boss would owe him dozens of lives. Do not cease your assault. Continue to output. War Tian's voice resonated outside the city, rousing the astonished crowd. Yes, damage output is crucial. The crowd hastily suppressed their astonishment and quickened their assault. Old Xiao, you've truly outdone yourself. Zhang Fan's voice drifted from the side. He, too, had consumed numerous buffs, yet his accumulated damage barely reached 100,000. Compared to Xiaofeng, It was as if a firefly was attempting to compete with the moon. Alas, it seems that beauty and damage are inversely proportional. Xiaofeng shamelessly remarked as he regained his composure and resumed his onslaught. Storm of Rain, Gale Spell, Fireball, Lightning Arrow, 680-0015, 11292699, 1130155512, 12781222. Damage figures surged from the hundreds of thousands to tens of millions, then surpassed 100 million, provoking envy among the output dealers. Just as the previous buffs faded, a fresh batch emerged. Xiaofeng's attack power consistently exceeded 2,500, each skill unleashing a deluge of damage. The welfare battle was nearing its conclusion, with a countdown. 10, 9, 8. The system prompt echoed in their ears, the time ticking down. The crowd exerted themselves desperately. At the final moment, as the countdown reached 0, the war elephant vanished into thin air with a low hum. Simultaneously, a regional announcement rang out. In this welfare battle, total damage inflicted on the war elephant, 527-188-8822. MVP player, Xiaofeng, personal accumulated damage, 279-182-8412. MVP skill, Magic Missile, accumulated damage, 109-828-2431. Total participants in the garrison defense, 148-893. Each participant received an experience share of 354-0723. Wow. In the next instant, among the tens of thousands present, everyone except Xiaofeng was enveloped in the glow of level ups. 3.5 million experience. This was certainly superior to 3 hours of grinding monsters. Incredible. I leveled up 4 times in one go. I leveled up 3 times, haha. In an instant, the levels of the multitude surged simultaneously, with the previously average level conquest guild members leaping to around level 43. Some elite players even surged into the top 1,000 ranks. Meanwhile, Parkinson, already on the leaderboard, ascended 2 levels to 4th place, surpassed only by Xiaofeng, Lucky Meow, and sword slashes through life. Xiaofeng is amazing. Xiaofeng is the best. Xiaofeng is #1 in the world. The regional announcement clearly indicated the damage dealt by Xiaofeng. His output alone surpassed that of the combined efforts of 30 to 40,000 other damage dealers. Who could possibly doubt such figures? Old Xiao, you've truly become legendary. After this battle, all players in Dragon Country would be aware of your extraordinary prowess. Even foreigners would bow in reverence. Zhang Fan and Li Li were equally astounded by Xiaofeng's terrifying damage, expressing their awe. Yet in Xiaofeng's mind, one thought persisted. The meteor spell was not the MVP skill. It dealt less damage than the magic missile. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The meteor spell could only be cast once, and dealing over 900 million was indeed remarkable. Yet the magic missile was cast 24 times, each at 120 damage, cumulatively surpassing the 2,000 of the meteor spell. Moreover, this statistic also accounted for the damage dealt by others using the same skill, adding to the total. Regional announcement. The garrison defense of the Conquest Guild has concluded. Congratulations to Conquest for a successful defense. All participants receive an experience reward of 1,000,000. Prestige of 500, and guild contribution of 10,000. All commercial taxes and maintenance fees will be waived for 10 days. Keep up the great work. As the system notification emerged, another 1,000,000 experience points showered down. Most players leveled up once more, and Xiaofeng finally reached level 90. Cheers erupted throughout the garrison. After a grueling battle, the bountiful rewards left the members elated. Though the preparation and combat took over 3 hours, the rewards were immensely gratifying. With everyone experiencing an increase of 4 levels or more, some valiant fighters, who had died less frequently, even surged 6 or 7 levels, moving from the 2nd or 3rd tier into the forefront. Brother Xiaofeng, we owe you a great debt. Had it not been for your valiant effort, we would have surely been overwhelmed by those high-level bosses. War Tian exclaimed, his gaze toward Xiaofeng filled with admiration and gratitude. While a singular high-level legendary boss may not pose a significant threat, a concentrated assault from the crowd could easily obliterate it. However, amidst the overwhelming assault of countless monsters on the city, it was utterly impossible to concentrate the damage of all players. The terror of the boss far exceeded that of a typical encounter by more than tenfold. In such dire circumstances, had it not been for Xiaofeng's relentless support, swiftly dispatching nearly all the bosses after the 12th wave, this defensive battle would undoubtedly have ended in defeat. With a smile, Xiaofeng remarked, having received so much from you, it is only fitting that I lend my assistance. Zhang Tian expressed his heartfelt sentiments, stating, to forge a friendship with a player of your caliber is indeed a remarkable fortune in life. Had you not warned me of the potential difficulty, I might have been inadequately prepared with scrolls and potions, perhaps even unable to endure until your arrival. With laughter, he added, but that's all in the past. Everything is proceeding smoothly now, and we are all filled with joy. Grateful for the praise, Xiaofeng felt a surge of elation. Zhang Tian chuckled heartily, saying, though this wave was indeed exhausting, we can truly say we've struck it rich. It's a pity you aren't in our guild. You would be amazed at the abundance of resources in our guild's warehouse. Those bosses you took down just now dropped no fewer than 10 mythical quality items. And we are nearing 100 legendary pieces. Each wave of enemies yielded for legendary bosses and numerous epic bosses, and on top of that, a malevolent bishop had infiltrated, resulting in an impressive tally of high-quality boss kills. Xiao Feng claimed 1 piece of mythical equipment, while 2 additional pieces also dropped, along with 8 or 9 other red-tier items, all of which were splendid. Among these was a construction order for outpost, dropped by the malevolent bishop. However, this construction order was bound to the guild and could not be sold to other guilds. It could only be utilized by Zhenjian to enhance the outpost level. Otherwise, if they could summon a level 100 mythical boss for every defensive battle, they could infinitely acquire new outpost orders. Brother Xiao Feng, your contributions in this defensive battle are monumental. It would be remiss of us not to offer some tokens of our gratitude. Come, let us head to the warehouse, for I wish to properly express my thanks. Zhang Tian said jovially, pulling Xiao Feng toward the guild stronghold. Chapter 077, 4 Skill Books. Although Xiao Feng had already acquired a mythical belt, it was trivial compared to the rewards from the bosses he had slain and the pivotal role he played in this battle. Zhang Tian led Xiao Feng and his companions into the dilapidated guild stronghold, arriving near the warehouse. Zhenjian, affluent and generous, had expanded the warehouse to its maximum capacity from the outset, boasting a staggering 1 million slots, which were now nearly filled to capacity. Items were meticulously organized by quality, with the first page exclusively showcasing red and orange items, followed by numerous pages filled with epic quality goods. Zhang Tian began browsing the highest quality items, selecting those that Xiao Feng could utilize and offering them to him. Equipment from the second transition is becoming obsolete for you. Allow me to provide you with some no-level and third transition gear, which will serve you better in the future, Zhang Tian remarked. At level 90, with his rapid leveling pace, Xiao Feng was expected to reach level 100 and undergo his third transition within a day or two, at which point he would be able to equip level 100 legendary gear, enhancing his attributes significantly. However, the no-level gear was also nearing obsolescence for Xiao Feng, as the no-level items produced by the system were essentially based on level 50 attributes. The base attributes of no-level mythical equipment were not as high as those of level 100 legendary gear, albeit possessing stronger special effects. Nevertheless, out of appreciation for the goodwill extended, Xiao Feng felt it inappropriate to decline. A plethora of exceptional equipment was traded to him. Even if he couldn't utilize it immediately, he could save it for future use or gift it to friends. Couldn't he? A single transaction could accommodate a maximum of 10 items, and after the first trade, Zhang Tian felt it insufficient and initiated a second trade request. This time, he sent over a multitude of skill books. Upon seeing them, Xiao Feng's expression brightened. Ring of Fire Resistance conjures fire elements to create an outward expanding ring of flames. The ring can expand up to 15 meters, inflicting 150 spell damage to affected enemies and pushing them back. Casting time is 0.5 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Ice Arrow, instant cast, dealing 180 spell damage to a single enemy, with a 50 chance to freeze them for 3 seconds. Range is 30 meters, cooldown is 15 seconds. Dragon Breath, instant cast, unleashes a torrent of dragon flame in a 315-meter frontward area, dealing 185 spell damage to all enemies within range, with a 50 chance to instill fear, rendering them unable to use skills, for 5 seconds. Cooldown is 60 seconds. Beginner Fire Elemental Summoning, instant cast, summons a fire elemental to assist. The summoned creature inherits 10 of the caster's attack power and 10 of their health, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. A total of 4 mage skill books, each of which he could learn immediately. Although they did not include epic or legendary quality skills, each of these abilities would become exceptionally potent in his hands. Zhang Tian also placed 1 million gold coins on the table, along with the skill books, handing them over to Xiao Feng. After the transaction, he expressed a hint of remorse, saying, "Brother Xiao Feng, these items are but a trifle compared to the assistance you have provided. However, as the guild leader, I must retain some resources as a safety net, so I can only offer you this much for now. Rest assured, we will always remember your aid. And from now on, your enemies will be our enemies. Anyone who dares to provoke you shall not be spared by us." Xiao Feng chuckled. "Brother, you overestimate my contributions. I came here primarily to gain experience and level up, and we all benefit from this exchange. What you've given is already quite generous, so there is no need to feel indebted. If you wish to alleviate your conscience, simply equip a couple of brothers with some gear. Needless to say, I've already prepared that." Zhang Tian laughed heartily, promptly sending trade requests to Zhang Fan and Li Li. Although they were not as formidable as Xiao Feng, their combat prowess was commendable, and they had significantly assisted in the battle. Moreover, owing to Xiao Feng's presence, Zhang Tian provided each of them with a piece of no-level legendary gear, along with 5 or 6 pieces of currently usable epic equipment, as well as 1 or 2 skill books, all of which had dropped during the recent defensive battle. This encounter had yielded immense rewards for all participants, with the Xinjiang Guild reaping substantial profit. In terms of economic gain, it far surpassed the 12 billion spent on the outpost orders. Of course, the 300 NPC soldiers who had come to support them had suffered heavy casualties and would require compensation for their losses. The battle is concluded. You may celebrate at your leisure. We three shall take our leave now. Xiao Feng bid farewell to Zhang Tian and the others. You are always welcome here. Zhang Tian responded. Until next time, great Xiao Feng. The guild members shouted in unison. Until we meet again. Xiao Feng smiled and teleported away. He had leveled up 5 times once more, drawing ever closer to his third transition. Yet, he was still without his second transition, which was quite a headache to contemplate. The three of them teleported back to Moonlight City. Ah, this feels splendid. Lily exclaimed as he donned his newly acquired equipment. A look of sheer contentment on his face. Both he and Zhang Fan had reached level 44, catching up with the leading tier of players. With their exceptional gear and the advantage of their hidden professions, they were undoubtedly among the elite. Xiao Feng also equipped his newly obtained mythical belt and legendary gauntlets, temporarily stowing the remaining level 100 legendary gear in his backpack. With fresh equipment and new attributes, his health reached over 15,600, with an attack power of 1,247. However, his mana still fell short of 2,000, barely exceeding 1,700, and its growth rate was rather sluggish. Old Xiao, what are your plans next? Zhang Fan inquired. Xiao Feng retrieved the 4 newly acquired skill books, diligently learning them one by one. As he absorbed the skills, he remarked, first, I must seek assistance from an NPC for my second job transfer, and then embark on a main quest to unlock the level 2 main city. The second job transfer is undoubtedly a pressing priority, followed closely by the tasks concerning the 4 major evil spirits. This particular quest is crucial, as it pertains to the unsealing of a level 2 city, and the sooner it is completed, the better. Once unsealed, the war city will be incorporated into the territory of the Dragon Nation's half region, providing a significant benefit to the entire area. Even if the boundaries of the half region are eventually opened and the Dragon Nation merges with the international realm, the corresponding authority will still rest in the hands of Dragon Nation players. Moreover, a level 2 main city symbolizes greater strength and higher levels, where one can encounter numerous high-value quests. We cannot assist with the job transfer, but if you need help with quests, feel free to call on us, Lily stated. Indeed, Xiao Feng nodded. If I can't defeat them, I will certainly request your assistance. However, upon hearing that the quest involved combat, Lily immediately lost his enthusiasm. If Xiao Feng were unable to prevail, their assistance would be of little consequence. Farewell, Xiao Feng said, exiting the party and teleporting away. He intended to seek the level 200 mythical boss, Larinal, to facilitate his second job transfer. This esteemed NPC possessed an intriguing attribute known as helpfulness, suggesting he would be quite approachable. Previously, Xiao Feng had refrained from seeking this powerful figure due to the considerable distance, deeming it a waste of time. However, upon reflection, he realized that as long as he maintained efficiency, the effort of traveling was inconsequential. After all, he possessed a pair of swift boots that doubled his speed compared to others. Furthermore, the geocentric lake, where Larinal resided, was a region teeming with high-level monsters, making it an excellent locale for leveling up. Xiao Feng teleported to the level 3 main city, Flame City, and subsequently to the level 4 city, Volcano City, thus commencing his journey across the map. Chapter 078. Is this thing called Fire Element? The geocentric lake, situated within a subterranean fissure 120 kilometers outside Volcano City, was characterized by astonishing temperatures, rendering it nearly inhospitable to life. Previously, a player had ventured into its depths to gather a specific plant for a quest, only to perish from the heat before successfully retrieving the quest item. Generally, only capable priests could withstand the intense temperatures, relying on their healing abilities to mitigate the damage. According to the notes in the Wild Mage NPC information table, the level 200 Holy Domain Mage, Larinal, resided at the deepest part of the geocentric lake, a place not easily accessible to the average individual. Xiao Feng sprinted forth, maximizing the speed enhancement of his swift boots, moving with remarkable agility akin to a humanoid cheetah. Nevertheless, it took him a full hour and a half to reach the entrance of the geocentric lake. Phew, I'm exhausted. Continuous running depleted his hidden stamina attribute, leaving Xiao Feng breathless and in need of a moment's respite. Suddenly, a towering flame creature, standing 3 meters tall, drifted towards him, emitting a low growl. Xiao Feng glanced at its information. Volcano Element, Elite Monster, Level, 150 health points, 280, 000, 280, 000, target level 2 high, unable to acquire additional data. A volcano element? I believe I have one of those. Xiao Feng recalled his newly learned skill and promptly executed it. Beginner Fire Element Summon. 50 mana points were consumed, only to be replenished instantly by the effect of his robe. A massive fire element coalesced at the tip of his staff, transforming into a diminutive fire figure standing 15 meters tall. Originally, the beginner fire element was merely 20 centimeters high, a short and adorable creature with tiny limbs and a flame resembling a tuft of hair atop its head. However, augmented by the talent of the meteorologist mage, its size had expanded sixfold, resulting in an endearing giant standing close to 15 meters tall, albeit still with short limbs. The beginner fire element emitted a cute sound before noticing the approaching enemy. It extended its diminutive hand, less than 20 centimeters long, and waved at the drifting volcano element. Puff! A small fireball launched forth, striking the target. In the next instant, boom. 621, 655. A deafening explosion ensued, sending the volcano element hurtling away, shattered into pieces. Wow. That is impressive, Xiao Feng exclaimed, quickly checking the attributes of this summoned creature. Beginner fire element, Xiao Feng's summon. Level, 90 health points. 1, 568, 801, 568. 800 attack power. 1, 247, 000 physical defense. 0 magical defense. 0 skills. Small fireball deals 100 of attack power as magical damage to the target, cooldown of 3 seconds. Remaining duration, 25 seconds. Goodness gracious. Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. Is this what they call a beginner fire element? This is akin to the arrival of a fire deity. Initially, the beginner fire element was merely a lackluster skill, summoning a creature with health and attack power only 10 of 1's own, dealing minimal damage every 3 seconds. Even with an uninterrupted 30-second assault, it would contribute at most 3 to the overall damage output, and considering the enemy's magical defense, achieving even 2 would be impressive. However, under the influence of Xiao Feng's superlative talent, the attributes of the summon had skyrocketed 1,000-fold. With over 10 million health points and more than 1 million in attack power, even a basic attack could annihilate a similarly leveled epic boss. The potential for soloing legends or myths was now within reach. I seem to have stumbled upon a new playstyle. Xiao Feng stood in awe for a moment, feeling as though he had unlocked a new realm of possibilities. If a single beginner fire element could be so potent, what if he were to acquire advanced elemental summoning magic or learn multiple spells at once? Summoning 10 or 8 elemental beings would surely allow him to effortlessly obliterate a temple. However, it appeared that there was a limit to the number of summoned creatures. A maximum of 2 could exist simultaneously, as summoning additional ones would cause the earliest summoned to be dismissed. Little fireman, charge forth. With such a powerful ally at his disposal, Xiao Feng felt significantly more at ease. He settled down to rest, directing the fire element to hunt the roaming wild monsters in the vicinity. The local creatures were primarily fire-related beings, possessing over 50 resistance to fire spell damage. However, against the little fireman's attack power of 1.24 million, this resistance was virtually meaningless. Any foe struck would meet their demise. As Xiao Feng gradually regained his stamina, the little fireman continued to engage in battle, providing him with experience points. After 30 seconds, the little fireman let out a feeble "ah-oh" before dissipating into a swirl of flames. Xiao Feng summoned another to continue the work. Bayu, Bayu, Bayu. The small fireballs whizzed through the air, swiftly clearing the surrounding volcano elements. Xiao Feng noticed a towering volcano element, over 4 meters high, which appeared to be a rare boss, and directed his little fireman to engage it. Unexpectedly, when the little fireman had flown approximately 100 meters forward, it suddenly burst into flames and vanished. Exceeded distance, summon automatically dissipated. The system relayed the feedback. Xiao Feng then realized that the summoned entities could only operate within a radius of 100 meters from himself. After resting for 5 minutes, his stamina gradually recovered. He summoned the little fire creature once more, and together they approached the elusive rare boss. Go for it, little fire creature. Upon reaching an appropriate distance, Xiao Feng commanded the fire entity to charge forward. Thus commenced an intense battle between the volcanic element and the fire element. Bayu, boom, Bayu, crack, Bayu, roar. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for 10 seconds. Following the third fireball cast by the little fire creature, the boss let out a piercing scream before shattering into a myriad of fragments. Well done, Xiao Feng praised. Although the combat efficiency was not as swift as if he had intervened personally, it was certainly more leisurely. Onward he pressed, collecting the gold coins dropped by the boss. Xiao Feng and the little fire creature continued toward the heart of the Earth Lake. This area was enveloped in a vast expanse of volcanic terrain, with volcanoes and lava present in abundance. Careful navigation was required to avoid the molten rivers on the ground, as a misstep would cost him 5,000 health points, and lingering too long would necessitate a return to town for revival. This environmental burn effect could bypass even the Earth element shield, and even Xiao Feng had no choice but to stick to the main path. The heart of the Earth Lake was located at an underground fissure formed at the intersection of 3 volcanoes, and it took him several minutes to locate it. The fissure slanted downward, twisting and turning like an inverted diamond mine, narrow at the entrance but expanding deeper below. Lava columns flowed into the chasm, creating a magnificent lava waterfall that was truly awe-inspiring. Xiao Feng cautiously navigated around the lava, entering the fissure and proceeding along the spiraling path into the depths. 100, 100, 100. The surrounding high temperatures began to inflict damage upon him, causing a loss of 100 health per second, while his artifact hat restored 50 health per second, resulting in an actual net loss of 50 health points each second. Though his health had exceeded 15,600, the rate of health depletion was alarming. Moreover, since acquiring the Earth Element Shield, he had developed a habit of abstaining from potions. Possessing only a meager 20 or so divine life potions and a single set of high-grade life potions that restored 1,000 health points. He attempted to cast an Earth Element Shield upon himself, but to no avail. He then directed a storm of rain upon himself. The torrential downpour cascaded down, immediately lowering the surrounding temperature significantly. The lava, subdued by the rain, temporarily turned a dark crimson, and the health loss displayed above Xiaofeng's head came to a halt. However, the rain spell could only be utilized once every minute and lasted merely 10 seconds, which was still insufficient. It appears I must hasten my pace and rely on potions to endure, Xiaofeng lamented.